but besides that, it is really a Pokemon that is going to reward you if you can support it well.
And yeah, taking up the mega slot is not bad because we're seeing a lot of players, top players as well, opt for that dual mega teams, right? People are using Charizard and Mega Frostlass on the same team. People are using Mega Kangaskhan and Mega Charizard Y on the same team. We're seeing a lot of dual mega action. I think it's very important to have multiple options into the meta, and I think that having two mega setters, like for example Charizard Y, to help with the Weather Wars, being able to balance that out, and then maybe like a standard mega like um, Mega Kangaskhan, being able to just do decent damage or chunk out a lot of portions of teams with that mega being and that mega being fat and having a lot of physical defense and HP, with it being able to withstand hits with a mega like that, I think it's pretty good into a meta game. We are starting to see in the meta game that.
Hi everybody, welcome very much to another stream here in Ezosu Gaming, and today we have a special broadcast, a special transmission. We are doing a watch party, not official, non-affiliated with organizers of the biggest Pokemon tournament ever, the Grand Champions Festival, being hosted by Scraw VGC, a very well-known Pokemon content creator. Thank you very much for watching, your support is greatly appreciated. I wish you the best thoughts, ideas, feelings and emotions, and a whole bunch of individuality, creativity and responsibility as well. I hope you are enjoying your Sunday, day to focus on yourself, your personality, uniqueness, and your personal space. And yesterday we participated in the biggest Pokemon tournament ever. It was my first best of 3 open team shit tournament, and I finished 5-4. I was placed like 1,000 and something, which is good. There was totally a total of 6,000 players. I was better than 5,000 other players, so doing pretty well for me. I think in some matches I really misplayed. I don't think... Like, my opponents were better than me, but I still had some chances to win. I think in overall I had some good positions, and in some games I had some risky lines, or I needed some luck because I brought the wrong Pokemon, or I positioned them wrongly. But in the matches that I won, I got 2 free wins, by the way, because the opponent didn't show up. So honestly, only got 3 wins, which felt really good. Always felt like I was in control of the match. It was very cool, the win where I got 2-1. I lost the first game, then I win the other 2 games. That felt really good. Adapting to the enemy team, adapting my own team, and bring 2 wins home was really, really cool. And at the end of the day, the broadcast was amazing. We were watching the mainstream, Eduardo Cunha, the Portuguese goat, I'm from Portugal as well, stream, Pokélex stream. We were watching other players as well streaming. We were checking what people talking about on Twitter, and it was pretty good. And here now they're talking about the most present megas in this tournament in day 2, sorry. Mega Fluet, Mega Charizard Y, Mega Frostlass, Mega T-Tar, and Mega Caesar. Makes a lot of sense. Let's see what they're saying.
Mega Floette, for example, and you just want to win the Weather War, you could just bring T-Tar in the back and still Mega your Floette and still have that weather. I think that's what really makes Tyranitar shine. Besides its stats, right? I think that ability, being able to just set up the sand.
True.
And,
yeah, and get a defense boost. Yeah,
makes it like one
because T-Tar gets the sand and then gets a defense boost from that.
We're gonna head into our first round.
Oh, there you go, first round.
I'm so happy to announce that we have Roghav, also known as, goes online by Moodheiman, using a Charizard Y Eternal Flood. So that dual mega.
Ooh, dual mega.
That we were just talking about and highlighting with King Gambit, Garchomp,
Okay,
Aerodactyl,
let me
and Bastion.
change here.
And we do have Mela, Mobig with Excadrill, Tyranitar, Corviknight, Hydreigon, Wash, Rotom.
Oh, but because they're covering the top Pokemon anyway. But you can see it's a Corviknight, right?
In the Victory Road tournament last week.
It's like we hit the nail on the coffin here with this intro. Basically, this team that Mela is using is the Joe Ugarte top 18 from the last weekend. Very strong.
Oh yeah, true, with the Mimikyu, the Corviknight, the Rotom. Nice. I like that.
Multiple players have followed suit, and 9-0s. So we got 2 9-0s with a very
2 9-0s.
What do you think?
There is a Portuguese player, I think,
I feel like
with
this is
9-0.
potentially a matchup where if MLBD can figure out a way.
I guess I can just put my camera where it was because they're already covering the top Pokemon, right? With their logos and stuff.
Roggov's team could really struggle to keep up with. However, I'm sure.
Okay, here we go. Round 1. Let's go. I'll do the casting myself. Alright. Aerodactyl Garchomp, strong lead, really good to spam Rock Slide. Very hard to deny Trick Room here, of course. The Mimikyu can flinch with a couple of Rock Slides. Moody Man and MLBD. Let's go, let's go. Also, my Portuguese goat is still in, Eduardo Cunha. We want him to go through as well. We want... I think Aaron is already out of the tournament, unfortunately. He lost 3 games yesterday. Wolfie dropped out of the tournament. Oh, I forgot to check James Bake. We are keeping an eye on Joe Ugarte, on James Bake as well. Eduardo Cunha, I think are the players that I know and I like. Oh no, Moxie boosted as well. True. Ooh, Charizard switch into a... Oh no, yeah, it's okay. Rock Slide comes in, Corviknight takes respectable damage, Mimikyu breaks the disguise, but they'll set up Trick Room unless they flinch. There is no way around it. So what will Mudaman here do to react to the Trick Room if it does set up? There is no flinch. Oh, it's Play Rough! Oh, no Trick Room, I guess, on the Mimikyu. Play Rough into the opposing Garchomp. Great switch. Great read from Moody Man. If it was a Trick Room, maybe it was a bit more complicated. Wait, it's Bulk Up to boost the attack and the defense. Yeah, I think it's better than Iron Defense because Iron Defense only boosts your defense. It's boosted for 2 stages instead of 1, but then your only source of damage, or the only way you increase your damage is you use Body Press. With Bulk Up, you also get a boost to your Body Press, and you can get a boost to your Brave Bird or Iron Head or whatever you're running on the Corviknight. So I actually like that idea of the Bulk Up. I think it's pretty interesting. I think this meta allows you to you don't need to get 2 straight boosts on the defense. You can get 1 little boost. Hello friend, King Panda, long time no see. How you doing today? I hope you're having a great day. I'm feeling great today. I was doing some construction earlier in the morning. I'm feeling good, feeling alive. Not early. It wasn't early, but it was in the morning. Here we go. Mega Charizard Y comes in to show everybody the brightness of the sun. Titar came in. They can bring the sun again next turn once they Mega. You hit Ultra Ball. Congratulations. Ultra Ball is difficult. Guys, you have to remember, this game is being played by the most people ever. This is the most amount of people we have on an online ladder in Pokemon ever, because it's so accessible, so many people are playing it, and it's going to become even harder to play, or more people will be playing once phone comes out. So you reaching Ultra Ball, it's really good, because this is the hardest time to do so. This is the hardest time to hit Master Ball, and then ever before we had Champions rank, which is like the best 300 or best 200 in the world, so that's even crazy to go high in Master Ball rank, because a lot of good players are playing here. I participated in this tournament by the way, yesterday. I participated in this tournament. It was really fun. I got 5 wins, 4 losses, positive win rate. My first ever tournament. Let's go. Hey Melody, stay with me. How you doing? Mega Floette. Oh, that's you. That's your team, right? Mega Floette on the screen. Mega T. Bro, Mega T, I think, earns a lot of respect in this tournament. At least in day 1. Now day 2 is like the best of the best. Now we're gonna see the real value of the Mega Evolutions. Oh, actually, we could check if we have some weird Megas going into this day 2. Today's gonna be 11 rounds of Pokemon, but because there is less people, it's gonna be easier to organize the rounds and do the pairings. So I'm expecting like 9 to 10 hours, even though yesterday there was 9 rounds, and today we have 2 extra rounds. You have 6 rounds of Swiss, and then you have the 5 rounds of single elimination bracket, which is easy to pair as well. I'm now using the T-Star team on the left, but don't have Mimikyu. Oh yeah, it's the Joe Ugarte team. Joe Ugarte is one of my favorite players. I always like to watch him on stream. Very cool team. A bit hard to position, I would say, but I really like the usage of Mimikyu and Hydreigon. Rotom Wash, you know, that Hydro Pump is harsh. You can hit it, or you can miss it. Mimikyu comes in though. I've been using Mimikyu as well a little bit. I'm using a second Mega instead of Mimikyu. Yeah, okay, I see. What's the Mega using on your team then? On this Joe Ugarte's version? It's the Rock Slide. Floette takes good damage. Bro, Mega Frostlass is the most brainless Mega. I think it's actually not that brainless. I think Mega Floette and Mega Charizard are the most brainless. Mega Frostlass, it's hard to position, because you have a lot. You have Ghost weakness, Rock weakness, Steel weakness, Fire weakness, Dark weakness. You have so much weakness going around. And you have Charizard for Fire, Garchomp and Aerodactyl for Rock, Basculegion for Ghost, King Gambit for Steel and Dark, even Sinistcha on Trick Room can kill you with a Shadow Ball. It's very difficult to position Frostlass, in my opinion. Meganium, bro, I want so much to play with Mega Meganium. I think it's so good, and I love it. I love Mega Meganium. I chose Chikorita in Legends EA. I have the same Meganium that I used in Legends EA. Pair the Meganium. Yeah, but all you press is Blizzard and you win. It's dumb. That's not true. That's not true. Good morning, brother. For me, it's afternoon already. For me, it's 3 p.m. I'm in Europe. Welcome, Matonia. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, that's what I was saying. Mega Frostlass is very hard to position. But that's true. I'm playing in a higher ladder, and I watch games like these games where people are better, so people find better answers. But at low ranks, I can totally imagine that it's super easy to just press Blizzard, and then it's a bit dumb. Yeah, but there are a lot of good results, like the Sand team, the Sun team, even the Rain teams. Like you have to go really hard for the Weather War, and the thing is, all the Rain teams, Sand teams, and Sun teams, they have a good partner like Charizard and Venusaur, T-Tar, Excadrill, Pelipper, Legion, or Pelipper, Archaludon. But you don't really have a good partner for Frostlass in the snow. It's like Frostlass and Garchomp, you know what I'm saying? And it's okay. Oh, GG! Ragi takes game number 1. Oh my lord! Oh my goodness! What's going on here? What's going on? Game number 1 over quickly. Damn, sorry, I wasn't paying attention, guys. Oh, damn. So, Ragi, Moodiman won game number 1. Let's go. I found that Mega Frostlass can be more difficult to stop than Alakazam. Like, if you have Choice Scarf Legion, very easy. We can even run Crunch if you want. If you have Mega Charizard Y or Pelipper, very easy as well. Because then you really need to force them to switch out. Well, my Aegislash got one hit through my Sash. So, that's fun. Your Aegislash got one hit, yeah, through your Huh? Wait, really? Oh, that's not good. You sure you had Focus Sash on Aegislash? Yep. Was it a 2-hit attack, like Dual Wing bit? Yeah, the problem for Mega Frostlass, it has a lot of weaknesses. He hasn't gotten hit. Is that Sand, Burn? You know, because that's weird. Do you have the Focus Sash of the Focus Band? Also, you have to keep that in mind. Some people confuse Focus Sash with Focus Band. There was Sand, there was Poison, there was Burn. Was it Kangaskhan? Mega Kangaskhan? No, they lose Scrappy, so they can't use it. Here we go. Game number 2. Ooh, Hydreigon Corvi versus Chomp and Aero. Is Hydreigon faster than the Chomp here? Chomp is really bulky, look at that. The Garchomp has more HP than Corviknight. So that's a really chunky Garchomp. Okay. That's why percentage is so good, because without percentage you can read those type of things. You can read the build, the spread of chart. So this Garchomp must have a lot of HP investment, so it doesn't have a lot of attack, or it doesn't have a lot of speed. So yeah, maybe it was a bug, King Panda. I would like to... Do you have a clip or something I can watch? Maybe it was a bug. Draco Meteor comes out. There are certain attacks or certain... Yeah, were you in the Wonder Room? Because Wonder Room ignores items, by the way. Garchomp goes down. That's great Draco Meteor from the Hydreigon. Tailwind? Ooh, that's good though. Speedy for Ragi side. So, Movieman won game number 1, right? I forgot to update the layout. Charizard comes in. That's ready for the Mega. Ooh, but Hydreigon will resist everything that the Charizard has. Or is Charizard carrying Dragon Pulse here? Actually, I can have access to the team sheets of these players. Mega Char brings the sun. And Draco Meteor, here we go. Beautiful. So this is Moodiman versus MLB. They are 9-0. Moodiman, here we go. Found it. Okay, say the Charizard does not have Dragon Pulse. The Hydreigon is Choice Scarf. Third Pulse recommit. So this Hydreigon is now -4. And it's Choice Scarf. That's really interesting. Charizard Y cannot hit that Hydreigon for super effective damage or just normal damage. It's Heat Wave, Weather Ball, Solar Beam, so all resisted by the Hydreigon. The Garchomp is Dragon Fang. Interesting, but it's so bulky. There is a Basculegion with Choice Scarf, which also cannot hit the Hydreigon. I used the Hydreigon in one of my teams. I think it's a good defense versus the Basque. Careful, you don't give away too much info. How so, Matonia? There you go. Oof. Charizard does get a knockout on the Corviknight. Titar comes out. Titar is the Mega with Rock Slide, Knockoff, Low Kick, Protect. So it's going to be a bit more difficult here to knock it out. Both Aerodactyl and Charizard can do much. Aerodactyl, Rock Slide, Till Wind, Wide Guard. Rock Slide is in Titar, so Wide Guard can be really good, but Knockoff will still do a lot of damage. And the thing is, you can take the item away from Mega Evolution, so I think Knockoff always does maximum damage. Because you can't remove the item. Or it always does minimal damage, I'm not sure. But you can't remove the Mega Stone, so... Imagine you could, with Knockoff, you could take away the Mega Stone, and then the Pokemon couldn't Mega Evolve. That would be really funny. Said Axodril coming in, speed boost by the sand. I was responding to when you spoke of the team sheets earlier. Oh, okay. Okay. But they have open team sheet. They have access to the enemy. I realize the stream is late though after I say that. And they have access to each other's team. This tournament is open team sheet, it's not like ladder. For example, yesterday when I was playing, I always knew what the attacks my enemy was. The only thing you don't have access to is the EV spread. You know? Yeah, Floette it's not in the back here for Ragi. Charizard comes out, is it King Gambit? It's the Basque! Basculegion, how can it go through here? Because the knockoff is super effective. Knockoff will, for Mega Titar will knock it out. I think the safest play here is to go knockoff into the Charizard slot. Because might be a Wild Guard. Protect, no Wild Guard. Bro, imagine the knockoff now. It's Rock Slide, okay. Rock Slide knockoff. Good damage into the Basque. And it's the knockoff into the Basculegion. That's really good. Really, really good. From the Mega Titar of Eng-Pt. He's risking a game 3 here. Yeah, because it's now only Charizard and the Aerodactyl. No Tailwind or no Barriers. Oh, this... Wait, who has Tailwind? Oh, it's the Corviknight that has Tailwind. Okay. Okay. Now Charizard comes in. And the Aerodactyl versus Excadrill, Titar, and the Choice Scarf Hydreigon. I think Eng-Pt can have a chance here into game number 3. This is difficult. Yeah, oh, the Portuguese player, Superstar Pearl, is playing Super Santi. Oh, he won to... He's on 10. Oh, he won 2-0. No way. I would love to watch that match. That will be good, yeah. Okay. Protect comes in for Excadrill, interesting. Rock Slide from the Aerodactyl. That might flinch the Titar. Yeah, but now there is no Sand, so Solar Beam will do good damage to the Titar. It's Heat Wave, no Solar Beam. Okay. And because there is no more Sand, Excadrill is now slow. No burn on the Titar. No burn on the Titar. Knock off into the Aerodactyl, good damage. Oh yeah, by the way, Panda, was your Aegislash attacked by the knockoff? Because knockoff removes the Focus Sash. Yeah, I also think so. They're saying it was a tremendous risk, I agree, because if the Charizard could just click Solar Beam there, that would have been really strong. But then you still have Hydreigon in the back. Yeah, GG. Nice. MLBD gets game number 2. You're having game number 3 here on this 9-0. We have a player named Pizza Man. That's really funny. Eduardo Cunha should also be playing my Portuguese goat. He was at 7-2, if I'm not mistaken. I actually can just do this.
For me, the story of this set so far feels like in both games, one of the players made a little bit of a mistake early on and lost the Pokemon very little.
Wait, is Eduardo not here? He didn't make it to day 2?
In the second game, it was Rockoff's Garchomp going down turn 1 and essentially only in exchange for a Draco Teardrop.
Wait, I think he didn't. He's not showing up here in these pairings. Wait, what? I thought he did. Oh, maybe he lost his last round.
What kind of leads do you think a player like Rockoff could go for now that they're, down a game or going into game?
Yeah, he went 6-3. Damn, he went 6-3 really. Okay, let me see Joe UX. He went 8-1 strong. Okay, Moxie 6-3, so he's also out. Okay. James? No. I don't know if James Bayek is playing. If he is, I don't know his nickname, so I can't find him. So the only player that I like or that I know about is Joe coming in here. Cybertron is out, Wolfie is out. Wolfie dropped, I think, unless he has another account. Because everybody that came in was 7-2 or 8-1. So like 400 players or something. We have a lot of Portuguese players in here as well. But here we go. This game number 3. Both players are 9-1. They can afford a loss. They can afford 2 losses, actually. So no problem. Rockslide flinch would be crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy until we see the sun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. So Excadrill here has Iron Head, Earthquake, Rock Slide, Protect. And we already see the T-Tar. Okay, so it's everything is pretty normal. Another lead of Aerodactyl Chomp. It's a Mega T-Tar coming in, turn 1. I love it. And do we see Protect on the other side? Protect on the Aero. Ooh, this could be a good attack from the Garchomp. Rock Slide comes in from Excadrill. Aerodactyl protected. Nice. Some damage into Chomp. Can flinch. But T-Tar is bulky. He can take an attack from the Chomp. It's an Earthquake coming in. Nice. How much damage into the T-Tar? Excadrill will take some damage. Ooh, it goes down to Focus Ash. Really? And it almost... What? Did so much damage to the T-Tar. Knockoff. Nice. Oh, it's a... What? Oh my. That's not enough damage from the T-Tar. It's looking really rough over here. How will the T-Tar go through here, man? That's difficult. That's rough. That's rough. Yeah, Earthquake. No, actually, I was using Excadrill on my first tournament in Pokémon Champions, the Welcome Challenge, and the Iron Heads were doing insane damage into the Chomp. But I don't know how this Excadrill is trained. My Excadrill was max attack. This Garchomp also made me bulky, but it did so much damage. It's true that T-Tar is way more special defense, but I was expecting much more bulkiness there. Iron Head comes in into the Dactyl. Oh, interesting. I thought you'd go after the Garchomp, but switching in the Hydreigon is good because it has Levitate, so it will not be affected by the Earthquake. Excadrill is going out here. The Hydreigon is levitating. Levitate, levitate, levitate. And the damage. Okay. Now you bring the T-Tar again. Yes, because this is Choice Scarf Hydreigon. So it can just be the fastest Pokemon. No, because now they have Tailwind though. So Hydreigon is not the fastest Pokemon anymore, so I don't think it can safely go for a Draco Meteor into the Chomp Chomp.
The one playing from behind, you can't get away with too many safe plays, or else Rock is just going to slowly box you out the game.
Interesting. What's the fourth Pokemon for LM?
Even through the iron
Rotom Wash? Rotom Wash doesn't seem very good in this matchup.
in the first game, we saw
The Corviknight was good last game because of Tailwind and whatnot, but also goes down to Mega Charizard if that's the case.
now Garchomp
Sleepy, it's the Mimikyu! Hello! I like Mimikyu. So what is Mimikyu doing here? Trying to go for a Trick Room?
last Pokemon on Mobig's side.
Is it? I think it can do it. Earthquake, Rock Slide shouldn't do much damage.
Mimikyu is going to have Shadow Sneak, so being able to get rid of the Aerodactyl is an option on the end of Mobig.
Oh, Shadow Sneak on Mimikyu? Protect? That could be a good turn for Trick Room from the Mimikyu.
Any hits from that Shadow Sneak.
He read the Shadow Sneak, okay. Earthquake? Mimikyu will take... Yeah, this was a perfect turn for Trick Room. But then it's weird because you have Choice Scarf, Hydreigon, but if the enemy has Tailwind, I think Trick Room here is a good option. LM really wants to take down that Aerodactyl. Truth be told, he's running down Tailwind turns. Oh! Dark Pulse, nice to not get the special attack drop from the Dragon Pulse. Now T-Tar is way more safe. We still have one problem for Tyranitar in the back for Ragi, which is the Basque Legion. If there is no Basque Legion, the T-Tar is pretty safe because I'm pretty sure there is no Mega Floette. I mean, Mega Floette is also really good into the T-Tar. It is a Floette, ooh, so that's a problem. Big problem for the T-Tar. Also, the Mimikyu already has the Disguise broken. So it's not looking good here for the side of MLBD. It's difficult here. You have the Floette versus your Dark type. No, and that's it. He doesn't have Corviknight. He only has Mimikyu, T-Tar, and Hydreigon available.
That's Pokemon that you want in front of.
Mega Floette is coming out.
They're gonna come if I'm wrong out here. So Eternal Floette and Tailwind being faster than this Hydreigon and being faster than this Mimikyu
Yeah,
here is
let's see the damage. I guess a Moonblast is coming in. Mimikyu protects, so the end game for ML will be Mimikyu Mega T-Tar. Rock Slide comes in, no damage to the Mimikyu. And into the Hydreigon, good respectable damage to be honest. And now Dazzling Gleam, so Hydreigon goes down 4 times weak to Fairy. Ain't no way it survives that from a Mega Floette with Fairy Aura, boosting its attack by 20%. And it boosts everybody on the field, so your Fairies also do more damage when the Floette is there. And if you use, imagine you run Floette with Tinkaton or Sylveon, and then you give to your Tinkaton the Fairy Feather, it gets a 40% attack boost, because it's 20 from Fairy Aura, plus 20% from Fairy Feather, and plus Stab, you know what I'm saying? And then imagine if a Fairy type has Adaptability, you can get Adaptability boost, Stab boost, Fairy Feather boost, Fairy Aura boost, and go to like around 60% boost. Wide Guard? Yeah, because you don't knock off the Floette here, right? You can knock off the Dactyl. Shadow Sneak. Here we go. And there is still one more Pokemon in the back for Ragi. And now Moonblast. That will not... Oh, into the Mimikyu. Okay, so they were expecting to protect. Mimikyu goes down. I think that's game. I don't think the T-Tar can defeat even just the Floette. I'm sure it can defeat the Pokemon in the back. That knockoff did respectable damage, but nowhere near enough to end the game here for Moody, for ML. The Tailwind is out, but Floette should be faster, and the Sand is now over as well. Oh, wait, he brought Char and Floette. So that's kind of good, because then you decide if you want to Mega. It's like, if the enemy does plan A, I Mega Floette. If he does plan B, I Mega Char. Because Charizard in the Sun, I mean, there is no Sun because it can't Mega, but it could still do Solar Beam. Yeah, this is over. I don't think the Sand is not there to give the extra defense boost. GG! Moody Man will go to 10-0, just like our Portuguese goat in this tournament. Super Pearl or something like that. Super Pearl, I think. Yeah, Super Pearl, Superstar Pearl. He got 10-0. He won his latest set. He's running a Mega Gengar team. Or is it Mega Knight? No, it's Mega Gengar, Mega Gengar. Okay, that was a good match. GG. no ray. So now let me, yeah, do this, do that. Hold on. Okay, because I want to see in here. We have a Mega Glamora team with Mega Kangaskhan on 9-0. We have Mega Scovillian at 9-0. Let's see, something interesting. You have a Sylveon at 8-1. Ooh, the only Frostlass in here so far. No, 2 Frostlasses that are 8-1. 3 Frostlasses. No, I don't, might be Mega Vinu, might not. We have a Starmie from Stux Rigatoni. Ooh, I would love to see that Mega Starmie. Is at 8-1. Mega Meganium at 8-1 is the only one so far. Okay, nice. Ooh, Mega Delphoxes. Also here, though. Interesting. Mega Caesar. Mega Caesar has been very common, actually. Another Mega Frost. Wait, what about the Watchog of yesterday? Is it going through?
See Sun surpass Sand. Any thoughts on
7-2, the Watchog.
Game 3? I don't think it really was.
So it went to day 2. Can he still play?
Both players were utilizing that.
More Peck at 60% is so funny.
Yeah, let's see. I think one thing that's really interesting is, I know you said it wasn't a weather war, but the thing is, Mobig tried to play that as if it was a weather war with that Tyranitar.
Yeah, I see.
Evolution right away.
I agree.
And because Rogov sort of had a plan to play the game without needing to opt into that, they got to use their Floette instead and end up use its like tremendous fairy type coverage and not rely on Charizard, who has like, you know, maybe some more impactful weaknesses to moves like Rock Slide or like less accurate.
For sure.
Floette. I think Rogov being rewarded for a creative, like different way to win the matchup.
Yeah, one thing that did go wrong in Endless Mobig was that turns where you wanted those flinches to happen, it just wasn't there. Like I didn't think we saw a single flinch that game, and there was.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So I would say very fortunate for Rocco, but very unfortunate for Mobig here. But it looks like we're going to hop in another game. It's going to be a game 3 of 2 9.
Oh, 9-0, 9-0. Game 3. Let's go.
G-Joe, I think.
G-Joe, yeah.
Yeah, G-Joe. Both players are currently 9-0. Guess is
Oh.
game 3, guys.
It's a Mega Frostlass team. I like that. Versus Mega Floette team. Okay, I like that. I like what I see.
Yeah, we are just pulling up these team sheets as we're speaking. I think, if anything, G-Joe is using one of those like slightly more offensive Talonflame Eternal Floette teams that we talked about.
Ooh, I like that combo.
Let's see what we are
Offensive Talonflame with Mega Floette. Should you have still win though? No Sneasler on the left team. Corbo.
Rotom Wash with that shiny form coming in. Actually pretty
Ooh, nice Shadow Ball. It's not enough.
A Shadow Ball of its own to do considerable damage to that Aegislash. And now we are
Scald.
Find a way to respond with the Scald into the Rotom Wash. Really a perfect swap there, especially if there's no burn to keep chipping.
Ooh, the burn is unfortunate.
But it's not a physical attacker. It'll be able to work with that reasonably well. And Aegislash, one of those Pokemon that does have the potential for really
Poltergeist? Oh, but not into the Frostlass. Ooh. Rotom didn't even spend one turn on the field. They got immediately knocked out. Damn.
Aegislash is back and maybe not better than ever in this format here. I love seeing Aegislash.
Yeah, that spell tag, Poltergeist, just that's a tremendously powerful move. Garchomp actually a pretty good swap in to have against the Aegislash right now, but I think the Rotom Wash was a really critical knockout to get. Aegislash choosing not to go for the Frostlass just yet and going after Rotom Wash has really rewarded Juju's side.
But losing that Rotom Wash also means Milotic is now sitting more comfortable, right? Being able to withstand hits from Garchomp and Mega Frostlass here pretty comfortably, right? Milotic is known for its special defense stat, so Shadow Balls are not going to do that much, and most trainers train Milotic in their defense stat to compensate for having not the best defenses here. But
Protect from Garchomp, interesting.
Not wanting to take maybe an IC win here, and we're going to see maybe Aegislash.
Oh, King's Shield. Okay, so no drop on the attack for the Garchomp, very important.
Let's see what this Mega Frostlass decides to go for. Let's see what this trainer says.
Auto Reveal! Oh, that's really good. That's really good.
And special defense
Yeah, I think definitely the kind of play that HQ 2009 has to be making. Ooh, the life due to heal up Aegis.
Life 2 is really good here.
Jijo's side. Actually, I think based on how much we saw the last Shadow Ball do, I think this probably puts Aegislash outside of range of a Shadow Ball. So we're not only going to need to see something like a Shadow Ball from the Frostlass, it would need to be something like a Shadow Ball and Earthquake double up, which would require hitting your own Frostlass.
Yeah, and we do see that the trainer only has Earthquake, so you would probably need to attack yourself while doing that to get rid of this Aegislash here. I could see maybe Aegislash switching out for the Incineroar.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yes.
For the Intimidate.
On the end of Jijo. Maybe you don't want to have Aegislash. Aegislash seems like a pretty good win condition here. Milotic does seem pretty comfortable. You can go for an Icy Wind, reduce the speeds of opposing Pokemon, and have Aegislash come in and get a potential knockback. And we're going to see Aegislash switch out into that Incineroar, like I said.
I like the decision to go into Incineroar at this point. I think, if anything, it feels like Melodic is the most important Pokemon on Jijo's side. I think going into Incineroar...
Ooh, nice.
So that your Melodic
nice Earthquake there.
This Earthquake, and actually, this is an Ice Beam Melodic set.
Shadow Ball
should be able to do some really considerable damage to that.
Incineroar survives.
I think focusing on the Garchomp more than the Frostlass might be the victory for Jijo right now.
Nice Ice Beam. The Garchomp survives though. No freeze?
Over half here. Garchomp not liking that Ice Beam. I think we're counting the days of Garchomp getting gone here. Because
I know people are doing very bulky chomps now. Very bulky.
Scenario because that was the only way to attack this bulky water. And I've been seeing a lot of trainers complain about day one about these bulky waters and how it's so hard to get rid of them. And when you lose that one condition on your team to help you get rid of that Pokemon, it almost seems like Milotic just sits on the field forever.
Yeah,
that's true.
It looks like that Sneasler is going to be the Pokemon to back for HQ 2009. Like, again, a Pokemon that is going to be vulnerable to something like...
Who's coming in?
Actually,
it's the Sneasler.
The Garchomp withdrawing for the Sneasler.
Yeah,
Blizzard comes out. Incineroar goes down, that's really good. Freeze? Nope, no freeze.
Yeah, Scald, one of those.
Oh, Scald actually unthaws. That's interesting.
Hopefully not becoming an ice type and frozen itself, but
the snow stopped.
Snow actually ending well.
So now, unless Frostlass wants to spam Shadow Balls, they want to actually they want to spam Shadow Balls because there is Aegislash in the back. And who else in the back for Jijo here?
Way of hitting this Aegislash, just barring just Shadow Ball from this Mega Frostlass here.
Maybe the Floa is right. Their Mega, which is very bulky on the defensive side.
I think it might have done just a tiny bit over half. I think leaving Aegislash in here and just like finding another Poltergeist target could be really good right now. I think actually all the Pokemon that HQ 2009 has left are probably ready to become Poltergeist victims right now.
We're going to see that protect into that Sneasler. Sneasler not wanting to attack this turn. Let's see what this...
Shadow Ball, nice. That gets a knockout. No! Oh, damn. Okay. Life do again. Oh my god. Bro, just defeat the Milotic.
Up to full, and that I'm HQ 2009. I do not want to see that. This Milotic is very annoying. Aegislash, it's going to go for the Poltergeist in.
Ooh, into the Frostlass.
Frostlass is going to be a one-hit knockout.
Yeah, Frostlass especially, like, I suppose Aurora Veil was still up, but without Snow for that extra defense boost that Ice type.
That's so strong.
Just becoming a Poltergeist victim like we talked about. With just Sneasler and Garchomp on the field, this is looking really difficult for HQ 2009 to get back into right now.
Yes, Aegislash more than likely is going to king shield here, not wanting to get hit by an Earthquake. Earthquake is your only damaging move, so it means that turn that you go for Earthquake, you can't do anything with Sneasler. You need to protect. So that's
true. If you go for Earthquake, you have to protect that. It's very difficult.
And I think another thing that would benefit Aegislash when it comes to going for King Shields, I think if Aegislash is able to stall out this Aurora Veil that's still on the opposing side, I think that Sneasler's might even be in Shadow Sneak range right now.
Without Aurora Veil, Shadow Sneak range from the Sneasler?
Really has all the tools they need to just focus on this Melodic as the key to victory right now.
Jijo showing why Aegislash is a prime Steel type and Shadow Ghost type to use currently in this metagame. I just love seeing this Pokemon do so.
Shadow Sneak?
We're just gonna see a straight up Shadow Sneak.
It survives because of Aurora Veil, yeah.
Due to the Aurora Veil,
yeah, close combat on the Milo. That's not enough for the knockout.
Actually,
good damage.
Decent damage, but I'm not sure if this is going to be enough for Garchomp to follow up.
No, it's not.
Double up Dragon
yeah.
Taking it comfortably here.
Had to focus it earlier.
Into that Sneasler.
Easier said than done.
Out.
Easier said than done.
Turn. Because, like I said, you can't go for Earthquake on the turn that you want to attack with Sneasler because you're going to knock out your own Sneasler. And Jijo gambling there saying, all right, I know that you're not going for Earthquake. You need to get rid of this Milotic. It's so annoying to get rid of the field. It's at basically full HP. Dragon Claw plus CC is your best bet. That's this turn, and you need to probably crit this Milotic kid to get rid of it.
Yeah, they gave themselves 2 chances to get a crit on them. I think if either of those
Oh.
moves had crit, it would have gone down.
Nice,
However,
King's Shield.
we're going to have to see Jijo figure out a way to respond to the potential of this Garchomp to just spam Earthquake to win the game.
Earthquake?
It looks like it is
Okay.
potentially able to pick up.
But there is
the
Mega
knockout
Flood
on
in the
Jijo
back, I'm sure.
We're only going to see it connect against the Melodic as the Aegislash went for a King Shield. And we are going to have to figure out what Jijo's last Pokemon is and whether that's going to be able to turn the tides against this solo Garchomp.
Is it going to be that Mega Floette here? Is it going to be the Garchomp? Is it gonna be
It's a yeah, it's GG.
Okay.
Unless Garchomp crits, I don't know.
Rock Slide flinches here.
Rock Slide flinches, yeah, into an Earthquake.
If Rock Slide is your
Shadow Sneak should
Yeah,
get the
I think,
knockout,
this is
no?
really just
No,
a-
Garchomp, if it's bulky, doesn't get knockout from that range.
Right now, like you said, Garchomp should be going for Rock Slide at this point. Is going to be the only move that will have the potential to stall out the game. But that is going to wear away at the Aegislash so slowly, and once one of these Pokemon goes for a single attack, it is going to be enough to end the game in Jijo's favor.
Yeah, what a wonderful game 3. Let's see what these trainers decide to go for. HQ 2009, it's going to go for that Rock Slide.
Flinch?
Doing little to no damage to both the Pokemon Floette, showing...
Flinch on the
one
Floette?
flinch.
But the Poltergeist comes through, and that's GG. It can miss.
Aegislash is going for an attack. It is that Poltergeist.
No, it
is gonna
doesn't
be a
miss.
connect. Garchomp attacked by its
GG.
own Soft Sand. This is going to
So
wrap up the game in
Jijo
Jijo's favor.
stays at
Good
10-0.
game. Jijo showing the power of
HQ
Aegislash.
2009 goes
Aegislash
9-1. Yeah, Aegislash was very strong on that
Not
game,
enough
bro.
Rotom Wash, not
Aegislash
enough
was
Garchomp.
crazy strong.
Mega Frost last year. Aegislash, my goat. That is my
Aegislash
goat.
like really one of those historic VGC Pokemon that players like. I think a lot of people playing right now have never used this Pokemon before. Because even if Aegislash
Kinda
was back in,
true,
like, Generation
yeah.
7, it usually wasn't like absolute forefront.
Generation
of the game a lot of the
6.
time, as it was in Gen
Aegislash
6,
is from
you know,
Gen
when you and
6.
I were some of our most active, and I think it's such a cool Pokemon that people get to witness how it's playing, especially with like the Poltergeist really changing up how Aegislash plays compared to how it used to when it was a little more of a special attack with just like Flash Cannon and Shadow Ball, where it's
Yeah.
No, Aegislash is
I
from...
think we ran Substitute and Leftovers too. It was a pretty.
It's not from Gen 5, right?
Moveset back in the day, but
No,
we
it's from Gen-
see that the buff that it got, the Poltergeist. Poltergeist changes the game, right?
No, I think it's from Gen
everybody's running
5.
from the team for the most part, and having Megas with that are forced to have items throughout the whole game makes buffs Aegislash even more, right? We've seen how much damage that Poltergeist did, especially to that Rotom. I think that Scald onto the Rotom mattered a lot.
Oh,
Maybe-
absolutely, yeah. I think without that, like, I can see Rotom living a hit like that just because it's such a bulky Pokemon. So that was a really, like, clever double up to go for.
Yeah, so Aegislash
Yeah,
is
6,
going
okay.
power.
I just it
good
confuses
match
me
for
because there
both
is
teams
this
supposed to be
lore where the
pretty
Aegislashes
close.
would protect the King of
But yeah,
Unova.
I'm really
So
happy to see
sometimes I'm
some
confused
well
where
played
where
Pokemon
Aegislash come from. But it was introduced in Generation 6, yeah.
And I think that all the trainers that are for 9-0 played really, really, really well, Choppa.
As we'd expect to, I think going 9-0 in day 1 of a tournament is really so difficult. That, you know, just means not dropping a single set throughout the whole
Yeah,
game.
not
Keeping your
losing
energy
one
up,
set
because,
is
you know,
huge.
Time of Pokemon is going
It's
to
so
take
good.
an entire day. Keeping your play up, even as your opponents get more and more difficult over the course of the day, is just so important. And being able to get rewarded with that, like a 9-0 record that will allow these players to lose once or even twice in the second day of the competition and still advance to a bracket phase.
So it looks like we might be getting another game here, guys. I think we might be featuring the
I hear
world
that music
champion.
starting.
I
Oh.
think we might be seeing the world champion. Yes, this is Giovanni. Giovanni's Peculiar Bear. This is
Peculiar
a
Bear.
set versus
Okay.
Taco VGC. So
Oh, they both had 7-2.
is going to be,
They both had 7-2,
moving
so
on to,
the player
be
losing
able
this
to
match
play
will
for
not
a
continue
connected
into the
With
tournament.
their tournament
Iliolisk. Mega Redactyl knocked out. Mega Charizard on the right.
On Dark Taco side throws out an Electroweb, only finding a double protect though.
Iliolisk, really, really cool here. Mega Meganium on the left side, not used. It was the Mega Aerodactyl. Basculegion is always good because it can destroy the whole team, like coming in the back.
Yeah, and it seems like although like Aerodactyl's off the field, if I'm Dark Taco VGC, I think that Garchomp can pretty comfortably here, barring the Rotom Wash, you do not want to get burned. Heliolisk is not a Pokemon that we see very often. It's going to have the Focus Sash set, Electro Web.
Interesting here.
Hyper Voice
The
here.
winner of this
I think
match
that's a very
keeps
strong
hits off the tournament, the other one doesn't.
And definitely a Pokemon that can be good against Rotom
We still
Wash
have two
with that
Pokemon in the back for Polar Bear, which is the world champion. It's Giovanna Cheesecookie or something. It could be Venuchar. I think it's Venuchar in the back. Oh no, you already revealed the Iggy Slash. So wait. I don't know, we can still have a Mega. We can still have the Mega Charizard in the back. Ooh, that might be important in the Sun. Venu might not be able to outspeed many things if it takes 2 Electro Webs. Rock Slide comes through. Will-O-Wisp. Ooh, that's really good into the Garchomp. Only one more Pokemon to reveal on Dark Taco VGC. It should be the Bascule Legion, I think. I don't think he brings Mega Meganium because he already Mega Evolved the Aerodactyl. Okay. Rotom, hard to deal with because Garchomp is burnt here. He can't really deal with the Rotom. I think it was really good that burn hit the Garchomp. Really good play from the Rotom user here. Cooler Bear.
But I do want to note that Heliolisk does have a very strong Hyper Voice damage output here, right? Your best
Venu. Oh, it's Mega Venu! Not Mega Zard. So what is in the back? Their own Garchomp? Mega Venu. Protect on the Heliolisk. Okay. Okro. And protect on the Venu. Wait, what? Yeah, me too. I'm so... Oh! Wait, what? Everybody's protecting. What? I think it's for scouting. Oh, it's to burn the protect on Heliolisk. So now Garchomp can't Earthquake, because Heliolisk most likely will not protect. I see. I like that. Good play.
Earthquake next to your partner again. You don't want to be the one bringing your own little lizard to its focus ash and giving Giovanni really all the tools to prioritize whichever target he wants to right now.
Yeah, now the Giovanni on the right side can pretty much do whatever they want. Hyper Voice from the Heliolisk. Nice damage. Rock Slide. Beautiful damage. Giga Drain, insane damage. And some healing. Nice healing. I like that. Hydro Pump hits actually, no way. Yeah, you cannot water type attack the Heliolisk. It will absorb it as HP.
Leverage the luck that they can with Rock Slide. I think Rock Slide and Hyper Voice is the right play to be going for there. But unless you see...
Yeah, the Rock Slide is not doing enough damage. And the Venusaur is healing back, which is really good.
Venusaur, with its Mega Form, is such a tremendously bulky Pokemon. Actually seems like a really good choice of a secondary Mega on a, what might be a primarily Charizard Y team, like what Giovanni is using here.
Yeah, I like that. Very good dual Mega here. Mega Venu and Mega Charizard, so that you can go for different scenarios. Hyper Voice does not pick the Rotom, but the Rock Slide, if it hits, it does. Yeah, Rock Slide picks the Rotom. We still have Eggy Slash and the fourth Pokemon in the back. Venusaur flinched. Oh wait, Rotom is alive! Bro, super bad turn for Peculiar Bear. Super bad turn. Flinched on the Venu and miss on the Hydro Pump. Unbelievable.
And going for, Electro Web and or Hyper Voice, allowing yourself to now further advance this board state here, potentially picking a double knockout this next turn.
I think something that's kind of changed about this board is the Pokemon...
Yeah, that last turn was really bad for Peculiar Bear, aka Giovanni. His own Garchomp comes in. It will resist the Rock Slide, protect on the Venu. And Hyper Voice. That Hyper Voice actually is doing good damage. Because it's stab. Heliolisk is electric normal. Insane damage on the Garchomp! What? Nice defense on the Venu.
I wouldn't be too mad about that turn, but we do know that you were thinking along the lines like, hey, this Hyper Voice here and or Rock Slide is doing enough damage to pick the knock on Venusaur.
You can bring Eggy Slash. Immune to Hyper Voice, and it can tank... I don't know it's HP, but it can tank Earthquake, it can tank Rock Slide and Dragon Claw, but not Earthquake. Venu. Oh, it's Scarfed Garchomp, it's different. Roto. Protect. Okay, on the Heliolisk. And Earthquake.
Very easy play
It will hit the Garchomp over there. Is it a knockout? Yes. Good play. Good play, Scarf from the Scarf. Chomp. Chomp, chomp.
Yeah, I can see exactly what Giovanni's been trying to set up for the past couple of turns here. I think once you have enough chip damage down,
Bascule Legion is here.
Focus,
Hello.
your Garchomp next to Rotom Wash is just going to be so comfortable on the field. And because this is a Choice Scarf Garchomp set, it's going to have to...
Ooh, sorry guys, I'm yawning.
Anything that Dark Taco has left at this point with the Heliolisk and the Bascule Legion.
So it's Scarf Bascule Legion? Yeah, it is, but Garchomp is faster. So last respect, so Bascule Legion here needs to resist an Earthquake or a Dragon Claw. And then I think you have to... You take down the Rotom with an Hyper Voice. Double Protect miss! Because of the Choice Scarf, right? Ah, that's rough. At least it's not single target damage on the Bascule Legion. That's... Oh no, that's so much damage. Yeah, Choice Scarf Jump was really good here for Giovanni, the Peculiar Bear. Yeah, I have to knock out the Rotom, yeah.
Yup. Dark Taco understanding...
Now it's 1v3. It's GG. It's GG. It was really good from Giovanni there. He had a very bad position with the Venusaur and the Rotom. And then he was able to switch into Garchomp Rotom and things look better. But it's not over. Bascule Legion can knock out everybody now.
So we're gonna see our world champ here take this game most likely.
Oh, there you go, Shadow Snake.
Keeping their tournament run alive. Dark Taco BGC.
Nice, GG.
Although the team was really cool with the Heliolisk, Mega Meganium. Very different approach to what we've been seeing on the norm, I have to say. But
Yeah, they saying the team was very good from Dark Taco VGC. I agree.
It's amazing to make day 2 of one of the largest Pokemon tournaments of all time.
And you don't get to play a world champion that often, especially a defending world champion like Giovanni is. So I'm sure a very cool game for them to get to participate in, and not only play against a world champion, but take them to a close third game.
Yes,
true. Close third game into world champion is really good.
I think that I've been talking to a couple friends outside of the the game a little bit, and I'm just saying, like, I love all our world champions, but I think that Giovanni, his world's run of last year, just showed like how much effort they put into a season. If you paid attention to his season, he's had very strong performances, just not that win, right? Top 8s, just multiple good performances. And if you have conversations with this world champ, they know ball, like they understand
they know ball
to a very high extent, and it's just good to see that they're still competing. Although being the world champ, they're still actively competing and still showing why they could why they are the world champ, right?
Yeah, so, I know Giovanni especially has like been on top of the in-game ladder for Masters, with playing against thousands of people on the ladder and still coming out on top of that, as we see other world champions up there at the top of the rating. I think it's so important to know that you might be on top of your game, and it's something that you have to fight to defend. You have to make sure that
you have to fight to maintain. Yeah.
So we're gonna see a replay here. That Earthquake going into the double protected Pokemon. Our world champion predicting basically you're trying to get some damage onto that Venusaur. I'm not going to allow that, and we're going to see Rock Slide here. I think this is the turn we saw, maybe the double flinch or a flinch and
flinch and the miss. Yeah,
flinch and the miss here. Hydro Pump is going to miss. When you run Hydro, you do have a chance of missing, and right there was not the turn that you would want to see for Giovanni. But I think that Giovanni managed these turns here really well. Having this dual Mega option was really cool. And it seems like we're going to be looking at the game prior with that Frostlass and Rotom Wash. That's
Frostlass went down, right?
Not mattering so much, right?
Yeah.
Rotom Wash not even making it out of the turn to see that flame chip away at it.
Yeah, and then we're gonna see that big bad Poltergeist from this Aegislash here doing destructive damage, picking up. That's just a one-hit knockout. Well, the second the skull counts, but that Poltergeist here just doing enough just to KO this Rotom was really cool to see.
I think Aegislash is really one of the Pokemon that I want to see more of in this format, just because like different players are going to approach it so differently with that King Shield. Aegislash, like lowering its defenses when it turns into that sword form, is really the Achilles heel of the Pokemon, and being able to make decisions about when to keep attacking even though it looks risky for you to, or when to go for that King Shield and punish your opponent for hitting you with contact moves. It's just like a Pokemon that there's really like so much understanding it.
Yeah, it's very hard to use Aegislash.
The only downfall to this Pokemon is the fact that this Poltergeist move can miss, so you could lose a lot of momentum.
Poltergeist can miss, and if the enemy already used its item, like Focus Sash or Mental Orb, or a Berry, you can't use Poltergeist. Poltergeist only works if the enemy has an item. Which is really good into a Mega format, because Megas always have that item.
Let's say Sneasler's a Pokemon that its standard moveset cannot do anything to Aegis. You cannot hit it with close combat. You cannot hit it with Dire Claw. You cannot hit it with Fake Out. And you probably, it's going to be really tough to tack on a Throat Chop into your Sneasler this format. Aerodactyl, another Pokemon that Aegislash performs really well against. It's almost like kind of the same thing as Aerodactyl, where it's a Pokemon kind of defined by some of its good matchups against other top Pokemon, but that's probably not giving it enough credit, just considering how strong that Poltergeist is into...
Poltergeist is ridiculous.
Yeah, just to piggyback on what we were talking about prior about, our world champ, playing on the ladder. I do think it's cool that they're playing on the ladder and they're also calling out players like, hey, I just passed you. You're at like 2,400 ELO. I'm at 2,410. So I like that the world champ is actively showing why they're our world champ, and also testing other strong players to also actively grind and play on the ladder too. So I think that's pretty dope to see.
I know very recently on ladder players hit 2,500 for the first time. Not sure if Johnny has made his way up there yet, but I also have a feeling it might not be that long if he decides that's going to be his next goal in mind.
Yeah, maybe they were just practicing for this tournament here, probably taking a break from the ranked battles and just focusing more on best of 3 play. I think their team is well rounded in the best of 3, right? Having the Choice Scarf Garchomp is such a easy Pokemon to use, especially if you're a strong player.
Yeah, Choice Scarf Garchomp is really good. It's so easy to use. Yeah, it's gonna be faster than almost anything. I think the only thing faster is like Scarf, Dragapult. Round 1. Round 1 is over already. Let's go. Took an hour, yeah. Took an hour. Usual.
What an insane start to our day 2. We saw 2 of our undefeated players fight as hard as they can to keep their perfect record. Even for our undefeated players, they need to win 4 more sets to make it out to our top cut. 3 more now. And we've gone from that to seeing Giovanni Siski, the Pokemon World Champion, fight for his life. He needed to win that match, and he's going to have to win 5 more in a row to keep things going. But before we get into round 10, I want to tell you guys one more time about the sponsor of this tournament.
Yes, we know. We know.
So, let me tell you this. Did you know that every time you go on sketchy public Wi-Fi at a cafe or even a library, you're taking a huge risk? Bad actors will use public Wi-Fi to steal personal information and sell it, or even infect your computer. With Surfshark's VPNs, you can protect yourself from anything like this so that you will be safe whether you're traveling or just at a coffee shop near your house. Thank you so much for Surfshark VPN for making the Grand Champions Festival possible. Check the comments that are circulating every half hour for a discount code. We'll be back very soon with round 10 of the Grand Champions Festival.
Nice. I'll be taking a break as well. Let's just check what Alex is watching and whatnot. JUX is also here. Bleep. Poke Alex. Beep. Because Edu is out, so we're not watching Edu today. This is the Italian stream? Or is he participating? I know, I think it's the Italian stream. And here is Alex. Okay. So, is Joe's playing his match? Or is he practicing? No, that's his team. Is this round 11? No. Oh, round 10, I mean. Ah. Oh, that's a bit rough. You always have to click the screen in order to make a play. But it's better than playing with a delay if you want to talk with chat, that's for sure. That's for sure. Nice damage. No, bro, Clefable is tanky, man. And the Citrus. No way. This is Joe Ugarte, one of the best players, content creators, and coaches of VGC. I love that artwork, Miraidon and Koraidon over there. Oh, he took the sound because you can actually maybe listen him selecting the moves. I just don't know. I can actually see you. He's playing. I don't know who is playing, but we can see here in the tournament. Pairings. Wait, is this round 11 already? No, right? I know. And I have to EV train mons that I don't even know what I want to train them to do. Okay, don't do that then. You first need to know... Yeah, you first need to know what you want to do. I don't know. Who's Joe playing here? Because this is still round 10. Because in the website it's already showing round 11. There you go. He's playing Domini X. Oh yeah, he's doing round... Oh, wait, I thought we... Oh, so round 11 ended. I thought we were already into round... Okay. So I really have to go to the bathroom, though. So I'll be back in a segundo. Oh, they're already round 11! I have to go to the bathroom, bro! Oh my, I have to go, guys. Sorry. I can't wait.
So we're
I can't wait.
Mega, here.
Am I meant to know what I want my dragon to live? It's dying to any form of moon glasses, gleam, or CC anyways. Close combat you can make it to survive though, I'm pretty sure. I have to go to the bathroom, guys. See you in a minute.
I'm going to see a Tailwind on the end of Kylan here. Let's see what Samuel's Aerodactyl decides to go for. Is it going to go for the Rock Slide? It's just going to match that Tailwind here. So the fastest Pokemon currently on the field, if it decides to attack, is this Talonflame, right? And after that would most likely be this Aerodactyl, then following that being the Eternal Floette. So what are we thinking so far?
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense for both sides to kind of mirror that Tailwind. Both of these, like Aerodactyl and Talonflame, aren't terribly bulky here. If either of them was to take like chip damage and not set up Tailwind, I really think it could kind of lean the scales of the battle in the favor of the opponent. So I think it makes sense for them both to mirror Tailwind. However, I think that's actually a great call out that Talonflame with that Gale Wings can still move before this Aerodactyl. Something that's important to note is that this is a Light of Ruin Floette, one of those few Pokemon in the game that I think might actually be able to knock out an Incineroar in one fell swoop.
So we're going to see that Talonflame switch out here, not wanting to take that Rock Slide here, going to switch into that Kingambit. Kingambit is going to take that Rock Slide relatively well. Let's see what this Mega Floette decides to go for. It's going to be that Dazzling, chunking both opposing Pokemon, doing more than half to that Aerodactyl and doing sizable damage to that Incineroar. Incineroar counters back with that Flare, but it's KOing this Floette. Momentum swing very, very well on Samuel Templeton. Or reason being, Talonflame switches out. Aerodactyl still has capabilities of knocking out this Talonflame. Talonflame not known for its defenses, especially against a 4 times weak Rock Slide. And Ensign, just being Ensign.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense to get out of your Talonflame there. It's not like it probably wasn't going to be able to pick out a knockout on either of Sam's Pokemon, so I think saving it for later and getting up another Tailwind, potentially after dealing with this Aerodactyl, putting the speed order once and for all in the favor of Kylan's side makes a lot of sense. Still, that is a really tough turn. I do not think a single Dazzling Gleam is what you want to get out of your Floette there. I think we were hoping to see a little bit more. It's actually going to be Aerodactyl Withdrawing on Sam's side for the Floette of their own.
Yeah, Floette. this could be a little risky switch to turn Floette, not known for its defense stats, especially when not Mega Evolved. It's going to be Sucker Punch into either or slot. We don't know. Liquidation's going to go into that Garchomp. Garchomp breaking the sash of the Basket Legion. Very well positioned here by Samuel Temple. Really well positioned.
I feel like so many of these Basket Legions we've been seeing have been, like Citrus Bear, your Choice Scarf sets, the Focus Sash actually forced to, like, not only use the Liquidation instead of Wave Crack, but also have to be so careful about keeping that Sash intact. I think the Garchomp swap actually, like, the Garchomp took half, but it almost feels like Basket Legion is the Pokemon that took more damage there, because suddenly it is in range of a one-shot knockout from this Floette's potential Moonblast.
Yes, and we're going to see this is going to be the one of the last turns of Talon. Both trainers went for Talon in the same turn, so Talon will end after this turn. Let's see who's the fastest Pokemon on the field. Do you double protect here? Do you just sack a Pokemon to have Talonflame come in? And what Pokemon do you sack if you're Kylan? I think if you're Kylan, you're not in a very favorable position if Eternal Floette outspeeds both. Outspeeds the Basket Legion here, and most likely does.
I can still see a path to victory for Kylan here, but they're going to need to be very careful with their targeting, considering they're down a Pokemon. It feels like this King Gambit and Basket Legion still have the potential to do a lot here. Floette, like you said, a very physically frail Pokemon, something that could go down to just one Iron Head from a King Gambit, but it's actually going to be a Sucker Punch failing from King Gambit as Garchomp goes for a Swords Dance.
Wow, Garchomp not being able to attack this turn. It's going to be just straight up Light Up Ruin, deleting this Basket Legion. I don't think Basket Legion deserved all that. Come on, Samuel. You could have went for a Moonblast. I think I would have done a decent amount. But no, you want to delete this Pokemon here. Floette's going to take some recoil here, but that's not going to matter too much. Garchomp being able to go for a Swords Dance, ignoring the Sucker Punch on the end of Kylan. And I think that Samuel is in a very promising position here. Because Talonflame, although...
Hi everybody, I'm back. I really had to go to the bathroom.
Sizable amount of damage to,
Oh, Pizaman!
Like acrobatics or Sucker Punch into the,
I've seen him a lot in the standings. He's really high up on the standings of this tournament. Mega Floette versus Mega Floette. Nice. Welcome to stream, everybody. Welcome, welcome. How are we doing today?
if this is another Light of Ruin, it is.
Light, oosh.
It's like the animation's as good as something like the Hyper Beam Sylveon. Just like when you know that's coming, you know there's about to be one fewer Pokemon.
The animation, yeah, is crazy.
I can't believe it, being able to pick up two crucial knockouts, but let's not undermine the fact that Samuel positioned himself well to be in this position, right? To pick up the knockout on
The Floette knocked itself out, okay.
Down that Focus Sash, getting rid of that, and also going
It's the final two for Pizaman. It's still 0-0, so they can still go to game number 2 or game number 3. Aerodactyl and Insane. Aerodactyl good into Talonflame. Insane good into the King Gambit, but Intimidate. Where's the King Gambit? Oh, the King Gambit. Oh, it's 2v1, but the low HP. Oh, yes, sorry. Thanks, bro. Thank you. Thank you. My camera was off, yes. Talonflame protects, okay, to ignore the fake out, to reserve its priority. Talonflame can have a priority Brave Bird here, but Tailwind to make the Incineroar faster when Gale Wings goes off.
Like I said, this Acrobatics does have a small chance of just being able to
Let's go.
beat through these Pokemon instantly.
Oh wait, so this is Brave Bird, that's Acrobatics? No item Acrobatic? Acrobatics? No! No damage! Rock Slide GG. Nah, damn! Okay, Samuel T gets the game number 1 here.
That's such an interesting game. Like, I feel like Sam Temple was making some really good plays to kind of stay in charge of things, but it also felt like they were
Oh, my cat is calling.
Control of the game the whole time. They had to make some really good plays in front of King Gambit, like let's say baiting that Sucker Punch one turn with the Swords Dance on Garchomp, and then having Pokemon like Floette barely survive. What was it? The Acrobatics from Talonflame, I think, that left it on 1. So actually, like a very competitive game the whole way. Absolutely something that I could see swinging, Kylan's way if we played a game 2 and things were similar.
100%. I think both trainers played really, really well. Samuel Temple just edging it out just a little bit more, right? Those two, I think the most important switch that we saw there was the Garchomp breaking that Basket Legion's Focus Sash. One thing.
Alright, I'm back quick. My cat just wanted some food. So this is Pizaman. Here we go. Samuel T versus Pizaman. Samuel T. Mega Floette has Light of Ruin, Moonblast, Dazzling Gleam, Protect. Pisa's Man, Floette. Pisa Man from Peru, Light of Ruin, Moonblast, Dazzling Gleam, Protect. It's the same. Citrus Berry Chomp on Pisa. No item on Talonflame. Black Glasses King Gambit. Focus Sash Basque Legion. White Herb Aegislash. On Samuel T, we have Focus Sash Aerodactyl. No White Guard. White Herb Garchomp. Spell Tag Aegislash. Charcoal Incineroar. And Citrus on the Rotom. Charcoal Incineroar is insane.
It doesn't feel like turn 1 is really the play where the turn
Okay.
things are going to deviate the most. I think
Insane here can go for a Fake Out, Aerodactyl can go for Tailwind, both players can go Tailwind here, it's pretty much guaranteed on both sides here. And, no, can be a Fake Out into the Talonflame, so Talonflame might protect here, but they also have Tailwind guaranteed. Wait, does the Talonflame have Tailwind? Pretty sure.
Or you could just play safe and go for the fake out and not switch it up and just go for the same
Talonflame, Tailwind, yeah, and Will-O-Wisp as well.
the same line again.
Fake Out on the Floetchi,
yeah, Talonflame responds.
and Tailwind. Here we go. And pretty sure Aerodactyl can go for Tailwind here as well.
Following up with that rock slide right away.
Yeah, nice play from Samuel.
When they have the tailwind up. So that is going to be an exact.
And now,
Yeah, so Zach, mirror what we saw in the first game. Is it going to follow from the first game as well? Let's see what these trainers decide to do. I could see Floette maybe protecting this turn, not wanting to take maybe a rock slide and flare blitz.
I think it's okay. Floette could. I know the Incineroar is Charcoal to do more fire type damage. Ooh, Talon comes back. Doesn't want to get Rock Slide. It's the King Gambit.
So basically, we're just
Ooh, Rock Slide.
rock slide
Floette does not protect.
capabilities.
No flinch.
Mega Floette attack this turn.
No flinch. Dazzling Gleam.
Gleam again. Really
Insane damage,
Trainers are not
but not enough. Flare Blitz.
flare blitz.
Ooh, he read the King Gambit switch in. No way. That's really good. That charcoal damage working out for the Incineroar.
This next turn here, if Acrobatics from Talonflame is able to pick up the knockout here onto this Aerodactyl, but I don't think so. Looking at the
I'm not
range.
sure. You know, last game I feel like we saw it do maybe something like 35-ish points of damage from -1, so maybe Aerodactyl is just barely in range for that. Something that I want to briefly call out is this is a charcoal Incineroar on Sam Temple's side. One of the reasons why this Flare Blitz is actually doing quite as much
Yeah.
damage as it is.
Yeah, charcoal Incineroar, yeah.
Item pool and like trying to turn your Incin into more of an offensive threat.
More damage from the Incineroar, it's really cool.
Aerodactyl's in acrobatics range. I think it is probably just barely in range.
No, I don't think Aerodactyl is in acrobatics range.
Good turn for
Maybe Incin, because it doesn't. But Incin is bulkier,
also, I think
because Incin does not resist acrobatics, right?
to the Incineroar and to the Aerodactyl getting hit by that Dazzling Gleam.
Interesting. If Samuel just went for the same turn that they went for in game 1, do you think that
Yeah, the charcoal surprising everybody here.
It's good for Kyled.
so? Samuel just switching up a little bit, but I still think there's a chance for either or trainer to win the set. I don't think it's strongly on one side of the field.
Insane.
Switch out here, not
Switches
wanting to be on
out. Agi Slash.
Aegis Sash actually a
Comes
really
in.
nice swap in here. I think knowing that
Protezione.
Aerodactyl is in range of potential acrobatics now and trying to cycle Incin out and back in.
Yeah,
especially into a
yeah.
Pokemon that's as good of a swap
And then
as
Intimidate will come in afterwards. Dazzling Gleam.
be really clever here.
Into
Rather
the
than
Protect.
Dazzling Gleam, instead it's something stronger.
Really good here from Agi Slash. Does Agi Slash have Iron Head?
And paving the way for an Incineroar to come back out onto the field.
Agi Slash. Iron Head, yes sir.
switching out
Yes sir.
relatively safe here and going for an attack with that Aegis Slash. Aegis Slash being able to sit fairly comfortably against a Talonflame with no fire move and a fairy type attack in Pokemon. Although, you know, Mega Floette has the fairy aura and being very strong. Aegis Slash.
Agi Slash took no damage from that.
Decent hit from Mega Floette. I don't think basically Aegis Slash will not be getting off the field anytime soon with these two Pokemon in front of it.
Yeah.
I think Sam Tempest
I mean,
has a
oh,
chance
because
to
no
win.
Flare
Like,
Blitz
if you don't think
on
Talonflame
Talonflame, only Will-O-Wisp.
it'd be great to go back into Incin.
Aerodactyl comes out
However, if you
for
want
the
Talonflame,
Incineroar, of course.
you can actually have your Aerodactyl
Okay.
Pokemon to swap and use your Aegis Slash to try and finish off this flow with something like
Acrobatics into the Incin. That takes the knockout, actually.
Get rid of it.
So, yeah, I told you that it was in range. I knew it.
Let's see what this trainer decides.
Dazzle, Salazzle. Good damage, though.
Decent amount of damage.
But it needs 2 more hits, though.
Aegis Slash is
Iron Head is coming in, or it's the Poltergeist.
attacking move. Let's see what it's
Iron Head into Talon
Iron Head into
to
Talon.
break Gale Wings, but Talon is still faster than everything.
Tailwind is over. This Talonflame is not going to be
Unless-
able to do anything against this Aerodactyl.
Scarf Chomp.
It's a miss.
Aerodactyl is also faster now.
I'm not mad at this. Just
Yeah, good play. Break Gill Wings, guarantee that Talonflame does not get a priority flying type attack. Pizaman. In order of position, is level last Pokemon to reveal.
Also, the fact that
Same
the Aegislash
for
is
Samuel, but it should be the Floette.
a little bit risky here. Like, if you're an Aegislash, I think Aegislash might be able to go down to something like a Moonblast if it's its sword form.
Ooh, a Moonblast, yeah. In sword form goes down for sure. In sword form, Aegislash goes down for sure to a Moonblast.
Another Samuel. So apologize for that. Tailwind is going to be on the end of Aerodactyl.
No King's Shield.
This Aegislash is going to be able to move an Iron Head, and I like that, right?
Wait, that's such a fast Aegislash.
Yeah.
If like outrunning Talonflame with a Tailwind up
On the
really
Tailwind,
takes
yeah.
advantage of, like how to train your Pokemon differently. I wonder if this is something that.
And the
Kyle
Tailwind
was
comes
expecting
now.
here. Talonflame
Okay.
responding to the Tailwind is pretty powerful there, but I do not know if that was a turn where Kylan expected to lose Floette that swiftly.
Basculegion is in.
Gonna see that Basculegion come here, but this is not a terrible position for Basculegion, right? You're able to go for lock yourself into that last respects, and you guys are at the same speed with that Tailwind. So I don't know if I'm too mad about this position.
That is
As a
Momo.
matter of fact, if you're able to get rid of this Aerodactyl this turn, just spam.
Tá. See?
Last respect, but
Good
no,
damage.
you're gonna see the Aqua Jet into
Yeah.
Aerodactyl.
Aerodactyl goes down.
Last respects. I mean,
Aqua Jet looking good.
off an Aerodactyl. And this Talonflame actually not a
Shadow Sneak into the Basque.
Flare Blitz. It's gonna be
Yeah,
a Will
good
Blitz
damage. Yeah, no Flare Blitz. So Talonflame kinda useless here. Will-O-Wisp working.
This is I don't know. How do you feel about this?
And now it's gonna
I think
be
that the fact that this
Floette,
is a low risk, Talonflame,
Aegislash.
why Aegislash didn't actually want to go for a King Shield there, knowing like, okay, I'm probably gonna get hit by a Wisp anyway. I think
Yeah,
that's
King
just
Shield does not
the fact
protect
that
from
it's
status
actually
moves.
let me throw off a Shadow Sneak for some chip damage. Floette coming in. I don't know. This Basculegion is just like almost all the way powered up with a 150 base power last respects right now. I feel like a
But
Floette
it's
might
not
be
faster. The
able to
Basculegion is not faster.
survive a hit from that. I definitely do not think this Floette is something safe
Because
to
they are
use.
all under Tailwind. So I think the Floette is faster. And there is
So
a
this is
Shadow
where, like,
Snake,
either
so...
player can win this game if they get like the next turn or
I don't know, the Shadow Snake is
100%. So
very much... I mean, now it's the burn, though.
utilizing their Aegislash to
I still think it gets the knockout if it gets a good roll. Mega coming in.
Maybe not King Shield, maybe go for it. Maybe a Poltergeist and a Shadow Sneak into the Basculegion. If Basculegion decides to target the Mega Floette, then this could be really good for you. But we'll wait and see what these trainers decide to do. Not too sure.
Protect.
Gonna go protect. Maybe scout out for protect on the opposing end of Samuel. Samuel's gonna go for the
Shadow Sneak into Talonflame! Really good play. Acrobatics into the Floette. Ooh, not enough damage. Dazzle Salazzle, protect on the Basque. Talonflame should go down here. It survives! But it's on Shadow
That
Sneak
actually makes
range.
on the floor really chunky, like absolutely putting Floette in range of a follow attack from Basculegion. And I don't think Basculegion is in range of something like a Shadow Sneak
Yeah,
right now.
yeah, I don't think Shadow Sneak gets a Basculegion, but it gets Talonflame for sure.
I think Basculegion is going to live to see another turn. I don't know if we can say the same thing for Talonflame, though. Again, this still feels like a turn where both players, like, if they know what their opponent is targeting, they will be able to find, like, a path to victory here.
Yes, and I agree with you, Chopper, here. But I think that if I'm Samuel, I'm feeling really good because you still have to make a decision if you're Kylan, right? It's either if you don't go for acrobatics plus last respect and Floette, my Aegislash could probably just knock out with maybe a Poltergeist. And if you don't attack basically you have to target Aegislash here and you have to target Floette.
Yep.
I think you have to knock out both on the same turn in order to get this turn correct here. So we're just gonna see Talonflame.
No, because Talonflame can never go through because of Shadow Sneak. Oh!
It's no protect, it's just an Aqua Jet.
Oh, that gets the knockout because Shadow Form.
Floette going on the offensive itself. I think this Dazzling Gleam is going to be enough
Yeah, but
to
it
kind of
gets the
break
KO.
the game in Samuel's favor.
Oh, so I see.
Knock out the Basculegion.
Lorsi was right. You had to attack with the
Acrobatics
you had to attack with
back into the game. So yeah,
with
that's
the
something
Talonflame as
okay.
well.
I think in that turn you have
Because
to
now you
go
can't
for Black Knight.
finish it.
I don't think you can in that scenario with the
Because
damage output
no,
from Talonflame.
you lose
I
both.
think that it's something like maybe Poltergeist, the Aegislash, and
You would lose both.
Yeah, you know what, that probably is a really safe play. Actually, I am not sure how Kylan was going to stop.
Yeah,
that.
Pizaman needed a
Short of
crit
something
here.
like a crit, which we do not see here, which is going to be enough for Samuel to end the game with another Dazzling Gleam from the
GG.
form Floette.
For Samuel.
Aegislash showing to be the MVP of the set here.
Aegislash was really good, yeah.
When it needs to, that tail
So
end
good,
time,
crazy good.
Catching Kylan off guard, not expecting this Aegislash to be, on the speedy side of things. So seeing Aegislash kind of sneak away that game too there was pretty promising and pretty nice to see.
Yeah, I think one of the other stories of that set for me was just this interaction against Talonflame and Aerodactyl, where like Talonflame is definitely no slouch in that matchup. It can
Yeah,
find ways to win that matchup
but
against
their
Aerodactyl,
that was a
especially
good
with
wall.
that like Tailwind potentially going first. However, I think in the long game, as your Talonflame like loses HP against Aerodactyl and you don't have that Gale Wings active
Yeah,
anymore,
yeah,
that's when things really start to look up in
yep.
Aerodactyl's favor, and where we saw plays like that. The Floette going down to an Iron Head from Aegislash.
Yes, yeah, the Aegislash breaking this
You slash
the
so
Gale
good.
Wings on the Talonflame was really amazing to see. Tailwind into Iron Head into Mega Float was really great to see, and then that last few turns really just came down to being able to knock out both opposing threats on Samus side if you're Kylan, but just the damage just wasn't there.
Yeah, I think I wonder what other things we could have seen on Kyle inside that matchup. Maybe something like the King Gambit lead calling out an insane move, but
King Gambit could
we'll
be
have to see
cool
it another time. Looks like we are headed right into another
because
game.
Ivar, we watched him yesterday.
Ivar, a player that we had.
Because yeah, Talonflame doesn't have fire type attack, so King Gambit would have been good last game. Ooh, Megadol Fox already revealed.
Fighting for an
Oh, it's the Vivillon player, the Vivillon player. That's interesting.
New Jersey,
Pennsylvania, I think.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, someone that's been at our same local events for a long time.
Yes, he's been playing Pokemon for well over a decade now, and we have Ivar. I'm not too sure about this trainer, but
Big Mike OG, I see.
Pavilion, Mega Delphox, Sneasel,
Ah,
Garchomp,
it's the same Pokemon, bro,
and King
on the
Gambit.
field.
See Garchomp on the end of Big Mike, protecting here. Sucker Punch is going to go.
Ooh, no sucker.
Protected slot, and
Rock Slide, dude.
here on the end of Ivar, trying to get some damage or some chip or maybe some flitches. But King Gambit being able to avoid the Rock Slide. and go for the
Ooh,
low
dodges the
kick.
Rock
See
Slide
Gambit is going to get rid
and
of
gets the knockout on the opposing King Gambit.
making a very stellar play so far into this. We even want to say it's game one.
Yeah, this is actually kind of similar to the matchup that we saw Ivar play out on stream yesterday, whereas like actually a Delphox mirror where both sides had some similar tools, like I believe both of them.
Delphox, he's on the field.
Kind of interesting to see them in yet another Mega Delphox mirror.
Yes, so Mega Delphox mirror. Mega Delphox proving itself, I think, so far in day two.
Yeah, Mega Delphox, good, really good as well.
We don't know what game this is. The game this is for these trainers, but nonetheless, two strong trainers. I think Big Mike is actually 9-1.
Yeah, 9-1 record as
Yeah.
opposed to 10-0.
Yeah, so 9-1. So still a strong record here, and let's see, they're still fighting for their tournament life here. Both
True.
trainers,
They can
are
afford this
seeing,
loss, no
you
problem.
know, two Garchomps that we're seeing on Pokemon a lot of. But one is holding the Choice Scarf on the end of Ivar, and the Garchomp on Big Mike's end has the Citrus Berry. So
Ah, on the left it's Scarf Chomp. Ooh, I see.
Delphox going for a Mega Evolution here, still under a lot of pressure from something like a Sucker Punch from the King Gambit, though. I wonder if this Delphox has enough defensive training to survive one of those. We are about to find out.
Ooh.
Delphox going down to 1. That is not a defensive enough Delphox for a hit as strong as a Sucker Punch from King Gambit.
Yes, this Sucker Punch from King Gambit. Also to note, this King Gambit is the Focus Sash King Gambit. So you need
Damn!
to sashes intact.
That Sucker Punch was
On the end of
insane.
Scarf and going for the Rock Slide. And
Scale shot!
Mike wanting to get his
Oh!
speed, going for that scale shot. Doing about
Only
3
hits, not quite enough to get the knockout. And I guess both Garchomps are going to have effectively a 50% higher speed stat.
GG.
On Big Mike's side, that's gonna be, just going to be a forfeit.
Yeah,
I think
difficult to win from Ivar
have to,
there.
get confirmation on which game that is in the set to figure out whether this is over, whether it's moving forward to something like a game 3.
So really cool. So that was game 3, guys.
That was game 3, okay.
Really cool set to see on Big Mike's Garchomp, right? Scale shot. That
Scale shot, yeah,
we've been seeing
pretty cool.
A lot of strong top players running scale shot. We saw
I know
Rogov.
Rogov was using it even before we started playing. We were talking about this and wondering, like, I think Rogov was using that Dragon Fang skill shot set.
Yep.
Just wondering, like, how much damage is this?
Dragon Fang
capable of?
skill
I think
shot,
Rogov's such an
interesting.
Interesting move this format because you don't have the reliability of something like a loaded dice on it, but you have to use other items like a Dragon Fang instead to boost its power. And I think the impact of having a +1 speed stat really cannot be understated in this format. That is kind of dominated by a lot of these like relatively fast Choice Scarf Pokemon. Once you go for one skill shot, it's suddenly like your Garchomp can be outrunning things like a Choice Scarf Bascule Legion that it might not have before.
So we're looking at the highlights from Samuel versus Kylan here, and that amazing switch, right, of that breaking that Focus Sash on the end of that Bascule Legion was important to see. We're gonna see Sucker Punch go into that
Swords Dance.
I'm not one. I don't
Crazy.
I just want to raise my attack stat here. Really great positioning in that Light of Ruin, deleting this Bascule Legion.
Poor Bascule Legion.
Switch on the end of the Garchomp being able to break the sash on the Bascule Legion. And then we're going to see Acrobatics, bring that Flood down to 1 HP. A 1 HP survival was really cool to see. And a Light of Ruin, just deleting King Gambit. Deleting King Gambit, right? And
I'm really just enjoying seeing this like flow-at gameplay. Like
Yeah, the light of ruin cleaning everybody off. Yeah, yeah.
It looked like a really incredible Pokemon with lots of potential.
really good to see Mega Floette showing why it's one of the best megas so far.
It's the best mega, I would
I
say.
think a lot of people were saying Mega
Just
Floette was
that
one of
people
the
made so
Pokemon
many
that could
cutters
be on
around
the
it that it's hard
last
to
season,
use.
and I was just shaking my head, Jabba, because like I'm telling you, once you see a full 8 of teams that completely disrespect Mega Floette, it's only a matter of time before it has a good run. Because what happens in a lot of metas is like we run tons of disrespect to whatever the top threat is, whether it was like back in our days, right, 2016 Xerneas, like everybody wanted to throw hate towards Xerneas, but Xerneas was a different type of beast. So maybe that's not the best analogy, but
It's the early format. The metagame really is going to be shifting so much from week to week.
Nice.
There's
Yeah, I
just
like
so
that, the
many,
shifting.
Probably tens of thousands of like Pokemon being played every day right now, and
Yep.
people learning more about the format, figuring out what works for them, what's strong in general. I wouldn't be shocked if like the story of this metagame, like the teams that we end up showcasing on a top 8 graphic at the end of today, are very different than Victory Road. Right? Like we might not see as many of these like Charizard Melodic teams, for instance. It could be more about Floette. I think we're seeing lots of things like Tyranitar, Scizor, Frostas as well.
Yeah,
Really,
yeah.
the metagame is just going to keep evolving, and it's even kind of going to move back and forth a little bit. Like I'm sure maybe Floette will be up one week and then down the next.
So is Momo.
That's one of the fun things
You're
about Pokemon,
sneezing.
that if you're playing
You're
in any one
sneezing.
tournament, you might have to do very different things to win a tournament this weekend compared to next week, and figure out very different Pokemon to counter.
and this is what makes I honestly at first when we got the regulation MA rule sets, I know everybody was like, oh, like this is so weird. We don't have the items. We don't have like certain Pokemon. But I'm starting to love this a lot more than
Yeah.
I thought I would, because
Yes.
I think like having
It's
like,
way more
different
allowing the
items
format.
also creates like very different like team building items, like Citrus Berry Garchomp. Like we weren't really thinking about that. Charcoal on Incineroar.
Yeah, this is cool.
Dragonfang on Garchomp.
Pokemon
Like,
is always
it's
cool,
to
bro.
see items that we normally don't see on your typical meta Pokemon, and just making just a quick change to that. I think that's pretty good to see so far. So I do like the limited. I am in agreement of the limited pool of items so far. I think it's so far.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, and I'm hearing
So many
about
new
the
things that you never
West
think
Coast,
about
we're
before.
Seeing a set between Michael Durbesti and another player. I have to assume this.
Oh,
is
Michael
game 3,
Kelch and Mava.
looks like this is another set of players at that 9-1 record.
Yes, we have Michael Durbesti.
Ooh, he's in Arcanine. I love it. Hello.
What a crazy Pokemon competitor, but one of the best Pokemon competitors. We're gonna see Earthquake go into that
Oosh.
Arcanine, knocking it
Arcanine,
out. This
oh
is in
man,
game
and the
3,
King-Pt is
setting
burnt.
Michael Durbesti, showing
There
why
is a
he
Frostlass in the
Durbesti.
back.
And the snow is going to stop here, and King Gambit is burned, and they're down to their last.
Ooh, there is a Mega Gengar on the back.
Frost
There
on
is
King
a
Gambit that is burned, and
Ninetales in the back on the
Michael
right
Durbesti,
side.
I'm feeling good about this, right? My Garchomp is Choice Scarf here. I'm threatening a
Oh,
lot.
Michael Kelch lost the match. Today, I think, already.
It's going to be that Blizzard and Shadow Ball. And Shadow Ball shouldn't pick up Rotom at full HP. So
Absolutely not. Yeah.
if I'm Michael Durbesti, I'm feeling really good about this. You just go for the raw Earthquake and maybe a Thunderbolt into these Mega Frostlass here and bring whatever you have in the back and kind of seal this.
Mega Gengar Ninetales in the back for Michael.
Anything that Mava can do here. Like
Nice work, Momo. Momo's catching flies. Nice work, Momo. Thank you. Protect from King Gambit. Oh, wait. Oh, so they tried the second Protect. Earthquake doesn't affect Rotom. Comes out into both. Picks a knockout on the King Gambit. Frostlass still healthy. But maybe with a Thunderbolt, it doesn't go down. Depends on the special defense investment. Oh, it's a Blizzard. Garchomp goes down, yeah. But this is the last Pokemon, this Frostlass.
Thunderbolt here just to chip it down a little bit more for potentially whatever.
Volt Switch. Okay.
Michael's team doesn't actually run Thunderbolt. It's a Volt Switch.
It's no Thunderbolt on the Rotom. Only Volt Switch. Okay.
Like that a lot for positioning here, just wanting to switch out. Most likely going to switch back.
GG for Mava.
Here, the
Nice.
on the wall.
So Michael wins 3-1, 2-1 I mean, and goes to 10-1.
Potentially faster than this.
Mava lost the last game that they could lose in order to continue the tournament.
I want to see if I'm Mava, especially in a 1v3 situation.
Yeah. I wonder what went on earlier in that game, just because by the time we had tuned into it, things looked very, very cleanly over for Mava at that point. I wonder if Gengar had trapped Pokemon on the field kind of at the wrong point in time, leaving Pokemon like maybe King Gambit and the Hisuian Arcanine stranded against a Garchomp who, you know, now that we don't have Terra, can't do anything to get rid of that colossal ground type weakness on either of those.
Yeah, 4 times weak to
Will
ground.
seal the game in Michael's favor.
Yeah,
It's
Michael's
gonna
gonna
be Michael moving on to a 10-1 record.
10-1 record. I wonder what's their combined wins and losses from Prague in this event. I think he's known
Because he also played at Prague, I see.
multiple formats in the same setting. Like he's very just, you know, he's just a very strong Pokemon player. Very singles and doubles. I think he came into the double scene pretty like I want to say 2023.
Yeah, 2023, I think, from the start of it. And something that I remember about that year is, like, even at the start of the year, I had top German players like Marcus Stotter saying, like, oh, you know, this Michael Derbesti guy's really someone you have to look out for in a team report, saying, like, hey, I was able to beat this guy at regionals, but this is a player to watch. Then a couple months later, Michael taking that colossal second place at Worlds.
Yeah, very. And then he's top 4 worlds or top 8 worlds, I believe, in the subsequent years after that. So yeah, this is probably going to be one of the craziest Pokemon stories in the next couple of years. If Michael decides to keep playing Pokemon, he is going to be
Bonus coverage.
Players of all time. In my
Oh,
opinion,
Palafin.
you know, that's just my opinion.
Pikachu.
Michael
Mega
definitely
Stoys.
he's up there with the goats.
What?
But we're gonna see. We got some bonus coverage here. I don't know. We have.
Yeah, I think we're actually going to leave you guys with some of these bonus matches and hop to a break right now. But thank you so much for tuning into the tournament, and we'll see you again for the next round very soon.
I'll take a break as well quickly, guys. See you in a minute. Hi everybody, I'm back, welcome. And here we're seeing the bonus coverage. All the Pikachu team lost. It was really cool to see. Pikachu came here late to the tournament, that's really good actually. Okay. So there is a break right now. Are they choosing? Oh, we heard more matches being chosen, but let's check here real quick. The standings. We have a lot of people with 11-1. We have 3 people with 11-1. That's really good. Superstar Pearl, the Portuguese player, lost their first match. Okay. JUX is 10-1. That's really good. He's doing really, really well. Oh, some people on 9-2. We have some bonus coverage here, but it's already over. It was really quick. Okay, Alex is watching. Mega Caesar team versus Mega Meganium. It's the same that Joe is watching. Let's watch because he's speaking English. Ah, he's watching with Alex. He's watching the Alex stream as well.
That's a chunky ass cat, bro.
Oh, Meganium.
Cat? Oh my god.
That's harsh. Ush. Muy malo. This is bad, he's saying.
He's saying it's bad for Jonesy right now. Because he's forced to protect Scizor.
Yeah. Basculation.
Yeah.
Mega Caesar looks so cool, right? One of the best megas, I think.
Do a nice like 2% chip to Floyd, okay?
Looking.
Come on, man. Take it easy. Take it easy on my mans. That's like the one thing Meganium got, bro. Like ultra high speed def.
Yeah, Meganium needs to be mega to do damage.
Did you get him? Oh, you got him.
Oosh.
It's over.
GG,
Yeah,
Flare
it's over,
Blitz,
it's
Flare
over.
Blitz now.
Bullet punch. It's over. It's over. It's over. Flare Blitz went in the Scizor.
Yep.
Bro, actually, okay. Maybe I'm coping, but that's like not that much damage.
Yeah.
That was a little bit of damage. I guess it's Fairy Aura too, though. That was in Fairy Aura, so I guess that's not.
Oh,
really
true,
fair.
Feriora boosting the attack of Meganium there. Now, the Basculation is burned.
It's over, yeah. Well, he has double Mega, but he brought both Megas to the game. This is the issue.
He's saying that the play is really good because he doesn't give the space for the other player to have
It's very chopped.
Caesar and Basculation. Genius.
Raghav, I know you didn't mean to send the email, but that's really funny. You sent it by accident by typing out something normal.
Let's see. Nah, bro, without burn, maybe. Without burn, I think it gets a knockout.
It's chopped, bro. It's chopped.
Ahí está el Dazzle. ¿Qué ponemos ahora? Faltan 4 rondas,
Oh, they're taking a look at the Italian players. That's cool. That's cool. David Fazio at 11 1. That's really good. Oh, bonus coverage? Wait, that's what we just watched. Yeah. GG. Bertig will have to be our champion. Now, there's true, there is a Bertig here. Is it playing? Okay. Joe is gonna check another match here for us. Oh no, it's Alex.
Oh,
It's Alex.
shit. Oh, I gotta let my dog back inside.
Okay, we're waiting now for next round. Eliminated with Bertic. I'll do my best, guys. Oh, the guy that is playing Bertic is saying that. Oh, there was a semi-sage. Interesting. Oh, the Gudra.
Alright, she's back inside. What am I
They're-
looking at, man?
That was my same thought.
What am
Oh,
I looking at, man?
Wait, but there is Basculegion and Rotom?
Run hair across. I got bad news for you, Courtney. I just don't think that's happening.
Wait, there was a Basculegion and the Rotom there, or am I... Wait, what?
Fake news, damn. Across for winners. Then why aren't you using it?
Oh, no body press on the Corviknight.
Oh shit, it's like nice.
Bro, no damage.
Wait, Ironhead? Oh, he's going for Ironhead. Oh, okay, well.
Big damage.
Alright. And there's no crits available here.
Dulce Maria.
Dulce Maria.
Or Dulce.
Well, you can't crit, because, You can't crit because,
The ability of Gudra? Ah, okay. GG, Gudra wins again! We've seen Gudra win a couple of matches, that's super cool. Oh, it's Sap Seeper Gudra.
Oh, you can't crit it. It's Sap Sipper. Oh, okay. Then you should have Iron Headed. Because you have a chance to flinch and you have a chance to crit, right?
Wow. Buen final de partida,
So it just makes sense to spam Iron Head until you flinch crit.
Ya estaban los eruditos, Estaban los eruditos de las partidas, Me hace gracia. No, corregidme si me equivoco, por favor y gracias. Sí. Corregidme.
We have some bonus coverage here. Oh, Mega Caesar and Dragapult already knocked out. So it's only Cini and Milo here for the end game. Versus Venusaur, unless there is an... Oh, but Ice Beam doesn't matter because of Thick Fat. They're both healthy. Corvi and Veno. Looking a bad here for Ernest. Life do. Oh, on the Cini. Okay, nice. Okay. That's not so bad. Milotic is still full HP, but Brave Bird into Sinistra and Energy Ball into Milotic should be good. Giga Drain, even worse. Hypnosis though, okay. Machagacho burn, maybe? Shadow Wall? Oh, both this. Oh, Corviknight is asleep. I didn't notice. Machagacho missed the Venusaur. Burn the. No, Corvik can't burn their sleep. No, 4 times resisted. That's right. Oof. It's looking difficult. Venusaur is asleep? Malty goes Coil to guarantee Hypnosis. Corviknight wakes up. Brave Bird into the Cine. That's a knockout. That's bad. Oh, because the other player still has Primarina and Rotom in the back. Now, GG, just forfeit, bro. Don't make the set take longer. Bruno way is gonna keep playing. I don't even will finish this soon. Venusaur still sleeping. Oh, no Hypnosis, just money water, okay. Nice damage. Corviknight using Brave Bird is super cool. Venusaur wakes up. Giga Drain hits. That's GG. Mega Venusaur, good answer to Milo. Very good answer. Well played, GG. So this round is taking longer. The other 2 rounds were really quick. It was like 2 rounds in 1 hour and a half. But this round 11 is taking more time. Joey's still watching Alex, so we just watch Alex. Oh, that's true, I could place some matches on ladder, true. Or are we back? No. Oh, Superstar Pearl, the Portuguese guy.
C'è niente,
No.
un trappanulla.
No, è disable per avere il cursed body automatico. Sì, no, io...
Ah, Vapor propone Cerulege.
Italian is so funny,
ne
bro.
Ne ho visto qualcuno.
Sul
Scendi,
9-2
scendi,
devi
scendi, scendi.
scendere.
È che 9-2 è un po' bislacco come... Un po'
Eccolo.
bislacchino di risultato. Vediamo.
Con un Glimmora che immagino sia...
Glimora, yeah, with the Glimora.
That's
That's what they're saying.
Glimmora che Winx è adesso?
Glimmora è una Trix. Glimmora è una Trix.
Glimmora è bellissimo.
È bellissimo.
Glimora è bellissimo. They say Glimora is really
Ah,
cool.
in realtà
It's really beautiful.
tutti i Pokémon veleno sono delle fatine, se ci pensi.
Perché?
Non lo so, ho questo take. Ah,
No,
Ironmoth,
Sash,
Ironmoth
mega.
tipo se ci pensi è una fatina.
Ironmoth e Bloom. Ironmoth e Bloom.
Ci sta, mi piace.
E...
Però tipo anche Sneasler, se ci pensi, può rientrare nell'ambito fatini.
Hanno finito. Io continuo a votare il team delle Wings che avevo scelto prima. Perché.
Vabbè, vogliamo fare un altro sondaggio?
Dai, facciamo un sondaggio.
And the checking teams and whatnot, yeah.
Faccio io.
Vai. Secondo me facciamo.
Allora, devi darmi il tempo di arrivare a preparare il sondaggio. Quindi pensaci,
Ma aspetta,
ragionaci.
perché partito il round 12, se ci mettiamo troppo tempo startano.
Well, I don't really understand Italian. I understand some things, it's really hard to actually get it. Okay. You have a Brazilian Mr. Boss. Well done with the Mega Guard. Actually, nobody's talking about Mega Gardy, but Mega Gardy is chilling. Oh, we're back.
Event. Now, what comes next? Well, for now, we're gonna swap out our good friend Shuppa for Justin Karras, so we can have Justin Karras and Joshua Lorsi covering round 12 and 13 of the Grand Champions Festival. Let's get right into it as soon as everybody is ready. Now, something we've seen a lot of today is Mega Venusaur, a Pokemon
Yeah.
that's super bulky.
Mega Venu, really good.
And despite being a grass type, is actually neutral to Mega Charizard Y, and thanks to its poison typing, resists Mega Floette. This has made this Pokemon a really, really strong anti-meta threat. I don't think a single metagame relevant Pokemon, except for maybe Aerodactyl, hits this thing for super effective damage, at least what we've seen on our top 12 usage. Now you might say, but scroll, it's a grass type. But don't forget, Mega Venusaur has the ability Thick Fat, which halves its damage from fire and ice type attacks. So because of that, it's actually neutral. We are down to only 3 undefeated players left, and none of them, even after this round, will be locked for top cut. This tournament is a slog for our players, but as you know, the rewards are worthwhile. We are looking at $10,000, a cruise, custom Joy-Cons, those championship belts that I'll show off as soon as they show up, and just the bragging rights of saying you won the biggest Pokemon tournament ever. I don't think anything's gonna be bigger than this anytime soon, or at least I hope not, because I want to be able to brag about it for just a little bit. We're gonna be getting on to our commentators very, very soon, just dealing with some technical difficulties over on the other side. So we are... Here we are. What? All right, and it looks like we are ready to get into round 12 of the Grand Champions.
Okay, we're ready, we're ready.
Brought to you by Justin Karras and Joshua Lorsi. Guys, take it away.
Let's go.
Welcome back to the Grand Champions Festival. I'm Justin Karras. I'm joined by Joshua Lorsi. We're about to get into some incredible matches. We're getting towards the last throws of this tournament, and we're seeing some really cool things shape up. We're actually going to take a quick look at the standings here. Going through these, we're seeing tons of excellent performances from, I want to say, honestly, one of the things that stands out to me is how dominant the ghost typing is in general.
Yes, ghost typing is doing really good, yeah.
Everything in the top 16 of our standings right now. Dual Megas are kind of making a bit of a pop-off, and something that is really surprising to me as well is we're seeing some new Pokemon pick up out here, especially in that ghost typing category. Our Hisuian Typhlosion is up there in the top 16.
I like that.
Something that I thought would be lacking without a choice band item is also on that same team. Man, some of these teams are getting really interesting, and I'm really excited to see what type of match we have next.
So yeah, some really cool teams, some really exciting item choices trainers are using, right? We've seen Dragon Fang on the Garchomp. We've seen Citrus Berry on Garchomp. I think that's been picking up pretty decently.
Dragon Fang, Dragobolt as well.
Back on the item choices. I think that's really cool that players are not deciding to use the norm of items on most teams that we've been seeing. They're just trying to branch out and see, you know, what can I edge out with this item and how can I use this? We've been seeing Focus Sash on Basket Legion. I wouldn't say it's the normal, but like it's used, right? Citrus Berry on Basket Legion as well. Choice Scarf on Basket Legion. Like everybody's trying something different, and I think that's really good sign in the early metagame.
Yeah, one of the cool things about having a more limited item pool is that when a lot of your Pokemon are kind of competing for valuable items that they really want access to, the Choice Scarf and the Focus Sash are two excellent examples.
Yeah.
Maybe you have a Pokemon that is going to really want that item on your team, something like a Sneasler. Maybe it's fighting for the Focus Sash. What do you actually decide to put on the other Pokemon that was maybe wanting that Focus Sash? Maybe it was the Basket Legion. Choice Scarf in that case probably sticks out. But what if you have your Choice Scarf on something like a Garchomp? Then you have to get a little bit more clever. Mystic Water becomes a lot more viable.
Yeah, Mystic Water,
Maybe
yeah.
you want to go for a bulkier Citrus Berry variant, and something that, you know, players can afford to do with access to more prevalent Tailwind options, something like Aerodactyl. And how people are kind of shuffling those items around is very cool. That limited item pool, that's kind of just the positive externality that we're seeing about it. But I think, you know, with the way that the item pool is set up right now, it's interesting because we have the options for Mega Stones. A lot of these Pokemon that we're seeing on these teams
a lot of Mega Stones.
you know, in some cases potentially able to carry a Mega Stone, something like a Garchomp, even though it's not the most common thing to be on a dual Mega team. Aerodactyl being pretty much one of the ones that I'm seeing the most frequently. Charizard, Kangaskhan, you can kind of buy yourself back a couple of those items that your teams are lacking, you know, different coverages for. But Dragon Fang is a really cool thing that you mentioned.
Good analysis, good analysis,
One
yeah.
thing to also note is that when you do have these dual mega teams, it does open up for more item selections for the four.
True, because you're using two Mega Stones, so you're not using... There is basically one free item to go to the rest of your team.
Players that we're seeing that have been showcased on stream are just opting for that dual mega, just having those two modes, and we saw how good that was in certain matchups that was already on stream today and yesterday. So I'm really liking a lot of dual megas with the Charizard and Mega Frost.
Here we go.
It seems like we have
Nice.
we have Dong,
Oh, they're not online too.
which is a very known regional champ, a Milwaukee regional champ of 2024, I believe, versus Tokap Lotus M. So we're gonna get straight into these battles. We're gonna take a look at these
Tokap, Pildu,
these trainers decide to
Tasm.
Dong Yum is gonna have the
It's like I'm
Charizard
here
Fly
for
and
Tasm.
Venusaur team with Rhyperior, Fergaraf, Basque Legion, and Incineroar.
Oh, Rhyperior. Oh, Rhyperior. Yo, Rhyperior. Hello.
Some of the more
I like that.
in the meta that we've been seeing lately. Milotic kind of, you know, pointing out that it matches up
Milo,
well
Milo.
to the dominance of something like a Charizard. But in this matchup right now, I think it's good that we have Incin Milo out on the board for one of our players. On the other side, I'm interested to see what this end game shapes up to be. Basque Legion is able to pivot off here with the option of going for like a flip turn into Incineroar. But Charizard always kind of wanting to be able to threaten that big solar beam into a Milotic.
Protect on the Zard.
So we're gonna see that Charizard protect right away, not wanting to take
Not the
any
fake out,
type of
yeah.
damage from
Flip
these
turn,
Pokemon.
nice.
Basque Legion
Good
not wanting to
damage.
stay on the field, gonna get that flip
Remember,
turn.
it was
Let's switch.
intimidated.
Let's see what Dong Yum decides to switch in here. Could switch into the Venusaur. Could switch into the. It is the Venusaur. So
It's
Venu.
Venu.
Very comfortable.
Icy Wind. Super effective on the Venu.
Of Venusaur by one stage, but actually not. It's gonna avoid.
It's going to avoid that. And actually a really big call out.
Oosh.
Instant call out with that Flare Blitz.
Bam.
That Venusaur down to its Focus Sash. Do we get a little bit of justice and maybe a burn for that Icy Wind miss?
No, but
Fortunately not. Incineroar just going to take that recoil. And that is actually quite the impactful miss from a 95% accurate.
yeah.
Very, very.
Because
impactful.
without that miss, it gets the
Definitely puts
knockout.
the, board in Dong Yum's position here.
Basically,
Being able to go for maybe a sleep pattern
Dongun
and
Yum
into the
thought
right? Incineroar
that
should probably go down
Incineroar would fake out the Zard,
depending
but it
on
didn't.
how these trainers train their Pokemon here. More than likely, I think Charizard will be able to pick up Incineroar at this range, but you know, depending on how Incineroar is trained, it may withstand this hit. But Milotic here is very scared of a sleep powder. I think being able to get the sun up.
Yep. Or just a Giga Drain from the Charizard, from the Venusaur to get some health back.
On that Venusaur was very crucial.
Mega Charizard Y.
You know, you're kind of positioned well to maybe threaten the KO on that Milotic. Because of the higher base power on Leaf Storm, I wouldn't be surprised if it does get the one shot into that Milo. But
Milo.
very accurately, that Weather Ball is a pretty guaranteed
Proteccione.
KO.
Me gusta.
There's no
Lost.
that Weather
I
Ball
like.
boost is absolutely going to
Sleep
KO.
Powder.
Instead of actually opting for damage,
Can the Charizard knock out?
go for a sleep
Oh yeah, with the
powder.
Weather Ball, I
Weather
think
Ball here goes
yes.
Incineroar. I feel like I'm gonna look very foolish if this doesn't get the KO.
Yeah,
but
nice.
My head calc is finally locked in. We're starting the day off okay. What do you think they go into here?
So yeah, unfortunate miss. I think you could potentially go
Ninetales.
here and reverse
Yeah,
that
Ninetales.
sun, and get
Remove
that,
the sun.
weather, but no, we're just gonna see the Garchomp here.
Chomp,
Garchomp
chomp.
Here, and the end of Tokap is going to be a Mega Garchomp at that. So very interesting to see a Mega Garchomp in this tournament here, and especially with a good record of 9-2. Let's see what
Malo
is
switch.
Malo is gonna switch out. He's
Probably
not one
Ninetales.
Yeah.
and again,
Take away
Ninetales.
the sun, take away the chlorophyll, get that rock slide. Garchomp being one of the few Pokemon that does naturally outspeed Charizard in this metagame.
Nice protect.
While still kind of having access to a pretty decent bulk, but
Double
Venusaur
protect.
Gonna double protect
Oh,
along with its partner
interesting.
Charizard there, and now they're kind of trapped on the board. But you do preserve both of these Pokemon to potentially reposition them for later.
yeah, you do.
Incineroar can come in and drop the attack,
we do
but
have
the Rock Slide still gets the knockout.
Nasty plot, freeze dry, Moonblast Ninetales. So potentially.
Ooh,
if the
nasty
Garchomp
plot on the
can
Ninetales
outpace
here.
the Charizard
Could be
and
very, very
Venusaur
possible.
here, you could definitely probably just go for a Rock Slide and maybe a Nasty plot, depending on how you decide this turn is gonna go. This Charizard more than likely probably survives at Rock Slide at this range. Depending on how this trainer trains their Charizard. I know that most Charizards now that are bulky are able to withstand Rock Slide from at least Jolly Garchomp. So depending on how this Garchomp is...
Oh, from Jolly to Garchomp, they can resist the Rock Slide. Interesting.
And go straight into
Yeah,
the
Incineroar, of course, dropping the attack.
Gonna help this Charizard stay from
Freeze Dry?
potential of the Rock Slide, but
No, not with a double up. Yeah, GG. Charizard.
I don't know that it will
No, it survives.
Actually kicking in and the Zard is
What?
alive.
Yeah, the bulk on
Flinch.
Charizard here is going to have this Charizard withstand both hits.
No flinch.
Heat
Heat
Wave
Wave.
is going to go out,
Not in the
probably
sun
bring the
though.
Ninetales down
Until
to
he's
a
alive.
low amount of 9 HP, and Garchomp is going to be able to withstand that hit pretty comfortably.
Burn.
Is going to... Oh, no, sorry. Ninetales is going to get burned here, so Garchomp
Lucky
is not gonna
burn.
get burned. But Ninetales being burned here and dying in this turn is not...
Damn.
Going to your toe cap. I think that the RNG has been in complete favor of Dungyum here.
Yeah, and that's the top player privilege that we talk about. Unfortunately, when you need the burn yourself, your opponent's going to get it on you. So that was absolutely devastating. That was probably the worst thing that could have happened there. Ninetales being able to kind of tank a move like that with its natural bulk is awesome, but it even had access to the Focus Sash, so it's not like it was going to get around that burn in any way. On this turn, though, we will see
Bask.
end up swapping that
Yeah,
Charizard.
that's the final. That's all the four. Nice protect. Fake out into nice read. Fake out into the Milo.
To Milo here, flinching this Milo, not wanting it to move. Milo is going to recover here from leftovers, but you know, Garchomp protecting here makes a lot of sense. Didn't want to you know, get itself faked out or parting shot on, but I think it's just a little too late. I think the Icy Wind miss onto the Venusaur was really crucial.
Yeah, and the burn also was very crucial. Bit unlucky here to Kaplutsam.
Also getting the knockout,
To Kaplutasm.
the knockout with the burn onto the Ninetales really kind of sealed the deal and pretty much give Dungyum the...
Oh, Mega
very
Chomp.
unfortunate on the misses, but I think that
Nice. Whoa, that shiny is so
it happens with
cool.
Pokemon, right? You just need to focus on game
What?
2 and pull it back. But the game's still not over yet, though.
Wave
No,
Crash.
absolutely not. Without any last respect boosting anything up, you are forced to pretty much
Survive.
go with Wave Crash, and with the Mega Evolution, that Garchomp gets a little bit of extra
Dragon
bulk, is
Claw.
able to tank that attack.
No.
Fortunately, Mega Garchomp
'Cause of the
doesn't have
Intimidate.
best offensive ability afforded to it, so it's not going to get anything to kind of fire back into that Basculegion. Not doing enough damage. That Basculegion is a bit of a chunky fish.
Oh, White Orb, it's good.
Milotic going to pretty much, you know,
On
give us
Inci.
the speed control.
Darkest.
Remove
Yeah,
what
GG.
would be a benefit from the Choice Scarf, and unfortunately, Incineroar going to take the KO on that Garchomp. Things are looking really bad here for Toka.
Yeah, things are looking like not the best for Toka, but, I mean, if I'm Toka, like I said, I'm not too mad about how game went. I think I played well. I just missed the moves that needed to hit on
True, you don't feel bad because
I'm
of
taking
that. Yeah, you
knowledge.
missed some
I think
moves.
I'm feeling, I wouldn't say confident about game 2, knowing that RNG probably is a huge factor into this next game, but I'm feeling pretty good on my odds because I know that the moves that I selected were really good within those turns.
Yes,
Yeah,
if
and
they
I
would
think
cut, the
that's
game plan
something
was
that
good, for
pretty
sure.
Important there was the Venusaur being stuck on the field and that Icy Wind dodge. It's not
Yeah.
necessarily about taking away the grass type threat. It's about being forced to get your Milotic out of there on that second turn.
Yeah.
Having to kind of reposition can be dangerous. Even though they were putting that Garchomp onto the field and then taking away the weather with the Ninetales, they never really got that one chance to maybe go for that Icy Wind into the Zard, or you know, maybe go for a Icy Wind into one of the other partners, keep the speed advantage, give Garchomp kind of that chance to actually
Game 2, here we go. I want to see the Rhyperior.
Something I am
Rhyperior
very
good
curious of,
into
though,
the
however,
Ninetales.
on the turn where the Garchomp
But very bad versus the Milo.
Megas that loses speed
Good into the
once
Caesar as
Mega
well.
evolves, if you
Or
are expecting
okay.
maybe more of a bulky Charizard, is it not better to Mega Evolve there so you get the boost in the attack for the Rock Slide? That might have been able to pick up the KO.
You're onto something, Justin. I think that is correct.
It's a risk because of the speed stats. You might end up being lower, but I don't think that it would
Charbask.
Scary, especially since the Ninetales
Chomp,
was
Milo,
the
Milo.
Anyway.
Yes, but I think that's good information to go into game 2, so you don't make that mistake again. Right, we're going to see the leads up Garchomp, Milotic on the end of Tocap, and we're going to see the lead up, Charizard and Basculegion.
They need to do something about the
Yeah, and I think
Garchomp is the problem for the Zard.
Venusaur being something that you can easily pivot into, especially without the threat of the Incineroar on the
Protectione.
board. Fine. Garchomp going
Protect,
to just kind of
protect.
play it safe here. it's good to keep that HP pool a little bit higher, especially with the late game Basket Legion being able to threaten pretty much a one-hit KO if you take any chip.
Wave crash into the chomp,
So
nice.
Wave Crash is gonna go into the protected slot and not do much.
I see
Icy
wind,
is going to
making
increase
the
speed,
Basket Legion slower.
Basket Legion from being a choice card Pokemon to just a neutral speed stat. So this Garchomp should now be able to outpace this Basket Legion. Probably not threaten the knockout, but it's good to know that you'll be fast and be able to get off a Rock Slide before this Basket Legion is able to attack. So very good turn one, I would say, for Tokap. If I'm Tokap, I'm feeling pretty good. Maybe this turn you could Mega Evolve Garchomp. There's no reason not to get those stats here, right? Just go for that Rock Slide and maybe just go for an Icy Wind too, just to punish any potential switches and just also neuter the speed of the opposing two Pokemon on the field.
I think that's an excellent option. I wouldn't be surprised to see Dong and Yu end up swapping their Charizard out here. It's a little bit under threat, even with the Incineroar swap in. Because of that potential Mega Evolution, that Rock Slide would probably get...
Toca pelotas. That is like touch balls. That's his name. He's wait. The Basket Legion is Chase Scarf on Dongyum.
Garchomp going for that Rock Slide, being able to do pretty decent damage, I would say, to both opposing Pokemon. This is not a stab move.
Wave Crash.
Wave Crash is going to go into Garchomp. Garchomp should be able to take this
Nice damage.
pretty comfortably.
Mega Chomp looking good.
Mega stats, buffing its stats up. The Icy,
Mega Skull, not Mega Skull, just Skull. Burn.
Basket Legion, very interesting. Are we fishing for burns or do we get the
burn? Nice. Did got unlucky last game.
So much on the attack, but
got him to good luck here today.
I think it matters a lot actually for that attack because Basket Legion with the Choice Scarf is an excellent late game piece. And now you kind of just took away the way that it locks up and checkmates games. So now with that burn on the field, I mean, Scald has a high burn chance. That's kind of playing with house money there on that Scald. And Garchomp, again, has the positional advantage. Charizard also not coming in here with a Sun ability yet, so it wouldn't be able to immediately give that Chlorophyll boost with the dynamic speeds.
So we're going to see the Incin come in for that Garchomp here.
Protectione.
Not wanting to take any Leaf Storm and or potential Wave Crash from this Basket Legion. Wave Crash is going to
into the Milo.
Probably going to see a double up with that Leaf Storm.
Damn.
And another great turn for Tokap here, realizing, hey, I know Milotic is a good Pokemon in this scenario, and you probably want to double up here and try to pick up the knockout. I think that Dongyum knows his calcs, right? We saw that game one, he did not go for that Leaf Storm. He went for a Sleep Power into that Milotic. Makes me want to believe that Dongyum is in...
they always have the same song. They should put the song into random. I think it would be cooler.
Yeah, and you know, I think it's also just good coverage
in
case
FPS drop
swaps out,
on the Basket Legion tail.
A little bit of extra chip too. And honestly, though,
Protectione.
I'm a little bit nervous about what the end game here is. If it's, I'm assuming it's Ninetales. Position
fake out.
Too great for Toka. I think that
Basket Legion goes for Wave Crash into the Incin. Still good damage, considering it's burnt.
So that Wave Crash here is going to do some really decent damage. Being able to get that considerable damage on to...
Nice switching now. Icy Wind Protect. Nice. I think it's a good plan from Yum.
Not a bad turn if I'm Dongyum. I mean, if I'm able to get Charizard here for free and be able to go for maybe like a Leaf Storm and or a Heat Wave into the Milotic slot, I think I'm feeling fine. The only thing is the Incineroar is able to attack this turn. So let's see what both these trainers decide to do. I think more than likely we're going to see a double up here from Leaf Storm and Heat Wave into the Milotic slot. Oh no!
No Mega!
Not even a Mega Ball here. Just pitching for maybe a punch onto Incineroar, just getting some decent damage up. And
to not give the fire boost to Incineroar.
Off the field, Dongyum does not want to see this Incineroar attack and or move. Milotic is not really threatening much but an Icy Wind, so I think this is a decent...
Or to conserve turns of Sun.
I'm a little surprised to see the double there. I felt like maybe Sleep Powder may have been the most value that you could have gotten on that turn. Punish the Incin, being stuck on the board, and then maybe go for a Solar Beam, do some extra damage into the Milo, set the Sun up so that it can't damage you. But it looks like there's some late game plans around a potential last of Ninetales. So now Garchomp going back, gonna hit the field here. Maybe we're gonna see a Protector potentially scout out the...
there is still a fourth Pokemon to reveal by Yum.
To go for the swap into the Ninetales, get a Rock Slide off. I think Dong and Yum's best plan here is maybe to preserve the Sun one more turn, go for a Protect. It was nice that they kept it and just went for the Air Slash on last turn without the Sun or the Zard boost.
Protectione.
To do that.
Charizard here is going to just protect, not wanting to take any damage here.
Protect from Vino. Double.
What Tokap decides to do here. He's going to be the Dragon Claw, not wanting to miss any moves here, wanting to go for the Venusaur and the Scald.
We're basically calling out that they were not going to go for the Mega Evolution there or the Protect, and then they have the ability to do that this turn with Ninetales in the back. But even still, there's a chance that if you go for Protect,
it's because of the Ninetales, yeah. He didn't want to Mega in the same turn that the Ninetales comes in.
The only problem is it depends
True.
on what combo he has in the back. If it's something like an Incineroar, which is what I would probably expect, if
Oh, there you
they
go, Mega.
double into this Milotic right here, they get the KO, they're going to look very clean to be able to win this entire match.
One thing to note, Justin, we did see Icy One go off. Is this
True.
Venusaur going to be still faster than the Garchomp?
I would
Yes.
still expect it to, especially
In the
with
sun.
Focus Sash set. It's more likely that the Venusaur is max speed, right?
Yeah, we're going to see Garchomp Protect here, not wanting to get hit by
Leaf Storm.
moves. Leaf Storm is going to go into the Milo.
Oosh.
Going to put it at
Big.
16 HP. So, yeah, I think that Wave Crash and Leaf Storm was definitely calculated on the end of Dungeon King.
Oh, but
We
the
were talking
Charizard
about
is
earlier,
slower.
Icy Wind now putting the Venusaur back at basically neutral speed, right? The Chlorophyll doubling up the speed, 2 Icy Winds, puts it back at the speed that it is without Sun. And Icy Wind into Zard makes this Charizard slower than both Garchomp and Milotic.
Okay, nice.
Here due to Heat Wave.
Now,
Good
I'm
knockout
a
there.
little bit awkward about this position in terms of managing the weather. I'm assuming that the Ninetales is going to be the last here. Once it hits the board, with the Venusaur now being at -2, you'll have one
True,
Pokemon
no
back
speed.
you can swap into. You don't really get anything from the benefit of Chlorophyll. You're the slowest thing on the field, but you also
Switch out
can
onto
swap
Insane.
both Pokemon out at the same time.
Yep.
So honestly, this looks very, very good. Very well played for Tocap here. And
Yeah.
honestly, I'm not sure that the
Very well played from
needs to
Tocap, for
risk
sure.
Going for something like a Rock Slide. You can probably pretty easily throw out some Freeze Dries here and Dragon Claws, and it would get the KO and punish almost anything that comes in.
We're going to see that Venusaur switch out. Not want to stay on the field anymore. Incineroar, the big bad.
Feisty.
Incineroar's gonna come in,
Dancing.
intimidate this
Dropping the
Garchomp.
attack of
Minus
Garchomp.
one
Blitz
attack,
Mega.
-1 attack on the Ninetales.
Protect,
It's not gonna
yeah.
matter. Charizard protects, not wanting to take any hits. Let's see
Fake
Garchomp
out
onto the
switch
Tocap.
next
Sets
turn.
up for Tocap. Ninetales
Nasty
actually goes for the
blood.
punishing
Ay,
the
ay,
switch
ay.
attack turn on Dungyum. And this
I like
Garchomp is
that.
just gonna go for Rock Slide, not wanting to play any game
Crit the
with Charizard,
Easy?
wants to get rid of it on the field, but Charizard decides to protect.
No,
It's
good damage
it's
still.
not as
Intimidated.
damage. And now Ninetales at +2 attack is in a pretty solid spot. Having that Moon Blast, also having that Freeze Dry. I think here you could just double protect from that fake out and then start going for damaging moves in the next turn.
Yeah, and what's a little bit scary though is the Venusaur would be able to come in for that Charizard slot with the extra fake out pressure from Incineroar. It's probably more likely that you would throw that fake out into Ninetales, but there's also always the chance that the Zard stays in and the Incin goes for a fake out into the Garchomp and you rip
Yeah.
the Heat Wave. Heat Wave probably has a chance to
Oh.
put that Ninetales down to Sash.
No
So
switch from
in
the
a sense,
Zard.
That's what ends up getting called out here by Tocap.
Double Protect, yeah.
Double protect Hemons here. Don't
So
wanna
here
get
could be a
faked out.
switch
Let's
turned into
see
the
what
Venusaur like the casters were talking about.
It's just going to be the fake out into the Ninetales, wanting to break that Focus Slash and Air Slash into the Garchomp, just splitting damage there. Interesting enough, I think Garchomp still would have been faster that turn, so very curious on why Dungyum decided to go for that play.
So now with the chip that we've already seen into this Garchomp, or into the Charizard, I believe it's still in Rock Slide range. It's really the target that probably wants to swap out here. So you're looking at the next board of where Venusaur comes into that board. Do you try to get the KO here on the Incineroar? Go for a Rock Slide, go for that +2 Moonblast. I think with the Shuka Berry on the Incineroar, it's not a Citrus Berry. It's probably not going to live that double
Moonblast?
hit. The problem though is that you're going to end up with a final board of Venusaur and Charizard if this Rock Slide
Rock Slide
doesn't
miss?
connect.
Nope.
Rock Slide is going to connect both Pokemon. Venusaur is going to live
1 HP Venu.
hit.
No,
HP.
unbelievable.
Charizard's gonna come back out.
The
Sun out.
Intimidate matters there.
Survival.
This gets dicey, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Ninetales is Focus Sash, so Venusaur needs to prioritize getting a Sleep Powder onto the Ninetales, I believe, right, this turn?
It's also potentially going to come down to speed stats, because if this Garchomp is, for some reason, faster than the Charizard on the other side, it's not out of the realm of possibility.
No, Mega
Sleep
Garchomp
Powder
loses
and
speed.
a Weather Ball into the Garchomp, Sleep Powder into the Ninetales.
Unless
first,
it's-
and
but
Weather Ball
this
plus
Charizard has some
Garchomp
bulk.
gets KO. Now, the extra bulk may
So-
move it around. This is not a very guaranteed turn. This is a lot of
And
ambiguity
the
that can
Garchomp
happen.
is
So
intimidated.
what would you do if you were here?
If I'm Dungyum, I'm probably double protecting here just to scout out for any protects, just to kind of get a confirm of where I can do the following turn. But like I said, like you said, there's so much that could go on. I don't think there's any correct play. Now it's just
If there is any correct play, yeah, so many
what.
things can happen. It's a very open endgame state for sure, for sure.
HP that they have on their Zard, it wouldn't be the end of the world to go for a Leaf Storm into the Chomp, but it misses, and that is going to be a
Leaf
massive
Storm
There is
miss.
always a balance in the scales with RNG. That means potentially that now Tokap has the way to win this game. I think especially with the Sash and Tap.
Garchomp is faster.
Garchomp does outspeed. It gets the Rock Slide and is able to get the KO.
Garchomp is faster.
About anything potentially like a Heat Wave burn, once again ruining things. So
The
now
char
we're
has no
going to be
speed.
entering a game 3. That was some excellent adjustments from Tokap.
What?
And honestly, going into a game 3.
Game
we have a bunch
3?
of different
Bro, I
pieces
mean,
on
this
the
set
team.
is being
What do you
is being
think these
good.
players are
Mega
incredibly
Garchomp, I'm
adjusted?
loving it.
Oh, that's so annoying. I mean, I guess it's just revenge from game 1, right?
Yes, the RNG
in favor of Dongyun, but
went to
I think game
helping
2,
both
Tokap was
players.
playing pretty well, right, throughout the every turn, and seeing as though now we have basically confirmation that the Mega Garchomp on the end of Tokap is faster than the Charizard Y on the end of Dongyun. That's really good information.
Yeah,
right?
but the Garchomp is faster is crazy. So let me check something here.
Icy Winds is going to matter a lot in this game 3, being able to reduce the speed of the opposing Pokemon and have Garchomp be able to go for maybe a Rock Slide and or Dragon Claw into either the Venusaur or the
Mega
Charizard.
Garchomp?
Really,
92 speed.
crucial. Very
Mega
crucial.
Garchomp Z?
But the problem is
151.
the fact that this Venusaur is kind of sitting comfortably in front of Garchomp Y and Milotic, being able to go for those Z Storms and being able to go for even a potentially like a Sleep Battle pretty comfortably, right? Not being able to
No.
itself off the field.
That will be with
I think
Sand
that
Force.
players are going to
That will be
have
so
very
broken in
good
Sand
games.
teams.
Games 1 and 2,
I
I for
agree.
leads, it's gonna be Charizard.
But yeah, because Charizard is a 100 base speed Mega Charizard.
I think this is.
So it needs to be a really fast Chomp,
This is gonna sleep
slower than normal Chomp by 10 points. It
Yeah,
needs
I
to
like the
be
idea of
a
going
very
for
slow
earlier
Zard.
this game.
Or the speed tank.
Ninetales, again, is still just going to be such a powerful late game option, but now you have fake out pressure right away. And with seeing the Garchomp outspeeding this Charizard, there's a little bit more of a guaranteed route of if you set up a little bit of chip into the Zard, even through Intimidate, that Rock Slide will potentially delete that Charizard and then let you win the Weather War for the end game. And then Venusaur, which has been the most obstructive Pokemon in this entire
Yeah, Venusaur
map,
has been a
will
problem.
be completely
I want to see Rhyperior, bro.
useless.
Can we see Rhyperior?
Mega evolve here.
Mega first
Garchomp
third, and there we
gets
go.
this buff in those stats. We have confirmation that Garchomp is indeed faster than this.
Protect?
Charizard on the end of Dongyun.
Okay.
Gonna protect. It's probably gonna be double protect. You don't want to get.
It was a bit risky from Tokap because it could be Mega into... I know, because fake out, yeah.
Or fake out Rock Slide.
Swords Dance.
Charizard.
No, from the
So I
Garchomp.
respect this play. This is just like, hey, I just want you
No,
to not
okay.
have fake out. I want to be able to go for sleep powders here. I know you're.
Yeah, so now we can see Mega into Sun
You're going to have to go for that sleep powder
and
into
Sleep Powder.
that slot or the Garchomp Y. But I don't know if I'm Tokap.
But
This is not the worst position.
yeah, no, it's not.
Did get nerfed in this,
Sleep can
Pokémon
miss,
Champions
and then yeah,
down
it's
from,
nerfed,
3 turns
and
back.
Still really obstructive.
the
I think that
the
Sleep Powder
Charizard is
is
slower.
acting as like a pseudo
So
fake out moving
if
forward into the Garchomp,
Sleep
which
Powder
is valuable.
misses,
But
that Rock Slide will
if it
pick up the
misses, that
knockout.
means that Charizard is completely
Yeah, there you go.
getting hit off the board.
And I
Which
guess
Another
forces us to
Mega.
recall a Protect and maybe go for Sleep Powder into the Insane because again, Garchomp is in a great position to go for Protect. You can take the weather away by swapping to Ninetales on the next turn. The only thing is, you'd have to get the damage
Protect!
to make it count.
Garchomp is going to
The-
protect
was
here,
there the
but I'm
read?
calling that the sleep powder is going to go into the Garchomp slot, and it is.
It was
That
the
Garchomp was a
read.
very
Now Flare
solid
Blitz
prediction here.
into
It is
Venusaur.
going to go into the Incineroar.
Goes into
It's
focus
going to
sash
do decent
range.
damage, but not enough. Obviously, it's not
Nah.
an effective move. Incineroar can take that pretty comfortably.
In order
Yeah.
to get the maximum value,
Pretty
you
chill,
need to
pretty
go
chill.
for Flare Blitz into the
Yeah.
Venusaur on this
Woo.
turn. You have to put it down to its stash.
Bam.
When Ninetales comes in, you
In the
can go
sun.
for a Rock Slide. It's going to be forced off of the board here. No Flare Blitz burn as far as we can tell yet, unless I'm
Yeah, now
commenting here
Ninetales
just
comes in.
no,
I see.
recoil is just going
To
to
take the speed away.
around about half of its health.
And this trade is really important right now in this turn because it goes back to what I was saying about sleep being nerfed in Pokemon Champions down from like having a full 3-turn chance of it happening down to 2. Because if you do get slept this turn, you take 1 full turn of sleep.
Is the Insane even going to swap here? I was just going to
Nice Intimidate. Insane switch for Ninetales. Rock Slide comes now.
Instead, into the partner. The Instant switch in was really, really telegraphed. But instead, we're just going to see a Rock Slide. This is
Charizard survives, that's really good, because of the Intimidate. No flinch.
Into this Ninetales. Do we see it?
No
It
flinch?
does. Immunity to the rock slide without the
Nice.
covert cloak.
So we're gonna see Heatwave bring down this Ninetale to 9 HP left.
Burn on the chomp, it's so
Garchomp.
important.
I mean,
Oh my god.
I
That's
mean-
just so crucial again.
I mean, it's bad, but like it's not the worst case scenario because you're able to get off a decent amount of damage onto the Charizard.
Now watch
I feel
Rapier
that
being in the
Garchomp
back.
has done its job
And
here. Venusaur
Chomp
is
can
already
touch
100%.
it.
The Charizard is already basically in KO range from an attack, again, from a Rock Slide or a Freeze Dry here. But it depends on whether or not Milotic is going to be the last here,
Yep.
and you know how much damage you can trade into that potential end game Basket Legion. That
Yep.
I'm assuming is going to be the case because it's probably one of the most valuable pieces you can have.
Ninetales come back.
Switching out
Okay.
Sun, but also taking damage. Milotic
He's
is
round
gonna
12, by the way,
very
chat.
freely. We're gonna see the Witch drop
Switch
from
in.
Charizard Y, not
Venu?
wanting to stay in the field anymore and go in.
No, it's Basque.
The last fourth revealed Pokemon on
Fake
the end of
out
Dongyun.
on the
Let's
Milo
fake out
Milo.
into that Milotic. Let's see what this
And
Burn
Rock Slide.
decides to put. It's just Rock Slide wanting to get rid
Yeah,
of
not a lot of damage. That
Charizard
burn
Y,
was
but
really
seeing
important.
damage from that burn,
That
it was
burn opened more
absolutely
options
nothing.
for
Instant Run
Dongyun.
Basque Legions has to be heartbreaking if I'm Tocap. That burn, that heat wave chance of burn, just, you know, the RNG just being in favor of Dongyun in this set here is unfortunate, but you still have to play it out. Garchomp is still a threat. Obviously, it's still very strong. If you're able to switch this out and maybe reset that -1 with that burn and bring something in, could possibly help you out. But also, we have to note that Ninetales in the back
Okay.
is at its
Switch.
focus.
Insane for the attack drop on the Basque Legion. Really important.
It's very risky because wave crash, right?
Wave crash into Basque
Yep.
into Insane.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bye-bye, Insane.
It is targeting into that Garchomp slot. Insane is off the board. Gone
I see win
game.
now for
No
Milo.
longer will it be able to offer an Intimidate
But Basque Legion
or
should
take
still
down
be
pressure,
faster
especially what would
with
be
the
like a
Choice
full
Scarf.
Intimidate in the late game if that Basque Legion does get preserved here.
Because Chomp loses speed with a Mega.
And Basque Legion going to reduce the speed, but not going to matter too much. I think Dongyun's Pokemon getting the trades effectively, right? Getting rid of that.
Darkest Lariat,
and
good
doing
damage.
it
Is it a
kind of
crit?
Darkest
It
Lair,
is.
that does a massive amount of
luck
damage.
for
Milotic,
Dongyun.
honestly, Milotic is something that really wants to have its HP, especially since we saw that it's capable of living that Leaf Storm.
Yep.
Would have maybe been able to shrug off that Darkest Lariat had it gotten a little bit of just the normal damage and then the leftovers.
Okay,
recovery.
Charizard can
But
come in very safely.
you know, when we talked about that burn and the impact
In terms of
it
weather
was
control, in
late
terms
game,
of taking
now
damage.
The best damaging pieces that you have into Basque Legion is completely gone. And I think as long as you just sacrifice your pieces into the right last respects endgame, it's almost guaranteed that Dongyun is able to win this game. I already see it. Is there something
Yeah.
that Tocap can prevent? We have to check.
Yeah, there might not be much that Tocap can protect.
Oh, survival on the char.
Ninetales not known for its special attacking stat. Charizard being able to withstand that hit. Skull is going to go to the instant.
Skull in the sun.
With the sun being up, Instant is able to withstand that hit. Let's see what Instant
Flare
does.
bleeds.
He's gonna go for that flare, but it's getting rid of that Ninetales.
Nice.
Very unfortunate that Ninetales came in on that switch and taking that heat wave, right? Garchomp did go for that rock slide. There was a flinch capability. If there was a flinch on that Charizard Y, we would have had a whole different game now. But Charizard Y not being able to flinch that turn prior, going for the heat wave and getting the burn on that Garchomp, just kind of puts Tocap in an unfair
Because
position.
Dongyun still has 4
there's no way
Pokemon.
I really see that this Garchomp is going to be able to do the damage to that Basque Legion, even with the chip that's already been placed onto it. With the burn,
But
it's
the
just
Chomp
gonna
is
take two
faster
Dragon Claws,
now.
you don't have enough
He
bulk
gets
to
a double
be able to
knockout
do that,
here.
especially with the last respect.
Or he has to.
And
No,
pieces are
I don't.
probably going to
I
be
don't
dropping.
think
I think that
Dongyun switches here.
does need to actually consider
He
letting
gets
the
2
Pokémon go
knockouts
down.
in himself,
Those,
and then the
those
Basque Legion just does
knockouts
so much
matter a
damage with
lot
last
with
respect.
the last respects damage.
Mm.
Won't do enough if we don't see that happen. And Rock Slide
The Rock
avoiding
Slide
actually
miss.
impact whether
So
or not
unlucky
it
for
hits.
Toka.
Rock Slide's gonna avoid that Charizard
So
Y,
unlucky.
knock out the Incineroar
He got the
Dragon,
burn.
return to its
He got
trainer.
his miss.
Let's see what Charizard Y's
He
decides to
got,
go for. He can go for Weather Ball. He can go for Air Slash. It's going to be that
There
Air
is-
Slash into my
there was something else.
Does it? It just recovers. But
Why
like you
Air
said,
Slash there?
You picking up the knockdown.
Why not Solar
Last
Beam?
Legion comes in now, and Last Respects is looking really crispy for this endgame.
Yeah, and I think unfortunately, maybe it is more optimal to go into the Venusaur here. Let the Venusaur be the thing that gets knocked out so that your Basque Legion hits the board at the end game and can go for a last respects. But it's also not the worst idea to try it out first instead. I do think that Dongyun is understanding that and considering that that's going to be their best option. However, The damage is the weird part, right?
Yep.
Can you connect a Leaf Storm? Are you going to be able to do that actual massive chunk of damage to be able to let your Basculegion hit the board? And honestly, I think Tokap may be considering trying to leave this Charizard on the board and end up in a more favorable position. Protect your Garchomp.
Protect Vino.
Things alive, so that way the Last Respect isn't capable of knocking out your Garchomp.
Milotic also
Unfortunately, it means
protects.
that Sun will run out though, and then Wave Crash would probably get your Garchomp.
We're gonna see
Rock Slide?
Venusaur and Milotic protect here, not wanting to get hurt by anything. Garchomp's gonna go for the Rock Slide and
Nice.
get rid of this
So now I have
Charizard.
Vino,
This
and the Leaf Storm is kind of free
Basculegion
next
is
turn.
looking really promising in this position.
Into the Milo
especially
Milo.
Confirming the protect on the Milotic, you have a free Last Respects into the Milotic slot, or even a double up. Whatever you decide to do, you know, for the most part, Milotic has only a 33% chance of getting a protect off, but I think I'm taking my chances because of the fact that Garchomp is indeed burned. So whatever Garchomp decides to go for in the Basculegion slot, it's not going to do that much damage here. I think I'm focusing my damage output onto the Milotic.
You absolutely have to throw that Last Respects into the Milotic. If the Garchomp does get the protect off, and you maybe dodge a Sleep Powder or a Leaf Storm, Milotic gets an Icy Wind, and all of a sudden Venusaur is gone, Basculegion slower, and you open up a potential win condition where Garchomp can get a ton of Rock Slide flinches. Milotic
Protect takes a double. Milo gets a double actually.
This is something that they're going to try and play around instead.
Sludge Bomb going into that Milotic. We're going to definitely see a
Last
Last
Respect.
follow-up. I definitely called it.
What?
I definitely gave the chance of Tokap to get back into this game, but Rock Slide, like I said, is not going to do that much damage. It's going to be
And because they thought Garchomp protects.
And if you're Dung, you're not feeling bad about this because your Pokemon got knocked out. That boosted to your Last Respects. Milotic is not a Pokemon known for its defenses, Justin. So do you think that...
Yeah, it's now 200 base power, adaptability, stab, boosted attack.
Even if it was
Yeah, that's a lot.
With the 3 Pokemon KOs there, it's no shot. And honestly, I think the best option here is to attempt a double protect. If I'm Brian,
A triple protect.
It's a triple because Milo...
Oh yeah, it did go for it. So there's a 10% chance that this does potentially happen. Do you even
Oh, it got it! No way!
It's not over. Dongyun does have the chance to maybe try and call this out. They don't.
No.
They don't, and they go for the Last Respects into the
No way.
The triple protect a
Dragon Claw crit?
RNG swing, and now
Oh,
they can win this game.
Oh my gosh, the triple
protect was insane.
Pokemon Champions needs to be nerfed. This is crazy. I can't believe that we just seen a triple live here in the Grand Championship.
Nice.
Winning game
That was
3
so
triple
good.
protect from a Milotic, shiny Milotic at that for a little bit of extra flair. And now
That was so good.
What's so crazy is that actually that burn on the Garchomp, even though it did end up mattering in terms of preventing the damage in the mid game, it also protected it from a Sleep Powder option, which is just completely making this exact route so viable. With this last bit of damage into the rough skin Garchomp.
No, it loses rough skin.
Yeah, so actually no, it needs a Scald Burn.
Oh no way!
Get it. Dude, is there justice for game 1? No.
No!
Oh no. Okay.
Oh no.
Okay.
How many Last Respects have we seen? Last Respects targeted
3 protects and 1 Garchomp. No, it's still enough. Still enough.
It's also gone into the Garchomp. It's 3. You have a protect here.
I think you
need
have
another triple because
you need
8 PP, right?
You need another triple protect. It already happened. Already happened.
Option. I doubt this Milotic is going to be able to survive this.
Oh no, he doesn't go for the triple. Last Respects goes into the Milotic.
Ooh.
It lives! Oh my god, it lives with 4 HP. Milotic is able to withstand.
Oh, that had to have been a low roll. I swear that's a low roll. I don't know if you can even EV to live that.
Whoa.
Bro, that's crazy. 200 base power, stab boost, adaptability boost.
If I'm Hume, I'm feeling devastated. If I'm Tokap, I'm giving this Milotic.
Bro, but the dude went for the triple protect and got it. That's insane.
This is crazy.
That's insane. That's insane.
I can't. That's never happened in my life. I have never hit a triple protect ever. How does this happen for people?
This is crazy. I need that.
You gotta go for it.
Matter of fact, I need to. What's your name?
Is there a store we can purchase it at? Does the Frontier shop sell a RNG buff? Because that was crazy. I can't believe that. The triple protect into the last
Triple protect was insane.
Now,
Insane
I can't
match.
do this type of mental math on the fly. I wouldn't be able to tell you the exact damage calculation, but I am like so utterly shocked that that Milotic survived.
Me too. I'm so shocked.
Defense, I still feel like it had to have been a roll. So
yeah,
for the game to end that way,
definitely, I think so.
To see your tournament go out
definitely
that way.
where they the HP left, it definitely seems like a roll. I doubt that Milotic is able to live that 100% of the time. Right? Milotic is not known for his defense, but let's forget about the hype right now. Let's talk about the important things to take away from that game. Knowing your win conditions.
Yes.
That was an amazing way to pilot yourself back into the game because a lot of players who are maybe not experienced in that segment, saying, the game is over. There's no way that I could come back from this. But no, ToeCap realizing, hey, if I need to get back into this game, I need to get this triple protect off, and these are my best odds. And if I am able to get that, I'm able to come back within the game. So they got the odds correct. And it happened.
You know, I want to just bring up a quick little anecdote. I once had a student ask me, we were talking about a match, and they were like, when do you try to call out your opponent going for the double protect win condition? And I really didn't have an answer for them. But let me tell you, on the triple protect win condition there, that may have been the most appealing opportunity I've ever seen to try and call out that chance and go for the Garchomp. Because in order for this player to win, they likely needed that triple protect. It just felt like that was the way that the chips were gonna fall, and that Basculegion could have potentially just taken that Garchomp. It had 2 chances to do it while they were fishing for those RNG chances, and you know, again, it coming down to potentially a damage roll, a 10% chance on landing that triple protect. It's tough that the chips fall that way, but again, maybe that first game would have gone differently had that icy wind not been dodged and had that critical hit not happened too.
And not only triple protect, but also survived the
a lot had to go. I'm not sorry, not Brian. ToeCap because not to undermine
the last respect,
win, but they did, not even to undermine it. They did a lot of stuff correct, right? Protecting that Milotic onto that sludge bomb, Leaf Storm double up play in that first turn, right? Calling that out. Okay, you need to KO the Milotic to win this game. Getting that Rock Slide off, KOing the Venusaur, then going for the double protect, and then going for, I believe, I want to say Dragon. Was it Dragon Claw?
Yeah, Dragon Claw. Yeah.
So it was Dragon Claw.
They had that Rock Slide to finish off the Venusaur, and then they started throwing out the Dragon Claws.
Then it started throwing out the Dragon Claws, and then getting the triple protect. And
so good, bro. So good.
One thing I really want to call attention to. One thing I really want to point out too is that, like, when your back is against the wall like that,
you gotta go for the chances. That's what I was saying.
Odds are against me. I'm getting burned. My Garchomp just got burned. My Ninetales got burned. I needed the burn. I didn't get it. My Icy Winds are being dodged. Don't lose faith. Don't lose faith that what your plan is doing will work, and then what your Pokemon are capable of will work. Because even if I had doubted that my Milotic in that scenario wouldn't have lived that last respects, if it's a damage roll, it's a damage roll, and those are your odds. Sometimes you have to go for it. So definitely an awesome set to have witnessed. I think that that's the type of set where momentum starts to begin swelling, and you know, you can ride that momentum. It's like wind in your sails. Wouldn't be surprised to see ToeCap take these next 2 rounds extremely well, start dominating, maybe end up
there you go.
Is one of the biggest Pokemon tournaments ever. That was an awesome set. I'm assuming we're going to get to go into maybe a bonus match. That may have also been one of the longer matches. That felt like it did take a game 3, you know, a bit of back and forth there, especially in that 3rd game. Milotic drawing the timer out just a little bit lately.
Yes, Milotic has been drawing timers a lot.
Yeah, can I please trade you for my Milotic?
Can I get your Milotic? Because my luck has never been like that in my Pokemon history. I've never gotten. I don't think I've ever landed a triple protect. Have you?
No, I can't remember. Maybe it's happened and it's just like it's gone from my memory because it's like an insignificant, maybe on a simulator or something.
But we also have to remember, one of these players just got eliminated from Top Cup.
I know.
Oh, they did.
Milwaukee 2023 regional champion.
But
they were 9-2.
Brian, it's a miserable feeling, but. It is what it is. It's Pokemon. You've won a region.
Yeah, it's Pokemon.
You know how this game works. You've been playing for over a decade. It is what it is. We move on. We get better. And there's a lot that you could have done to prevent that. I mean, although the odds were super in your favor to win that game, super in your favor to win that game, it's Pokemon, and we know Pokemon could really get crazy, and it definitely got crazy in that last set that we just watched. So hopefully we maybe get another bonus match here, but if we don't, we'll just talk about something that I wanted to highlight it a bit on, was that the fact that this Charizard Y did not have Solar Beam. I did like to see on this end was that
they didn't have Solar Beam. That's why they were Earth Slashing.
Charizard having that 3 attack, having that Air Slash instead of that Grass coverage, because that Venusaur covers that.
Yeah, it makes Milotic a little bit more difficult to deal with, however, because if you're reliant on your Venusaur to get that damage and your Basculegion, as we see, it might not be enough to break it. Milotic can be very, very bulky. And I love the way that ToeCap was able to just, you know, consistently keep the Milotic on the board with the amount of HP that it needed to fire off those Icy Winds, maintain the speed control, keep your Garchomp kind of in the position it needed to be, even with the burn, still able to position to the way that you needed to. So definitely an awesome set. I'm excited to see exactly what these other trainers are going to be bringing us these next matches. Oof, I feel like I have to do a little bit of a cool down, kind of lap for that one.
Yeah,
that was definitely great to have on stream. They were able to showcase that, because we also have newer players that have never experienced competitive Pokemon battling.
Yet yesterday we were able to see the sudden death match. Today we saw a triple protect.
You'll be able to see from yesterday we saw sudden death, something that's not shown on stream a lot, right? Being able to understand and have us as commentators explain what happens and what needs to happen in these scenarios, being able to pick up a knockout first. So traditional leads that you would probably see against these teams, it's not something you will probably see because they're looking just to get the knockout instead of getting 4 knockouts, right? And now with this is a very low chance of...
What are you watching? The Grand Champions Festival, the biggest Pokemon tournament ever.
You're able to see a lot of great, unique, different aspects of VGC and what makes VGC really cool and fun to play at times.
And one of those aspects is mirror matches. For those
mirror matches?
I think that having about 4 of the same Pokemon here.
No, it's not a mirror match. Wait, what the fuck? This tournament, the game you're playing? Yes, I played yesterday. I went 5-4. I needed to go 7-2 minimum to go through to day 2.
One of our good pals Yuki here.
Nice knockout.
Going into this game 3 now.
Oh, Yuki. Oh, Yuki is here. Ooh. People that go 9-3 can't go to the next stage. No way, so everybody knows now who's as a Su now. Everybody knows already. Everybody knew already.
If that Aerodactyl still has its sash intact, or if it's
Floette.
a Aerodactylite. In fact, it is a sash. Does that mean that it's been procced yet? It looks like it has.
Yeah, Focus Sash procced.
Scary situation depending on whether or not this Basket Legion is locked into Last Respects, which I would assume it probably.
Last Respects, maybe? Aquaject? Oh, it's because it's the last 2 versus last 2. Flow state. Cap the Basket Legion. Rock Slide? Ooh! No choice Scarf? Basket Legion? Maybe it's a tailwind, no? No, Yuki survives that. Nice. Yuki gets a knockout, I mean. Nice. Dazzling Gleam? Nope. Needed the crit there to knock out a Floette.
So Yuki is down to his last Pokemon. Tournament run is on the line.
Ah, there is a wind, yeah.
Probably a protect on the end of the opposing Pokemon that's not in Tailwind, and see which Eternal Flood is actually playing.
Pokemon is like chess. Yes, I think it's harder than chess. Because you have different attacks, different abilities. Your piece, imagine in chess, the horse always does the same, the pawn always does the same. But your Pokemon, the same Pokemon can do different things. They can have different moves, different abilities, and different stats. Can have more HP, more defense, more speed. You know. Yeah, if you're so good like you even look like it's... If you're so good like you even look like if it's daylight or night. Yes. Yes. Ryan won! GG. Oh wait, Ryan? Wait, what?
World's class competitor being eliminated here from the Grand Champions Festival.
So the...
Yeah, if I'm RPR, feeling good, right? It's unfortunate that one of our friends just get eliminated. What it is, what it is.
But there was Tailwind.
This is the largest.
Maybe there was Tailwind on the other side.
We're able to sit here.
But they were faster last turn.
And I'm very excited to be doing.
Well, there was speed tying.
With you. Although I do want to battle you, but that's besides the point, right?
You don't want to battle me, brother. You don't want to battle me, man.
Are you serious?
What is our record?
We've been going at this for 10 years. So cut the cameras. But no, it's actually cool. Like, you're a regional champion, top 8 world's competitor. Also, you've been commentating for well over a decade. Probably since I know you've been dabbling in commentary.
Dabbling.
What have you been enjoying so far? Just being able to dabble and just being a great competitor, a great player, and also a great commentator. What do you like so far in your career that, or maybe what do you want to improve more into your career? Because you seem like you've put your spoon in like every pot.
So, truthfully, I definitely feel like the casting needs to be a focus, especially going further. I mean, first of all, there's these kids that are coming up from the seniors divisions. Yep. And, man, it is hard to keep up with these talented kids, man. I feel like they're growing talented Pokemon players out there, and it's just insane. Keeping up with people that have so much drive, so much energy. I mean, it's interesting. Not only do I want to be able to get better at, maybe giving back to the community, trying to get better with my analysis and commentary. I love doing coaching and teaching students and teaching new people as much as I possibly can. The things that I've learned over the years.
Where are those commentators in America? They are in America, yeah. I don't know where though. I don't know where. But they organizing this whole event. It's the biggest Pokemon tournament ever. More than 10 people, more than 10,000 people registered. 6,000, more than 6,000 participated. It's global. Anybody could register. I was on the waiting list and I was able to play though, which was really good. And it has a $10,000 prize pool as well. First place will take 3K. And it's not organized by the Pokemon company. It's organized by a YouTuber called Scroll VGC.
What's the end goal of all of this? Like,
You have one fan and that's me. I have more fans, but you are one for sure. Thank you.
Pokemon and what I love about competitive VGC is not it's similar to golf in a way.
Golf?
You're
Wait,
never
what?
competing against anybody but yourself. Sure, we have rivals. Sure, we have people. Battling.
Okay, I see.
I'm always fighting
I see.
to get to that next level.
Yeah, that's true. It's always about a bit more than you. Yeah.
And I love to play great Pokemon. I want to play the most hype matches. I want to play all the best players, and I want to do well myself. I want to show like my style, the way that I think about the game.
True. That's my
with
point as well.
friends,
That's my
and,
perspective
I
as
mean,
well.
It's cool to be surrounded by really successful people. You can learn a lot from them, and you can also kind of, from the other end of it. I'm talking about successful people that I'm surrounded by in my circles. I've been kind of in the, you fall down sometimes.
Yep.
You have moments of failure, and as beautiful, as sad as it can be, as torturous as times it can be to, have a bad tournament or to have a bad experience. All your prep feels like it goes to waste. I've learned to find lately a lot of beauty in just and as much grace as I possibly can, and being appreciative of like, wow, I'm playing talented people that are beating me. All this work in.
Yeah.
Maybe even if your tournament goes down to like a rock slide flinch or like a heat wave burn, getting good enough to be able to overcome stuff like that, win in a game 3 adjustment, or find a game plan that's consistent enough to maybe overcome that as well.
Yeah, true. That's very important for Pokemon. Very important.
Trick room, get myself some speed control. Those are the tiny little things that I think matter a lot. And then, study has been a big part of it. Do you do much like VOD review and looking over a lot of your matches?
I'm opposed to looking at my replays. Well, let me say if I'm playing by myself at home, I do a lot of replay review, and I tend to focus on that. But I don't know why, it's just a personal thing. I hate rewatching myself on stream. I can't do it. It bothers me. I can't do it. And I think that's something I need to get over, but I'm 10 years, and I don't know how much time I have. I don't want to say I don't have much time I have left, but I definitely been trying to find something else other than competitive play to keep myself in BGC, right? Being a community ambassador is pretty cool to be still part about the Pokemon aspect and be there for the community, whatever it is, and also just being able to just talk and play Pokemon. I don't think BGC is a funny game where like we all started to play this game because we wanted to be the best, we want to be good.
Yeah.
You end up doing that, you meet some of your bestest friends you ever.
Yeah,
meet in
true.
your
That's
life,
cool.
You know what I mean? So then that leads to other avenues where we start going to. I'm about to be pushing 30, and people starting to get married, people starting to do other things, and it's like
30, getting married this year. Who are you talking about here?
But it's just like, there's gonna be BGC players that you started playing with going to your wedding and going to this. And
Yeah.
It's like you start a family, and it's like, damn, you just fit in all of this. You know what I mean? It's something that I'm slowly starting to like just think about, like, because as time goes on, it's like I feel like I'm slowly like pacing myself out of the game. It might not look like it, but I know in the back of my head I'm thinking like, okay, like I'll go to fewer events this season. You know what I mean? But how can I still be a part of the community?
You have more joy for it, even when you have less
Yeah.
time to actually do the event.
That's cool, that's
Be a
cool.
full part of the cycle.
Yeah.
Something that's really mattered to me a lot too is like last year I played in a season where I knew I wasn't going to Worlds. Actually, 2 years in a row, I knew I was never going to go to the World Championships, even if I got my invite. And in 24, I did. And I went to tournaments just to kind of experience them as insular, one-time things.
It's really cool. That's what I did in this tournament as well. Enjoy the tournament itself. Don't go just for the championship. Don't go for that. Go for the tournament itself. It's really cool. It's really fun.
And I found a way to kind of enjoy it more.
Also, what is the most wanted Pokemon in this game for tournaments? You could say like 3 Pokemon, Sneasler, I don't know if you know, Incineroar of course, Mega Floette, Mega Charizard Y, so 4 Pokemon. Garchomp as well is pretty good. I guess that's top 5, that's top 5. Sneasler, Mega Charizard Y, Mega Floette,
Trust me, look at us.
Garchomp and Incineroar.
When we first started, we were just like finding our footing, right? And
Did you see many of the same
having
teams?
great success on one
Yes and no.
But with
Yes
that
and no.
being said, I think you heard enough of Unk talk.
Sometimes you see,
It's over.
Unk talk is
sometimes
over.
you
Let's go on
see
a
some
break.
mirror
Maybe
matches.
you guys
Segment
watch
later.
Then you
it.
have a
Big
crazy
Man
team that
Champions. Joshua
works.
will be back.
Okay, I'll go make myself a coffee, grab a snack. I'll be back in a minute. Hi everybody, we are back. Welcome, welcome. And we are here for round number 13.
Here we have about 10 seconds heading into the game. Super excited to get
It was Mega Scovillian! Somebody's being a villain here. Mega Scovillian is online. Welcome everybody, welcome, welcome.
I just don't know that they're going to be able to.
I was eating some freshly, not freshly, but baked bread today. So good, so good. Oh my god. King Gambit, Scovillian, Scovillian. Joy Boy! We have Joy Boy here, really.
So basically, I like this. Like, I think if you're leading this, you're
Aerodactyl Sneasler, that's my type of lead. Oh, it's Mega Frostlass. 11-1 versus 12. 12-0. Tasting 800 is 12-0. Damn!
We forgot to highlight that ability. If we get a good Moody boost here, it could change the tide just a bit. But if I'm Kibble here, I think that maybe going for a fake out into the King Gambit and maybe a Tailwind or maybe a Rock Slide or a Dual Wing.
Really good lead here for the
Mega Aerodactyl here.
Sneasler, but I think it's the best lead is for King Gambit and Scovillian because Rage Powder will distract the Sneasler and get the burn there.
Maybe the game plan here may be revealed if this Aerodactyl does not choose to Mega, as that's the interesting
No
thing
Mega,
these first couple of
Protezione.
Scovillian doesn't need to really go for that Mega right away, as you
get the
pointed out,
Moody
it
boost.
can capitalize on its base form's
But
ability.
it's also a risk
If
to
it
go
gets
for
a favorable
Moody.
boost, it can spell a lot of danger for its opponent.
It might lose the fence.
But Aerodactyl potentially going to be able to go for this dual wing beat
Double
right away.
protect.
Not going to. I don't know that it would knock out. through
Special
the
defense
burn of
rose,
Spicy
attack
Spray
fell. That's
on the
okay.
First hit, I believe it does get burned on the first attack of that dual wing beat.
Yes.
But another thing too is I question maybe there's a chance that you set up kind of that second turn. I'm doing a dual wing beat. Now you have enough damage for me to go for another dual wing beat. Putting the Scoville in a range that we only deal with one Pokemon that gets burned.
Yes, and you do see the
I see.
switch out here, not wanting to stay in and get burned by a touch of
King
Rage Powder.
Gambit comes
Gambit's
in.
gonna come in. It's going to be the Pokemon of choice for Kibble here.
Okay, so now
We're gonna
Rage
see
Powder,
Mega
is
Scovillian,
it?
Mega Evolve. We didn't see any crazy Moody boost here, so we're probably just going to see a Rock Slide and or Dual Wing Beat.
The special defense boost might better versus the Frostlass. Rage Powder, yeah.
Rage Powder here, focusing all the damaging moves onto this Mega Scovillian here. What Kibble decides to go for. Kibble, go
Dual
for
Wing
the
Beat?
Dual Wing Beat into the Scovillian.
Oh, it's not enough because of the burn.
Spray ability. It's going to neuter the attack stat of the Aerodactyl. We're going to see another Dual Wing Beat and see
Nice.
the Scovillian take these hits pretty comfortably due to
Yeah,
that ability.
pretty chill,
And I
pretty
think
chill.
what's probably going to be the case here for the game.
I don't know how to.
Go for that dual wing beat, make it.
Oh,
so
no
maybe
focus
only one of
sash.
Your Pokemon has to deal with getting that burn before Frostlass has the potential to hit the board. I'm sure.
Wait,
it's
no
able to
focus
drive
sash,
a
really?
Sucker Punch, especially once it Mega Evolves and brings the snow in with that Ice type defense boost. But I don't know that that's going to be the case. If they opted to go for only physical attackers, the Scovillian looks extremely dangerous.
We're going to see Sneasler come in. Very interesting to see this Pokemon of choice for the Kibble here.
Okay,
I'm thinking
so it's on
Frostlass in
Kibble's
that.
side.
Not wanting to maybe, I don't know. Actually, do you need...
Is there a dark? Oh, it's Mega, yeah.
Seeing
It's holding
as
the
though
Mega
that,
Stone.
opponent has
So no focus sash there.
It's
Okay.
really valuable. I think that it's important to maybe stick towards the special attackers, but I feel like this would have been the optimal time to bring it in. So this may be a bit of like a feint here by going into the Sneasler. Maybe you have to address the
Sneasler.
King Gambit, even maybe if you're letting your physical attack.
Yeah, because then King Gambit really threatens the Frostlass.
Operate, but I wouldn't be surprised if the last Pokemon on that field is, Basket Legion. So you don't want to end up in a
Ooh,
1v1
King
with
Gambit
Basket
switch.
Legion and Frostlass in the end game. Focus Sash will keep it around.
So we're going to see that Basket Legion come in on the end of testing here. This is going to be a Citrus Berry Basket Legion. We're going to just shoot a
Better
straight
Claw
up
protect.
ball into that Scovillian. Not wanting to play games, just wanting to get rid of it. But now we're in a good scenario if your process is feeling good.
Last Respect will not do a lot of damage. It will be base 50.
Might be able to pick up the knockout depending on
Plus
how
stab, plus adaptability.
I'm seeing a Citrus Basket
Will do a lot of damage into the Mega Frostlass, but I don't think it picks a knockout, especially in the snow,
Yeah,
which gives
unfortunately, I
50%
think
more
even though the
defense to the
Frostlass is on
Frostlass
board here now,
and all the ice types.
If it Mega Evolves, gets a very powerful Blizzard off, or maybe even just a Shadow Ball, guarantee that you get that knockout on Scovillian. I have no idea if it would get the KO. And who knows how bulky Mega Scovillian is being trained at this point in the metagame.
Yeah, nobody knows how
probably
the
go second if it
Scovillians
has
are
advantage.
trained.
and then has the potential to maybe go for a Dire Claw on this Basculegion.
Because they can have so many
Will they
different
get to sleep? I think you would
ways
need
to be
a sleep
trained.
to be able to turn the momentum in your favor here.
We're gonna see this Mega Frostlass here, Mega Evolve with that.
Mega
Omni
Frostlass.
Ring, activate that Snow.
Snow,
Let's see what these two
Rage
Sucker
Powder,
Punch
of
gonna be.
course.
Rage Powder, just wanting to get all the attacks.
Can the Lizard get a knockout here?
Here. And
Aurora Veil!
Defense and special
Really?
attack, 5 turns.
That's really good.
Opposing end of Kibble. Let's see what the Sneasler goes for. It's going to be
Dire
a
Claw,
Claw.
that's the
Get
knockout.
rid of this pesky Scovillion.
Get out of here,
Burn
Scovillion.
the Aerodactyl.
Scovillion.
And
No,
Sneasler
but now the
very
Sneasler is burned.
on the end of Kibble.
That's
But
a lot of value out of that
You know,
ability. Spicy
yeah.
Spray is one of the best things we've seen.
One of the
in
best abilities in the
Champions
game so
era,
far.
But with
Last
that
Respect.
KO, we get a last
Oosh.
respect boost. Into the
100% base
Frostlass.
power.
It is able to survive. It has
Even
the
without
Aurora
a Veil.
up, the snow boosting the defense, and not to mention a lot of people are starting to consider running bulky or Frostlass. I'm not
Yeah,
at the point
I was
yet
thinking
where
about
I
that.
know these Pokemon inside now. I have no idea what this thing's HP stat is, so I couldn't tell you off the rip whether it's bulky. But for those watching, maybe we can just check in our little sliders there. Sneasler now burned, unable to probably break that King Gambit because on Kibble's side we didn't mention it. But
Yeah, the
it has
burn.
a Chople Berry. which
Chople Berry
will
plus
reduce the
4,
damage.
no way.
I don't
Yeah.
even know if with the burn a Chople Berry would be within range of a second close combat if you target it into the King Gambit.
Yeah.
if I'm testing, I'm feeling very
Okay, opponent King Gambit.
that none of my Pokemon is in
Sucker
the
Punch
game.
doesn't work, of
We're going
course.
to see
And
the
the close combat.
Sucker Punch, Sneasler's gonna go for close
Into the
combat
Chople.
against King Gambit. It's not going to do any type of damage here, in my opinion, at least.
Oh, it did
there's
half.
another close combat will definitely get there, in my opinion, at least.
I definitely undersold that. And maybe
That's crazy.
I think also
That's
an
crazy.
important interaction here
What?
in the end game is that the King Gambit on Kibble's
Chople
side
Berry
does have
reduces the
low
damage you
kick,
take from the super
so it
effective
does
fighting
not
type attacks.
have, low kick
And
on
then
King
Burn
Gambit
reduces the attack
or
of
testing
Sneasler by half. But also, King Gambit is 4 times weak to it, so...
Liquidation there. I think Liquidation probably would have done a little bit more on the end. Is it Wave Crash or Liquidation?
Wave Crash on
Sorry.
their side.
Wave Crash on their side. But I think I get it, though, because you don't want to put your Basculegion in range of Sucker Punch.
Yes.
Because if you're a bulky variant...
Yeah, the matches are getting more and more intense. The players are really, really good at this point. But imagine playing 12 games of Pokemon without... 12? No. 12 times 2 minimum. So 24 minimum games, because you can go to game 3s.
Where this end game goes, I think if
Imagine
you
playing
get rid of
24
this King
games
Gambit before your Frostlass is forced
without
into the
losing.
end game, there is
Maybe they lost some games along the way, but they won 24 games. They lost one game or another, but in terms of matches, they have 0 losses. Protezione, no Sucker Punch, close combat on the King Gambit.
Have the choice to get any damage out here. It does not.
No, we're
Okay.
going to see a Protect on both the Sneasers and the Basculegions, and testing 800, not wanting their Basculegion, sorry, not the Basculegion, not wanting the Pokemon that was switched in earlier to be attacked, and switching in the Sneasler here. Sneasler in a prime position to get damage off and or fake out any of the opposing Pokemon. You could close combat the King Gambit. You could potentially fake out the Sneasler. You have a lot of options here. If you're testing 800, how do you feel about this board position?
I feel excellent if I'm in testing 800 just shoes right now, because now you don't really have a Sneasler that can do anything.
Yeah,
on
the
this
Sneasler is really important. It's
very
really
little
not
damage
valuable
to
here
your
right now.
Sneasler or your Basculegion. And Sneasler, while it does have to face off against this Chople Berry King Gambit on Kibble's side, I think that with the help from Basculegion, it could potentially get through it. Instead, King Gambit just going to protect, draw some attention to itself.
Aqua Jet
I
feels
wonder if
good.
this Sneasler is gonna fish for
Ooh,
some
but
Dire
not
Claw,
knockout.
support
Dire
here.
Claw there,
Dire Claw, it's
sleep,
been nerfed
burn.
in this game. Let's see if we get any
Not
odds.
in
Let's go.
paralysis.
And the paralysis, unfortunately,
Okay.
also a nerfed status in
Close
this
combat.
game. I don't know that we'll see it pop up. It is only a 1 in 8 chance to prevent any movement. But now with Sneasler gone, that close combat, securing that KO, there is really nothing to get through this King Gambit. You're going to have to make your Frostlass count on this next board.
Yes, you're going to have to make this Frostlass count on this next board. And we've got to also be in mind that Snow is dwindling down. I think we're on the last turn of Snow. So if you lose that defense move, Aqua Jet could potentially pick up. But with
No, Aqua Jet, I think,
Para
gets the knockout
going
now.
on to the Basculegion, King Gambit should outpace.
Frostlass is
this
really, really
Basculegion
frail.
Potentially, right? So it puts this Basculegion in a weird spot because does Sucker Punch pick up at this point?
No, I don't know that it would. I think that because these Basculegions are probably a little bit bulkier, what's interesting is obviously you can go for Aqua Jet to potentially get around that Sucker Punch, but with the paralysis, I would expect this Basculegion probably underspeeds this King Gambit, and unfortunately,
Yeah, less turn of Aurora
that's where
Veil,
the
less
type
turn of
Dire
Snow.
Claw paralysis can actually be a problem.
Protection,
So we're gonna hear a Protect.
double protect.
Just having some technical difficulties
Yeah.
not being able to see the screen. We hear 2 protects, so I'm assuming a protect on one side.
Audio only mode. What do we got?
Only mode casting.
Something
Nice.
got blocked by protect. Oh, and there we go.
so-
Finally, the stream is back.
So I'm assuming
No Lord of Veil, yeah.
protects went
Now
off,
Aquajet
and
picks the
we see
knockout
that
for
Snow
sure.
ends Here. So now Aquajet, most likely the Frostlass here protecting, and maybe
Really
Pokemon
tough
on
end game for Kibble.
side here protects. I think that Aquajet is probably your safest bet. Now into the Frostlass, maybe doubling up with maybe a Dire Claw or something.
King
along
Gambit
those
is
lines.
so funny.
Or you could even see a CC into King Gambit, but also we all know that.
But Basque Legion is paralyzed, so Sucker Punch comes first.
If I'm Kibble,
right?
I think the best chances that I have are to maybe go for a double protect with the King Gambit and really hope that that paralysis does not hit this Frostlass and that Dire Claw doesn't target.
Aquajet.
The paralysis doesn't kick in.
GG.
Aquajet is going to go into that Frostlass, like I was talking about. And let's see what the Sneaker
Close
decides
combat.
to go for. It's going to be that
With
close
Chople.
combat into that Chopper Bear. King Gambit should be able to withstand this, barring a crit.
Yeah.
And withstands it
Nice.
well at 43 health points left. Sneezer's defense will drop. and
Metal Orb?
Chopper Bear will
White
be
Orb?
activated, and Iron
No,
Fist
White Orb.
Should revenge KO. The Sneezer.
Oosh.
Oh, no. Sneezer takes that really well.
That's
My apologies.
honestly a good bit
That's
of
rough.
information. I would have absolutely
Yeah.
expected that Ironhead to get the KO.
Yeah,
there.
me too, with the defense
maybe
drop.
It's a bit of a bulkier Sneasler that may pay dividends, that information, in Game 2 or Game 3. if you
Yeah,
wanna do a
totally.
Sneasler versus Sneasler situation. Maybe going for the fake out without being afraid of not getting that KO. Also,
Sucker?
potentially thinking that maybe the Dire Claw won't get a significant KO later in the game. But as this gets cleaned up by testing 800, I believe that the important adjustment to focus on is
Lost respect,
what
gets
we
the knockout.
do about that
Nice.
early game where the Aerodactyl had to face off into Scovillain. You have a lot of physical attackers here that came, and Frostlass wasn't really able to support your board until kind of a point
True.
where it may have been too late.
True. Good analysis.
Important things I want to highlight towards that endgame. Did that Steelers White Herb activate after it was?
It did. It had already gone for a.
I think it was CC into the Sneasler
Yes,
and activated
CC
the White
into
Herb.
the Sneasler,
So
exactly.
important information to add. That Sneasler is definitely really bulky. I think it's one of those Sneasers that
Yeah, it's really
is
bulky.
able to live the dual wing beat from opposing
Oh.
Mega Aerodactyl. If you train,
That's
sorry,
possible?
brother.
Is it? I haven't looked at these counts.
Brother.
I've been listening.
We're running
It's
Impish Sneasler
possible.
out here, or what is it?
Not
Or-
even. It's just kind of crazy what Sneaser is capable of doing. I think pretty much
It's,
has a chance.
it survives dual wing beat from Mega
I
Arrow.
think if it's Jolly, Mega Aerodactyl is able to withstand that hit.
If it's
But
Jolly.
Adamant, but like I don't know.
You
Are
don't run
go-
Adamant. You run Jolly on
I-
Aerodactyl, so you might be right.
Yeah.
I just thought with maybe the
And
Tough Claws
Sneasler
boost.
could potentially live Earthquake from Garchomp.
Yeah, that's something that I've actually bulked out a Sneasler before to be able to live a Jolly Garchomp Earthquake,
exactly.
and then still be faster than the Adamant variant, so you don't have to kind of worry about that.
And then we know for sure that Sneaser's definitely living Wave Crash from Basket Legion.
Yes.
As well.
Ooh, that's
That-
really good as
Sneasler,
well.
That information. This is what makes a great.
I
good
have to
player
change my
good.
Sneasler
You're
into
able
that.
To visualize a calc immediately because of something interaction like that.
Yeah.
Getting that information is very important for players watching at home. It's very important to be very keen to the eye of what's going on within a Pokemon
Yeah.
battle.
I
Even
love
if you're
that.
Just watching, just to watch as a viewer, just practicing. You could practice watching other players play.
Yeah.
Just finding
Actually, the
information.
Yeah.
majority of the practice I do is just watching and studying other matches, either replays that my friends send me, or by just watching through streams and looking for kind of auditing plays,
Yes.
saying this is a
Yes.
mistake, even if the turn went well.
Yep.
But something I want to just draw attention to is in that first couple turns, Scovillain presented
MVP.
a massive
Yeah,
amount of value.
MVP.
MVP.
Being able to burn so many threats, keeping that Sneasler basically just on the board, doing.
It's so rough for
help-
physical attackers.
asking for somebody
My
to
team is
please
really good
tag
into
in,
Scovillain
catch
because
the
Charizard,
baton,
Mega
but
Charizard
unfortunately,
X
there's no
cannot
baton
be
pass on this team to
burned.
be able to swap out.
So
I think that
it's
this
really
is
good for
maybe
me, you know?
In a best of 3 set play kind of scenario, the best opportunity that Testing 800 has to do a non-Scovillain plan. Let's try and maybe bank on your opponent Kibble, trying to counter that Scovillain. I would expect, like we talked
Yeah,
about when analyzing
I
the
see.
potential for the first game,
Game number
that the
2.
Frostlass may
Yep.
come out early.
Yep, and it is.
Instead, it is going to be the Frostlass early, but you sometimes, if it ain't broke, you don't got to fix it, right?
Exactly. And this is the lead that I was talking about earlier to game 1.
It's Scovillain again?
Being
You
able
called
to,
it out. You're good, man.
I'm learning, man. I'm
You're
learning from you
great
guys.
even.
Oh, you're the best.
Not better than. I'm just kidding.
Not
Anyway.
better than you. Okay.
We got-
all right.
we have other players
we have
to
a match.
focus on.
We have a match to catch. We'll worry about that later. Steezer Frostlass lead into the King Gambit. Scovillain.
But it's better now with the Frostlass for the Blizzard into Scovillain.
The turn after.
Scovillain is such an interesting mega to me because, man, Spicy Spray feels so powerful, especially into the specific metagame that we're seeing. But I do think Frostlass is one of the Pokemon that is much better equipped to deal with it. I wouldn't be surprised to see it potentially put it into range. It's got to be 2 Blizzard range, right? I know I was talking about not knowing its bulk. The only question, I guess, is maybe if this Scovillain is able to get some recovery with Leech Seed. Obviously, we're probably going to see... I thought we were going to see double protects here, but instead they're going to go for the Mega. We don't even need the Moody Boost to win this.
Is it going to just be a raw overheat?
It might be really
Raw
powerful
overheat
swing turn there. I mean,
into
you're up
the
a game,
Frost
you're gonna
Blast,
make a
fake
read,
out
now
into
might be
the
King
into the Gambit. Okay.
Might have called it.
Aurora Veil. Okay. I think it's going to be
Oh.
overheat.
I don't know if it'll get the Frost Blast. It has a pretty high special defense stat, and if it's a
That's
little bit
true.
bulkier,
Puts
if
in
it
a range-
connects.
puts
It's
in a
the
range
overhit.
of Sucker Punch, though, so I'm not mad at this. Sucker Punch.
Ooh, big damage.
Yes, this is a solid turn for testing.
Yeah,
800.
that went
phenomenal.
about as
Big
well as it
damn.
could go. You got the read right.
Now it's in
yes,
Sucker
exactly what
Punch,
you just said. It's now in
range.
Sucker Punch range. Now, basically,
Really
one of your
bad.
best Pokemon to be able to deal with this Scoville and your Frostlass is in range, protected
Yeah.
from this Sucker Punch. Now we may see some repositioning here. If there's any chance to do it without a read, it's going to be now. As we say, Frostlass going to reposition. I think one of the better options is that Garchomp.
Chomp, chomp.
It came out before they saw it. A little bit risky to maybe go into your
Close combat.
Gambit.
Oh, no Rage Powder.
No Rage Powder. This
No Rage Powder.
King Gambit's going to be able to withstand
Big
this
damn.
comfortably with that Chople Berry. Let's see what this Mega Scovillian decides to go for.
Now it's
Leech
always time to
Seed?
Go for a Leech Seed, right? If you're not going to go for a Rage Powder, a Leech Seed would be great for recovery if the Sneasler started to charge some damage out into it.
It is Leech Seed, yep.
See that Leech Seed, like you said, Justin.
Bloop,
You're right
bloop,
on the
bloop,
money.
bloop.
Hey, dude,
Bloop, bloop,
what were we just
bloop,
talking
bloop.
about? No, you're actually great at this game.
Oh, this
so.
is great. Glad me and you
Kowtow?
can be on the same page for
Eh,
once.
that's
Kowtow,
alright.
please, going into that Garchomp
I mean, that's alright. Like,
a good amount of damage here. But
Leech
I'm
Seed,
shocked.
Leech it.
How little that did, but
Oh,
this
Aurora
is the Garchomp with Citrus Berries.
Chonky
As
Chomp.
we were kind of alluding to with the Basket Legion, having that Citrus Berry is not as valuable unless you have the bulk to make it worth it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Garchomp kind of shrugging that damage off from the King Gambit. I'm shocked. I wonder if it's maybe like a max speed, max bulk type of variant, or if this Garchomp is like max HP and maybe a little bit defensive investment.
Max HP,
That's
yeah.
a crazy amount of damage to have
It's
to put out there
215
for the
HP,
King
so I
Gambit. Or
guess.
Actually, no, sorry. It did proc the... Did it proc the Citrus?
No, no, it didn't.
No, not at all. It was Aurora Veil. Do you remember?
Oh, yeah, Aurora Veil,
Right, I
true.
completely
It's all
forgot.
good.
Aurora
I got you
Veil,
back,
true.
Swan. Comes back. Aerodactyl comes
I
in.
got your
Fine,
back.
Mega Scovillian. I'm
Lars
feeling
is really
good in this
funny,
position
bro.
Because it's all physical attackers. The special attacking Pokemon that was on the field has already been neutered down to Sucker Punch range. So
Yeah.
if you're testing 800, this is an amazing position to be in. King Gambit's going to switch out for that Basket Legion. Once again, Earthquake is going to go out into the Mega Scovillian. It's going to eat this up. This is a 3-hit KO. But even more now because of Spicy Spray, but probably like a 5 or 6 hit. Spicy Spray is going to activate Leech Seed. It's going to go into this Garchomp. It's going to whittle down this Garchomp. Burn stat with Leech Seed. Justin.
I'm starting to see why testing 800 is at that 2.0,
Nice.
and honestly,
Yeah.
they look like they are
Yeah,
ramping
it's
up
it's playing really
to
good.
that 13.0.
Testing 800.
This is
God
a
damn.
very excellent start to this game.
Yeah.
We immediately
Like,
saw Frostlass
he
get put
basically
in
has no
range.
special
Pretty much
attack because
any priority
overheat, his
attack
attack,
on testing
his special
800
attack went
side. And now
down
the Garchomp
2
is
stages,
burned.
basically
Aerodactyl
by
will
half,
not be able to get
but
through the Scovillain without taking the
he's
burn.
still doing a
Doesn't even
bunch
have
of
that
damage with the
option,
Leech Seed.
which
It's so
I
funny.
would love to have on this turn. But Basket Legion now hitting the board is threatening maybe an Aqua Jet. This is not looking good. I wonder if there is something they have up their sleeve to turn the tables here.
I think it might be a little bit too late. Basket Legion
Protezione.
protect here, not wanting to get hit by anyone. Let's see what this Mega Scovillian
And duel, yeah, nope.
Just an attacking move.
No dueling there.
Basket Legion here 'cause Basket Legion
Earthquake,
is the threat,
Assquake.
the managing threat. I do like this because now you are able to either Leech Seed or overheat this Aerodactyl.
That will burn,
In range of maybe
right?
an
They'll
Aqua
burn the
Jet,
Chomp.
From the opposing Basket Legion on the end of testing 800. So, but like, it avoids, right? But that's
Get a little
fine.
bit, again, if we're looking for a path to
Wait, why didn't it
definitely
burn the
a
Chomp?
start.
Oh, it's already burned.
Start
Never
one
mind.
step for Kibble here, but unfortunately,
Chomp, chomp, berry,
the
berry.
Citrus Berry gonna put that Garchomp back up to a pretty healthy stat. I don't know that there is any combination of attacks here.
Yeah,
that
Last
would really
Respect
get
is
off the
not
field.
strong enough
Something that I would really like to see Kibble start doing
because
is
nobody's
maybe
knocked
just
out
leaning
on the
into Rock
opponent's
Slide.
side.
Aerodactyl's gonna have a hard time getting through here
Yep.
without getting burned, so might as well just take it and hopefully throw those 30% chances out. I mean, there's gonna be 4 Rock Slides potentially that could connect. Sometimes flinching is maybe your best play.
Yeah, and Justin, like we've always been saying for the last few years we've been playing, when there's a rock slide, there's a way. So going for this rock slide here, although, Basket Legion does have priority moves with that Aqua Jet, maybe they decide not to. Sometimes you can break on your opponent not making the best play. But this is testing 800. They are 12-0. I think it's highly unlikely they make the wrong play in this scenario. But
There's also a safe swap to King Gambit. It's
Yep.
not really out of the question for it to go
Rage
out
Powder,
on the
nice.
board here, but I do
Will
think
burn
that,
the
you know,
arrow.
protecting, your Basket Legion from potentially a dual wing B, definitely a smart option.
Aqua
here.
Jet.
As you called out,
Nice.
the Aqua Jet is going to be able to circumvent the chance of a Rock Slide flinch.
Rock Slide, no
Aerodactyl is going
flinch.
to go for the Rock Slide. It's one of the
Ooh,
fastest
good damage
Pokemon
into the
to do that in
Scovillain,
the
but
game.
not
And
enough.
now, I'm wondering if Garchomp is going to be doing the
That's
exact
how
same
you
thing.
go, like, this is a really good play, really good showing from testing. 800. Because a lot of people complain about Rock Slide flinches, for an example, and, like, as a good player, you need to find ways to go around that. That's exactly what testing did here. He could have totally survived an attack from Garchomp and from Aerodactyl and go for a wave crash, but by going Aqua Jet, you attack first under Rock Slide, so you're not even giving a chance for Rock Slide to flinch.
May have been
Aurora Veil
the
is
wrong
off.
option. If you were maybe to go for an Earthquake there, you potentially could have got the Scovillain off of the board and then cleared the path for your Sneasler in the end game. We have a good amount of damage on this Basket Legion on testing 800 side, but I don't know that we're going to be able to get through the Scovillain at this pace. They can protect, get some of that leech seed recovery off. It's not a bad idea to maybe reposition, at least just to slow down the Scovillain's health sustain.
Yes, and we're gonna see this Aerodactyl protect here. Not want to get knocked out by that Aqua Jet.
Protezione on the Scovillain.
Testing 800, and let's see what these two opposing
Aqua Jet.
Aqua Jet
Protect.
goes to that protected slot, and which is fair.
Earthquake.
800, I'm not here to make big reads at this
Not
point.
big damage, it's burned, unless crit.
The writing is in the wall, right? All the physical attackers on the end of
Nice.
Kibble.
Basket Legion chilling.
Definitely,
Leech Seed accumulating.
but Sneasler, I don't think you're
Leech Seed plus burn is insane.
Pokemon remaining on the end of testing 800.
Yeah, and you know, I think that maybe a really, really powerful option that Testing 800 has here is to potentially call out a Sneasler switch in.
Yep.
And just instead of going for that Aqua Jet, maybe throw an attack out with your Basket Legion. I don't know that a Rock Slide, which I think the Garchomp is maybe forced into going for here. It could go for the Earthquake if they want to reposition. That's not an option. I do think that we're seeing way too much rack up in favor of Testing's board.
Yeah, I'm not too mad at the Aqua Jet play, even if he does switch.
Nice.
into Sneasler.
Aerodactyl goes out.
I could see a follow-up of Aqua Jet and maybe Leech Seed calling that switch out. You don't lose anything from that, right?
Really good playing from testing,
Being off the board means that
because he still has his
recovery. This is
King Gambit alive to deal with the Frost last late game with Sucker Punch.
Aqua Jet was actually the best play. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see what Scovillain decided to do, but I think Aqua Jet is always good because you force the switch out and or the knockout and get the Citrus Berry activating on the basket. So testing 800 is playing like phenomenally. This is
Yeah, testing 800 is playing really well. Is that Wolfie?
and just turn by
Because he's testing, right? He's testing.
Man, and let me tell you, I'm thinking in the back of my head about what possibly there could be done. Is Scovillain, Mega Scovillain, that bad of a matchup for this team? This is a pretty meta-dominant team. I'm surprised to see that it's like so difficult to get the KO here.
Yeah.
And it's lasted for so many turns. This is so many value.
That's right. Having a fire type attacker is really good because
Now,
you ignore the burden.
board, there's a chance that this Aqua Jet will still KO. Even
Aqua Jet KOs for sure.
Snow.
For sure.
just adapt.
No Aurora Veil, no extra defense boost.
Less is pretty fun here. You could even double protect to whittle down that burn damage to almost confirm the knockout into Frostlass the next turn after, because Frostlass will go down and then Garchomp will go down as well because of the burn damage. So
No, but Frostlass is not burned.
is fine. Here we see Frostlass protecting here, but let's see what testing 800 decides to go for.
Protect as well. Yeah, on the Scovillain, that's really smart.
All out turns and probably whittle down this Garchomp here. And it's gonna be just the Aqua Jet.
Aqua Jet. So he's trying to knock out the Basket Legion, but then you have the
To make any
then you have the King Gambit with Sucker Punch though.
stacking damage and healing yourself with Frost.
Bro, the Scovillain just healing.
Oh, it was Leech
So
Seed.
annoying.
Regardless. Can we just talk about how Scovillain was supposed to be knocked out maybe like 2 or 3 turns prior, but it brought its health back up to almost half?
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of underrated. Like, I understand the burn. The
I'm
burn
getting a
is-
little PTSD to here. I'm
Oh,
thinking, oh man,
man.
it's just chilling there. And yeah, no, you're right. That crucial knockout that was whiffed on the Rock Slide. I was drawn to the double Rock Slide play, but now that I think about it, you know, that Earthquake would have gotten rid of the Scovillain. That may be the mistake that ends up costing this game too.
And this is the one Pokemon that
Protezione.
does not want to see. So I think it was very important to get that knockout so that even Sneasler could at least.
Aqua Jet into the
But we're gonna see that Aqua Jet
gets the knockout. No way.
bringing this to a 4v1 situation. Mega Scovillain is the end.
Yeah, GG. Testing 800 goes through. Bro, that was
I don't know.
skillful.
That was
That was skillful.
almost. I can't believe how
We have to
valuable
take a
Scovel
look at this
was.
guy
Just
for the later
gave it the
rounds.
bulk that it needed to survive pretty much all the double ups. It was utilizing its spicy spray.
Yes,
burn
spicy spray reduces damage, then you get healing and damage into the opponent with Leech Seed and Bird. It's insane.
For a spicy Pokemon.
It's insane.
And I think that, man, there's a lot to digest from that. Okay, testing 800 played amazing, right? I don't think there was any wrong plays within that set. But you also got to understand that they're playing against a person that's 11-1, and they haven't made any probably crazy mistakes to get to that 11-1 record. Absolutely. And to have a dominating performance like that, I mean, obviously the matchup was very favorable as we saw for testing 800, but having that, just showing that and showcasing that, if I have a physical dominant team and I'm going again testing 800, I might cry.
Yeah.
Tears.
And something that I kind of advise to a lot of people when they ask about stuff like team building advice, if there's any wisdom I can impart on anyone, it's that you do want to have maybe more than one special attacker, especially
maybe more than one, yeah.
That Scovillain exists. Yeah. Something like this can happen. Milotic is also carrying Coil. There are Pokemon with coaching to support things like King Gambit. You don't want to rely too heavily on offensive coverage being physical as well as maybe the typing advantages, because all of a sudden Scovillain is paired with something that has priority, and the Pokemon that you would like to hit Scovillain with, your Frostlass, is always at risk of being doubled down by a Sucker Punch and then late game Basculegion cleanup. It's tough. I mean, it's tough, and that's why there's an importance to having a good physical special split. Obviously, Kibble has made it very, very far into this tournament. I think that the metagame allows for a much more heavily leaning physical offensive mode. But honestly, Pokemon has kind of always leaned a little bit more physical. We've seen almost entire teams of physical attackers do well in the past.
I think I just heard news. We might have a bonus.
Here we go. Oh, it's Michael Kelch versus a box of teammates. Oh, box of teammates is still in the tournament. With his Mega Delphox and Clefable team, I love it.
We don't know currently what game this is, but we just wanted to provide you a bonus game and or set if able to. So this is what we have currently for you guys. Justin, take it away.
All right, Clefable and Basculegion here look excellently positioned into this Aegislash and Garchomp. There is already one Last Respects boost. We have a knockout on Timbit's side. King Gambit being off of the board means that that Last Respects is going to have to deal the probable remainder of the physical damage here, unless it's, of course, Sneasler in the back. But we actually have already seen that it's Delphox, so what I think is probably the option here is you want to try and position your Delphox to be able to clean things up, get that damage into the Garchomp. Does Michael actually recognize that, and then maybe leverage that damage, protect your Aegislash, maybe swap out your Garchomp to something like Ninetales or Rotom Wash, which could probably take the amount of damage that is being dished out pretty comfortably.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you here.
Garchomp switch. This should be game 3. Or at least game 2. Aquajet gets the knockout. Aegislash really strong, but now it's knocked out. Shiny Clefable looking cute with the green ears. The point of the ears being green.
Pretty decent position, I would say, for a box of Timbits, but we don't know the current health status of the Pokemon in the back. We'll see in just a moment. Let's see if the Garchomp comes back in, or is it another Pokemon on the end of Michael the Bestie. Rotom Wash being at low health and having a fall.
I'd like to see the Ninetales here on the Michael side.
Be able to hit those, bolt switches into the Basculegion on the end of the box. And if you're not able to because of Bound Me, that kind of defeats your plans to kind of get rid of this Basculegion.
Chomp Chomp.
I think that this Clefable is excellently positioned into this end game. I think if it gets off maybe just one Icy Wind, this Basculegion
The Basculegion is really, really healthy.
Ninetales, which are typically carrying the Focus Sash, and know that Michael's is chipped, and I would suspect maybe I'm going to take an educated guess and think that maybe the Ninetales does have its Sash intact, so you're just kind of working around that endgame win condition. It's also not out of it's also a good chance that you could position for a Basculegion and Delphox endgame. One Icy Wind here and the KO into Rotom probably will do a lot of work, but this Basculegion being locked into Aquajet means that this Garchomp isn't under threat of too much damage, especially if it's able to get a Rock Slide flinch off into this Moonblast bot, I would say at this point, or Icy Wind bot, that Clefable.
Interesting, Clefable, not known pick for players to be using currently in this regulation, but it did have some regulation in regulation 8, so kind of good to see this.
Nice,
We're going
Rotom
to
goes
see
out.
the Aqua
That's
Jet
good.
Go into that Rotom Wash, getting rid of this. This is going to be a single target icy win, Justin. So let's see if it's able to land.
Rock Slide.
Rock Slide. Go
No
with
flinch.
both opposing Pokemon. If there's a flinch and or miss on icy win, this could be a little bit
Nice.
detrimental. We're gonna see
Ooh,
very
single
good
target,
stable,
4 times
both
super
are excellent.
effective,
Single
big
target doing
damage.
over half damage.
Big
That
damage.
is great, amazing. Justin, what's your thoughts?
My thoughts are that it is going to be difficult for this Ninetales to win this game, especially if a heat wave in the league.
Nina Talas.
Normally, people are pretty protective over their focus sashes, especially since we haven't seen any snow up. But the Ninetales looks to have taken what I believe would be, I don't even know, maybe it swapped into an Icy Wind at some point for it to have taken that little damage. Unfortunately, with that chip being gone, it means that, you know, Heat Wave, I think, is a one-hit KO. Garchomp now being the slower option against that Delphox after the Icy Wind speed drop means that, you know, kind of
tough position for Michael.
around what could be that Delphox's last move, maybe pray for a dodge or something.
The ice type
I don't
here
know if
from
they're gonna be able to
Ninetales
get
is
this
not
team
great
off the board
because of the
before
water type of
it's able to
Basculegion and the
fire
fire
off
type
Blast
of
and
Delphox. Delphox comes in.
We're gonna see the Bastion
No fear.
Now, I want to take it's gonna be the Delphox, interestingly enough. And the
Protezione.
The Clefable here is going to protect. Let's see what these trainers decide to go for. It's going to be
Blizzard.
Blizzard
Crit
go
to the
into
Delphox.
And not do
This
much
is a
damage.
really risky switch. I
Yeah.
don't know if
It
you can
is.
throw away your Delphox's,
Yeah.
you know, late
Rock
game
Slide?
potential here. Rock Slide connecting will in fact power
Yeah.
up the last respects, but this Alolan Ninetales does have access to Freeze Dry, so it's not a guaranteed win condition. There is also
Sacrificing the
potential that
Delphox
Blizzard
there.
in the endgame is able to pick up a
Ah,
couple
but
of freezes.
you can always follow me, right? You don't need to. You don't need to risk getting hit by Frost Breath or by Freeze Dry. I mean, you just follow me.
Fable, maybe it survives a blizzard, but you are a little bit more tempted to probably go for a follow me here. And then, you know, you're just going to have too many turns of snow. I don't think 2 last respects are... You have to hit Ninetales with 2 last respects after touching the Garchomp. Blizzard might be enough to get through this follow me support.
Yeah, so let's see what these trainers
Oh, because in the snow they get more defense, yeah. Follow me.
Let's see. Basculegion
Last respect into the Chomp Chomp. Nice.
Knockout here.
Blizzard, it's okay. It freezes. Yeah, this was a good play for a box of team bits. It's a Blizzard. Yeah, Clefable survives. It's really
We're
good.
gonna see any freezes, no freezes. So now we got into a scenario where Michael the Best is kind of forced to abuse the snow, right? To abuse the defense boost from the snow, right? You don't want to waste turns.
What
so you wanna
now?
get as much blizzards as you can off in the snow. So I think that if I'm
You
Michael
knock out.
Best,
Now you Blizzard again.
is this Clefable
And then
protect
Frost
here?
Breath.
I don't know. I don't think you risk
The
that, right?
fish.
Freeze
I
dry.
think you do actually go for the protect. I would say that it's smart to potentially keep your 2-hit target spread damage on the Blizzard. Give yourself a couple more chances, but this last respect is going to be extremely powerful, and we don't need to play any games. That is going to be the knockout.
Nice.
Ninetales is off the board.
Big
Picking
damn,
up
big
a game
damn.
win here against Michael their Best is a massive deal, and Olivia again proving, as you said, that they have really leveled up their game, brought it up a notch. I don't know that that was their game advantage, so that
Seems
may
like
have been
no.
a 2-0 or
It could have been 2-0, 2-1. Olivia, also known as goes by A Box of Timmins Online, has been kind of wrecking this season. They've gotten, I'm going to say, one of the most improved players in Pokemon, showcasing why they're one of the strongest players from Toronto, doing really well in the Toronto scene. And we just got news that was Game 3. Beating Michael Kelsch is nothing to look back on. I think that's a good way to go and move on from 11-1 to 12-1. I'm feeling good if I could beat one of the best Pokemon players currently in Pokemon.
And going to 12-1 when you only need to win one more to secure your spot in the top cut, getting that, you know, kind of a confidence win, I would say, over somebody like Michael Kelsch. Although maybe if you're having a really good tournament, you know, anybody is anybody, and a win is a win. Maybe you expect it. I think that was excellently played. The end game there, I maybe have been I feel like I'm either overestimating or underestimating the damage that Basculegion is doing.
Yeah, me too. I thought like Last Respect was a 2-hit, but that thing is getting rid of.
Last Respect is too strong.
I'm gonna blame Ninetales for not having enough bulk there. It's Kanto, not a pseudo legendary stat line. So
yeah, but you know one thing I do like the Delphox on Olivia's side, the Clefable, the Sneasler, the Basculegion, the Garchomp, and the King Gambit. I do think that this is a well-rounded team. We're gonna see an instant replay here. We're gonna see King Gambit on the end of, this is Kibble's replays actually. So this is the game prior that we were reviewing. The overheat play was really good, right? Putting it in Sucker Punch range, basically neutering this Mega Frostlass here. And that lead seed, that pesky lead seed going into all of the threats that after they get burned is a really, really, really promising thing that Scobillion's able to do. Okay. And I do like the fact that Scobillion was just showcased ultimately like the best way in this set. But one thing, like I said, I do like a boxing team. The Black Glasses King Gambit, you know.
Oh,
man, you gotta have it. Where's your
Black Glasses King Gambit.
Come on, man. Oh my God. No, but still, I think that it's really good to see Olivia showcase why she's one of the best Pokemon players in the East Coast. Beating Michael the Bestie is nothing to that's an accomplishment. I'm texting my friends, yo, I just beat Michael the Bestie. Yo, he's one of the best. But that's just me. But we're gonna pass this on. I think this was a great way to showcase Mega Scobillion, and we just saw a bonus match of one of the best players currently in Pokemon. And yeah, we'll get back to you guys soon.
Okay, I'll take a break as well, guys, and then we go for the next round. Oh wait, no. We have Mega Chromobble. No. Gotta stay for Mega Chromobble. And Araquanid and Galarian Slowking. Wait, what? Charizard was not. They brought Charizard and Floette to the same game. And I see a lot of people doing, not a lot, but some people doing that. Bringing the two Megas that they have. Shiny Araquanid, by the way, looking cool. Araquanid is a great design, I would say. It's pre-evolution as well, the Skew Dipper, Protect on the Photograph. The Cremona was already out, but not Maggot. Moonblast. Araquanid has a lot of... Oh, maybe it's set up Calm Minds, because I think Araquanid has a lot of special defense, no? Or a lot of defense. I think it's a lot of defense. Machagacha. Araquanid goes down. Chromobble is not great here. Yeah, just to be Darchaludon, because Chromobble is also fighting type, so takes super effective damage from Moonblast. We haven't seen a lot of Arcaludons in these later rounds of the tournament, right? No Rain as well. Rage Powder. Flash Cannon. Into Cini. Doesn't get the knockout. Dazzle. Oh wow, is it boosted? Critical hit on Arcaludon. Another Crabbo can't finish this by itself. Oh, he goes Mega. Rage Powder. Moonblast. That surely picks the knockout, no? Yeah. Nice. Oh. Didn't see much of Mega Chromobble, man. GG. See you in a minute, chat. Are you everybody back? Welcome, welcome. Joe. Okay. No sets going on right now. Let's take a look at the meta. There is one match going on right now. Polar Bear, Peculiar Bear. Oh, they're at, oh, those players are already at 9-3. They're out of the tournament, but they're still playing for experience, to know the meta. Let's check the players that are at 13. Oh, testing with 13-0. Mega Umbreon VGC, that's a cool name. 12-1 with Mega Frostlass. Mega Charizard and Mega Floette at 12-1 as well. Mega Floette at 12-1 as well. Then Liakos from Greece with Mega Vinu. Nice. In the rain. I'd like to see that team working. I would like to see that team on stream. And we have Matnot with Mega Vinu and the Primarina as well there from this Polish player with Mega Kangaskhan as well.
Guys, I have to admit something. For the first time in my life, I might have been wrong about something.
The Watchog?
Did not expect Mega Scovillain to be the Pokemon that is on the team for the first person to lock Top Cut. But Testing 800, an Italian player named Davide, has done that at 13-0.
Mega Scovillain
to be in Top Cut of the largest competitive Pokemon tournament ever. But a Top Cut's not just one person. We have a lot more matches to go here. And you know, I don't know about you guys, but watching all these crazy games has made me more inspired than ever to go and compete myself. And just one more time, guys, let me remind you about how one of our sponsors can help you travel all over the world for competitive Pokemon as cheaply as possible, Surfshark VPN. Surfshark VPN lets you trick companies that are doing a pretty shady business practice. A lot of companies...
Okay. Let's check the standings here. Oh, I see. Yeah, they make flights more expensive. Yeah, that's what he's talking about. So we were at this... yeah, we're checking the Primarinas. Oh, we see, yeah. Hisuian Typhlosion with Dragapult and Taurus. Oh. I like this team. Yeah, I like this team. It's a full team. Okay, it's Colbert Berry on the Dragapult. Mystic Water Taurus. Choice Scarf Typhlosion, of course. Serena with Miracle Seed. Triple Axle. Power Whip. Protect Helping Hand. Okay. Protect Aquajet with Crash Close Combat on the Taurus. Encore Tailwind Sunny Day Moonblast on the Whimsy. That's a cool team. Alright. We back on the mainstream.
Champions Festival. My name is Cedric. I go by Talon Online, and of course we have
Talon.
Courtney Wiglayer on the mic as well. How you doing, Courtney?
Let's go. Let's go.
So good. So excited
is
for the next
round finished yet?
round, and also just so excited to also dig into these teams, because I know we've been talking a little bit about this beforehand. Is that there's a certain Pokemon that we want to see, especially.
No, they're still doing game
round.
3.
So which ones do you personally?
So round
want to see,
13 not finished
there's
yet.
a couple that I'm eyeing on the upper parts of the standings. Particularly, there's a team that's really off meta. It's got a Hisuian Typhlosion, a Serena.
Yeah, I like that team.
Tauros, the Aqua Breed, and then the Dragapult, which is running a really interesting set.
Yeah.
I think that'd be a highlight there. 12-1. Just for those
12-1, yeah.
not familiar with the tournament structure, there are 15
It's
rounds
this
of Switch
team here.
because there are so many participants in this tournament. Pretty much unheard of, but you do need to collect 13 wins in total to make the final Top Cut bracket.
It's
so
this
all
team
the
over
12-1
here.
players, incredibly impressive records.
Whimsicott,
They do
Typhlosion,
need to
Serena,
knock
Mega
one more win.
Floette,
The only
Taurus,
guaranteed person in
and
the Top Cut
Dragapult.
at this point is that really impressive Mega Scovillain testing 800 player from the last round on stream.
I know, absolutely incredible. And I didn't really think that Mega Scovillain was going to do so
No,
well
Mega
during
Scovillain
this
is
tournament,
going really
especially as
strong,
we've
bro.
seen the meta kind of shake out a little bit interestingly, especially the last few weeks throughout these different tournaments. I know one team that I really love and I've been digging into a little bit is Olivia's team at Box of Timbits.
A Box of
Who is running
Timbits.
a Clefable on their team.
Yeah,
So
it's the
ranked
Clefable
is
Delphox
very
team.
with the ability Unaware, but Moonblast, Icy Wind, Follow Me, and Protect. And
This
I think
team right
she
here.
is always so good at building these
Delphox,
different teams,
Clefable.
and I'm just so excited
Box of
to
Timbits.
see how she performs, especially with Intel with the Delphox as well.
Yeah, absolutely. 12-1. So, like we said, just one more win and Olivia in the top cut. So, very exciting. The Clefable, just an interesting choice, not particularly used, but you can see with many of the King Gambits dropping the steel type coverage for a low kick to
True.
be a little bit stronger in the mirror. Those small choices open up Pokemon like Clefable to kind of take advantage of holes in the metagame and actually pop off really well. It pairs well with the Mega Delphox, redirecting Sucker Punches from King Gambit, and just gives that Mega Delphox the ability to shine.
Yeah, and not only that, but as I was kind of looking through the standings as well, I think one Pokemon that we've been seeing a lot more, and I know after the tournament and also during the tournament yesterday, I had a few people reaching out there saying, what is going on with Mega Scizor? And
Mega
I think
Scizor, yeah,
that is
it's
just a
solid.
Pokemon that we talked about very briefly yesterday that I also think is making a huge surgence throughout this tournament, is really causing a lot of problems for some very high-level players as well.
There you go, Mega Scizor over there.
Yeah, what's the deal with Mega Scizor? We'll tell
It's
you,
11-2,
it is so strong
almost
against
getting
Mega
knocked
Floette.
out.
The Bullet Punch also not too shabby against the low defensive stats of the Sneasler. I almost said Mega Sneasler, which for some teams it almost is. They just dropped their Mega Sneasler
Yeah.
in a lot of battles, but yeah, the Mega Scizor is a cool Pokemon. You can run it as your main Mega in a battle, but oftentimes we've seen it as the secondary Mega. Where
Oh, how is
if
Joe
your
doing,
main
by
Mega
the
doesn't
way?
want to come to a battle, you bring the Mega Scizor. It
Our
functions pretty
Superstar
much the
Pearl
same
got
as if
another
it didn't
loss.
go for Mega Evolution at all. If you want to bring your main
Danish
Mega,
Preda
maybe a
also
little
got
bit
another
push it
loss.
against Floette in the late
Come on,
game, you just
Portuguese
have
guys.
that
Come on,
Steel
Portuguese.
Technician boosted high attack Bullet Punch to kind of clean it up if you get a bit of damage on it. So a lot of really intelligent choices. People have gotten really creative with the lack of item distribution in Pokemon Champions. So in the past, where
Oh,
Mega
Joey's
Evolution
out at
might be a little bit less
10-3.
common because there's so few items.
That's
Sometimes
rough.
the best choice on even a Pokemon you're not intending to Mega most battles is the Mega Evolution item.
Yeah, and I'm
So
just
only those
excited,
guys
truly.
from here
so excited. And
are
I'm
still into the
also so
tournament.
excited to see our next pairing and our next featured match, which is going to be between VG Corner and also Pizza Man. Which
Pizza
First
Man.
of all, Pizza Man, I'm excited to have you. I'm personally a pepperoni girl. Cedric, how about you?
I'm pretty simple. I like a little pepperoni, a little green pepper, and then not too much on top of it. Pizza Man, if I'm not mistaken, is that... I could be fully mistaken, but there's Pizza Greedon, who I believe is a really prominent player in the circuit as well, and then VGC Corner. VGC Corner is what I say, just because I say it in my head like that, but I guess VGC Orner is
Orn-
correct, but I believe that's
VGC
Brayden Smith,
Corner, yeah.
a prominent content creator, coach, and competitor who has been
Who is it?
playing for quite a long time. So
I didn't
really
heard
strong
it.
pairing of players here.
Yes, no, and super excited for
Oh, is
Pizza
it?
Man.
Oh,
And
maybe
I think I know who you're
it's
talking
not.
about. I think
That's
it's
a +1,
Kylan.
right?
They are running in a Turtle Floette, Garchomp, King Gambit, Aegislash, Basculegion, and Talonflame. So
It's a
one
Talon
really
team.
interesting team. I feel like
Talonflame
we
team.
haven't seen Talonflame, at least you and I, on stream that much this weekend. But I'm also just like interested to see how the Mega Floette is going to go, especially into Brady's team.
Yeah, then on Brady's end, we have a very interesting team. It's utilizing that Mega Gengar, which it tends to pair up
Mega
well
Gengar.
against the Mega Floette.
That's pretty cool.
However, ditching the Sludge Bomb that it's known
Ooh,
for extra
no
damage
Sludge
like
Bomb.
Mega Floette with a move that can do a lot more damage, but a little bit more slowly. The Paris Song, a really cool team.
okay.
We're actually going to get into
Let's
the
go.
team preview now between two of these. players. VGC
Palafin.
Corner
No
on
way.
the top, B Smithy, kind of confirming it, and then Kylan.
VGC
Man,
Corner.
confirming.
Yeah, not
So
VGC
that's Kylan
Corner.
Van Severen.
VG
Who
Corner
top
or
cut the World
VGC
Championship a couple years
Corner.
ago,
Yeah.
beating, I believe, Wolfie in the top cut to make it to the top 16. So absolutely two storied players in the IRL circuit,
Yep.
taking their skill to the online.
He's in a Mousehold as
Yeah,
well.
I'm
Bro,
really interested to hear your thoughts.
the team on
and
the
I was
right
about to
seems
ask
like
you
a
about this
starter
before we
team
went
in
out to
Pokemon
About
Champions.
Palafin. I know we
So
saw
like
a few
it looks
things
like a
as
bot
were
team.
custom
It's
today,
so
but
funny.
we never saw it actually.
But it's really strong
hit
actually.
The field at all.
Palafin
And
on
so it's
Rain
running
with
Jet
redirection
Punch,
from
Rain Dash,
Mousehold.
on
Scary.
Protect, with the Mystic Water, of course, attached
So I'm
to it
pretty
as
sure
well.
the
It's really
Hydreigon doesn't
interesting
come
because
out
it
here
does
because
have
of
the
Floette.
Pelipper alongside it on this team. But what are your thoughts? And do you think it's going to be good to go against Fork Island?
Yeah, I think the Encore choice is just so interesting. I've never seen
Let's
any
go
move other
round
than, I think, close combat
14
Haze, sometimes flip turn
of
on
the
these
biggest
Palafins,
Pokemon
so
tournament ever,
just
the
seeing that
Grand
you don't need those
Champions
moves in this
Festival.
meta, Haze not so common against the lacking of the Dondozo, but Encore comboed with the Disable on the Gengar can really lock down Kylan's options. I think we're going to have a really interesting positional game ahead of us where both of the players have a lot of options to switch in and out. I believe, yeah, the Incineroar with the parting shot. We have a U-turn Hydreigon, which we didn't even mention on the choice
Gengar,
card on the
Palafin.
Smithy side, so it's
Oh,
going to be an
really?
interesting match. We are seeing the Mega Gengar and the Palafin as the lead, and then a Talonflame and the Floette on Kylan's side.
Yeah, very interesting, like, starter Pokemon, especially for this. We see the Talonflame. It does
They
have
both at
Tailwind,
11-2.
Will-O-Wisp, Acrobats, and Protect.
Oh, it's Mega
So,
Umbreon and VGC versus
it might want to go
Pizzaman.
ahead and start getting things set up just in case, but the Mega Floette also is running Light of Ruin, Moonblast, Dazzling Gleam, and Protect as well. So, interesting.
Oh.
Kylan go for a double Protect
okay.
and kind of see how things are going to go.
No,
but
so it's,
we also saw the Palafin join
Pizzaman
us as well.
Yeah, I think this
versus
Talonflame's actually
VGC
sweating a little bit in the
Corner.
face of it can get a Tailwind in front of the Jet Punch if that comes
Pizzaman,
out. But yeah,
VGC
we're going to see the
Corner.
Palafin
Okay.
doesn't want to stay on the field, doesn't want to get critically burned by a Will-O-Wisp, I imagine. But the Mega Gengar is going to activate the Mega Evolution to lock down all the Pokemon on the field with Shadow Tag for as long as it's on the field.
Yes, and once
Yeah,
again,
Hydreigon with
shiny
U-turn
Gengar,
because of the choice
obviously
scarf.
one of
That's
the best
interesting.
shinies that we've seen
Yeah.
yet, and now we also
Pelipper
have the
with
Mega
Wide Guard.
Floette on Kylan's
Palafin
side.
with
So
Encore.
both Mega Evolutions waking up bright and
Palafin with
early
Arco.
for this
Incineroar
round.
with Protect, no Fire type damage.
Yeah, seeing the
Man,
ability or
shiny
activate
Gengar is
boosting
in the
that
field.
Floette to an absurd level. Still shouldn't have a knockout even with Light of Ruin into Mega Gengar.
Yo, 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 what's
especially
up?
for Rengar,
How you doing? Welcome to the
Mousehole
stream.
entering the field. Going to boost up the defensive of its partners,
Oof.
but critically not itself.
Mousehole
as it takes
resists.
a lot of damage there. Although it does have the
Perish.
focus dash to kind of cover its bases, as we see the crux of VGC Corner's team, the Paris.
So now you just need to protect
activate
the
here, every Pokemon on the field.
Gengar.
If it stays on the field for 3 consecutive turns, will faint at the end of this Parish counter. So timer's ticking for all the Pokemon on the field, but VGC Corner has the actual.
Yeah, VGC Ordner can
proactive ability to
switch.
out of
His
that
opponent
Paris-
can't switch
that
because of Shadow
Paris
Tag
counter,
ability from
but,
Gengar.
Not the same for Kylan.
Yeah, very interesting turn one.
Protezione.
We don't see Parish Song on turn one, and we're gonna go ahead and see the Protect from that Mega
Of course.
Gengar and also that Mouse.
Maybe Clefable, Clefable, no,
Now,
Floette, Calm Mind?
this is going to be a wash. You do see that the Talonflame
Floette,
is going
no
to
Calm
target
Mind.
into that Mega Gengar and that Mega Floette.
No
going for
item on the
Dazzling
Talonflame
Gleam
as
just
well.
To go ahead and chip off of that Mouse Hold and Gengar a little bit more if obviously they didn't protect. And we're going to go ahead and see the Parish counter go down to 2. And now Kylan's going to have to start figuring out, hey, I do have Tailwind up, but how can I go ahead and figure out a way for me to get out of this sticky?
Because now Muscle
maybe
can
beautiful
follow me.
situation. You know, sometimes songs are nice.
Talonflame absorbing the attack of the
Not so nice
Talonflame.
for Kylan in this case. Typically, the play pattern for the Mega Gengar Parasong teams is you double protect on the first turn and then you
Yeah.
switch out the Gengar. I don't think Brady's actually pressured to do that at all.
No, you can
Very
switch out the
safely just go
Muscle
for
here.
Follow Me, redirect an attack from the Talonflame, and tank anything from the Mega Floette, and then switch out the Gengar on the next turn. And then if the Mouse Hold goes down, you just basically protect the Pokemon that comes in its slot.
Okay,
to take
Gengar
that
comes
knockout.
out.
Brady exposing himself potentially, switching out
With
that
the
Mega
Pelipper.
Gengar. If Kylan gets really aggressive and actually doesn't attack with either Pokemon, there'll be no ability for the
True.
Gengar to take the field next turn.
But
that is not
yeah,
going to be the case. Just
nice.
getting the free KO on the Mouse Hold here.
So Gengar comes
Yeah,
back
wow,
next turn
very
and no more
interesting play
switch.
From Brady's side, taking out that Mega Gengar now is going to allow the ability for Kylan to move some
Big
pieces
dam.
around. You are going to go ahead and see that Moonblast
Oosh.
targeting into that
The
Pelipper, doing
Pelipper.
massive damage.
Ay,
down
ay, ay.
to 23 HP. Which also
Lefties.
just shows how strong Mega Floette really is, especially throughout this meta. You're going to see the Parish counter go down another tick, but
Yeah,
now
no, Gengar
Kylan's
comes in and
ability,
they
maybe.
Pizzaman will lose Floette and the Talon.
Yeah, we are going to see the Mega
'Cause they
Gengar
can
unfortunately
switch,
enter the field.
so they go
Brady
down
sacrificed so much
to
to get that Parish
Paris
counter
Song.
down. Now has a very
Just
safe
double
double
protect
to
now.
just lock down those two Pokemon. But we kind of see what some indication of what Brady might have been thinking, given that you could have just taken a Light of Ruin on your Gengar and just allowed the double KO to happen on the next turn, but almost was willing to sacrifice the Pelipper to a Light of Ruin if that did come out on that turn. Definitely could have been a likely play from Kylan, but totally happy to just potentially try and endgame with the Mega Gengar and the Palafin later on. But we're kind of just seeing Brady play through the motions here, go for the double protect to stall out the
Nice.
last turns of Parasong, with Kylan not really having any defensive counterplay to that.
Yeah, so now talking about that a little bit more, as we're going to go ahead and see both of those Pokemon go down on Kylan's side. Cedric, that first few opening turns for Brady seemed to be
Really well played
massively
from
played,
VGC
especially
Arnold.
just pinning
Really well
both of
played.
Kylan's Pokemon. So what are your
Talonflame
thoughts
goes
about
down,
how
and
Kylan might be
Floette
able
goes
to get
down.
out of this, depending on what Pokemon that they have in the back?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting which Pokemon.
Why is it showing the
Brady actually
Palafin?
brought. You could imagine the Garchomp being really effective against the Maushold, the Gengar. Not so fun against the Pelipper given the wide guard presence on that Pokemon, but early game you would have been threatening a lot of Earthquake to at least force the Gengar to maybe play a little defensively instead of just turn one going for the really.
Because the lead was Maushold Gengar, right?
Song and switch option. The Friendguard Maushold proved to be really difficult to just redirect any single target damage away from the Talonflame. Yeah, from the Talonflame away from the Gengar. So we are going into the last couple turns of the match, and the Kingambit
Very strong again.
Not actually poised that poorly against the Mega Gengar.
That's true. Very good damage for the Mega Gengar into the Mega Gengar here from those Ghost and Dark types.
Maybe not in the best position in the sense of that Brady definitely has a lot more Pokemon than them. However, these are two ones that can maybe navigate around this Mega Gengar and also this Pelipper a little more agile.
Very strong again, but no Sucker Punch.
Song, restarting the counter once again, making sure that, hey,
because only one Pokemon in the back for Ordner.
Basculegion is going to go ahead.
Pelipper goes down. Kowtow.
The Pelipper, knocking it out on Brady's side.
That should get the knockout, no?
The Kingambit go for the Kowtow cleave into the Mega Gengar, taking it out in a one-hit KO.
VC Order might lose here.
It looks like a very just obvious play from Island, but I think there was actually a lot more layers than it might appear, given that the Gengar did have Shadow Ball. It is a Focus Sash on the Basculegion that has, so it had the capability to be able to live the.
Okay, so the lead was Palafin, I guess.
You also could have seen a double priority.
And he switched to the Maushold in. Oh, okay.
Brady was really just trying to figure out a way to get the Parasong up to make sure that the Palafin could close this out, but I'm not entirely sure it still will be able to without a double protect, given the massive damage that Last Respects
protect, of course.
Cleave will be offering on these.
Yeah, he needs a double protect.
Yeah,
like, unless it's ultra giga bulky Palafin.
Brady is known for, especially in the community, is their masterful use with Palafin. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they can navigate through this Basculegion and
still 2 turns to go. He needs a knockout here.
As possible to break.
There is no close combat on the Palafin.
But
yeah, it's Anchored.
I've seen crazier things.
Wave Crash, Jet Punch, Anchored, Protect.
A knockout on the Kingambit, and you'll probably live one Last Respects, but a Sucker Punch and then a Last Respect.
Basculegion is Focus Sash,
yeah. We're going to see the Last Respects, but no Sucker Punch. Oh, wow, that just... Oh, with the critical hit, it does...
Oh, it was the crate.
Brady didn't go for the double protect. I think without that critical hit, it probably survives, but maybe a Wave Crash, the recoil just allows the... Yeah, it just knocks out the Palafin anyway, so... Interesting choice. Maybe underestimated the damage that the adaptability, Last Respects from maybe even Adamant Basculegion is able to do. And yeah, that little miscalculation caused the, what looked like a pretty solid Parasong lock early game. You get those first 2 Pokemon without losing too much resources. Because you had to lock your Pokemon on the field and go for a double protect on the previous turn, I think maybe, that proved to be the undoing for Brady. That passive second Parasong where you just saw a double knockout just made it really difficult for that Pelipper.
Very difficult.
Maybe in the next couple of games you actually allow the Pelipper to go down so you get a little bit more offensive pressure with the Palafin where it's not having to fight this 1v2.
Yeah,
that was a really interesting, especially endgame, like you said, Cedric. It was very fascinating, especially towards the beginning of the match, that we really thought this was really in Brady's favor, especially just with just how dynamic that Parasong was. But switching it all up, it was very fascinating to see Kylan just figure out ways to navigate through it and say, hey, I do have...
I thought the Mega Gengar player had it as well, but
especially
actually no.
Poised with that sash as well. And it was really just a game of, do I think I can get a double protect, or am I going to risk it and see if I can survive some moves from the Kingambit and Basculegion? And unfortunately, it seems like Brady can't, but Kylan is currently up, and I'm sure feeling really good.
That was a good match from Pizza Man.
Yeah, really excellent play from both players. I think in terms of adjustments, I actually really like the Kingambit and the Basculegion in the back. If you look at Brady's team, there's actually not a lot. I think there's actually nothing that can one-hit KO the Kingambit outside from a rain-boosted Palafin Wave Crash, and if you do that, you expose yourself to a Last Respects, and you also may just be boosting up the Last Respects to do even more damage if you KO the Kingambit. So yeah, I really like those in the back. Just I think the approach of chipping things down into range for those two with the Talonflame and Floette, it seems a little unintuitive getting that. Being so passive against the Mega Gengar was really effective, but we are going to see a slight switch up.
So he'll try to get the knockout on the Gengar right now.
Turn, but the Kingambit a little bit more.
Gengar forced to protect and bring the Maushold.
Interesting. We kind of have a good idea that Palafin is going to go ahead and swap out to get that Zero to Hero ability activated, but it is fascinating that we now have Kingambit, which definitely is a huge threatening presence for that Mega Gengar. So Brady's not going to have such an easy time going for that Parasong turn 1, just because that Mega Gengar is definitely not going to want to take a Kowtow Cleave.
Yep. No Kowtow.
Kowtow cleave with
So
the
very
black
easy to
classes. If
attack
there was
the
any
Palafin
ambiguity,
slot
I think
here.
the Gengar could
Gengar
survive
surely
that, absolutely
protects.
none after this. But there are some advantages for the Mega
But
Gengar,
I think
of
you
course.
attack
It is
into it
running
anyway
its
in case
flex
it goes
move,
for Perish.
Disable, so if the King Gambit goes for a
If you get the
Kowtow cleave
Gengar
this turn,
in that
it can
turn,
be
it's
locked out
GG.
of doing that in future turns with the disable. However, if you're doing that, you're giving free turns to the
Okay.
Wet, which yeah, Brady might not
Mochi.
be in love with doing.
Oh, it's
Yeah, we're
insane.
gonna go ahead and see that there was a slight switch up, and
Oh.
Brady brought their Incineroar this time. You're gonna see the King Gambit
Oh.
on Kylan's side get that Defiant
Boosting
boost,
the
and also Brady going ahead
Gambit.
and evolving their Mega Gengar, which
I guess
of
the only way
course,
here is
we all knew was gonna
protect
happen.
the Gengar now and
It's very
fake
fascinating
out the
because of that
Gambit
Defiant
next turn.
boost, on
Mega,
Kylan's
mega,
side
mega, mega,
to
mega,
see where
mega.
that King Gambit targeted. We're also going to see that Mega Floette on Kylan's side.
I'm
Go ahead
going
and
for
pop
the
and put into that
Mega.
Floette.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if we don't see a Protect from Gengar
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah, me too. I will be
Parasong,
really shocked
you're
here.
susceptible to a Kowtow knockoff, especially from a +1 Black Glasses Kowtow Cleave, and the Floette, yeah, you're not threatening a Slip Bomb into that. So we do just see a Moonblast
Damn!
switch. The Palafin wasn't
Big
again,
damn.
offering much damage either, so yeah, just Kylan trying to offer as much damage as
Kowtow.
possible on that turn.
Now
Doesn't
fake
double
out
into the switch.
to
I think it probably would have been a
Perish.
knockout anyways, but did just keep the Gengar honest, making sure that it doesn't try and get cute in Parasong.
Yeah, I think now it's a little bit more fascinating because now we do have Incineroar on the field. It is going ahead and threatening that fake
I think
out,
that Dragon
but
will
it
be a
is
good
running
adaptation
also kind of
from
the
which
rest
the
of its
Orner
moveset, something
into
a
the
little
late
bit
game
different.
because
It's
it
running
resists
Dark-
everything that
Darkest
the
Lariat,
Gambit
Hurting Shot, and
and
Protect as well. But we're going to go ahead
Basculin
and see
can
the
do.
Incineroar go for the fake out on the King
Yep.
Gambit just
Perish.
to make sure that that Mega Gengar was going to be a little bit
Nya,
safe and
nya,
so that it
nya.
can sing its song with its Perish song.
Yeah, smart play from Brady. Basically, if you fake
Light
out,
of Ruin?
we see a Light of Ruin.
Oh,
is
the
actually gonna
miss
miss
on the
Incineroar. That means it's gonna stay
Insane.
on the field for one turn longer, which maybe Brady was happy with the Incineroar going down, but yeah, the world we live in, that Incineroar is here
That's
to
good,
stay
actually.
just a little bit longer. I want to highlight the
Now they will
fake out play.
protect.
There was an option to go for fake out disable in the face of the King Gambit to lock it out of Kowtow Cleave the last turn.
Could
but
be a
if it
good
went
play,
for
yeah.
Protect, you kind
But
of
then
just have an
the-
extremely passive board in the face of potentially your Incineroar.
It will be a lot of damage coming out
Knocked
from the
by Light of Ruin.
Floette.
So Brady taking the safer route goes for fake out Parasong. And now even though the King Gambit flinched, the last move it used was the Kowtow Cleave. You could safely go for a disable to stop that from knocking out your
True.
Gengar. And I believe it is not the Iron Head, it is the low kick. So really, as long as there's no attacking
Yeah,
moves selected by
disable.
the
Yeah, that
Gengar,
actually
it's
could be
free of
really good.
damage from the King
Disabled
Gambit
into
as long as
the.
Kowtow Cleave is locked
Yeah.
out.
Here we
Yeah,
go.
and we're going to see exactly what you're talking
Nice.
about, Cedric. We're going to see the disable into the King Gambit, making sure that that
Light of Ruin
Kowtow
misses
Cleave is
again.
not
Oh
going anywhere.
Really.
Another miss, also
And
on the
Kowtow is
Mega
disabled.
Floette. Unfortunately, you're going to go ahead and see that Incineroar parting shot into the Mega Floette, and also the King Gambit obviously was trying to use that Kowtow Cleave, but just can't do it with the disable from the Mega Gengar. An incredible turn by Brady.
So funny, I just yawned and comes in muscle the sleepy.
No damage has been dealt against any Pokemon on Brady's side of the field, which when you're using a Parasong team that is slowly just ticking the timer down is not what you want to see from Kylan's end. And at this
Protect
point,
now, right?
The Friend Guard Mousehold has entered the field. I believe the Gengar, yeah, it went for disable last turn, does have a free protect on both Pokemon.
Yep, double
and
protect.
everything's looking really healthy on Brady's side of the field. So I think this turn we probably see another double protect, although there is the Encore on the Mousehold to really make this King Gambit's life much more difficult, and then you could also threaten disable to stop any Light of Ruins coming out.
Muscle is so funny.
Really excellent lockdown from Brady here.
Cedric, that sounds nothing short of evil going for the Encore into the King Gambit. But we
Oh,
are gonna see
disable!
Gengar go for
On
the
Light of
disable onto
Ruin.
the Mega Floette, making sure that Light of Ruin, if it was going to hit, isn't going to hit anymore.
Encore.
And also
Ah.
the Mousehold doubling into the Encore into
Well
the Mega
played.
Floette as well.
Low
That
kick
is
into
actually
Mousy?
so brilliant because there's only low kick, and yeah, Sucker Punch isn't
Yeah.
really going to do anything. Yeah, low kick Mousehold so small.
'Cause
Maybe, I
because,
guess, slightly
Mousehold is
heavier
really
than a
light.
Mousehold of 3, so very suboptimal team building from Brady there. But we do see, yeah, it's basically doing nothing regardless. Yeah, Brady might have. He hasn't gone for a single attack at this point in the battle, and yet he's probably about to take 2 KOs and is just fully locked down his Floette to struggle. And you can fairly safely just switch out the Gengar from the Paraslock and
Yep,
maybe
there you
follow
go.
me away. Just this very weak low kick from the Mousehold, or not the Mousehold, the the King Gambit. Wow.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and see on Brady's side that
Follow
Mega
me.
Gengar is going to swap out for their Palafin, going from 0 to hero.
Encore
And the
disable
follow me from the
is
Mousehold as well. Floette obviously
toxic.
just has to struggle through this turn because it can't really do anything with that disable
Low kick.
and Encore. And we're going to see the King Gambit go for that low kick once again into that Mousehold. That Mousehold just really making sure that its friends and family have
There
a
you go,
good time,
GG
and
for
that
those
its
two.
opponents are
But
saying
the same
goodbye.
happened in last match.
Yeah, family of 4.
And the PC Man was
2
able
are
to turn
going
it
down
around.
Here on Kylan's side, it's looking really challenging to actually come out of this game with a win. We'll see who is in the back. I think the
Aegislash maybe?
yeah, the Basculegion's probably your best
Yeah,
bet
because
to at least wall out the Paladin
Pizzaman is
offensively. I think
3
given
very good
how
answers to
strong
ghost
Basculegion was
types.
in the last game, that
Oh, it's
seems like a shoo-in,
Basque
and that is the case.
Chomp.
So at least you can't get Aqua Jetted for a knockout.
Okay.
Talonflame, if that were, it is going to be Garchomp, which to its credit does pair up pretty well against the, you know,
Gengar and the
Incineroar and
Insane,
the
yeah.
Gengar. The
But
Garchomp
the
is
Intimidate
doing
will
pretty well
hurt.
with that, so no immediate knockouts threatened by the Palafin, most likely. But yeah, this Incineroar in the back is definitely looking very happy to switch in and potentially intimidate at this turn or later in the battle.
Yeah, I think Highland did pick some good Pokemon to bring in the back, making sure that they brought that Basculegion, but also bringing in the Garchomp as well. I think it has a little bit more versatility than the Talonflame in this case. We are going to go ahead and see Brady go for the Protect on their Mousehold and also the Palafin.
Protect.
Making sure that they can keep stalling as much as possible and make sure that they're protected from what's around them.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe just attempting to
Last respects
stall
locked in.
out, or maybe just figure out the speed order.
So
between
the
Pokemon.
I know
I'm
the
not
fish
entirely
can change
sure,
its
but
focus
it
sash,
seems like
not the
given
Choice
that
Scarf.
there was no Paris counter taking down and no other field conditions, Brady maybe just trying to sniff out a Protect on the Garchomp or the Basculegion. Would make sense if you can chip the Basculegion with a little bit of damage with, you know, a Aqua Jet. Later in the battle, you'll be able to knock it out with a Shadow Ball, free of charge. You can also get the Garchomp in range of a Shadow Ball, so I do think, yeah, just trying to scout out a Protect, but ultimately none came out from Kylan. Really smart not to bite there, just trying to get whatever fight they can to actually get back into this game.
Yeah,
Jet Punch?
We're going to go ahead and say that Brady's going to go for that Jet Punch into the Basculegion, taking
Okay.
it about just down to about around a quarter.
Encore.
In the Mousehold, going into an Encore on
Rock
that
Slide?
Garchomp, making sure that
No
once
Earthquake?
again is the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
No
think I
Earthquake?
completely missed
Oof.
that, actually. Yeah, if there had been a Protect on the
That's
last
good.
turn, you could have encored it. Rock Slide is going to come out. It's going to miss the Palafin, which maybe actually would have put it in range of a Last Respects with the Friend Guard. We're going to see. I
No.
think probably not. I think it would
yeah.
have lived regardless.
Me
Shy of a
too.
crit
I
on the
also
last
think
game,
so.
But we do see, I think given that damage, that it would have survived the Last Respects in the previous game. So just something for both these players to know. But yeah, given the Garchomp is now encored into a Rock Slide, this, yeah, not going to be able to Earthquake the Gengar later in the game and can potentially just be disabled on some of the turns. The Encore will probably wear out before that's too much of a factor, but it will at least buy some turns for the Gengar to get a Parasong up later. Now it's looking really difficult as the Basculegion's Focus Sash is gone, and it is in range of a Shadow Ball, and you can kind of just Super Fang this Garchomp if you want to put it in range of the Shadow Ball later in the game. So
Yeah.
really liking the positioning from Brady. So that's far.
Protect again.
Yeah, if we're going to go ahead and see Brady go for the Protect on that Mousehold once again.
Jet Punch.
And see the
On the
Palafin go for that
Chomp.
Jet Punch
Big.
into the Garchomp this time, taking it down
Crit.
over half health by that critical hit. The Rough Skid is going to go
Citrus.
ahead and hit back onto that Palafin, but
So I guess
no
he didn't
worries.
want the
Garchomp's
crit.
gonna
He
eat
didn't
those
want the
Citrus
Citrus to
Berry, heals
activate,
up a little bit
actually.
more, while that Basculegion or that Garchomp goes ahead and lands its Rock Slide, taking Palafin down to 21 HP.
Last Respects does come out and knock out that Palafin finally. It's kind of an interesting position. I feel like even though you, on some level, Intimidate would be nice, I think the Gengar will be in range of the Last Respects even in spite of any Intimidate, so maybe
I
better
see.
to go straight away to the Gengar,
Yeah.
which I think is at full HP
Good
still,
play.
yeah, because of so many of those passive turns early in the battle. Not Kylan's fault, you know, a lot of misses factoring into that. But at this point, the Gengar probably not trained offensively enough to knock out the Garchomp in one hit, but given that the Mousehold is on the field and the Garchomp is still encored into Rock Slide, you could actually force it to struggle this turn by going for a Follow Me, force an attack from the Basculegion into the Mousehold, then, yeah, force a struggle out from the Garchomp. This also maybe susses out a Protect from the Basculegion, which you
Yep.
can follow up next turn with the Shadow Ball, so I feel like the ball is definitely in Kylan's court to get this correct. If
Bro, Muscle is so
anything goes wrong this
cute.
turn,
I
think
love
the
him.
Combination of
I love
Encore and
them.
Disable, VGC Corner can really lock up this game too.
Yeah, and I think especially with the Disable and Encore duo that you see on the field right now, it makes things a little bit difficult. We're going to go ahead and see Brady take back that Mousehold and
Let's
bring
go.
back out Incineroar just to get that
Intimidate
Intimidate
from the
drop both on the Garchomp and
Incineroar.
Basculegion.
Shadow
We're
Ball.
going to see the Gengar go for the Shadow Ball
Boop.
into the Basculegion, knocking it out,
Nice.
leaving Garchomp all on its lonesome and having a really difficult challenge to go ahead and take this game back.
GG, well played from
Yeah,
VGC
you
Ordner.
can see
Really
what
good.
Brady was going for there. Instead of having to make any decisions about whether it's a Protect that turn and trying to cover that with some cute Encore Disable plays, if you get Fake Out active on the previous turn, then even though the Garchomp's Encore ends this turn, you could go for a Fake Out into it and then Shadow Ball the Basculegion. If the Basculegion had Protected, yeah, you have the Fake Out pressure active on the next turn, and it needs a double Protect to survive that attack. So I think
Yep.
overall pretty smart play from Brady just to leave like really minuscule odds of actually getting that game going out of hand instead of actually having to make an aggressive call. So kind of the cornerstone of these Parasong teams is finding those safe plays.
Yeah, safe
Garchomp
plays.
is going to protect in the face of
Not a
fake-out
lot of
pressure,
risks.
but of course Brady does have the Parasong if that is what he wants to select to start taking the timer down on this game even faster.
Yeah, and thankfully that the Encore is now down for that Garchomp, and we have to keep in mind that it is running Earthquake, Dragon Claw, Rock Slide, and Protect, and a lot of these Pokemon on the field don't want to take an Earthquake, so Kylan is really going to have to figure out how much can I survive and can I make it through this dynamic team that Brady has with the Mega Gengar, the Incineroar, and also the Mousehole that's sitting in the back just fine and able to swap in for maybe the Incineroar, seeing where they want to land.
Protezione.
We're going to go ahead and see how Brady is going to protect the Mega Gengar and
Protezione.
also protect the Incineroar as well. Just kind of seeing what that Garchomp is going to do on Kylan's side.
Yeah, for any aspiring Parasong players, this is actually an unlosable position that Brady secured himself into. If you have three Pokemon with Protect and Parasong is on the field, you can basically just go for a double Protect on the first turn. You could even let your Pokemon get knocked out here, and if your Pokemon in the back has Protect, you just Protect in the last turn of Parasong does take down. Brady, I think, has been playing Parasong long enough to know this is totally locked up, and then, you could switch out as well if you want to get fancy and have your shiny Mega Gengar close the game out, but this is also just going to guarantee that the Incineroar should have an Earthquake with the Friend Guard. We see Kylan playing it out, hoping for a mistake, but with Brady having Protect in the Gengar in the back and Parasong not active on it anymore, this is going to be very difficult for Kylan to really get out of. You basically do just need a mistake, as Brady playing through the motions goes for a parting shot. I think it wants the Mega Gengar, the star of his team, to actually close the game out, as we are going to see it enter the field with the Mega Gengar on the next turn. As
nice, let's go
right
game 3.
Wall, no
Great game, bro, great game.
It to a 1-1.
This match is going good, really good.
We're going to game 3, both of these players 11-2, so if they either loses here, they're out of the tournament, but the player who wins will be able to play in the win and in the next round.
Yeah, really, really incredible game by Brady. Identified the different things that they maybe didn't respect as much in the first game, and really just redefined it and made it into that pivotal checkmate position towards the end. I think Kylan's going to have to figure out, do I go back to what I was originally doing, or do I try and change things up?
Yeah, leading the King Gambit maybe not the best option. You want to have it in the back
not missing too much, and
to really finish the game in case Parasong goes out of control.
From both of these trainers.
Yeah, I think it was really excellent call on Kylan's side to focus on the King Gambit and the Basculegion in the first game, and just realized there was no straightforward way for Brady to answer the King Gambit offensively. However, Brady got extremely creative and figured out a way with the Encore and Disable to really lock down that King Gambit from being any kind of a factor in that gameplay. It's going to be really on Kylan to but just really be a little bit more selective in the targeting to make sure you're never being susceptible to a Kowtow Cleave being disabled.
Gengar Mousy? No problem in lead.
You could just get encored into that. So I think it's kind of a delicate game. We're going to see a quick switch up from both these players actually to a Mousehole and Gengar lead, and then the Mega Floette and the Basculegion.
Very interesting change up on the leads for both of these trainers. Kylan making sure that all of them were changed for all 3 games, and then Brady switching up instead of the Palavin, bringing in that Mousehold right from the beginning, maybe trying to get into those shenanigans a little bit sooner rather than later, or maybe just trying to test some different waters, maybe pivot out an Incineroar to get some attack drop. But I really do think this is an interesting position that Brady went ahead and put themselves in, especially facing down a Basculegion who definitely wants to attack something.
Yeah, we will probably just see both of these players go for the Mega Evolutions this turn, just purely beneficial to just getting stat and power raises between the two of them. But I'm really interested to see if Brady actually goes aggressive this turn, goes for a Parasong and Follow Me, maybe willing to sacrifice the Mousehold, or is more willing to, I guess you could get cute and actually protect the Mousehold, expecting a double target into that while your Gengar is safe from the Friend Guard, or would you see a more passive double protect to scout out the option from Kylan? We do see the protect from the Gengar starting off the turn, and do we see a follow-up? Yeah, Mousehold also saying, you know, let's delay the game a little bit and go for a double protect. Maybe we get some good options to Encore Disable on this next turn.
True.
Just says, hey,
with that team is really good to just double protect and then Encore Disable next turn. That's crazy.
That Basculegion is going to go for the Liquidation, and the Mega Floette going for the Dazzling Gleam. Very interesting that now we, like you were saying, Cedric, we have the Disable, we also have the Encore, different ways that we can navigate this current field. Friend Guard is still up as well, so it's going to make it so that it's a little bit harder to KO these Pokemon, but also that now shenanigans are now unlocked.
Yeah, there's some interesting stuff you can do. Yeah, we see the Disable will come out from the Gengar, and no switch on the Basculegion. You could have gotten cute and went for an Aqua Jet.
Yeah, oh no. Again, Floette. Stuck into struggle now.
in the game right now, pretty much. aside
Liquidation,
from
good
finally
damage
using
though.
a Charizard, but it is the best.
Nice.
Getting a hefty chunk of damage. Liquidation chipping the Mouse Hold in range of critically the Aqua Jet, so no longer susceptible to a Encore and Disable combination. If the Disable goes into the Basket Legion, it will hit into the Aqua Jet if that is what Kylan goes for. So I think smart targeting there, making sure that
The Mouse Hold is my goat.
Really, the Mouse Hold is just protecting it and causing so much of a nuisance with those Encore traps. If you can stop that Encore, then maybe you can actually sweep with a King Gambit in the back. So I like where Kylan's head was at in the targeting with the last turn.
No, I 100% agree. And I think that mouse hold has been a really big problem both game 1 and also game 2. And especially in game 2 with all these different types of encores. So I think Kylan is in a really good position in that sense of making sure that they want to target it because that is going to be such a pivotal
Protect,
threat.
protect.
We are going to go ahead and see Brady
Ooh, this is a good turn for Barry's song.
protecting their Basket Legion as well. We're gonna see the Shadow
No.
Ball from that
VC Owner playing more aggressive here.
but thankfully it did protect.
Struggle,
And
struggle.
Floette, unfortunately, having to struggle through this turn in going into the Mega Gengar and taking a hefty amount of recoil damage.
Protect in the face of a Parasong Mega Gengar is in most situations a gutsy play, but I really like it from Kylan there. In the face of, the Basket Legion really wants to be put to the focus sash so that Brady, if he wants to actually win the game with the Palafin in the back, if it is there, you can get an Aqua Jet to clean it up, even if you are still baby cute form, you can still Aqua Jet and deal that little bit of 1 HP. But Kylan calls it out perfectly, went for, didn't go for the Aqua Jet into the Mouse Hold Protect, and didn't get punished for the Parasongs. And I was in a really solid position to punish the Mouse Hold, whether it stays in
By
with an Aqua
Mousey?
Jet or a
Hydreigon.
big switch up. The
Nice, I like that adjustment. Oh, Bass coming out. Ooh, good play. Because now the Garchomp is threatening the
Mega Gengar from Brady's side.
the Hydreigon.
Floette taking it down to just about a third
Floette
of
has
its
to
HP.
struggle.
We're going to see the Floette
Struggle,
struggle into
struggle.
the Hydreigon slot, taking the Floette down to 29. Although its encore has ended for this turn. A very different change that we're seeing right now.
So this is one of the cooler parts of Mega Gengar Parasong teams is if you have a really offensive Pokemon like a Hydreigon, you can use the Shadow Tag offensively just as you were using it defensively.
So they can switch.
Because of the Choice Scarf on the Hydreigon, usually a matchup that's in Garchomp's favor, you can now force it to go for a Protect as you clean up the Floette with a Shadow Ball. Otherwise, if there's no Protects coming out from Kylan, it is just Shadow Ball Draco Meteor into the Garchomp Floette. To take
Shadow Ball Draco.
These 2 turns of struggle
Draco
and the Shadow
Draco.
Ball and the Floette have really added up. Otherwise, the Gengar would have taken a couple turns with Shadow Ball to knock it out. Now it only needed the initial Shadow Ball and now this second one to put it out of range of threatening this Hydreigon, which is, usually these Hydreigons don't love the Mega Floette teams, but we are going to see the Draco Meteor come out. It does.
Draco, no
really
Protect.
It has a Citrus Berry. Can
Knockout.
it survive? It does not.
It's a Draco.
Knockout on the Garchomp, and we saw no Protect from the Mega Floette either. Is this going to be
So
a
double knockout
on BDC corner side? And not the win and in, but just for tournament life here. Shadow Ball knocking into the Floette. Gonna take a double knockout.
Nice. Now it's Basque and King Gambit. If it is, I told you that Hydreigon will be a great adjustment. Because they can't touch the Hydreigon. But Hydreigon needs to switch to reset. Yeah, I know there is low kick. There is low kick. Okay, there is low kick on King Gambit. Forgot about that.
Brady was feeling really, really good and making sure that landed onto the Garchomp. Now Kylan is bringing back in that Basque Legion.
True, and Draco could miss there.
Just not a great position right now for Kylan.
Yeah, not over by any means, but you, at least on Kylan's side, have the offensive Pokemon you want against these two. You have the Last Respects now threatening a knockout in the Gengar, a 150 base power move, and Low Kick going to do a fair amount of damage to the Hydreigon.
Draco? Oh, again!
You also have the Mouse Hold in the back.
No switch.
At this point, maybe knocked out by the Low Kick.
Oh, that's a crit.
Oh man, that's a critical hit. Meteor is going to bring the Basket Legion down to
big.
Is the Mega Gengar going to go for an offensive move or just go for the tried and true Parasong? Let's see.
Yes, and we're going to go ahead and see that Gengar singing once
but
again.
But Kowtow comes in now. But it's okay, he has 3 Pokemon available on the side. Last Respects, GG.
We are going to see that Basque Legion, though, go for that Last Respects into the Mega Gengar and knocking it out. Now, still not a good position.
Another Gambit low kicks.
But allows them a little bit of more wiggle room as we We are going to see the low kick go into the Hydreigon, taking it down to 4 HP.
I think Corner could have finished the match here.
Shy of any crit, it can still outspeed.
No, but the Parasong goes in case the Basque Legion protected.
1 HP, but also it buys 1 additional turn that Brady doesn't have to send in a Pokemon to spend time protecting on the field. I think at this point, if you're able to the mouse hold is at such low HP, so it's going to be in range of any attack, even an Aqua Jet, so that
Needs
might
to
be
protect.
a problem. But the question is, you could just very safely go for an Aqua Jet into the mouse hold and a Sucker Punch into the Hydreigon. However, yeah, Brady just does have a lot of options. You could protect the mouse hold and then do a switch to try and punish that double priority option.
Yeah.
And maybe you get in. Yeah, if you waste enough turns on Kylan's side, basically you will just be able to protect to close the game out.
Protezione.
Brady is just going for that protect, trying to stall a turn with the mouse hold.
Yeah, and we're going to go
Aqua
ahead
Jet.
and let Basque Legion go for the Aqua Jet into the Hydreigon, knocking it out on Brady's side, making it so that it's going to be the last Pokemon that we haven't seen yet, and
Low kick.
the mouse
Bling.
hold for them. The low kick is going to go, obviously, into that mouse hold, but not going to do too much, and we have 2 more turns remaining.
Who's the last one for
I think
the
this really
corner?
depends on who's in the back for
Corner.
Brady. If it's something like the Incineroar, I think it's going to be really in his favor.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that
Oh,
Incineroar does
because
have
fake
out.
out, yes.
That's important for one main reason, and that it doesn't have to go for a double protect. It doesn't even have to knock out the Basque Legion. You can
Yeah.
safely fake out into the King Gambit. Follow me with the mouse hold.
Yeah.
Crit liquidation to knock out your Incineroar. Then on the next turn, it's the final turn of Parasong. It isn't affecting the Incineroar. It is on the Basque Legion and the King Gambit. You have a clean, safe win with Protect. Brady Smith on the cusp of punching the ticket to the win and in of the
Fake
Grand
out.
Champions Festival. As we see, the fake out is going to play out on the King Gambit. What's the mouse hold doing?
Yeah, we're going to go ahead
Follow
and
me.
the mouse hold is going to say, I'm
Yep.
right here, follow me, over on Brady's side, becoming the center of attention.
Bling.
That Basque Legion
And then
on
protect
Kylan's side is gonna
and
go into
win.
an Aqua Jet into the mouse hold, knocking it out. But like you were saying, Cedric, it is going to be an extremely hard for Kylan to take this back, as we see the perished counter fall to 1, and Incineroar being very happy about that.
Yeah, 1 is done at this point. It is Protect on the Incineroar. I have double checked, I have triple checked, I have 4 times checked as many family
Protect,
members on the
protect,
mouse
protect.
hold that there is Protect on the
There
cheat
we go.
sheet. And Brady confirms. We do see the Protect come out from
GG.
the Incineroar. Now, yeah, we're going to see to no avail the Basque Legion liquidation, super effective. Would have needed a crit, but not even going to get there as the double up goes into the Incineroar Protect. And this Parasong is going down.
Well done.
Wow.
So Pizza
What
Man is out of the
an
tournament.
Incredible game 3. And I think
Yeah,
for
really
me,
good game.
One of the Pokemon that I
Really good.
really want to highlight is that Hydreigon. I think that was such a good switch up from Brady, taking out that Palafin and switching it up and making it a little bit more fun, especially with that powerful, devastating Draco Meteor.
Yeah, I think this just goes to show there's a lot of aspiring Parasong players. I think with the popularity of Wolf Click piloting it to several wins at this point in the public eye, it just seems like such a cool strategy. And in some levels, like the defensive play just seems very safe and consistent. But you do see that Brady, the ability for him to play it offensively is actually what won him that game 3. We're going to go through some of the replays of the battle. We saw that game 1 going a little bit poorly, the last respects kind of setting things out of order, and then a couple of lucky misses on Light of Ruin, allowing VGC Corner to
Really good play.
get that disable trap active on the King Gambit, as that second miss did come out.
Yeah, and I know for me, I would have been so upset seeing not only that encore, but that disable from Brady's side. So not only that, but sometimes we don't always like the same music, and Kylan definitely didn't like the music that Brady was playing during these different matches. You're gonna see that Garchomp was really just trying to hang in there, but that mouse hold with that friend guard really just saying, hey, I'm not going down that easy.
Yeah, that family of 4 mouse hold, kind of the suburban hero of the matchup, just doing incredible work to protect the Pokemon, the key Pokemon on Brady's team to actually take those knockouts. I really loved, we're going to the replay right now, that offensive switch in of the Hydreigon. As the Float was disabled, it didn't have any danger of being hit by a Fairy type move, and even if the Basque Legion goes for an Aqua Jet into the mouse hold slot, obviously the Hydreigon double resisting both of its stabs, not going to take a lot of damage, and it just
It was
fires
really
a
good,
really offensive turn, whereas otherwise you're in
really
passive
good
position. I think Brady learned throughout the set
game
extraordinarily
from
well. In the game
Orner.
1, I think
And he
there was
lost
a turn
game
where
1 and he came
kind of
back.
just started playing through the motions, went for the Parasong double protect play, and because he was playing, basically he had wasted the defensive resources of the protect. Things kind of just got out of control in the game 1, went the other way. However, in the rest of the set, just incredible choices offensively to kind of not just play the typical Perish Trap options, and was able to take the win. We are getting into a match with Poke Replays versus Nerf Ursh, please. We got there. 11-2 as well, both playing
11-2 as well.
Yes, and I'm really
Fighting
excited to
for
see
tournament
Pokemon
life.
on the field. We see the poker player playing that Rotom Wash and also that Mimikyu that we saw yesterday.
Mimikyu
as well.
and Rotom,
we're gonna
that's
see here
Joe's team.
Ursh-
So
oh my God,
Poker
we're just
Replay
gonna
going
say
further
here,
than Joe. Joe
is
went
running
10-3.
that circle, and also that Mega Kangaskhan Kangaskhan, which is really, it's a Pokemon that used to
Mega
dominate
Kangaskhan
formats.
is not very common here at the top of the top, but it's
Yeah,
still
getting
really
right in the
good.
middle of game 3, so hard to tell anything about the set
Just
play
really
with
hard
these
matchup
players,
into
but yeah, the Mega
Sneasler.
Kangaskhan, with a Farigiraf and a Hatterene on the
Nah,
team is really
nah,
interesting. So
nah, that's
kind of
nah.
a soft Trick Room team where actually a little bit more aggressive of a Trick Room team, but with the option to double fake out with what can be a faster Kangaskhan is pretty cool. Then on Poke Replay side, we have that dangerous team that JoeUX9 piloted to a top 4 at a really large grassroots tournament recently. I do feel like these Mega Tyranitar teams do get into really good spots against the Torkoal teams, but yeah, it's winning in the back right now. The Rotom and the low HP Mimikyu aren't loving the position.
Yeah, not at all. We're going to go ahead and see that Farigiraf land on the field from that Mega Kangaskhan instead, which we all know good and well that Farigiraf and Torkoal are
Oh no, that's
such a
Joe.
dynamic duo. We're going to go ahead and see that.
That is
Mimikyu
Joe.
target into Farigiraf,
wait.
take it down quite a bit, and that Earth Ball, or that
Poke
Weather Ball
Replay.
going into the Rotom Wash, but being protected from any sort of
What it says
damage.
Joe? Oh,
You're gonna
it's
see
the
lots
name of
chips
the
from
Pokemon.
Sandstorm, but it's
Yeah,
now a
Joe,
different
you.
base state
It's the
completely.
name of the Mimikyu. Okay,
Did a lot
okay.
of damage to the Farigiraf, and unless Trick Room is up and I am not reading the top of the screen correctly, you should fairly safely be able to play rough the Farigiraf and then go for a Hydro Pump into the Torkoal. If you're willing to risk the miss, you could also just go for a Thunderbolt to chip it very low so that anything, maybe even a Shadow Sneak on the next turn, can take that knockout. So I think the advantage on Poke Replay side, and as a result, we're seeing Nerf Urshplease taking a more defensive position and starting to switch around to try and jockey for position.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see them go for the Protect on their Farigiraf and swap back in their Mega Kangaskhan. We're going to go ahead and see that Mimikyu target into the Farigiraf and that Rotom Wash
Okay.
going for that
Good
Hydro Pump
damage.
into what was existing, that Torkoal slot. Exactly how you called it. I was so confused for a second. I saw JoeUX9 and I said, wait a second, we're not dodging Joe right now. That's the
Same.
Mimikyu.
They've got it right low enough, close enough to the actual player screen that it's confusing for us, the casters. But yeah, not JoeUX9. I'm not sure if he's still in the tournament, but has
No,
been
I mean, he's still playing, but
I actually really like that switch in.
he's
from
not
Kangaskhan. It serves twofold. You actually
in
survive
position
the
to go
attack
to
on
the final
yeah,
round of the
Torkoal slot.
tournament.
You don't get knocked out there, but you're also threatening, I believe, a Sucker Punch or a Fake Out. Yeah, you Fake Out into the Rotom to maybe buy your Farigiraf a turn to set the Trick Room up. You could have also Sucker Punched the Mimikyu if you expected the Play Rough, which did come out. Looks like maybe just prioritize knocking that Rotom down to lower HP, as that Farigiraf is going to go down this turn. We don't have the... No, we do have the 4th Pokemon reveal that was the Incineroar on Nerf Urshplease's side, so could be kind of difficult now that the Farigiraf isn't able to set up Trick Room for the rest of the battle.
Nerf Urshplease. Nerf Urshifu, please.
But, you know, just as easily the Rotom could have gotten a knockout with a Hydro
It
Pump,
got
so
nerfed.
maybe would have been just
It
running
now,
with accuracy
it
with
now
Rotom.
doesn't completely
Yeah, and it
attract
looks
through
like,
Protect.
that
Only
that other player
35% of the
also
damage, I
just had
think,
that Mega Tyranitar.
through
They
Protect.
previously had the Excadrill that has now been knocked out. So currently, Pokerplay has 3 Pokemon, while Nerf Urshplease has 2. Very interesting position now. I know this Tyranitar in the back is rubbing its hands together right now, waiting to hit that
Titar
battlefield,
wants to come into the
sitting
fight.
across from that Torkoal and that Mega
Protezione.
Mimikyu is protecting it. Was threatened by a Sucker Punch that turn, so makes sense, but we do just see a double protect, so maybe trying to bait out any defensive options from the Torkoal, which we don't see. No bite from Nerf Ursh going for the protect from the Torkoal. Just a double attack as the double edge goes into the Rotom Wash, and a Weather Ball would have been just enough, I think, to clean up that 11 HP Mimikyu.
Yeah, very interesting. I'm trying to figure out how Nerf Ursh can get out of this position, especially with that Mega Tyranitar in the back. They're gonna have to make some good calls, especially with the Rotom Wash and the Mimikyu sitting there, and now that there's no more Sandstorm, so no more chip. It's very fascinating to see.
I think this really depends on the Kangaskhan speed stat. You should be able to live one play rough, I think, from the Mimikyu on that side. If you
Sucker
can outspeed,
Punch.
we do see the Sucker
Nice.
Punch. I would have maybe expected to try and outspeed the Rotom to double edge and knock it out, but we do not see that. Sucker Punch cleaning up
And
the Mimikyu, giving the Torkoal a
now
turn to attack.
Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt goes into the Torkoal. It does have
Good
Weather Ball.
damage.
It is able to tank the Thunderbolt. How much is this attack going to do? It is a fire type in the sun right now.
But it's
Super
resisted.
effective, charcoal boosted.
Nice,
It
that's a
does
knockout.
take the knockout. That is
Beautiful.
huge. This Kangaskhan
That's
does
really good.
have double, or not, sorry, it has low kick, a fighting type move, and Tyranitar is a heavy boy. Probably, you know, going to be suspect if it takes a one-hit knockout, but if it does take it any chip, if this Kangaskhan is going to outspeed the Tyranitar, that could be it.
Poke Replay.
Oof.
I first want to assign my apology form to you that I doubted you that last turn, because now this is going to be a very interesting position. Now, the Mega Kangaskhan, as you were saying, Cedric,
Titar is still
that
almost
low
full
kick is
HP, but
really now threatening
the low
it,
kick will do a
and
lot of
that Torkoal
damage.
sitting right next to it, It does have
Body
the ability
press?
to have Earth Power and Weather Ball. We're going to go ahead and see the
No,
Tyranitar,
just Earth
though.
Power.
Go ahead and go for that Protect, kind of see what is going to happen, and also if that Torkoal was going to Protect. However, the low kick from the Mega Kangaskhan is going to be targeted
Power,
to
yeah.
that Tyranitar, as well as that Torkoal going for the Earth Power into that slot as well.
Yeah, also the Sandstorm slowly chipping away at the Torkoal just in case you need those sand ticks to maybe get a Protect off to later in the game knock out the Torkoal and just 1v1 the Kang. I think that's probably not going to happen, but yeah, both of these players do, we don't know for certain, but we're jumping into
Low
game
kick?
3.
Oh, from the
Tyranitar
T-Tar!
does low kick
It's
first,
faster!
So that is going to knock out the Kangaskhan in one
Oh
hit.
no, that's GG for Nerf Urge.
Tyranitar was moving first there, and now the Torkoal is going to answer
Because
back with an
T-Tar
Earth
has
Power,
so
but
much special
I don't think
defense.
that's gonna
Yeah, needed the body press there.
What a
GG.
crazy change of events. I didn't realize that Kangaskhan was not going to
It's so slow, the Kangaskhan.
Maybe it's
What?
they have their kid. Sometimes you get in the hustle of things, the bustle of things, you're like, oh no, and maybe that's why, or maybe just
Level 7 Firo
to
is
it.
the in-game
Shout out to
name.
all
That's
the
so
parents
funny.
out there. You were all so brave. I think this Kangaskhan might have been brave as well. Just running on the Trick Room team, so probably wanted to be a little bit
Knock
slower
off.
and hit those moves, whereas the Tyranitar has a Tailwind. Corviknight on the side, so more willing to run maybe a little bit more faster.
Oh, maybe
in
Tailwind?
nature. Because of that huge speed interaction allows the low kick
No.
on the Tyranitar to knock out the Kangaskhan before the low kick from the Kangaskhan could get the Tyranitar. So yeah, you do just see like those little choices in both training and both training of your natures and your Pokemon to the fine stat line of the speed can become really important.
They do. They are really important.
Excellent gameplay, I believe. Nerf Ursh up to Poke Replay up to 12-2, so going to be able to play in the win and in for round 15. And Nerf Ursh, please, unfortunately, knocked out from
Oh,
top
no more
contention,
rounds to be
but still
played
maybe
here.
fighting for that top 32.
Yeah, the rounds are way
And
faster.
maybe
It's like 45
listen
minutes.
to
It's
you.
done.
And Nerf Urshifu. We're not
Nerf
sure, but
Urshifu.
hey, this
They already
is
did. They already
the
did.
biggest tournament that we've ever had, so maybe they'll listen.
They already
No,
did
no,
nerfed.
Might have
But
been a
really
five-ball spot.
incredibly good. No, very true, very true. Hey, it has unseen fists,
Yeah, I am hopeful. I mean, they nerfed it on the Go Lurk, so I imagine they're not going to give a subset of Unseen Fist to Urshifu. I'm assuming that
What
we
they're
have
watching
that
here?
nerfed Unseen Fist forever. So yeah, accurate username. I imagine it came before, like in a previous generation on Limitless, and
Are they
maybe
playing
just
here?
manifested that nerf, but
She's
ultimately
lathered.
was felled there. I think really well played endgame from both players. Ultimately, just came down to who was faster, and we have no knowledge, but maybe it wasn't revealed earlier in the battle, and Nerf Urge just assumed that the Kangaskhan, since it's naturally faster, would have been faster than Tyranitar, but no dice, as really good, really solid confirmation of the knockout by protecting to make sure that in case this Kangaskhan was crazy bulky, the low kick, maybe you need that Sandstorm chip. So just really well played endgame from both players.
Yeah, I'm just really excited to see those different types of teams also be played throughout this tournament. Really was just so excited. And like I said, I have always loved Mega Kangaskhan. I think especially prior, it was just so powerful. And to see some players still playing it is really, really exciting. I also am loving that one of the new items that they've added to Champions, which is like almost titles for yourself. So we did see the Incineroar Admirer, the Torkoal Admirer. I know I'm working on getting my Heracross Admirer. Cedric, Pokemon do you want Admire?
Mega Charizard Y, gotta be. Big fan of that guy. I got him in the background. I have him across, I think, 2 regional championships. He's been my rock. So, yeah, definitely him. Tyranitar too, actually. Yeah, also got one of those regionals with that. But I think some old favorites, definitely going to try and revisit those, which I think is kind of the cool part of Pokemon Champions. We've seen a lot of older school players, more than I was expecting, kind of coming out of the woodwork.
They're coming back with some old
their
megas.
Old toys, just bringing them
Yeah,
some
yeah.
new light.
Yeah, well, I will say, Cedric, I don't know if your Mega Charizard Y would like to hang with any rocks, but I know we really want to hang with Skrull, so we're going to go ahead and send it back to him for a little bit of a recap from the Grand Champions Festival.
Okay, that was last round of Swiss, I
What an
think.
absolutely insane set. Brady put on a masterclass of how to play these Perish Song end games to keep his tournament alive. And guys, here's the thing. We are in to the last round of Swiss.
I know, last round now.
number
Oh, it's 15. Yeah, true.
After this, we'll be going on to our top cut. Anybody with
The rounds
a
are way
record of
faster now.
X2 or better, 13 wins or more will make it in. And right now, that club is only 5 people. We are looking at Testing 800 at 13-1, our Scovillain player, Figgy Monster, Mutimama Ragov, we saw earlier today, I don't know how to say this, Itzak, and Lycos, a Greek player.
Yeah.
Everybody else needs to win one more match if they
One
want
more
to set
match.
a top cut, the largest competitive Pokemon tournament ever. And we're going to see one of those matches right now, featuring the 2012 Seniors Pokemon World Champion, Toller Webb. Let's take
Oh,
it.
nice. Long transition.
And welcome back
The
to the Grand
transition.
Championship Finals, or Festival. My goodness, I am all sorts of crazy today, but what I'm also really crazy for is round 15. But
Round 15, last round of
tell us
Swiss.
a little bit more about how you're feeling so far today, Cedric, with this incredible tournament.
I mean, I'm jazzed. Like, we're about to be in the final round, the win-in for a lot of the players that will be on the stream for the largest grassroots tournament of all time, to my knowledge. I think maybe, yeah, at least in terms of pure signups, absolutely the biggest. I think we got over 10,000. We had a wait list bridging into even more than that. So it's been incredible. We're playing an unprecedented amount of Swiss rounds, so I think the players are pretty
Yeah,
tired,
15
but
is
I
a
think
lot
we are
of rounds.
buzzed and ready to go in the casters rooms. I was going to say like booth, but I definitely wouldn't call this a booth on my end. I don't know about you, Courtney.
Yeah, well, I think my situation's giving more toy store than booth, or maybe crippling plushie addiction. Who knows? But hey, we're just really, really excited to be here, and also really excited to see which trainers are going to go ahead and make it into that top cut. As you're saying, some of them have some different win-ins, and so it's going to be really imperative for everyone to give it their all into round 15. Now, some things I do want to highlight really, really quick. Just saying, I was looking at the different types of wins and losses from the different
What mons have
standings,
been looking
and
good?
I was comparing,
Mega
obviously,
T-Tar, Mega
like, the
Gengar,
Pokemon of all time here
Mega
across
Fluet, of course,
in
Mega Charizard Y.
different win rates for this tournament, and I just want to say that
There is a Palafin
Mega
up here
Aggron,
as
Mega
well.
Golurk, Mega Lucario, and Mega Drampa, you're on fraud watch because
Yeah.
this little bug had a higher percentage of win rate than y'all.
Nah.
So just want to clear the
Omega
air for everybody
Scovillian
that
is
it's not-
13 and 1,
it's
which is
not
really
the worst
good.
Mega Evolution.
Yeah, that ain't
There
bad,
is a
but looking at the win
Taurus, a
rates, all the
Dragapult, and a
points,
Suicide
quite interesting.
Fusion
Watchog is
up there.
looking like it's
There is a
gonna end number
Kangaskhan
one
as well at 13-1.
69.23%
Here we
right now,
go.
but no more talk about
Last
Watchog. We're
round
getting
of
into
Swiss,
the
everybody.
match
We are
between
here.
Dimson and Matt Knott running some interesting teams.
Let's
I
go.
haven't taken a look at the team sheet yet, but definitely intimately familiar with Toller Webb's Gardevoir team, running the Trick Room Gardevoir with a Tailwind, Talonflame, really cool hybrid speed options against a Venusaur, Tyranitar, Corviknight, Garchomp, Rotom Heat, and Primarina.
Yeah, I think that Rotom Heat and Primarina are such an interesting Pokemon to bring, especially when we're talking a lot with Primarina. It really gets compared to
Primarina
Magnetic,
does a
but has
lot of
little bit
damage, bro. Gotta be
more
careful with that.
Fairy-esque to it. So that Primarina on Matt Knott's side is running that Citrus Berry with Liquid Voice, running Hyper Voice, Moonblast, Hydro Cannon, and Protect. While that Rotom Heat is also running, this time, a Choice Scarf with Thunderbolt, Overheat, Volt Switch, and Electroweb. So very different picks that we don't see that often.
Yeah, I want to point out the benefit of Gardevoir in this particular matchup over the more conventional Floette choice. This is solo Mega Venusaur. It is actually a Focus Sash Tyranitar, so no double Mega there. And the Garchomp running Hobbenberry, no Mega there. So yeah, if you want to commit to a Mega Pokemon on Matt Knott's side, you're going to be a little bit susceptible to the Psychic coverage that the Mega Gardevoir offers over the Mega Floette that are more.
Here we go, ready to go. Game one.
A normal type Maniac, I guess lots of Mousehold gameplay from Toller here. And that corresponds to the lead as we see the Mousehold and the Gardevoir coming out against the Corviknight and the Garchomp.
Wow, we're seeing a lot of mice today. Some people might want to
Mousehold is looking really good as well. Very present. Mega Gardy! Let's go. With Mega, is it Mega Vino? I don't know. Matt Knott? Okay. We can check.
Now,
we can check
keep in mind that Corviknight
these players. They are 12-2, so fighting for the tournament life. Matt Knott and the Moody Man.
Just the Garchomp running
Matt Knott from Italy. It's Mega Venusaur or... No, it's Mega Venusaur. Mega Venusaur looking really good, really good. And the Moody Man is Charizard Y and Floette.
Even an Iron Head from an attack invested Corviknight should knock out the Gardevoir.
Nothing. Oh, there is a Scale Shot on Garchomp. Dragon Fang Scale Shot.
You could also just see a fairly safe Follow Me.
Hydro Cannon on Primarina.
We'll see what
on Matt Knott.
As the Mega Evolution starts off from the Gardevoir.
Hobbenberry Garchomp.
Family of 3 Mousehold. A little bit less heavy, which we saw could come in handy in some matches, is going to start with Follow Me.
Yes, and we're going to go ahead and see that guard.
Family of 3 is heavier, so it takes less damage from low kick. Yeah, correct.
Pretty well over half, while the Gardevoir is still very healthy. The Gardevoir is going to go for that Hyper Voice and have
Mic
a
issues.
one-hit KO on the Garchomp on Matt Knott's side, and only taking a little bit of damage on the Corviknight. A very
Damn,
great
Chompy.
play for that Mega Gardevoir.
Damn,
We're gonna go ahead and
Chompy.
see the Corviknight go for the
You
Iron
struggling,
Fist.
bro.
Mouse hold, actually,
You
knocking it
lacking.
out on Dim Sum's
You
side.
slacking.
Mouse off the field, it was such a menace in the previous match, but not going to have such
Mousey
a
comes
lasting
out,
presence in this one.
but the
We did
Mega
see
Guard
just
is looking
kind of a little
good
detail. The Hyper Voice
if
looks like it's doing roughly
you
what
knock
works. So
out
with
the
the leftovers on the Corviknight, you'd really
Corvi
need a couple.
with
You basically need a super
Talon?
three Hyper Voices to
Oh,
actually
now
get
2
the
Pokemon
knockout.
weak to
So
Corvi.
something
I don't
right
know.
there, in future games, but
Okay,
now at this
in
point,
last
we are gonna see
respects,
the replacement Pokemon come in.
can
It's
get the
gonna be that
knockout, but not
Basculin
now,
and the
at
Mega
least.
Venusaur.
Because now it's only
So
100 base
Venusaur
power. I mean,
similar to a
only,
Psychic,
right? But
although
it's
it is
100
such a
base power.
especially bulky Pokemon
Adaptability.
after
Is
that
it adaptability or
evolution,
Swift
should
Swim? I
probably
thought
try
I
to
got
take
some
at
Swift
least one.
Swims.
However, the Basculegion on the field with one Pokemon fainted, offering a lot of damage. Tailwind didn't go up on the last turn.
Adaptability,
so
Choice
even though
Scarf.
it is not a choice
Choice Scarf for adaptability.
Basculegion, it should be good to outspeed the
Bask,
Venusaur
Bask.
and the Corviknight and get a really powerful Wave Crash or Last Respects off.
Yeah, and that Basculation is running Citrus Berry, so a little bit different sort of items that we're seeing it from that side. But also that Venusaur having a really strong threats with the Giga Drain, Sledge Bomb, Earth Power, and Protect on its side. So we obviously know it is going to Mega Evolve on Matt Knott's side, which I am a huge fan of
Mega
Venusaur. I think
Finu,
he's
let's
such an
go.
incredible job
Looking
with
good.
that, but it is still such an incredibly difficult Pokemon to deal with.
Venu.
after that pack.
Hyper
We're gonna go ahead and
Voice.
see the Mega Gardevoir go for
Venu.
Hyper Voice into
Venu.
both Pokemon,
Venu.
only taking them an additional quarter down.
Wave
so that
Crash.
Corviknight is really enjoying it. While
Bleep.
that Basculation goes
Nice
for the Wave Crash
damage.
into the Corviknight and
Okay.
knocking it out.
Wave Crash
Yeah, the Corviknight
plus
going
Hyper
down
Voice
huge. If a
takes the
Tailwind went up, then
knockout
speed advantage for
on
Venusaur would have been really difficult for
the
Corviknight.
Corviknight. That's
So
impressive.
thank you
Giga
to see the
Drain.
Giga Drain come out. Wow, that's doing a lot of
Yum,
damage
yum.
to the Basculetion. Even with the
Delicious.
Citrus Berry, that Wave Crash recoil damage probably
So,
should have been
last
ranked up that
Pokemon for
knockout.
Matt Knott.
The little chip damage, I think Toller was kind of
We
angling to
we
get that
will now see the
Venusaur
last
to
Pokemon
secure a
also
Psychic knockout
for
on future turns,
Dimson.
is now just gone.
Wow, what an
Team
incredible
Dimson is from
Pokemon
Pokemon
board
Ranger
game.
Shadows of
We're seeing
Almia.
all these Pokemon
I
dance
think.
kind of around each other, both having a different type of knockout. And we're going to see the Primarina on Matt Knott's side of the field land, and also the Kingambit for Toller.
Yeah, I think that
Prima
Kingambit's actually
Venom.
the Pokemon you really want to see from what
Recto Verso.
With the Fairy type
Ah, that's a E33 enjoyer.
Iron Head to deal a little bit more damage to the
Wait, is it
Primarina
Gardy,
than
the
most,
Retroverso?
Kingambit and the meta right now do have, but I
sure.
think it probably doesn't have the speed advantage, and if it's able to outspeed it, it's going to deal a lot of damage with a Moonblast, let alone a Hydro Cannon if that's the option. Now, this Venusaur, yeah, as we mentioned, it did heal up with the Giga Drain on the previous turn, so Psychic may not be able to knock it out, but it is not a Leech Seed. It's a Protect 3 attacks Venusaur, so Toller could get aggressive here and Psychic Sucker Punch that Venusaur for a cheeky knockout.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see Toller is going just for that Protect on that Mega Gardevoir on their side. While
Protect,
Venusaur as
okay.
well dances along.
Both
So
players
both Mega Evolutions
scouting out a little bit
running
here.
everything
Hydro
for them.
Cannon!
We're going to see that Primarina lock into the Hydro Cannon.
So that Primarina
on
mean-
Mega Gardevoir, but
means
getting
it
the
can
Protect
attack next
instead.
turn?
And
No,
then
right? Oof,
Kingambit
good Iron
into
Head.
the Primarina, taking it
two
down
will not
just
be
over
enough.
half HP. And one thing to note is that Primarina is running a Citrus Berry.
Ah.
Rating into the double up in the Venusaur.
Hyper
Doesn't get it
Voice
and try to just knock out
into
the
Iron
Gardevoir
Head
so
is
that
good.
you can 1v1 the Kingambit with your Earth Power Venusaur, but that turn definitely went sideways in the targeting, especially with the Hydro Cannon. I don't think a Hydro Cannon would have been able to knock out the Kingambit in one. I might be underestimating Primarina. but
Yes, Hydro Cannon.
it going into the
If it's
protecting the
Mystical
Gardevoir is a
Water
big momentum
or
swing for
Mystic
Toller.
Water.
We could see an attempt for a double.
No, it's
protect,
yeah,
but
it's
you
True
still-
Berries. They
you'll-
just said that.
You'll still need a Sucker Punch to actually chip the
Mystic
Venusaur
Water
from
Hydro
the
Cannon
range,
maybe
so
it gets the
even if you don't
knockout,
get the double
but
protect, you can at least
without
buy a turn for the Venusaur to survive.
without Mystic Water, maybe
let
not.
Primarina start to take over this game.
Yeah, as someone who has used Primarina quite a bit, it is one of those Pokemon that
Protezione.
you're kind of unaware of until
Yeah,
you are
that's
actually
true.
facing it one-on-one.
That's
and
very
we're
true.
gonna go ahead and see
Sucker
it's going to
Punch.
protect on its side,
Good
while
damage.
the Kingambit is going to go in for
I
the
provide
Sucker Punch
Psy
into
Shock.
the
Great
Venusaur,
play.
as that Mega Gardevoir
GG.
is also going to double up into
Primarina
that Psychic
can't win
onto that
versus this
Venusaur,
though.
knocking it out, leaving Primarina the only Pokemon on the field.
Really well played.
I mean, it's better than a lot of Pokemon in these 1v2 situations with the Hyper Voice, but I think the HP totals are just too high on Toller's
Yeah.
side. I think that was the really key turn. There was no defensive play with the Protect to
Yep.
survive the Sucker Punch and the Psy-Shock combination. Misread that team.
Psy-Shock?
chooses Psy-Shock instead of the Psychic. But you
Nice.
actually see the value here. Primarina has a higher special defense stat than the physical stat, so the Psy-Shock hitting on the physical defensive side means that it's able to take a
Good
knockback there,
win
where
from
otherwise it would have
Dimson.
been a little bit close, but yeah, just smart play on Toller's end. I feel like every turn towards that end game, just went in Toler's favor, and as a result was able to take that first game, which was, as you mentioned, kind of a tug of war, but I think towards the end really started to skew in Toler's favor as more turns went correctly.
Yeah, and I'm so excited to see the Mega Gardevoir. It's one of those Pokemon that we haven't seen featured on stream, at least with us yet. So, and also the shiny variant, which I am a huge fan of as well. But I think that Toller really played that game well, especially utilizing that Mouse Hold to play around to make sure that they've got some good friend guard on that side.
Mouse Hold being at the top of the game here, so helpful. I had Mouse Hold in my team.
Yeah, I think that Gardevoir, just it being, yeah, that psychic coverage is just so huge as opposed to it being a Mega Floette, which most of the other players have
True. No psychic coverage
Toller
or Mega
won
Floette.
the 2015 US National Championship with
2015
a Mega Gardevoir. So
with Mega Gardevoir.
this Pokemon
Oh,
has
he's coming back to the
absolutely carrying it
roots.
to new heights
No
in
way, that's super
this,
cool.
Grand Champions Festival. 12-2. Both of these players are playing for the top cut berth. You reach
Yeah.
13-2, and you are guaranteed a spot.
13-2,
in the
you go
final
top cut.
bracket, so a lot on the line here for both these players.
Yeah, and I think one thing, Cedric, that you were talking about earlier, which I've also seen, which has been really incredible, is seeing all these veteran Pokemon trainers come out of the woodwork, especially with the resurgence of Mega Evolution. We've had some new ones join us, but so many of the older Mega Evolutions are still
That's true.
reigning
The old
supreme.
Megas are
And a
very
lot of
strong.
these
Some
old Pokemon
of
trainers
the old
say,
Megas.
hey, I've always used Mega Gardevoir. I've done really well with it, so I'm going to figure out a way to make it relevant again. And I think Toller is really showing just how you can do that.
It's a verifiable tsunami of Unks coming back to the game, and Toller, he's been around, he's definitely been playing, but yeah, very happy to see this Gardevoir, a beautiful auntie. I guess this is the male Gardevoir, but yeah, it's doing really well for
Watchog has
and I think
fallen.
a lot of these older
No.
players have been gravitating to their old favorites. Toller, the normal type maniac, and does have the actually Gardevoir emblem as well. Really kitted out the trainer to
Gardevoir emblem,
pair with that
nice.
Mega Gardevoir. We're going to see a return to
Gardy.
the Mouse Hold and the Gardevoir lead against the Corviknight and Garchomp. So maybe both players happy with how that game played out in total. At least the Pokemon brings on lead are correct. So Matt Knott did end up on the losing end of that. So maybe you see a little bit of a switch up in the turn one play.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that if what Matt Knott brought also in the back. Typically, we do see the Mega Evolution in tow with them, but we have also seen sometimes that trainers are opting out for that.
Game number 2, Dim Sun. If they win, they go to the next stage of the tournament. I think they made top 16. No, top 16 is even later. Because there will be 5 rounds of the elimination. Oh, but together with the finals. Okay, we'll see. Mega Gardy did a lot of work last game here. It was really, really good. Recto Verso. Protect.
Yeah, the really awesome Mega Gardevoir with the black dress. Very nice. The Garchomp is going to take
Follow me.
Stance. Going for Protect, doesn't want to get knocked out instantly. Like the last game, so maybe taking us
Is
off
it
to
an Earthquake?
We saw Ironhead and Earthquake in the last
No,
game.
Protect, okay.
Did take the
They'll
knockout on the
protect.
Mouse Hold, so maybe we're just seeing
No,
a
Corviknight is
version of
that's
the
so
order.
much damage
We
to
see
the
Corviknight
Corviknight. What
take
the
that
hell?
voice.
I mean,
So
Corviknight
he's
does
going
not
to
have a lot
follow
of
up
special
with
defense, right?
Ironhead. Yep, it's gonna
Iron
go
Head
right
good
into that Mouse
damage,
Hold. Now
but
we're using Earthquake. So I think
not
maybe
great.
Matt Knott's approach here is, alright, I clicked the right moves, but maybe I needed to offset the Garchomp's Earthquake by 1 turn to make sure I can actually Iron Head into the Gardevoir to make sure my Mega Venusaur is a little bit safer in the end game than it was in game 1.
Okay, yeah. Do more damage to the Gardy. I love Mega Gardy. It's so cool.
Now, especially
Gotta use
that
it more.
Mouse Hold is just not going to be able to take it. I know that Gardevoir really wants to get rid of it just because it was such a pivotal issue in the last game that they were like, okay, if I can get rid of it really quick, I should be smooth sailing beyond at that point.
Oh.
But now it's a little bit dicier for Toller to figure out, do I want to stay in? Do I want to move out? How am I going to go ahead and navigate this with my friends and family?
Yeah,
With the Mouse Hold, yeah. So
Probably
funny.
gonna be knocked up before it's able to move, and for that reason, Follow Me doesn't get a lot of value. That's where one of the other moves on this moveset on the Mouse Hold comes in. You could go for a Helping Hand Hyper Voice to optimize your damage into the Corviknight, maybe put it in range of a Last Respects on the next turn. However, I think Toller probably a little bit worried about this Gardevoir going down a little bit early, given the offset.
Super
of
Fang
the
comes in.
Protect, but yeah, we're
Big
actually gonna
damage.
see a Super Fang go out for
And
the Mouse
now
Hold. This faster than the
Earthquake.
Garchomp has to be a very fast Mouse Hold to do
That's
that.
gonna be some
So Earthquake will come
good
out, do a
damage.
lot of damage
Let's
to both
see.
of these Pokemon.
Yeah, I'm
Not
very,
enough for the
very
knockouts.
surprised. Also, and the
Hyper
Mouse Hold
Voice.
survives the Garchomp's
Big
Earthquake.
damage.
We're gonna go ahead and see that
Was
Hyper
the
Voice
crate on the
Mega Gardevoir
Chomp?
go on to Matt Knott's
No.
side, taking out the
Oh,
Garchomp in a
damn.
one-hit KO and putting that Corviknight
damage is
in a
insane.
very dangerous range.
Oh, it's the Brave Bird.
Brave
selection,
Bird into
not the
Mousy.
Iron Head into the Gardevoir. Maybe, yeah, expecting some kind of switch. I'm not sure why it wasn't Iron Head into the Gardevoir, but really being punished there. The combination of Super Fang doing more than a Helping Hand Hyper Voice would have done to that Corviknight, and also has
Yeah.
the benefit of knocking out the Garchomp in 1. Now this Corviknight, it's going to be close, but I think based on the damage from the Hyper Voice, it's going to be, yeah, close to a knockout in the Corviknight, and there's nothing that can immediately threaten a knockout onto this Gardevoir aside from maybe the Rotom Heat if it comes in here. You might have to bring in the Venusaur and just hope a Psyshock doesn't come your way to try and get a Roost off or maybe a Tailwind, but Toller also has the benefit of being able to bring in a Pokemon to kind of press whichever slot that
Basbask and Prim. It's looking hard for Matnot. Looking hard for Matnot, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that is one thing that we have to really respect, which is the mouse, no matter if it's 3 or 4. They've always got a friend in their companion and also with their trainer. So it's going to be very fascinating.
And yeah, and there's still one match left. One Pokemon left on Dimson to reveal. Same for Matnot. Should be the Vino, right? It's Mega, their Mega.
Hyper Voice, Moonblast, and Hydro Cannon with the ability of Liquid Voice, so could cause some different problems, but that Basculegion is really looking like it's in a great position right now.
Vino.
Imagine
Psyshock into that slot.
On Matnot's side,
no, just Hyper Voice. Big damage on the Prim.
Down to over half HP,
and now,
which is
Citrus, nice.
Yeah,
and last respect.
Out of range of a last
Do
respect,
100 base pop. That's
yeah, definitely.
it's not a knockout. Hydro Cannon.
A little bit less damage. The Citrus Berry would have, yeah, not
Gets the
activated,
knockout.
Primarina goes down, and there's
Oh,
no Hydro Cannon
what?
to
Gets the
knock out
knockout,
this Gardevoir.
Momo. You
The
see
Venusaur's
that?
looking a lot
Great
less
play from the
happy
Prim.
here, so, yeah, really
But now
pivotal-
Prim can't
pivotal
move next turn,
damage
Chant.
roll, kind
That's a
of
problem.
in favor of
Ole,
Toller, like he
I
did more
dodged
damage,
your
but
bite.
also against him in that
Your bite
was,
attack missed, Momo. Your crunch
precipitated in
missed.
the knockout from that Hydro Cannon on the Gardevoir.
Which is very fascinating because we did see game 1 that Hyper Voice from the Mega Gardevoir did take it down to over half HP. So definitely a roll from Matnot's Primarina.
Talonflame.
Talonflame.
That's good into the Vino. It's the last two of Dimson.
From that King Gambit.
We still have the Corvi in the back for Matnot, but Primarina can't move this turn, and you can switch it. You can switch the Primarina out
Yeah, I think
right
Toller
now.
identified in the previous game, the King Gambit actually made things really dicey in that end game when the only remaining answer to the Venusaur was the Gardevoir, so kind of had to get some calls right to make the Gardevoir really sing. Yeah, Hyper Voice sing, haha. But the Talonflame is just really well poised against the Venusaur now with the
Mega
acrobatics running no
Vino
item, so it's maxed
coming
on power
out.
there. It's not, you know, thick fat Venusaur would otherwise resist the or be neutral to the Flare Blitz, but the acrobatics is going to do big chunks of damage even without the Gardevoir. This Basculegion with the
Protect.
Talonflame might be enough to close the game out for Toller.
Prim
Yeah, we're
will
gonna go
get the
ahead and see
knockout.
that Matnot is going to protect their Venusaur
Acrobatics.
and see the Talonflame actually go for the acrobatics into the Primarina.
Nice.
Going ahead and making the call that Venusaur
Now
was
Corvi
going to
comes in.
protect. Really now putting Matnot
Last
into
respect.
an interesting position, now having to bring back
Now it's
that Corviknight onto
150
the
base
field.
power
We're gonna go ahead
on
and
the
see
last
that
respect.
obviously defaulting into that Mega Venusaur on Matnot's
Double
side.
Mega Team? Yes.
And
No.
goodness, can
T-Tar,
say
I
that I'm
think
gonna be
it's
button on my
no
brain
Mega
because
T-Tar.
That was very funny, Cedric.
No,
Yeah,
T-Tar
my
is
bad.
Focus
The Corviknight's
Sash.
also going to try its best, but it
T-Tar
might
is
not be
Focus
enough.
Sash,
The
yeah.
Blitz on the Talonflame is really deadly
No, it's
here. There is two
Focus Sash
knockouts on
T-Tar.
Toller's side, the Mouse Hold and the Gardevoir.
The Mega Venusaur has been actually present quite a bit in these top matches.
The Venusaur is bulky,
Really
but
good.
it's not going to love that adaptability hit. We saw in the last game was able to take the knockout.
Corvi is down
on
in
the
one
Asperger
attack.
after a little bit of
I guess he
touch.
doubled into
I'm
the
really curious
Vino.
if at full
We've
HP,
seen earlier the
Corviknight's
Milotic
just gonna
get
go
three
for fast
knockout,
respects for the rest of
3
this game.
protects in a
Was able to
row.
close that out. The Corviknight
I don't know if the
does
Vino
protect,
try here, double
settled
protect.
to the Flare Blitz. I'm not sure if the Venusaur has the
Oh.
juice to close this out.
Protect on
Yeah,
your
and we're gonna
boss.
go ahead and see on Toller's side that Basculegion
Acrobatics?
is going to
Venusaur
protect
tried the double.
Venusaur trying to go for a double protect, but it did
It's a
fail.
Flare Blitz into
We're
the
gonna go ahead
Corvi,
and
though.
see that Talonflame go
Now it's a
for Flare Blitz
2v1.
into the Corviknight on Matnot's side, leaving the Venusaur.
Vino could have attacked here into the Talon.
Yeah, Talonflame.
Oh, Matnot will be out of the
Basculegion
tournament.
now poised
Bro, we go
against
12-3 and
this
you
Venusaur.
out.
Last
You got
respect,
12
we do a lot
wins,
of
not
damage.
enough. Everybody else is
Acrobatics
too
dealing a lot on
good.
its own. I think the combination of
Everybody
those
else
two
is
take a
too
knockout.
good, bro.
I think the only hope is maybe if the Venusaur can somehow outspeed the Basculegion and get a Giga Drain off to knock that out, heal up a fair amount of damage, and then Sludge Bomb crit the Talonflame. But Acrobatics
Oof.
is just doing way too
Big
much
damn,
damage.
big
Let's see how
damn.
the speed interaction plays out here, though.
Last
We are going to
respect.
go ahead and see that Basculegion
GG.
from Toller's side is going to go
GG,
first
Matnot.
hit into that Mega
Out of the
Venusaur,
tournament,
knocking
Dimson.
it out and
Moving on to
advancing
13-2.
Toller into
They go
top
to the
cut
final
with a
part of the
13
tournament, which will
and
be
2 record. What
5
an
rounds
incredible round that we
of
just had.
single elimination.
Incredible showing from Toller, just taking it, maybe taking the box straight from Pokemon Home in, what was it, Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, taking that all the way to Pokemon Champions here and getting a nice top cut. Once again, mirroring
Really
the
good, Mega
2019
Gardy.
National
Top
Champions
cut.
Championship with one of the
Big damage on the Chomp.
Sing with the Hyper Voices taking tons of knockouts throughout the set. We saw that in the turn 1 of game 1 and just carrying them through the rest of the set.
And I feel like I'm going to have to look up some different stats about that Mousehold because it is just making such a surge in through these rounds. We did see how pivotal that change up from the Kingambit into the Talonflame was for Toller, really putting them in a really comfortable position with the ability to have Acrobatics and also Flare Blitz into the final.
Talonflame was the right
Pokemon
choice for
of
that match.
Venusaur and also
For sure.
Corviknight.
Yeah, I think those who've been tracking multiple rounds now, we've kind of seen where basically, even if a player, regardless if a player is able to win or lose, if they're really high level, they're kind of identifying the points where they're like, okay, I had to make a really uncomfortable position here. My opponent had me squirming because of the Pokemon I brought. Maybe there's some adjustments I can
the
make
rounds are not over
in
yet.
turn 0, which Pokemon I actually bring, if, based on how I'm projecting these games to play out, to actually make things more favorable where I don't have to make those aggressive
Oh, still
moves.
half of the
I think
match
that
rolling.
happened in game 3 with Brady Smith,
Okay.
and then in this game 2 with Toller, I think the Kingambit, it still would have been a pretty dicey spot, but the Talonflame was just there to really shut the door on the match, even though the Gardevoir went down so early. So I think admirable play from both players, but definitely seeing why Toller Web 13-2 was able to win that national championship over 10 years ago with that Mega Gardevoir.
Yeah, and I think one thing that we do also have to keep in mind, and for all of the traders who have participated in the Grand Champions Festival, is that going 15 rounds is exhausting. And so I just want to say a massive shout out to all of the trainers who are still competing in this tournament, because I know it's not easy. Cedric for sure knows it's not easy. So seriously, thank you so much for also staying in there with us.
Yeah, the remaining competitors are absolute champs, even if they didn't make it to the finals or the the top cut bracket of the Grand Champions Festival. They're all champions in our eyes. Like 15 rounds is crazy. Like a 12-3 record is like still incredible. That's getting really close to top cut in most tournaments. It's getting very close to top cut in this tournament, and the stamina it takes to actually accomplish that, no small feat. We're going to go into two players who are also once again on tournament point, or not tournament point, but top cut point. Gojo, and then Azulite. Yeah. Two really strong players.
Azulite and the Jijo. Jijo is actually
the Gojo, so
running
that's
an
what we're
interesting
gonna say,
team, I
because
think.
You are a Jujutsu Kaisen fan, so am I.
Oh no,
We
it's just
are gonna go ahead and see an
Mega
Azulite
Floette
side
with
that
Talonflame,
bring in
Garchomp,
their
Incineroar,
Archaludon
Milotic,
next
and
that I'm looking for,
Aegislash.
We all know good
And
and well that
Azulite.
that Garchomp is going to go ahead and go for
Azulite.
that Archaludon and, takes that much needed
Oh,
stamina.
still a Portuguese player, 12-2.
Looking at the team, I may be
Azulite
mistaken, but Azulite's
running
team looks
Mega
quite similar to the
Scovilian.
team that Wolf Click was able to pilot to first on the
Aerodactyl,
ladder, that really close to a 1
Schneasler,
team, which we can see has made its presence known. The
Fish,
Floette and the Garchomp,
Bird, and Bridge.
Gojo's team was able to be burned, and now
Gojo's
way less
team, it's
pressure
Jijo,
offensively,
it's not
especially against this
Gojo,
boosting
bro.
Choice Scarf,
What do you
Archaludon.
mean?
Let me confirm that it's actually a Choice Scarf. Yeah, it's actually left
Oh,
over.
Krum
some
is here,
rejects from
really?
the Wolf team, but
No,
definitely functioning.
No, I think about
exceptionally in
Shuru,
this
it's different.
Best of 3.
Jijo. Where is my
and for
bro?
the sports
Jijo.
team right now,
Jijo.
Do you see Gojo does have the Mega Floette that is burned in the back bench, and if they did bring that Talonflame that has since been knocked out, the Garchomp is also
Oh, it's
burned,
right there.
so really having a lot of mitigation of that attack damage onto any of Azulite's
Scovilian with Leech Seed over Hit, Rich Father Protect, Classic, Aerodactyl, no. White Guard is on the Belly Perch, or Scarf Basque. Leftovers are Chaludon with Electroshots, Snarl, Dragon Pulse, Protect, Sneasler with White Herb, Close Cut, Gunk Shot, Sneasler. No Dire Claw! No way! No Dire Claw on the Sneasler on Azulite side. That's crazy. Oh, it's a calm-minded Floette set for Jijo. Soft Sand Garchomp. Spell Tag Aegislash.
Oh yeah, getting the confusion as a nice bonus there. The Aegislash
Dual
is such a high
Sharp
attack stat,
Beak,
and if it
Dual
goes into the
Wing Beat
stance change
Talonflame.
form, it lowers its defenses. We're going to see a full interaction. No, we don't. It is able to attack through the confusion.
Bro, this Poltergeist does so much damage. Look! Boom! Bye, Pelly.
Punch itself in the face, but thankfully
See you
not the
soon.
case for Gojo.
Well,
It's not
thankfully,
Gojo,
yes,
it's
I'm sure all the
Jijo.
traders, though, try not to be confused.
Stop saying
especially when
Gojo,
you're
guys.
Sword,
Stop
and
it.
Seeing it knock out
Oh, wow.
developer was also very
It's
good. We're gonna go ahead and see that
GG.
bird is
Ah, no,
going
they
to
have
go
two
ahead and
burns, not
take
two
out the
knockouts.
Garchomp from Gojo's side, which is going to
Ooh,
make that
it was a
Mega Floette
yeah, it was a
even closer
Scovillain.
once again. And remember,
God damn, it's
it is
Scovillain.
burned. So it's still a very interesting situation.
Garchomp can do much damage
Aegislash
here.
is now into that blade form.
Oh, hello. We're back, we're back.
Next to that Archaludon, that is very,
Archaludon.
very menacing.
All right. Thankfully, I think this would be a little suspect if the Basculegion were not Choice Scarf, but given that it is, it just guarantees to outspeed the Floette, knock it out with the last respects,
Yep.
and probably just Snarl. Although there is some ambiguity, the Floette can go for a Protect, and then maybe you can dodge a Snarl? I mean, it's kind of tricky. You may need to Shadow Sneak and want to KO the Basculegion from here, which is going to be kind of... it's going to be suspect.
No.
Spell tag.
No, he's let's not burn.
Basculegion has a lot of HP remaining. I think, yeah, it's going to come down.
Aqua Jet.
Oh, we see.
Nice. GG.
Trying to circumvent that entirely. Goes for an Aqua
No
Jet
Shadow
with
Sneak
Flash.
shenanigans.
Around the Shadow Sneak. Really heads up play.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and see that
Moonblast.
Go for the Moonblast into that basket.
That's a knockout.
Knocking it out completely, leaving the
And Flash
Archelodon
Cannon.
the only other Pokemon on Azulate's side. Now we also do know that
Snarl.
is building up, and that Archelodon is going to go for the Snarl into the Mega Floette.
That's
now,
weird.
Not doing too much. It is going to drop its special attack, and of course take a little bit of burn damage. But
Archelodon is very healthy, but that was, I think, a bad
that's
play.
not what any of the players were expecting, but Azulite really expecting the Floette to go for a Protect and maybe a Shadow Sneak to come out. Doesn't get that.
Yeah.
Because of that, the Basculegion does go down.
That makes
and
sense.
Took out the Aegislash. I think with the Floette,
Oh,
here, it is
Calm
Calm
Mind.
There is no Flash Cannon on this Archelodon, so we see instead of an attack, maybe expecting a Protect.
Archelodon is running leftover Electroshock, Snarl, Dragon Pulse, Protect.
Any damage boost that came from the Floette on that turn
Nice.
goes down, and yeah, taking down this burn slowly but surely.
That's really,
just trying to keep
okay,
the
safe play. The thing is,
out
Snarl
of
can
range
miss.
from the Moonblast, keeping it out of range of getting to a +1, where that knockout will be guaranteed. At neutral, it's going to be really close.
Yeah, really, really close end game.
It might be a knockout.
Knows that it's not going to be able to survive too much longer, especially with that
Moonblast.
We're going to go see that Floette go for the Moonblast into the Archelodon, and is it enough?
It's not enough.
Even close. It brings it down
Nice.
to 45 HP. Gonna go ahead.
Snarl
and
can
use
miss.
Defense as well.
Doesn't miss though.
Land that Snarl to go ahead.
Oh, but it's not a knockout.
12.
Burn?
Yeah, I think it's gonna.
I think it
one more
lives.
Turn of the burn.
I think it
however, you
lives.
do have a protect on the Archelodon to make sure that you take
Ah,
that last turn.
yeah.
Just by 1 HP,
Protect
but the Archelodon,
and
as we said,
Floette goes down.
does
So
have the
game
option
number
to
3.
protect, and there is no healing option on the Floette. No cheeky self-draining kisses on a a partner Pokemon. They're not there, so not an option at all. I think that was really excellent play from
Nice.
Azulite. Basically,
Azulite played really well there.
Keeping this, as long as you kept Snarl pressure on, the Floette couldn't get up to a plus or a neutral. The Moonblast was able to get off because you made the correct read on the Calm Mind turn, kept it at -1 special attack, and because of that, you were able to narrowly survive the Moonblast. I think it would have been extremely close.
Well
whether
played.
a
Really well played.
combination Of, like, if Gojo had actually gone for the first Moonblast and just been content to go for that at -1, whether the
Game number
Archelodon was
3,
able to
let's go.
take two, like a -1 and a -2 Moonblast, I think would have been extremely close. But Azulite betting, you know what, they're going to try and go for the Calm Mind, nails that read perfectly, and is able to just edge out the Mega Floette, despite having the strongest move being a Snarl. So the Scovillain, its presence being felt even probably like 10 turns after its knockout, I'd imagine. Such a long battle with that Snarl Archelodon, but it was absolutely the key factor in winning.
Yeah, no, what an incredible game 2 from Azulite. Now, we also have to keep in mind, we didn't know what quite happened in the first game that Gojo played, but they did take that win. So a potential change up back to what they were doing previously, we're not quite sure. But I think Azulite has identified that Mega Scovillain is going to be the one Pokemon to bring and just make it so catastrophic to deal with.
Yeah, I mean that to its credit, it's not actually able to burn that much effectively. Like, you can really just only get the Aegislash and the Garchomp. The Floette, in theory, shouldn't care that much about the burns, but as we saw, that's actually not the case. Was able to close the game out there. But thankfully, the Talonflame and the Incineroar, as fire types, are immune to that. So maybe an option to try and dispatch that Pokemon a little bit more easily. However, if you do that, you do leave yourself very open to the Pelipper, Archelodon, and Basculegion that it looked like Azulite was favoring. So I think the brings from these players are, I'd imagine that's kind of the interplay we've been seeing, is that it's really hard to dispatch the Scovillain without bringing Pokemon that just auto lose to the rain mode. So solid team selection from Azulite there, just absolutely pushing that advantage to its fullest to take that game 2. We missed the game 1, but we're going to see this game 3 as both these players it's the last round of the tournament for one player, and the other will be progressing to the top cut bracket. Let's see who takes it.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see Azulite is going to lead with that Archelodon and that Mega Scovillain, or I guess right now, Scovillain, and while Gojo is going to lead with the Talonflame and Floette. So we're not sure quite if this was the exact leads from the last time, but very interesting to see that Scovillain is
Scovillain coming in again.
But kind
Oh,
of
they are on the wrong sides now.
Yeah, the Talonflame is defensively poised pretty well.
Oh, just the camera.
A
Never
Pelipper
mind.
switch in to get the Electroshot active. However, if you do that, you're giving the Floette potentially a turn to go for a Calm Mind, at which point it's going to start ripping the hole through your team, so I'd expect Azulite to maybe play a little bit defensively around that. The Scovillain not even taking the turn to Mega Evolve, goes to the Pelipper. Yeah, maybe my expectation is going to be defied here as the Pelipper is coming in, maybe hinting we're going to see an Electroshock from the Archaludon this turn.
Yeah, very interesting. One thing I do want to quickly call out is that Talonflame is a little bit different, running Sharp
Beak,
Protect,
yeah.
Dual Wing Beak,
Dual
Flare
Wing
Blitz,
Beak.
and Tailwind. But we are going to go ahead and see that Mega Floette.
Ready to break Sneasler's and Whimsicott.
Of course, while that Talonflame is going to
Protect Tony.
a very interesting play for Gojo, maybe
Calm
predicting
Mind.
that there was potentially going to be a Pelipper switch in. We are going to see the Mega Floette is going to go for that Calm Mind to go ahead and start boosting up a little bit more, especially
Snarl.
with how annoying that Archaludon was last time, while it does go for the Snarl.
Nice. That keeps the Fluid down.
Maybe trying to hard call out that Pelipper switch and the Electroshot, but Azalite does a bit of a mid ground, does have the Electroshot available on this turn.
Yeah, yeah.
But decides, look, if I get this read wrong and the Electroshot goes into the Downflame and Calm Mind goes up, there's really not a lot stopping this Floette from just sweeping me, especially if Talon goes up and it outspeeds my Basculegion in the back. This game could really get away from me. So
yeah, keeping
doesn't
the
get a huge
Floette
advantage
down
that
is
turn,
good.
but at least keeps the Floette from snowballing out of control with a
Yeah,
+1
that's
special
true.
attack.
That's true.
It's still in a great spot.
It's now
I believe
neutral.
It is not the Focus Sash. On the Pelipper, it's running a Citrus Berry, so still might be in range of a Moonblast, honestly, with the raw power of Eternal Floette, with the Mega Evolution Fairy Aura, but at least, you know, the Dazzling Gleam isn't going to start going crazy and taking double knockouts, though. The Pelipper does have the wide guard, so maybe less of a threat than it would be in most circumstances.
Yeah, and that Mega Floette is just running Moonblast and Dazzling Gleam for its 2 attack
Tailwind?
moves. But we are going
Beautiful
to go ahead and
play.
see that Talonflame on Gojo's side. Go for the Tailwind to go ahead and make sure that that Floette is
Dazzling
going to go
Gleam?
pretty fast with the Dazzling Gleam onto
Nice,
both of
that-
Azulate's Pokemon.
A
taking
Moonblast
the
probably
Pelipper
would get the knockout on the
down to
belly.
over half HP, but is
Citrus.
going to proc that Citrus Berry and bringing that Archaludon just over.
Nice. -1 Floette now.
Did have the option to wide
I know
guard
it's one
to stop
special
the
attack.
Dazzling Gleam from coming out, but I think Gojo just didn't want to
It
risk
would
the
be
Pelipper having the
actually a good
option
play to switch.
basically
Yeah,
survive
bro,
that if
you
it
could
is
have
painful with
switched
Citrus
the
Berry. You're gonna see
Melodic
because there
there.
was no wide guard come out. You did take all that damage, but you at least get the Floette down to -1 special attack with the Snarl and knock out the Talonflame. So if there will basically never be a Tailwind setup on Gojo's side again. You maybe have an Aerodactyl in the back to get that set up.
But
on
I
your
guess
end, but guaranteed,
Jijo is really
once
afraid of the
Tailwind hits,
Electroshock.
You at least aren't going
Chomp
to
chomp.
that once again.
Yeah, and I think that was a really great play by Azulate, really focusing in and kind of making the risk of like, hey, I might be able to eat one of your Dazzling Gleams, but you're definitely not going to be able to take one of my Weather Balls. So
Yeah,
bringing
Weather
back
Ball is
out,
really good there into
Gojo
the
on
Talon,
Gojo's side,
but
that Garchomp.
now Floette is
Now, that
-1.
Garchomp kind of threatening a little bit of a Rock Slide. It is currently running Earthquake, Stomping Tantrum, Rock Slide, and Protect. So in a little bit of an interesting situation, we do have Tailwind still up on Gojo's side, so that Mega Floette is still putting a lot of pressure onto Azulate's team.
Yeah, normally without a stamina boost, the Archaludon probably would have been ready
Moonblast?
for the Stomping Tantrum because it
Into the
is-
belly.
You know, we'll see what. actually
Oh,
comes out here, but
-1
the
doesn't
Pelipper
pick
is
the
very
knockout.
bulky.
No
It's
way.
-1 Moonblast, not
Stomping?
even knockout out there, and the stamina boost
Good.
on the
Crit?
the Archaludon not enough to knock out, or it is enough
Crit,
to make the knockout with a
okay.
critical hit. It is soft
Good for
sand, so
Jijo.
would have been close if it could knock out regardless, but yeah, no shot, no way with the critical hit. You're looking
Weather
at,
Ball?
as the
That's
Weather
big
Ball
damn.
is going to come and deal a lot of damage to the
Big
Garchomp, but
damn.
you really would have loved
Citrus?
to at least get one
Nope.
more attack with your Archaludon
Is that
to stall
right?
out these Tailwind
I think
turns
it's
and
soft
maybe get
sand.
the next turn to stall out the last one.
I think
but
it's soft
yeah,
sand.
not the
Yeah, it's
case.
soft sand.
What an
Ah,
incredible
okay.
turn, seeing that Pelipper go ahead and not only just eat that Moonblast for breakfast, but also the Archaludon
Now
not so much
Scovillain.
with that Stomping Tantrum. But we are going to go ahead and see Azulate is going to bring back that Scovillain. Probably going to go ahead and start that Mega Evolution of it. And now just trying to figure out how it's going to navigate these waters. We still do not know what Azulate's last Pokemon is, as well as Gojo. So still, we have a little bit of a mystery on both sides.
Yeah, I think the last Pokemon's going to be very important to how this match plays out. I'd imagine it's an offensive Pokemon like Sneasler or Basculegion to make sure that the Floette can be kind of chipped down and then knocked out later. But yeah, this Garchomp going to be a little bit pesky for the Sneasler, so maybe Azulite hoping for the Basculegion. I think at this point,
Maga. Here we
to
go.
stall one more turn
Scovillain.
of Tailwind to make sure that your Pokemon in the back isn't fighting in uneven speed conditions as the Mega Evolution from the Scovillain comes out this turn.
Oh my
Calm
gosh,
Mind?
I love seeing Mega Scovillain, but I also love to see a Calm Mind on the
Back
Mega
to neutral,
Floette,
the
going
Floette.
ahead and trying to get some of that special attack boost.
But the
back
special
up.
defense
We're
is
gonna see
really,
the
really
Garchomp
high.
go for the
Scovillain
rock
do-
slide, but
actually
Scovillain
might be good.
is going to go ahead and avoid it, but
No
still
burn.
landing onto the Pelipper, which is
For
going to
the
be
chomp chomp.
Also for Gojo, but that is the risk that you play with a rock slide. And I
This
know
might go-
I'm not
Jijo
the
might
only
have a
one that's
chance
gonna
here,
play
actually.
Times. We are going
Leech
to see the
Seed?
Scovillain go for the Leech Seed into that Garchomp, getting in some much needed HP that it's going to want.
Yeah, Leech Seed really going to start to add up over time and make sure that you can basically 1v1 the Garchomp, especially if it ever hits you and gets you burned. But I think the Leaf Seed
That's my
maybe
cat,
needed to go on the
guys.
Floette there.
She's
I'm
right in
thinking
front of the
actually-
camera.
Yeah, I think that was quite an aggressive read on Azulite's side, given that there is one more turn of Tailwind, I believe. Yeah, there is one. We confirmed that on the top of the screen. Thank you, spectator mode.
Bask.
Because of that, the Floette probably has a good chance to outspeed this Basculegion. I think I'm having trouble
Tailwind?
tracking the Snarl.
Maybe.
It got 2 Calm Minds, and I think maybe took 2 Snarls, so it's now at neutral.
It's neutral, yeah.
Moonblast probably doesn't knock out the Basculegion, but in combination with a
Basculegion is
Rock
Choice
Slide
Scarf,
or- yeah, Rock Slide from the
adaptability,
Garchomp,
no
it might
Swift
actually
Swim.
take That. So I think an aggressive call from Azulite, expecting the Calm Mind to come out. But yeah, a little bit punished by the Basculegion being forced to come out with the Pelipper going down.
Yeah, I think that
Protezione.
Floette is in a really good position, especially since it's had so much HP and also
Aqua
protecting
Jet,
itself.
good read.
We're gonna see the Basculegion
Picks the
going for
knockout in the
Aqua Jet
rain.
into the Garchomp, knocking it out, but still taking a little bit of chip from that rough skin as
Who's the
well.
last one here
Now,
for
as we kind
Jiju?
of know that Basculegion is going ahead and running a Choice Scarf, so now currently locked.
Yeah, locked in into Aqua Jet, by the way.
We're gonna see that the rain and the Tailwind is going to peter out to make things a little bit more neutral on the field, and now introducing
Aegislash.
Gojo's last Pokemon, Aegislash.
I think that was a really
It's
interesting
not
call. The
Gojo.
Aqua Jet just assumes that your Basculegion will probably just fold to the combination of any move from the Garchomp plus a Moonblast. But, if you can
But
knock
there
out
is-
the Garchomp, at least you're not losing
There
your
is Rage
Basculegion
Powder
nothing.
for
However,
Scovillion.
at this point, you're offering so little damage with these Aqua Jets, which although boosted by adaptability, aren't really
Yeah,
gonna
no
take
rain.
any key knockouts unless things get really low.
No big
However,
dam.
Maybe the combination of Aqua Jet and Overheat can knock out the Aegislash, and you can try and 1v1 this Floette, which Leech Seed. However, good call from Gojo last turn to protect the Floette to make sure that those Leech Seed counter, if it starts this turn, you at least have one less turn of that starting.
Yeah, nope, I completely agree with that. And that Scovillion only running Overheat is a little bit of a problem.
Yeah,
running
dropping a
also
special
Rage
attack, not
Powder
great, huh?
And that Leech Seed that we've seen.
Aqua
I think
Jet
that is gonna be a
into the
pivotal thing
Floette.
to lock into that Mega Floette, but we are gonna see that
Moonblast
Basculegion land an Aqua Jet
resisted
into the Mega
by the
Floette,
fire.
a little bit of damage,
Now the
but
burn
it
also
was
comes in.
Moonblast into the
So if we
Scovillion.
see a Lich Seed into there, it will be a lot of damage per turn being taken into the Floette.
Very effective, but making
By
sure
the
that
Floette.
Mega Floette takes that
Lich Seed doesn't miss.
Yeah, I think that was a big call from Azulite to not go for Aqua Jet and Overheat into the Aegislash. If
Yeah,
you knock that out,
good
you
play.
might have been able to 1v1 the Floette.
But
because of
Poltergeist
how little damage it was doing
will
to
knock
Snarl.
out the...
Poltergeist
Oh no,
comes
it's a
out, the
Scovillion.
is able to connect with the Scovillion Light on to
So burn
that
as well, but the
Scovillion
knockout
doesn't
as
knock
well.
out. It does. That's a knockout. And now, even though the Aegislash is burned, this Aqua Jet locked in Basculegion is
Yeah,
gonna really
Aqua Jet
struggle
can do
to
much
win.
here.
The Leap Seed went into the Floette on the Scovillion slot. It doesn't redirect. It's still just going to be empty into that.
Oh really? Doesn't
Yeah, that
redirect?
fainted Scovillion slot, so no
I
damage
thought
is
it-
going to be dealt to the Floette every turn. It's not like it redirects to the Basculegion. That would really be the only way to actually come out of this, but that's not how it works. The Floette is now poised exceptionally well to go for Moonblast into the Basculegion.
Yeah, I
and
thought
probably
the
just go
Leech
for a
Seed
King
will
Shield
just
hit to a defensive
always
position to
go
buff up your
to
defenses,
the
and go
Pokemon
for
that is
Poltergeist
alive.
to close out the game after this first Moonblast.
Yeah, but one thing I will say, Cedric, that me and you both know, especially
Protect.
after yesterday's round,
Burn,
is
burn.
that Poltergeist, you can't always depend on it.
Yeah,
especially
it
for
can
how
miss.
intense that
Nice.
we saw it is yesterday.
Protect.
We are going to go ahead and see a double protect on Gojo's side, just kind of making sure that, hey, we're going to see what's happening. It is going to be
Ooh,
that
reducing
Aqua
the
Jet.
attack.
Just kind of playing it out a little bit.
Ah, damn.
Kind of adding insult to injury there. The Aqua Jet lowering the attack of the Basculegion one more stage, but this is really seeming to be one of the last turns of the battle. We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see
GG.
if his Aegislash is able to
GG.
connect with its
I don't think
early
Aegislash can keep
2000s
going.
low-budget horror movie move, the Poltergeist, whether it's
The
able to connect with
Poltergeist.
audiences. I know it might connect with the Basculegion. It has a 90% chance to do so. If the Poltergeist KOs, it's going to be a clean knockout. Doesn't go for the Shadow Sneak, which would have put it in Blade form. Goes for Moonblast here. Let's see the Moonblast chipping so down.
Basculegion is
Oh
still
my
all
goodness.
going.
At neutral, I think, still dealing so much damage, and now it's in range for a Shadow Sneak for sure. Poltergeist just closing things out even further as the Choice Scarf working against the Basculegion there, knocking itself out. As Gojo able to defeat Azulite, a regional champion of this season, I believe, taking to a 13-2 record and top cutting the Grand
GG.
Champions Festival.
Wow.
Well done for Jiju.
Gojo against Azulite, Gojo against Gato. An incredible match nonetheless, and really, really excited to see that. It was very cool to see so many Poltergeists actually land this time around, because last time didn't work out so well for all the other Aegislash players, but really, really excited to see that. And also, congratulations on making it to Top Cut.
Yeah, I think a player that not all of us are familiar with, but absolutely on our radar now. Just an incredible win over a top competitor in the IRL circuit, taking, making it to that top bracket. So At this point, the 13 and 2 players are locked in, and everyone with 3 losses or more will not progress to the final bracket. So the last round for them, but I think after 15 rounds of Swiss, they might be pretty happy with the experience they've gained in this new format. We'll go into some of the details
Good
of the
win
match now.
to Jiju.
The Aegislash shifting into that stance change. I believe it was confused at that point in the battle, so maybe we could have seen a substantial shift in the match's dynamics if it did hit itself, but not the case.
Yeah, and I think Aegislash is also just showing once again that it is here to stay. And you know what? It's not too rusty. It can still hang out with all the new Pokemon as well. You see just how much damage that Mega Floette also does onto its opponents, and also that Garchomp landing that devastating stopping tantrum into that Archaludon, knocking it out with that critical hit. And I know we've seen quite a few critical hits now in our days, and that was such a good one for Gojo.
Yeah, I think even though I guess last couple of turns after the Basculegion, the Scovillain went down, the game sort of felt over. I think on that turn, where it actually went for the leech seed, the game could have easily ended with an Aqua Jet and an overheat in the Aegislash. So just a really good call on Gojo's side to expect that not to be the case. Correctly identified leech seed was going into the Floette that turn and was able to fully capitalize. So I think even though a lopsided endgame towards the end just as easily could have flipped Azulite's way. And I think there were a lot of turns like that through the set. The Archaludon maybe could have gotten just the mileage that Azulite needed if it hadn't gotten crit by the stomping tantrum on that turn. So I think a lot of what ifs on that match, but ultimately an excellent set to both players.
Yeah, and I think one thing that was also cool was the Milotic that also Gojo was running that we didn't quite see, that was running the Life Dew instead. So I think once again showcasing that Pokemon is extremely versatile no matter what on the team that you have. And also, I think it's always so fun to see new Mega Evolutions, and especially the Mega Scovillain. It's been giving a lot of love recently throughout the VGC community, so it is really cool to see how high it is placed, especially by such a strong competitor.
Absolutely. Incredible matches from both of the players. I'm not sure if we have another match immediately queued. Maybe we'll go to a bonus match while we're waiting for the final top cut bracket, but it's been an incredible series so far, incredible tournament series. I've been so impressed by the diversity of megas that we've seen, and ultimately even though the Floette actually did topple the Scovillain there, that's been a big surprise. It's been able to actually 1v1 a lot of the Mega Floette teams, just given the Spicy Extract plus Leech Seed doing 18% per turn. You pepper in your Protects, and then you also get basically 36% per turn, and you're really able to actually 1v1 the Floettes unless they're able to set up the Calm Mind. So I think a surprise from a lot of tournaments coming before this, but one of the standouts, in addition to Milotic, is some things that maybe we didn't expect to be that strong coming into the tournament, or coming into the Regulation MA metagame, but given the context of the Pokemon that are strong, have absolutely been defying those expectations.
Yeah, but I think we still have to respect the Mega Evolutions that are still on top. Of course, your Charizard Y, and also Mega Floette still being very dominant throughout this regulation. And I'm really excited to see how this continues to form going into our first actual official tournament in Indianapolis. Really excited to kind of see what is actually going to shake out through it all. Now, we're going to go ahead and see like some different changes. I personally, like I said, I would always want a Heracross, but I think seeing that Mega Scovillain is also
Mega Scovillain is so cool, going up the ladder.
Also something that was really surprising to me, and especially something that I kind of want to play around with just because of how defensive it actually is.
Yeah, there's actually a couple teams with really interesting choices that I'd like to highlight from who are actually able to make it to the final bracket. I'm not sure if we featured them, but Figgy Monster with a Whimsicott, Hisuian Typhlosion, Serena, Mega Floette, so not everyone's starting to be a little bit more common as people have played through the ZA and gotten that Mega Floette item. The Aqua Breed Tauros and the Psychic Fang Sucker Punch Dragapult, very interesting. Not an interesting Mega, but I think one of the teams that I'm kind of looking at that was able to make the top cut. Also, we have one of the Hoj brothers able to make it in with Serena, Whimsicott, Hisuian Zoroark, and Arcanine. So I think these Whimsicott Serena teams may be something that has been
Serena
able to convert a lot more. It's something that we weren't quite aware of coming into the tournament, but has absolutely been converting at a high rate into the top cut.
Yeah, no, really excited to see so many different teams, and also talking about testing 800, still also standing strong with that Mega Scovillain as well, and also the Komodo, which we haven't seen too often during these rounds, but a Pokemon that has really made its way throughout the VGC meta. I know there's going to be a ton coming up, especially with the addition of Top Cut, and something that I'm also super excited for. So before we break into that, Cedric, what's been your favorite Pokemon that we've seen so far?
Gotta be Gardevoir. It was one of my favorite Pokemon to see in gameplay coming into the tournament, and getting to see Toller lock it up into the top cut with that Pokemon. Just really exciting to see. Really cool for the old heads out there. Another old head in the Gardevoir. Is it? I think maybe, I forget if it's the first or the second wave of Mega Pokemon, but has been an absolute star on the Grand Champions Festival stage.
Gardy's been doing great. I
We
agree.
all love
Gardy
God of
doing
War,
super,
and
super
we
good.
also love to see what's going to happen soon as well. And also our lovely host, Scraw. So stay tuned for more for the Grand Champions Festival, and we will see you guys in just a little bit.
Let's go. I'll go grab something to eat as well, guys. See you in a minute. have it right back. I was eating. I was really needing that energy. Let's go, let's go.
Dim Sun. Courtney, Cedric, let's get started with our top cut.
Top cut. So, it's now single elimination.
Hello,
Who loses
everybody,
is
and
out.
welcome back to the Grand Champions Festival. I'm Courtney, also known as Wiglier, and today I'm with Cedric, as you all know, Talon BGC. Now, Cedric,
Let's go, let's
so
go.
excited. We've had some incredible matches, but now we're getting down to the wire.
Yeah, absolutely down to the wire. I believe we've cut down to our final 20 competitors out of overall, starting day one, around 6,000 out of the 10,000 that had signed up. So really whittled it down to the best of the best. The remaining matches, we're going to see some of the strongest competitors in the world. These are the top 20 players in the world, and it's not up for debate. And we're going to see Santi versus Toller, Webb, Dimsun to start it off in the top 32 match. I guess technically the top 16 play-in. The winner of this will make it to the top 16 for the remainder of the bracket, I believe.
Yes, and I'm so excited to see this. We were just highlighting Toller, which I'm so excited to see that Mega Gardevoir once again, as well as running that Mousehold, King Gambit, Basca Legion, Talonflame, and Garchomp. Now, something to note that Garchomp is a Scarf Chomp, as we know good and well as that Mousehold having that Focus Sash. So really, we saw Toller really play well with that Gardevoir and that Mousehold in the game that they participated in while we went ahead and casted, but also Santi's
What is
not
it?
new to us
What
as well,
is this
Cedric.
tournament players?
Yeah, also been featured
So we
on the
have-
bracket, and Santi using
Are those
a team
people?
with Sneasler, Mega Gengar, and Silver
What?
King Gambit, Dragonite, and Alolan Ninetales.
What is
So
this
some unconventional picks in the
tournament
Dragonite and
people?
the Alolan Ninetales,
These
but
are the
beyond that,
casters.
some fairly standard picks. Running
So
the
right now-
Song Mega Gengar that we've all come to know and love, or hate if you're on the other end of it, with the combination of the
Let's see if we have
Fake
any
Out and the
Portuguese
cycling move of the Incineroar with Parting Shot.
person here.
Protects galore on that team, just
That's
making sure you
still-
can set up the
Isn't
Parasongs,
it? Yeah,
and then
I
wheel
know.
away those
Superstar
turns with the
Pearl
double
12,
attacks.
13.
Yeah, and one thing to
That
also
girl has so many
highlight
toys.
about
Bro,
this
she has
team is
so
that
many.
Ninetales
Yeah,
running
so
Overcharge
many. I wish I had
on
the-
for Disable
a room like that full
I know
of
when we went ahead and
Cyndaquil
featured their match
plushies.
before, it was a very devastating and annoying thing to deal with.
Pizza Man
So really
also
to bring it back,
out of
but
the
I'm also
tournament.
hoping that we do see
Super
the Dragonite,
Santi
which is
still
running that
there.
Dragon Fang, the
Sam
ability
LT,
multi-scale
Mega
with
Umbreon.
Protect, Extreme Speed, Dragon
We have some
Claw,
people
and
that went
Low Kick.
14
Of
and
course,
1.
I know
Moody
I
Man
always want
and
to see it.
Testing
It's
800.
really that great into
14-1
my Gardevoir.
result.
Not so much,
Jiju
but a girl can
13-2.
hope.
Yeah, I think the
In-
Ninetales was super effective in previous matches.
No,
and
we
it could
like-
be
it's not
effective
top
against
100
Garchomp
even,
on
it's
Toler's
less.
Side that never melt ice, leaving
This-
room
this is
for
top cut.
ambiguity. Those
This is
blizzards
top
are
20.
dealing a lot,
Top
especially
20.
with that 4-time super
We are in top
move,
20
taking
now.
those knockouts. We saw on, I guess, Brady Smith's matchup a similar team where you had the Gengar.
Now it's single
Parasong mode,
elimination
but you had
bracket.
the Encore
Somebody
distributed
losing
amongst
means
a
they
bunch of
out of the
Pokemon.
tournament.
On
Best of
here, it's
3
only the
still.
Ninetales that has it.
But if they
Also
lose, they're
inferior about
out.
Disable, so
There
you
is
don't have
no
those same,
other way to
potent
play.
same turn
You gotta
Encore
keep
disable
winning.
grabs, but something that Santi's definitely going to be trying to punish those really powerful moves on Toler's side that can deal with the Gengar, disabling those and allowing for the Parasong turns to go off safely.
Yeah, and one thing I think we have to highlight is that we have got some usage stats for our top cut, aka our top 20 players. And some things to note is that King Gambit is rating supreme, of course, royalty, at 55%. So a large amount of players running that King Gambit, but also not too far behind is that Sneasler and Garchomp at 50% as well. So some very common Pokemon that we're seeing, but also that I'm a little interested in.
Here you go. There you go. Mega Guardia again. I'm loving that team. We have an Alolan Ninetales, Santino Tarquino, Ballerina Cappuccina, Crocodillo Assassino, Santino Tarquino. No, it's Mega Gengar for sure. We can check the team sheets.
I think we should watch out.
Check it.
For, oh, King Gambit, you're right. Number 1 in the usage stat, number 1 in our hearts. And
Wait, King Gambit is number 1? In the stats? Nah.
Mirror between
Nah.
these two trainers.
I don't believe
one
it.
thing that I'm very thankful
I don't
for
believe
is
it.
that one is shiny and one is not, so that is
So
going to help
Santino
us a
Tarquino,
lot on the guess
they are
contest
13-2.
when distinguishing which one is actually
Santino
which. Now, I really am
Tarquino.
excited to see if Toller is going
Wait,
to
13-2?
follow the lead of that Gardevoir
And,
and the Mousehold.
Toller
He's
Web.
for different types of players in the back, but also Santino's got a lot to play with right now, and we're going to go ahead and see that in just
Where
one
are they?
second for this top 32, aka top 20 of the Grand
Top
Champions
20.
Festival.
Yeah, both these players taking
Or
full
Santino
advantage of the
Tarquino.
emblems you can equip to show your favorite Pokemon. Toller, the normal type trainer, Tamer? I'm not sure, but the Gardevoir and the Gengar for these respective trainers, and we're seeing them team up, which is appropriate. The King Gambit on Toller's side,
Wait,
the
what?
shiny one. I believe a lot of the Pokemon shiny on Toller's.
Is
The
it
Gardevoir,
Super
of course,
Senti?
threatening the Psychic into the Sneasler, but of
No,
course,
just
that will trigger
Santino.
a powerful Dire Claw, and then the Mega Gengar, ready to get
So it's Super
Mega
Senti?
evolved and ready to trap these Pokemon in the field
Versus
in
Dim
some
Sun?
disadvantageous situations.
Is it?
Oh yes, and I know that Gengar is rubbing
Team
his
list?
hands together
Yeah,
right
Mega
now,
Gardy?
especially waiting for
Muscle?
Mega
Yeah.
Evolve.
Yeah.
Mega
Okay, we got him. We got him.
eye out for, it is
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Trick Room, but as well as
In-
Psyshock. So
Yeah.
it could be a little bit interesting to deal with, but still also can protect just in case. We are going to go ahead and see that Toller is going to bring back
And
that
then on the
Gardevoir
other side?
and change it up for that Basculegion instead, making sure that it was not going to get trapped in any sort of lullaby that Mega Gengar wants to sing.
Mega Gengar?
Yeah, just noting some of the
With,
important items on the team. It is
Mega
Choke Berry,
Gengar,
Gambit, so shouldn't be susceptible
with
to
a Parry
knockout
Song,
from the close combat, unless of course Santi doubles
Dragon
into
Fang
it with the Shadow
Dragonite,
to weaken it first. We'll see if the
with
King
extreme
Gambit is
speed
trained
and
effectively
low
enough to tank
kick,
that, but it is the close
Anchor
combat
on
to
the
follow
Alolan
up.
Ninetales,
Choke Berry activating. Let's see if it
no
survives.
Auto Veil,
Yeah,
low kick on the King Gambit, no Iron Head. Oh, King Gambit goes down! Unbelievable!
King Gambit, turn 1 of the top.
Super Fang, follow me, helping hand on the muscle, by the way. Mega Guard with Psyshock. Basculegion, Citrus Berry.
Interesting turn 1. Now we have the Basculegion on the field,
No.
but for what cost?
Choice Scarf.
Yeah, I think that was a really gutsy
Here we
call
go.
from Santino.
Very good first
There's a lot
turn,
of
bro.
ways that
Very
can
good,
go
strong
really,
turn.
really wrong. Namely, if you just attack with both of your Pokemon, the combination of Sucker Punch and Psyshock brings the Sneasler down to Sash, and then Sucker Punch maybe even knocks out the Gengar. So just fully gambled that the Gardevoir didn't want to take any Dire Claw. And because the King Gambit actually doesn't have Protect on this set, it is running Low Kick in addition to its stabs and Sucker Punch. Was really fully susceptible to that double up so long as there was no Sucker Punch, which in the face of Fake Out Parasong Song is generally going to be a little bit less common of a play. So Santino taking advantage of what would typically be a really smart switch up from Toller, just punishing.
So they're using real names here
Yeah, I think it's a
for
lot
the
of
strong
pressure
players,
on Toller's
for the
side
more known
as he
players.
brings out that Garchomp instead, keeping the Gardevoir in the back for maybe something a little bit later. I think Toller really knows that Parasong can really get devastating for their Pokemon, so making sure that they can try and retain it.
Okay, Sneasler comes back.
We are going to see that Santino
And
going to
we
swap out
Insane, of course, good. Intimidate here into the Chomp and into the Basque. Protect.
You're going to see the Mega Gengar protect also on Santino's side just to make sure that
Safe
Garchomp
play.
is not threatening.
Stomping.
whatsoever.
Ooh, into the
Well,
Insane.
Garchomp goes for the stomping
Good
attack
damage.
into the Incineroar.
That Chompy
Yeah, it is a choice
is
scarf.
Choice Scarf.
Didn't want to lock into an Earthquake and start hitting its own partner.
True.
Especially with so little HP left. Yeah, we see a smart double. up
Good
from Toller.
damage.
Goes for the
Insane is
Combo
out.
Tantrum to bring the
Bye-bye.
Sneasler down to Sash.
Good
And then
play.
Wave Crash, which, normally you would have not wanted to
The
do
Sharks.
with the 1% recall you otherwise would have taken, but perfectly covers in an Incineroar switch in.
And True Fairy Solar Web got his first regional win, I think, in 2015 with Mega Gardy. And now they're using Mega Gardy as well. Gotta love that.
Excellent call from Toller to get himself back in this game too. Game 1.
Yeah, Toller said, "You're gonna double up, I'm gonna double up," and it really was such a powerful and impactful double up from both trainers on turn 1
Insane
and
is
on
out.
turn 2. We do see that
Bas-
Santino is going to bring in that
King Gambit is out.
Pokemon that we haven't seen yet so far while we've been casting Cedric. So really excited to see that Dragonite hit the field. Now keep in
Dragonite
mind,
with
it's
Dragon
really that
Fang.
Dragon
It's really
Fang,
interesting, boosting the
with that
power
Dragon
of its
Claw,
Dragon type
with
attacks.
Low Kick and
Dragon Claw being
Extreme
boosted by Dragon Fang.
Interesting Pokemon to put into the fray of things. We know the Mega
Aqua
Gengar
Jet,
was protected last
Gengar,
time. It's going to take
takes
an
big
Aqua Jet from
damage, but
Toller's Basculegion,
oh, stop
as
with
well
that should be
as
enough.
Stomping Tantrum.
It's
Going
not!
to take
Gengar is
25
alive.
HP.
The Intimidate from Incineroar really helping.
Yeah, perfect
Shadow
trade on the
Ball.
Gengar to survive that double up.
Beam.
He follows up
The
with
Sharks
Shadow
goes
Ball
down.
from the Basculegion.
Well
We see why Toller had to
played.
go for that play instead of going
So
for a
no more
defensive
Basque
play.
for here.
opportunity
No
to
sir.
Full power, non-priority move. Was just trying to get
Dragon Claw from the D-Knight. Insane damage. No crit. It's a Dragon Fang boost. Yo. Big D. Double knockout there in one turn. Now it's Mega Gardy alone versus two poison types in the back. Great play from Santino Tarquinino. Santino Tarquinio. Top 32, guys. Here you go.
Very dicey situation, and also noting that Sneasler is still in tow.
A lot of people dropped because they couldn't play more, because they got
really not liking it against
3
this
losses.
Mega Gengar, the Dragonite, but also the Sneasler in the back that's going to be running that.
That was
Dragon Ball.
very,
So
very, very good game 1, bro. Really strong game
maybe
1.
taking a second to say, okay, what could I have done?
Yeah, so the people that got 14 and 2 or better, they go through. They don't need to play this round of 32. So we have Samuel T and VG Corner, VG Orner, we have Super Santi and Dimson, this match. We have C North and Kazis. We have TKL and Julio 97. Yeah, GG. Very good game one for Santino Tarquinio. Super dominated. First, King Gambit immediately out of the way, and then that turn with a double knockout was just super clean.
But went all out offensive turn 1 and was absolutely
but that,
rewarded for
the Garchomp, yeah, that's true. The Garchomp went for stomping. That didn't got the knockout into the Gengar, so the Intimidate was so good from the Incineroar earlier.
And even though it was knocked out, the damage was done.
This is the real part of the tournament, chat. This is the real part.
Mega Gengar to be able to survive the hits it needed.
Here we go.
To close out the
I went 5-4 yesterday. Very proud of myself. Very proud.
I think on Tolar's end, maybe I think the Pokemon brings are appropriate. The Garchomp.
Yeah, King Gambit with no protect. It's really important.
Aside from that, yeah, that Dragonite, but it's really about leveraging it into a position where you don't give yourself a really free switch into the Dragonite while you're trapped on the field. With the Gengar just going for
Game
ground
2
type moves with no ability to switch. So I think Santino used the Shadow Tag offensively a little bit more than it's typically used defensively. And Tolar maybe wasn't.
It's a hard match for Tolar Web.
That line of play and needs to adjust to that.
I think so. But he can do it. He's a good player. Dragonite with multi-scale, so it's not inner focus. You can fake it out. But actually, Tolar Web has no access to fake out if you think about it. And Tarquinio has double fake out support and intimidate. Trainer. Tolar Web has no intimidate, no fake out, no speed control. No, actually, I lie. He has Tailwind on the Talonflame. So he has speed control, but no fake out support, no intimidate. Maybe that's like, it's difficult. Is Mega Guardi also not great into Snizzler and Gengar? Good into King Gambit, because King Gambit... no, King Gambit has Iron Head. No, Iron Head on his own team. Here we go. Game 2. Game 2.
I think Tolar might be trying to lead a little bit more aggressively.
Garchomp. I like that. A bit more aggressive. Lead. Oh, the Insane and Gengar lead is really difficult here. You're gonna see Mega Gengar for sure. Let's protect though. Sludge Bomb and Shadow Ball. The Garchomp is Choice Scarf, so we've seen that the Gengar survives a Stomping Tantrum with Intimidate, which is the case at the moment. But then what do? You attack the Guardi, you get the knockout maybe with a Sludge Bomb, and then you go very low HP. No, actually Insane can fake out here, but the Guardi has Protect most likely. Yes, and also Trick Room, but there is no need. I think if you go Trick Room, you just help the King Gambit. So there's no need to go for Trick Room here. Let's see. Here we go. Mega Gengar.
So it's nice and Mega Evolved this time. I'm just fascinated to see how this entire first turn is going to play out. We did see that...
Protect on the Guardi, it's really good. Garchomp gets faked out. Okay, nice. And Perish Song? That's too early, no? Flinch and Shadow Ball into the Guardi. Ooh. Maybe it could have been a good opportunity to Perish Song over there, actually.
Really critical to note, this is a Stomping Tantrum Garchomp. It hasn't locked into a move yet, but it has flinched on the last turn. Stomping Tantrum.
So yeah, Garchomp already locked itself. We just don't know into what. Oh wait, no, because you didn't use it. Because when you go into Protect, you use a move, so you lock yourself if you're using a choice item, like Choice Scarf, Choice Specs, or Choice Pen. I missed Choice Pen.
Even the Incineroar, if not, a switch into a...
Okay, now here it's a very weird turn. Guardi can Protect. I mean, they can, but it's most unlikely. They can go Mega, but they still go down. No, I think they survive a Shadow Ball or a Sludge Bomb. I think it's a good turn to just go for damage here. Yeah, there you go, Mega. No switches, so the Garchomp will do damage anyway, but it's -1. Hyper Voice anything plus anything should knock out the Gengar. We can see a Protect from the Mega Gengar. And there is a Protect for the Mega Gengar. Ooh, you got to read on Tolar website. Is he gonna double up the Insane? He is! Stomping into the Insane, big dam. And now Hypervoice, I think, to play safe. Oh, but it's Citrus. Hypervoice still gets the knockout, most likely. Yeah. Really good read from Toller. Really, really good read. Nice damage. Bye-bye Insane. No more Intimidate here. Which is important because he has all special... I mean, the King Gambit doesn't mind, but the Basque and the Talon does. I mean. Now you have here the Draggy with Dragon Fang to boost his Dragon Claw, which is not effective at all. Has no effect into the beautiful Mega Guard Shiny. But it can be really good into... It can be really good into the Garchomp, which is right in front of it. Still doing good damage to the Basque Legion in the back. Dragonite with low kick as well to check out those... Extreme Speed! Plus Shadow Ball? Stomping Tantrum, we know it doesn't pick the knockout. Yeah, and now Shadow Ball into Gardy. Or Sludge Bomb or whatever. Yeah, nice play. That gets the knockout. Losing the Mega is not great here for Toller. And still rocking the Mega Gengar on the other side. Makes it more difficult for Toller to come back here.
Yeah, against the Dragonite, at least from the super effective perspective, but maybe has some ways cooked up in the back to actually deal with that more creatively than just slamming it with a Hyper Voice.
Yeah.
Okay, Basque Legion comes in. Last respect, it's Citrus Berry, I think. It's not, yeah, it's not Choice Scarf, so it's going to be slower than the Gengar. So it's in range of a Shadow Ball, but because it's Citrus Berry, maybe it's a bulkier set. Dragonite Extreme Speed doesn't work there. Pretty sure the Dragonite is also faster than the Basque Legion. Basque Legion is like 80-something base speed. The Garchomp is faster, but it's locked in into Stomping Tantrum, so it has no way to knock out the Dragonite. So here, maybe a crucial switch. No switch. Yeah, it's a very safe protect, because you know the Garchomp can touch the Dragonite. And now Dragon Claw into Garchomp. Right? Toller Web risking it here. Yeah, that's a knockout for sure. I think you had to switch the Garchomp, but if he didn't, that means that he doesn't like his chances of taking a Dragon Claw. Last respects into Dragonite. Huge damage, well done. So it's now 2v2. Gengar and perhaps the King Gambit. Oh, plus Basque and King Gambit. This Basque Legion has Protect indeed. So it's totally over. It's the Sneasler. It cannot fake out the big fish. And we have the King Gambit great into the Gengar actually. Gengar has no way to really hit that King Gambit. You can go Parry Song, but no, because then you go down as well, because it's a 2v2. So, I mean, you have to spam Shadow Balls. Sludge Bomb is not effective at all. And the Sneasler can go for a close combat, but it's Chople better than the King Gambit, so it needs at least 2 close combats. The fish here can go for a clean Last Respect into the Sneasler, because... Oh, there is Protect on the Sneasler. Protect on Basque Legion first, so Sneasler doesn't go for Protect. Fake out into Gambit. That's a very safe play from Toller Web. The Gengar cannot damage the King Gambit. Shadow Ball, I mean it can, but with Shadow Ball, you know, so not great. And now, it's a very free Sucker Punch into Last Respects. I think, and it should be Toller's game, 150 base power, stab boosted, adaptability boosted, and most likely it's not even like a lot of speed investment. Protect, it's fine. Last Respect should get the knockout. Anyway, yeah, Toller Web he has a super safest play. Oh, but wait, the close combat comes first. Yeah, but no, it doesn't matter. With the Chople Berry you survive. Yeah, it's all covered for Toller. All covered. Unless a crit. Wow. That's... Usually they survive. Was that the crit? Is that the Adamant Sneasler? Usually the King Gambit survive with more HP. Maybe it doesn't have a lot of build stats. Oh, okay, I didn't notice that. It's Focus Sash. Ay. Okay, now very easy. Oh, but the Sneasler can do nothing into the fish. Now very easy. You have to go double Protect with the Gengar. Or Perichong to deny the Sucker Punch. Then you finish the King Gambit. And then next turn... The safe play here is actually for the fish to attack the Gengar in case they go for a Parry Song or double Protect. Because failing Protect here is not bad if Toller only Sucker Punches. It's a Protect on the Sneasler, so the double up here, I think it's the most obvious answer. It double up it to Gengar. Aqua Jet! No Sucker Punch! No, there you go. Okay. No, I think it was too risky from Santino Tarquino. But, no, actually Tolerate, yeah, good coverage. Aqua Jet, Sucker Punch, there is no way out of that for Santino Tarquinio. So it's going to be 1-1. Game 3. I'm liking this. Good match.
And the Sneasler with the
Aqua Jet.
So
GG, yeah.
really taking advantage, even though you don't have
Game 2.
advantage.
Game 3, I mean, let's go.
Garchomp went down. Because of all the priority you're able to threaten, and because of the bulk on your Pokemon, you can afford to trade in this match and actually still come out ahead. I think that was something that went wrong in the first game, where Toller identified, look, these matches are going to be close, but as long as I'm trading damage intelligently throughout the match and not just allowing these free KOs like happened in game 1, then I'm going to be able to come out on top through just really precise play, and that's exactly what happened. Really good adjustment.
Yeah, really excited to see that. Toller is such an incredible player, but also Santi. So they both have made it so far into this tournament, and I know they're both in it to win it. And now one game remains, which is going to be very interesting. Are we going to see a change up on the sides, or are we going to make it so it's the same? Not quite sure. We all know we're going to see that Mega Gardevoir as well as that Mega Gengar coming around. But do you think there's going to be any change up, Cedric?
Yeah, I think from both players, we could see a switch back to the Sneasler on lead, although I think the Incineroar was pretty well poised. The Incineroar against the Choice Scarf Garchomp. I do think the Choice Scarf Garchomp was ultimately what allowed Toller to get the initial damage onto the Gengar, force the Sneasler to not enter the field, and at least buy time to chip down and knock out that Dragonite, which once Gardevoir is down, is otherwise pretty tricky. I think Santino, given the speed interaction between the Basket Legion and the Dragonite, that might have come as a surprise, so maybe an adjustment we see in the game 3 is to try to at least position the Dragonite on the field against the Basket Legion while you still have multiple.
Here you go, game 3.
Instead of really allowing Toller to, in one fell swoop, deal with the multiscale through Rough Skin and then also knock it out with Blast Respects.
Yeah, I know one Pokemon that we probably won't see, but I wish we really were, is that Mousehold. I just don't know if it really has a position within this game, but I am really happy to see that Santino is really respecting that Dragonite is a very good Pokemon to bring if they can get it into the right position. We saw how impactful it was game 1, game 2, not so much. So figuring out how they can move those pieces into line to make sure that they can get rid of that Mega Gardevoir, especially before it starts doing anything a little bit crazy. We are going to go ahead
Let's go, everybody.
For top 32.
Game 3. Let's see the lead. It's a game 3. Who loses is out of the tournament. The next person will keep going with a record of 4-2, which is really good. Ooh, nice change. Ninetale. Oh, but the King-Gambit is there. Ooh, that's not good for the Ninetales. This King-Gambit does have Iron Head, most in place of Protect, so really risky there. And the Ninetales has Protect, Encore, Disable, and Blizzard. Oh, Super Santi here. No, he doesn't have Disable on the Gengar because he could actually do a lot of things with Encore and Disable on Ninetales and then Disable on Gengar. But it's only the Disable on the Ninetales, so it's a mini Gengar over there to lock other Pokemon into struggle, because if you disable, they can't use that move, and if you encore, they can't use other moves, so they are forced to use a move that they can't, thus struggling, which does recoil to them. But once I was playing with my boosted Basket Legion, I think, and I was struggling, and I was doing a lot of damage, actually, because it's like +1 or +2 from the coaching. Mega Guardi comes in with a Mousy around it to try and survive, but first it's a fake out. So we have a Protect, no fake out, Blizzard. Oh, that's very nice. Oof, no way. Freeze on the Mousy. Dire Claw? Yeah. Bro, that play was so what? I think Toller was expecting a fake out and not a Dire Claw. Or he was expecting a close combat into the King Gambit. Oh, losing your Mega so early is really bad. Ooh, that was it was a very good play from Santino Tarquinio. Very out of the pocket play. And the Mousehold gets frozen. Unbelievable. Mousehold here with access to Super Fang, Follow Me, Helping Hand, Protect. The thing is, Freeze has been nerfed, so if you full Follow Me, Protect, you should thaw. Bro, that was such a good play from Santino. Now it's the D-Knight. But cool thing about Basket Legion, you lose a teammate, you gain power. Mousy still alive. Ratico now comes out. Last Respect. 100 base power. Ooh, multi-scale. Helping out there. And we know that the Dragonite is faster than the Basculegion because it's a Citrus Berry set and not Choice Scarf. So, in the end of the day, we still have one more Pokemon for Toller to be revealed, and the only one alive. On Santine, we have Sneasler and the last Pokemon, which should be his Mega. The Mega Genjar. Thaw Out, Protect for Ratico. Family of 3 Mousy because it's lighter versus low kick. Blizzard. This should be Blizzard Dragon Claw into the Basque to guarantee that. Oh no, Basque might serve. No. It's Dragon Fang boosted. Is it in? No way. Another freeze. Dragon Claw. Does it matter? Oh, it does. It's a bulky. Yeah, because citrus. Bulky plus citrus. It's frozen solid. It's very funny. They freeze in a specific part of their animation. Bro, the double freeze so unlucky. Poor Toller. This game is going all the wrong ways. He loses his Mega turn 1. Gets Mousy frozen, and then gets Bacalhau, Codfish, frozen as well. Holy matroli. Damn. Santino is going in a very good position to guarantee his passage to the next round of the Grand Champions Festival. He just needs to lock down here. I mean, Basculegion can always thaw out. It can probably eat another Blizzard Dragon. No, I don't know. No Citrus Berry anymore. Blizzard could be really, really powerful there. Plus Dragon Claw. He withdrew and comes out the King Gambit, which should resist everything. Dragonite has low kick. We see the read from Santino. Mousy goes down. It's Dragon Claw. Okay, so that's resisted. Diva hangs on that. The King Gambit. And now you have Sucker Punch, Last Respect, 150 base power, Stab boosted, Adaptability boosted. Because that will be very good into Mega Gengar, but you slower. So Toller really needs to maintain a good position here from the King Gambit to ensure that the Gengar will not attack first into the Basculegion. Then we have Kowtow Cleave and Sucker Punch and King Gambit, the Dark type threats into the Gengar in the back. But, I mean, because now it's still slower than everything on the field. Last turn of Snow, so you might see a switch out from the Ninetales because it's receiving a 50% boost from... Oh, Sucker Punch! Blizzard. Oh, I think a Dragon Claw might pick up the knockout unless it's a very low roll. Low kick! Into Choppleberry. It's still a no... GG. No, there is nothing threatening the Gengar. Yeah. He needed a crate on the Sucker Punch and still the freeze from Basculegion. Yeah, it's GG because the Gengar will always attack first now. And there is no way that the Shark survives there. The freeze was very unfortunate. Mostly on the Basculegion. I think the freeze on the Mouse Hold wasn't very relevant. Damn, that's GG. I think there is no way out here for Toller Web, which will be dropping out of the tournament. Julio beat TKL to 2-0. Let's see the teams of Julio. The team of Julio. Very unfortunate for Toller Web there. Julio is rocking Basculegions. Oh, it's Mega Frostlass and Mega Scovillain and Mega T-Tar. He has 3 Megas. What? He has 3. Bro, he's ready for any scenario. He has 2 Weathers. Low Kick on the T-Tar. Aurora Veil on the Frost. Tailwind on the Corvi. Choice Scarf Basque. Classical Sneasler. Oh. Oh, no. It's normal. Scovillain Overheat Giga Drain. Some people run Flamethrower, but they be like, does no damage. Might risk with Overheat. Bro. I like that. Triple Mega. It's the first time I see that. Holy. And I just defeated TKL from Ukraine. Shout out to Ukraine, my girlfriend's from Ukraine. With a Eternal Floette, with a Mega Floette, with Corvi and Mousehold, not very common. Choice Scarf Chomp, Focus Sash Basque, Citrus Berry Insane. Then Super Santi beat Dimson, what we just watched. Samuel T beat VGC Orner. Interesting. So here... Oh, it's... No, he beat the Palafin player. This is the Incineroar Charcoal player, Samuel T. And he beat... Yeah, he beat the Palafin player. 2-1. Ah, no! My Shayla! My Pally! Okay, that's cool, that's cool. And now... Oh, wait, what? No way those guys are still on game 1. Like, something must have happened. C North 26 rocking a Gengar, Mega Gengar team. Wait. Oh, no. It really looks like the team we just were watching. Right? Might be the... I don't think it's the same team from Santi. It looks very similar. It might be the same team, actually. It is the same team. So Super Santi and the other guys, and here C North is they're using the same team, and then Kazi is using Mega Frostlass and Mega Aerodactyl. Okay. No, you got away.
Yeah, the Charizard Y is something I'm looking forward to. I like Scovillain as well. We have our first seed is a 14-1 Scovillain player who displayed a stunning, precise gameplay.
Yeah, this is North and Kaz. Yeah, is it still game number 1? Is it still game number 1? No way.
And then the other player, Kaz, I'm not entirely sure of their username, but once again, I think the same, or at least very similar Gengar team as Tino.
It's the same team. It's the same team.
One thing that we gotta look at Kaz's
it's
team is
the same team.
Like a Frostlass. We do see also that they had a King Gambit that has been since knocked out. So currently running that.
Okay, here we go.
And Sneasler right next to it.
King Gambit plus Sneasler. You have Incineroar knocked out. We're getting already Megad. We have Aerodactyl and Frostlass. And that's the team with the Mega Aerodactyl. Yeah, so Aerodactyl not Mega. Wait, nobody is Mega. They can still choose what's the best Mega for their situation here. I mean, you see the King Gambit, you see the Ninetales and the Gengar, maybe you go for Mega Aero? No, it's Mega Frost. How do you deal with the Aerodactyl? With the Aerodactyl, sorry, with the King Gambit. You use the Sneasler, I guess. The other King Gambit is Chocolberry, it's the same team as Super Santi, yeah. Aurora Veil, okay. Kaz going for defensive play. And the opponent Ninetales does not have Aurora Veil. It's Blizzard Encore Protect Disable. Close combat into the Protect. Encore into the Aurora Veil. Good play from North here, actually. Now, you have to switch the Frosty. Do you go for the close combat into the King Gambit? I think it's so obvious. You could just... Because King Gambit most likely is not going for a Sucker Punch. Because if they switch, it fails. If it's the fish, it's there, okay. Not revealing the 4th Pokemon. No. The King Gambit is defeated, so already revealed all the... Wait, but they switch the King Gambit into the Genjar. Okay. Dire Claw. Great read. It's not a knockout. Is it the Sun? Or was it the Intimidate? The Sun, no, the Snow. Blizzard? Big damage, but Arrow resists that because of Aurora Veil. And it's still kind of healthy, but should take a Shadow Bolt and go down. I don't think it can survive that. Then you have the Sneasler, which can't really touch the Gengar. Direct Claw will get the Ninetales, but Ninetales does have Protect. But it also can switch out. We have Dragonite in the... No, we have the King Gambit in the back, which will resist or be immune to a Dire Claw. So close combat in the Ninetales is not a bad option. You can actually... I think you get the knockout. It's neutral, it's not resisted. Because Ninetales is also part Ice, Fairy Ice. So close combat will be neutral. And then what you do with the Arrow? You go for another Tailwind. You shouldn't be faster than the Mega Gengar. Who's faster, Mega Gengar or Mega Frosty? Tailwind is here. Wait, he was faster than Mega Gengar. Wait. Is this Gengar really slow? Mega Gengar should be faster than the Aerodactyl. But it's not, so it's not full speed. Stinger goes down, yes. So because Mega Gengar is base 130 speed. And the Frosty? Mega Frosty is 120, so it's faster, yeah. Interesting. Okay. Now, but Frosty is not faster because of Tailwind. So, what's the play here? What's the play? You Shadow Ball the Gengar. Gengar has Protect, so... It's still dicey. Aerodactyl and Frosty. How do you take care of the King-Gambit? That's the question. Do you need a freeze? Because King-Gambit has the Sucker Punch, which should one-shot the Frosty. Frostlass goes for... Oh, Rock Slide? Oh, no Sucker Punch. Okay, Rock Slide. Maybe fishing for a flinch here. Blizzard. Shadow Ball to the Protect. Good play from C North. Oh, it's third. It's game number 3. So the website was wrong. Aerodactyl is still alive. But now it's in range. Oh, no Snow. Snow plus Aurora Veil was so good for Frosty. Because it was 2 ways to boost its defense. But now... It's just quote-unquote Aurora Veil, which is still pretty good. But it goes down to a Shadow Ball, Sucker Punch, and you have... Ooh, Protect from Aero. But Aero is not a threat. But they go for the Sucker Punch. Shadow Ball into Gengar. 7 HP, Survival. And I'm pretty sure the Frostlass survives behind Aurora Veil. No, I think King-Gambit is still in such a good position here. It's healthy. You just Sucker Punch one of those, but you might Protect, of course. Rattle just did. And then the Gengar goes on to a Rock Slide. Yeah, this is completely different with player. Because the King-Gambit played as an advantage, but they have to choose very carefully who they're gonna Sucker Punch here. Because they might Sucker Punch Aerodactyl. That's the safest play, so the Gengar is still alive. And then the Frostlass. Gengar protects. Do we see a Sucker Punch? Yes, into the Aero. That's really, really good. Yeah, just because the Frostlass and the Aero, they can't touch the King-Gambit here. Blizzard, so a freeze is the only way out here for the Frosty. King-Gambit avoids the attack. And Tailwind runs out. GG. Kaz is out of the play, but he went really, really, really far with a good team of Mega Frosty. Okay, GG, well played. That was the end of the round 16.
Or sorry, yeah, your Aerodactyl maybe went for a double protect that turn, and you can basically 1v or not be 1v1. The King-Gambit is effectively you just assume it's thawing for the rest of the game and 1v1 the Gengar and deal a little bit of chip over time to the King-Gambit to knock it out, but circumvents the freeze entirely by being dodged. So I think C North absolutely breathing a chilly sigh of relief when the Blizzard was dodged, and I think ultimately that was what did them in to make it to the top 16 of the Grand Champions Festival. Absolutely huge accomplishment.
Yes,
Top cut.
incredible accomplishments from them, but also an incredible accomplishment for all of our players that are hitting into the top 16. We are getting so close to the end, which is kind of crazy to think about now that we had such a large tour of 10,000 participants and even more on
Just
the way.
crazy.
And now we're just down to the final 16. Now, we won't be able to talk about it just yet, but stay tuned for this quick break, and we will be back for top 16 for the Scraw VGC's Grand Champions Festival.
I'll take a break as well, guys. See you in a minute. Hi everybody, I'm back. And now we have here Aaron Cybertron to join us on the casting. That's super cool.
We are waiting, I believe, for what? Our next match in top 16. But Courtney, how has it been? You've been busy doing this whole tournament. It's been a wild ride.
It's been a wild ride.
Is this not an episode of Road to Rank? With Aaron
I don't think so. No,
Wait.
it's a crossover episode.
Oh my gosh! Wait, I love a crossover episode. Well, everyone, thank you so much for hanging in there and coming
Let's
back.
go,
Of
let's
course,
go.
I'm here by the wonderful Aaron Cybertron Zhang. I'm Courtney, also known as Wigglier, and I'm honestly so excited for this top 16. What an incredible tournament it has been so far. As you said, the amazing.
Yeah,
crew that
big
is
tournament so
as
far.
well,
Amazing
and
tournament.
Some really excited Pokemon that I'm.
Let's check in
jumping
here
around looking at
the
top
standings.
16. I think my favorite out of the top 16 that I've seen is Sableye.
Sableye in top 16. No way.
Pick because it's actually not Mega Sableye.
It's not Mega. Yeah.
I don't know if
Mega
that's in the
Sableye
episode, but I
will
actually
be
used Sableye
hard to use.
yesterday. So I played in the event. I unfortunately did not make day 2. I went 6-3, but I played on stream, and I think like Sableye, Archaludon is like such an underrated.
Oh, really?
And the
Sableye
idea that, like,
Archaludon.
most people, when they think about Archaludon, you're like, oh, you need the rain, so you're like, oh, I need a Pelipper or a Politoed on my team. And normally there will be one of those, but Sableye being immune to Fake Out on turn 1 means that you can just like set up Rain Dance for your Archaludon immediately. There's a lot of there's, like, you know, 12
I see.
moves that it has access to, and so I was like trying dual screens. But yeah, I think like basically Archaludon is still kind of underplayed right now, so I'm really happy to see the duel in top 16 because I think it has the potential to win the entire thing, and like feels really well positioned into the majority of the metagame right now.
Well, unfortunately, I am kind of an Archaludon hater, but I am really excited to see which Pokemon have made it to the top. Because I know we might have one Sableye, but I think we might have a few Sneaslers? Maybe a few...
Yeah, a few Sneaslers, yes.
Maybe 50% of the
Oh,
teams.
nice.
Wow, okay.
That's crazy, yeah.
I think,
Top cut, 50% Sneasler.
Yeah, no, what are your thoughts about these top
50%
cuts?
Garchomp as well.
It's very fascinating to see, especially since we have Frostlass in there. And
50% no, not Ninetales. It's very interesting. Not a lot of Charizards. Only 50%. No Charizard X, I'm pretty sure. 30% Air, of course. Incineroar, 35%. Floette, 40%. Basculegion, higher usage than... Not usage, but higher presence in the top cut. In top 20 than Floette and Incin. I'm really surprised to see that many Gengars, Frostlass, and Aegislashes. This will be meta-defining. Charizard really not very successful. I think with Garchomp and Aerodactyl and even the Basculegion, it's very hard to really maintain your Charizard safe. You have to play really, really well to keep it going.
Knockout onto me, but then a low and Ninetales is like, here, I'm just gonna throw a Blizzard into your face and you're just going to faint. And so I think that is probably one of the most interesting meta adaptations. And then, you know, Floette being on top, not super surprising, but, you know, Charizard did super well in, like, the last big Victory Road tournament, so everyone's like, Floette's washed, like, it didn't even make it into the top 8, but here it is performing really well, and I think the Frostlass call-out one that's super interesting, because I think it's kind of a hard Mega Evolution to use, right?
It is.
Like,
I think
I'm curious
so.
how people are training it specifically right now, but generally you're going to, like, just try to spam Blizzard, Shadow Ball, you can run Nasty Plot, you can run Substitute, you can run Aurora Veil, obviously. I also think, like, having been on the receiving end of it, Fast Blizzard is just one of the scariest things in the format.
Yeah, Fast Blizzard, yeah.
And Freeze, even though they nerfed it, is, in my opinion, still not, like, it needs to be fixed even more after playing against so much Blizzard spam in this format. So
that's rough. That's rough.
I'm curious what you think.
Yeah, well, I think, especially after watching the last match with Toller, and not only
Yeah.
his Maushold getting nerfed, but also the Basculegion, I agree that I think Freeze should get nerfed a little bit more. But I think one Pokemon that we've been seeing over and over and over again, especially during this broadcast, is King Gambit, which rightfully so at 55%.
So good, so good.
It's a Pokemon that had performed so well in Scarlet and Violet, and is continuing that train through Pokémon Champions. So really excited to see that. A lot of different movesets we've also seen on as well, and it really is that Kato Cleave has been extremely devastating into so many different movesets, but also the Iron Head for those Mega Floettes.
Yeah, I think Gambit, every time I fight against one in this format, I feel miserable because I'm like, why is it able to survive everything and then also do like 50 to 100% to all of my Pokemon? And so it's no surprise to see it succeed.
King Gambit is really strong,
we
man.
used to see, you know, like King Gambit with just dark type attacks, Sword Stance, Black Glasses, and that's it. And now we've shifted to, like, I've seen, you know,
low kick,
more attack King Gambit, no protect,
Berry
onto it. It's, I think it's just a really flexible Pokemon that works on any kind of team, right? Like, fast-paced teams can still run it, and then it kind of gives you this, like, pseudo Trick Room answer because a lot of Trick Room teams don't, like, actually run the slowest Pokemon, and then so King Gambit, like, being able to outspeed you under Trick Room is really, really threatening. And it just feels like such a powerful pick. I think it's funny to see Incineroar dropping all the way down to number 6 because everyone always talks about Incineroar's dominance in competitive VGC. And part of it is, I think, the rise of the King Gambit, right? Like, Incineroar bringing it into a King Gambit can be really threatening and really scary. And like, you don't want to give King Gambit that free.
Here we go.
So lots of interesting things happening.
It's
but I think we're
North
actually ready
versus
to jump into it.
I'm
Ragav.
so excited to see this. Of
Okay.
course, it is going to be our top 16 of the
Top
Grand
16.
Championships finals. And we've got Raghav versus Kyle. I know Raghav is definitely sporting that Charizard after what I've seen on social media. So really excited to see this, making a really deep run and a really strong run as well. But also,
Oh, there you
going
go. Oh, it's
against
Smoothie Man.
someone we recently saw, also known as
Ragav
Kyle.
is Smoothie Man,
Last
well,
match,
yeah.
we did see that Dragonite do a lot of damage to their teams. But what are you thinking is going to be the right play for this, Aaron?
Yeah, it's interesting because there is a weather dynamic here, right? We've got, of course, the Charizard on one side facing off against the Alolan Ninetales. And then my first question is, like, do you want Ninetales?
Charizard Y and Mega
Not
Floette for
Sash,
Moody
a little
Man.
bit more of a liability. It's never melt ice. However,
Dragon
the
Fang
combination
Garchomp
of
with
all
Scale
four
Shot.
Disable when paired with that Gengar can still be really threatening.
See North,
If I'm
it's
in
the Gengar
Raghav's side,
team.
I'm thinking, okay, how do I like get through the Gengar?
We don't have any Portuguese players in top 16, Sedge.
You can either
Or
threaten it
on
with
top
damage
32
with
even.
your own King Gambit, or you can consider like bringing Basculegion as a lead, right? And or like switching into it on turn 1 and saying, look, if you Mega Evolve Gengar, I can like break out of that immediate trap. And so
But I wanted to cast the games myself, but now we have Aaron here. I have to at least listen to Aaron once. Let's go.
Charizard feels a little bit better, but we'll
Gengar Sneasler, strong.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and see on Kyle's side that they're going to bring out that Sneasler and Gengar to
Basculegion
start.
King
Well,
Gambit.
Raghav's going to lead with that
Ooh,
Basculegion King
strong
Gambit.
into the Gengar,
I think you're
but
really
weak
right.
into the
That
Sneasler.
Basculegion is a choice scarf, so it is going to push a lot of pressure kind of onto the opponents right now. While
With
that
Crash
King
takes the
Gambit
knockout on
Raghav
Sneasler
is
unless
going
it's
to Trouble
really,
Berry,
really, really
and
bulky.
also Cono Cleave, Low Kick, Sucker Punch, and Protect. So very interesting dynamic. We do have the fake out pressure from the Sneasler, and that Gengar, we all know good and well, loves to Mega Evolve in this situation.
Exactly. So all eyes, I think, are on Basculegion here on turn 1.
Yeah, the King Gambit has Protect here, no Widen Head. Does Low Kick. So there is no Mega Floette on the other side, so that's pretty chill. Not having that in head. Mega Gengar. Gengar.
Probably does not want to click that Perish Song here on turn 1, knowing
Nice.
that there is that Basculegion out on the field. So it's going to be
Yeah, Basculegion can switch because it's a Ghost type. Fake out. Nice. Ooh, and what now? Wave Crash?
Leaving their Basculegion up to maybe
There was a Sucker Punch coming
We're gonna
out.
have to
Wave
see
Crash into the
as they take over
Sneeze.
The Wave Crash into the Sneasler on Kyle's side.
Oh, 1%. It's Focus Sash.
Taking that Sneasler down
Okay.
to its Focus Sash.
But it's still slower because no close combat.
Sash here being a crucial item, allowing this
And now
to hang on a
Gengar.
little bit longer, but of
Shadow
course, now
Ball.
you're vulnerable to just Sucker
Is that a
Punch.
knockout?
Shadow Ball comes out
It
here.
is because of the Wave Crash recoil damage. Well done.
Curious about is how the Mecha Gengar was trained here. Are you bulky enough to actually survive an adaptability Wave Crash? If not, obviously there could have been the Wave Crash.
It's so cool how Gengar goes through the ground, actually.
You're probably pretty okay with that trade, right? You managed to get a knockout into what is one of the most threatening Pokemon on Raghav's side. I think for Raghav, he's probably prioritizing doing damage into the Sneasler because otherwise Sneasler
Chari?
threatens with close
No
combat.
Floette.
Indeed, it's going to be the Mega Charizard being brought. So Charizard coming out in a pretty good position right now because, of course, it does threaten with the Mega Evolution and a Heat Wave immediately here.
Yeah, it's sitting pretty comfortable at this point. The King Gambit, you know, took a little bit
Yeah,
of damage of that fake out.
both
but
King
still
Gambits do not have
in
access
super
to
bad position.
Iron Head
Sneasler
here.
is really having to decide, do I want to stay in? Do I want to move out? How do I want to navigate these waters? And also that Gengar, just not sure if it really wants to take all of that damage. Could go for Protect, but also could swap out as well. We're not really sure what Kyle is running.
Perichon could be an option here.
Pokemon, but
I don't know, it's
situation,
dangerous in
especially
front of
with
the
this
King
Charizard.
Gambit.
He did bring the Alolan Ninetales, makes things a little bit dicey, but this Charizard is definitely going to get this drawn up with their Mega Evolution, and now it's just going to be interesting to
Yeah, there is
also
no way
see
to reverse
what
the
Raghav
weather.
has brought in the back.
Oh no, there is Ninetales on the other side. D-Knight.
Is probably the best switch in for him here. It's
No
one
Dragon
of the
Pulse on the
few
Charizard Y.
team that resists fire,
Heat
and
Wave,
considering
Weather
the
Ball,
other
Solar Beam,
would
Protect.
activate King Gambit's Defiant. So Dragonite, a really excellent defensive pivot here.
Nice,
And
D-Knight.
What makes Raghav's offensive positioning so strong is you're also
And
pressuring
Protect.
Sucker Punch here, so Kyle's
Nice.
not wanting to get hit by that
Maybe
Sucker
Weather
Punch.
Ball into
He's
that
still gonna go
slot.
for the Protect on the Gengar
Sucker Punch
here.
doesn't work.
King Gambit Sucker Punch going to fail, and Charizard gonna go.
It's the
launch
Weather
that
Ball into the
Ball out. Actually,
Dragonite.
Heat Wave's a little bit
Well, the
stronger.
skill is
Kill
active.
Dragonite and get some. Now
Good
he's gonna
damage
go
anyway.
for it.
What?
Yeah, gonna go ahead and break that multi-scale, which is also going to help. But one big call I want to say is that Dragonite that we saw
really good
last
damage.
game is running low kick, which this King Gambit definitely does
Yeah,
not
that
want
King
to
Gambit
be in
doesn't
this
like it.
position. So Rockruff is gonna have to
It's
make the
Choppleberry
decision
though.
of, do I swap out my King Gambit? What do I go ahead and maybe see what I can do in that situation? Maybe protect, but in a really icy situation with that Dragonite that can just do so much damage. Also, that Gengar is having the ability to play around a little bit more. Now saying that Charizard maybe didn't target into it and actually went for that Weather Ball.
Yeah,
Weather Ball is really strong here. Sucker Punch.
No switches, no
Ooh, good
protections,
damage.
immediate Sucker Punch and
Crit.
a crit
So
onto the
Heatwave
Dragonite
maybe.
brings it
Sludge Bomb into the Zard.
low.
Good
Sludge
damage.
Bomb on Sludge
Poison.
Bomb, around 50%,
Unfortunate.
uses the poison crucially as well.
Heatwave.
Will Charizard move before the Dragonite? It will.
Yeah,
and
gets the
with that
knockout.
crit, this Heatwave definitely
Yeah,
secures
double
the
knockout,
Two
really good.
knockouts and a
2
crit.
crits.
Gengar has
No
wow.
way.
Well,
Double
I am
knockout.
for sure that Rockruff is cheering right now at that double knockout of the Dragonite and the ferocious.
So
Mega
now it's
Gengar on
Sneasler
fire.
and the
So
last one.
even though it got
Hopefully it's not
poisoned,
insane.
I'm sure that Rockruff is just
That will boost
okay
the
with
King
that.
Gambit.
Now we're gonna see the
Sneasler.
return back onto the battlefield. but
And
only 1 HP.
Ninetales,
As a reminder,
okay.
it brought down to its Focus Sash.
So it's a very safe switch from the Charizard out to then reset the weather later.
Changing up that little bit to
Unless,
a little bit of
but the thing
snow.
is, both Garchomp and Aerodactyl take big
The
damage
double
from
crit, they're so huge. Like, I
Blizzard.
believe both Pokemon were potentially able to survive with just like a sliver of HP. Heatwave does so much damage, but they're likely quite bulky in how they're trained. But yeah, both Pokemon getting crit there immediately just means that Charizard is able to secure the knockouts. And I mean, King Gambit right now just in such a good position because it still has that Choppleberry. Alolan Ninetales does
Chople.
have Encore, does have Disable, and right now Kyle has the speed going for him, right? So this turn you pressure with something like Fake Out with that Sneasler, and Alolan Ninetales, of course, could go for that Blizzard. But it's going to be a tough one, I think, after losing 2 really crucial Pokemon. And Rockruff now, of course, has the ability to switch out his Pokemon as well. He still got 1 in the back. I will say Ninetales does match up pretty well into like
Fake
Garchomp
out.
and Aerodactyl here. So
Nice.
for that reason, we don't see
Sucker
the switch.
Punch. Doesn't work into the Sneasler. Because Fake Out.
onto the Charizard, and
Blizzard.
the King Gambit going for the Sucker Punch, but
Disable.
actually
No
not
more Sucker
connecting.
Punch available. It's actually
Blizzard
really
and Alolan
good.
Ninetales is going for the Disable into the King Gambit, disabling the Sucker Punch, and Charizard flinching. A
The
very
poison.
interesting next turn, making Rockruff now.
That was very good from Kyle. He's now back
Yeah,
into the
that
game.
was a big turn here because the King Gambit, of course, could have just gone for a Kowtow Cleaver low kick, try to eliminate the Sneasler. But this is the thing about Alolan Ninetales. I think Encore Disable in the end.
Encore Disable. It's crazy good.
So now King Gambit
Protect
actually
from the
opts
Gambit.
into that protect. My big question is, what is Rockruff's
Blizzard.
last Pokemon, as we'll see Blizzard surely
That
knock
hits
out
the
Blizzard
Zard.
here.
Yeah, it's gonna
And
be
it's shooting the
interesting.
knockout.
I
Yep.
would say it's either going to be that Garchomp or that Aerodactyl, and neither.
Is
of
the
those
Garchomp
want to go
scarfed?
ahead and
No,
go
it's
to toe
Dragon
with that
Fang.
Alolan Ninetales. We see the Sneasler is
So it's gonna be
target
slower
attack
than the
with that
Ninetales,
close combat,
and it's
but
gonna take super effective
unfortunately,
Blizzard.
not gonna hit with that protect.
And
Very
also
interesting
oh, it's
situation.
Aero.
So Alolan Ninetales came in strong, as
Huh.
well as we see this Aerodactyl landing on
It's
Rockruff's
faster than
side.
everything on the field now
I think
because
Aerodactyl
Sneasler
probably
didn't
the perfect
close
final
combat to
Pokemon
activate
for Rockruff.
Unburden.
However, Garchomp might be a little bit more
It's
consistent,
Unburden,
but
right,
now
to
it has
Sneasler?
the speed advantage. It has that fast rock slide. So
Yes,
advantage
it is.
definitely in Rockruff's
I
side,
know
right? The Aerodactyl
they
can
use
click
the
rock
Focus
slide,
Sash, but they
and
then switched
the
out.
Ninetales here could choose
So there is no
Encore into the
Unburden.
King Gambit, but then you're not actually getting damage off, right? So you probably want to click that Blizzard. And so to me, I think it's if Rockruff is able to land
Protect.
these rock slides, he'll be in good shape. Aerodactyl, however, starting up with the protect, trying to maybe bait out a protect from that
Protect,
Sneasler and
yeah,
able to sweat
nice.
that out.
Well
Yeah, I
played.
think one good thing to know about this Aerodactyl is it's running a little bit of an interesting turn.
Aerodactyl Focus
Or-
Sash. Wide guard.
It's actually running wide guard.
Oh,
so making
Kowtow?
that Alolan Ninetales really not able to do
Not enough
too
because
much
of the
with that
snow,
Blizzard.
giving
We're
50%
gonna see
defense
Kowtow
boost.
Go into the Alolan Ninetales, taking a little bit of damage, but making sure that Sneasler is also safe by that protect. So a very interesting situation of, am I going to wide guard to go ahead and avoid that Blizzard, or am I going to keep trying to hit disable and encores if I was Kyle? Very interesting navigating
Protect
ones that we
Journey.
have to do. We do see the double protect on the Sneasler.
Nice double protect. Rock slide
comes out
into the
to save
Ninetales.
Alolan Ninetales.
Nice.
One of the scariest moves in the game.
Big
It
damn.
does connect.
But the snow is helping so
Low, but the
much.
snow defense boost
Flinch?
helps him around for a little bit longer.
No
It is
flinch.
gonna be the disable,
But
so
there is dual
being
wing beat
able
though.
to
Oh
disable
no.
the rock slide. A huge
No
jump
dual
here.
wing beat on the
Goes
Aerodactyl.
for the Kowtow into the Sneasler here. Oh wow! I mean that was huge, right? You
Double
needed
protect
the
was
double
big.
there to at least get the disable, but Aerodactyl here, of course, still has access to the wide guard, but it doesn't have any other offensive moves. All right, so it can't go for a dual wing beat here because it's not running it. So absolutely huge for Kyle to recognize I need to go for the double protect right now.
The thing is,
Gets it.
Wide Guard will protect from Blizzard,
Insane. This Aerodactyl
and then
really,
Sneasler will not be able to knock out the
anything
King
else that's
Gambit because of the
needed to
Chopo Berry.
Wide Guard and protect. So unfortunately, it's not going to be able to do too much. So now all the power rests in that King Gambit's hand. Now this is dicey. That's Sneasler getting that double protect is something that
Yeah, double protect was really good. Protect?
Aerodactyl opting for the protect here. Of course, King Gambit still has that
in front of the Encore,
which is helpful in surviving in close combat. Both Pokemon going for protect here, just trying to stall out these disable turns. And now
to stall disable. But the Encore will be so dangerous.
Snow finally stops, and now Blizzard
Ooh, no more snow. That was really good actually, but now, I mean, the Aerodactyl is fast. No, but Rock Slide is disabled. Yikes.
Kyle, do you protect your Sneasler, right? Because you're like, oh, you're surely going to Sucker Punch this slot, and then try to go for something like the Kowtow Cleave into the Alolan Ninetales. Now Snow is no longer around, so you'll do a little bit more damage.
Yeah, Ninetales goes down to a Kowtow, pretty sure.
The Ninetales, of course, still has Encore, still has Disable Pressure. Still feels like it should favor Rogov, but Kyle's definitely gotten this to quite a game after, you know, the double critical hit earlier in the match.
Oh yeah, and these endgames are always the things that I hate when I play competitive
yeah.
because I'm always like, it's really about, are they going to protect? Am I not? We are going to go ahead and see that Kyle is going to protect with that Sneasler to make sure it sticks.
Wide Guard!
Wide Guard is going off for that Aerodactyl to make sure that
no Blizzard
hit either of their Pokemon.
Sucker Punch, miss.
Is going to fail.
We just need to click it. And, oh, disable the Sucker Punch. No, good play. Good play from Kyle.
My goodness.
Can we Rock Slide?
Aerodactyl is just basically like, please let me just get my, like, once the stable's over, one more Rock Slide, it will end the game, it's fine, right? So if you're Kyle, what's tough is you kind of need to knock out both Pokemon right now, right alone. Ninetales can only do one thing at a time, and so now you could go for something like the...
But the Sneasler now is free to attack.
Finally with the Sneasler, but the problem is Aerodactyl can still click that Wide Guard.
Ninetales only has Blizzard for damage.
Rogov has these defensive tools. He's got the Wide Guard, he's got the Chopo Berry, so Kyle, I feel like, is really playing to the best of his outs.
Yeah, that's true. Kyle is doing very well.
All Rogov needs is either for Aerodactyl to get, you know, stall out this disable, finally click that Rock Slide, or to get an Kowtow Cleave off here with the King Gambit. So,
Protection,
Aerodactyl here, once again protecting. It being the fastest Pokemon on the field is giving Rogov a huge advantage.
Protection.
As we just see a double protect once again. Normally,
to stall the disables.
Encore pressure, but because it's two really threatening Pokemon, right, you can only Encore one at a time. And the Chopo Berry once again on King Gambit playing such a big factor here.
Raghav playing really well with the protects.
Stall it out a little bit.
And this is why I personally think that Protect is the best move.
It is. Of course it is.
Especially for situations like this of like where you are disabled and you want to make sure that you can wait out that move and get back that Rock Slide because this Aerodactyl can really only do damage one way.
Double Protect!
We do see the Aerodactyl go for another Protect, getting the double Protect.
Encore into the Protect! And it should go down to a Kowtow.
Not able to encore it into
Chopo Berry, if no crit, should survive.
For the double protector, saying, look, I think you have to encore me right now. As Combat still knocks out the King Gambit. Oh my goodness. Through the Chopo Berry, Advent Sneasler has a 50% chance to knock out full HP King Gambit. And a lot of people are using Advent right now. That's the difference between
Advent has 50% chance to knock out. It's GG because now the Encore goes into the Aerodactyl. No, Aerodactyl is faster.
Now it's the fastest Pokemon on the field, so as long as it doesn't miss Rock Slide here.
He's still in position for Raghav with the Rock Slide.
This is absolutely
80 hits! Nice!
Oh,
what a game, bro! What?
Celebrating right now is that Aerodactyl came in clutch at the end of that game, landing on both of those Rock Slides. But that was a nail biter, Aaron, for game one.
Yeah. Wow, absolutely.
That was crazy.
I feel like Rogov really played that so well, especially positioning with that Aerodactyl and King Gambit. We did have some really, really lucky double protects, but
yeah, the double protect was really good on the arrow.
Both trainers, but Rogov just
was necessary? Maybe not.
Yeah, the fact that close combat was able to just get the
one. Yeah, that was really good.
Gambit anyway through the Chopo Berry, such a big deal, and that's once again the difference between running an admin nature or a jolly nature. And oh my goodness, I think we had saw Aerodactyl protect after the Wide Guard as well, which is already a 1 in 3 chance, and so had the protect into the double protect as well. And so it felt like, I think if Kyle didn't get that initial double protect off with Sneasler, the game was probably just over there. But But what a crazy endgame. I thought like Kyle did such a good job really pulling back into things, right? Calling out the, like, playing perfectly with, like, Encore and Disable. But, yeah.
Bro, that was a crazy good game.
Jumping into the second game.
That was really good. I love it.
Because I think if you're Kyle, you're probably okay with how that played out, right? Like, the double critical hit was so crucial on Dragonite and Mega Gengar, and the game would probably look very different without it. To me, what that last game showed me is that, like, Charizard is an incredible offensive tool on Rogov's side, and so you need to kind of sequence your damage, so ideally it only really gets one Heat Wave off. And I was so impressed by both Sneasler and Alolan Ninetales, like, in that endgame as well. So Kyle could choose to weave in Incineroar, right? It, of course, can be valuable into Charizard, but you don't really want to give in that King Gambit a Defiant boost. And so then the question is, do you
very hard to bring Inc in there.
You didn't bring into the matchup, but I wouldn't be surprised if he runs it back with the same 4.
Yeah, no, I'm not
Here we
quite
go.
sure. I think Kyle has a really good team, and I also think
Gengar Sneeze.
we're gonna go ahead and see that Kyle is going to
Same lead.
with that Gengar
And the
Sneasler
beat
core, as well as
Basque.
Rocket
That's
League
the
Basque
same
and
lead, right?
King Gambit.
No, actually I don't remember.
Interesting. We're gonna see that obviously that Mega Gengar is going to for sure Mega Evolve this turn
Yeah.
1, but the Caesar is threatening
Fake
to
out
get
into
pressure
Gambit.
against that King Gambit.
And then
so similar leads or same leads as we saw in the first
yeah,
game.
same leads, and then Basque wave crash.
Wave crashing immediately into the
So funny, the Basque Legion, bro.
Do you think Mega Gengar is
I miss playing Legend Arceus.
right? We saw a trade on turn 1.
It's fun to go around on the Basque Legion, right? Jumping in the water and shit.
What makes Basque Legion so good in this format is also being able to just wall posing Sneaslers, right? Like no dark type attack on the Sneasler here means that it just can't really do anything to Basque Legion. So Basque Legion gets a free attack
that's a
off here.
different
We do see
play
Pivot,
from
I
game
wouldn't be
1.
surprised to see Dragonite. It is
D-Knight.
gonna be Dragonite, of course. This position
D-Knight.
really easy.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and see that Rocket
The
is going
switch
to
as
switch
well
out their
into
King Gambit
Chari.
in order to bring out their own Charizard, making sure to go ahead
Okay.
and set up from there. The Gengar is going to
Gengar
go ahead and Mega
comes
Evolve on
out,
Kyle's
Mega.
side, obviously to exude a little bit of pressure of what's actually happening. While that basket
Yeah, the casting has been really good. I've seen people glaze the casters on Twitter, and I think it's good.
So not a bad
Aquaturn,
turn for
Aquaturn,
Rockruff to
flip
bring
turn.
that basket
Yep,
Legion back and be able
nice.
to reset up
And
the way
now
that they want to.
you bring
Yeah,
the
this was
King
a
Gambit.
play here from both ends. I think Kyle
Yeah,
saying, look,
nice.
I'm gonna play defensively, get Dragonite on the field sooner. And then now this
Great
King Gambit can take
repositioning.
Battle Ball, which
Yeah,
is
that's
easy.
so
That's
good.
exactly it.
What a play
Except for
from
the defense part,
Ragav. That's big
really
damage
bad
though.
because it would activate the Defiant, but there is
That
no
was very good play actually. You
Wow,
switch
that
the
is very good.
fish
It's one of those
that
moments
was
that
weak to
every time the
Ghost
game stops
into
for
a
just
dark
moment,
type that
yeah,
resists
yeah.
Ghost.
It's not what's gonna happen.
What a play
But I'm sure
from Ragav.
is maybe kicking a little bit, but I know Kyle cheering from that. Now we're kind of into an interesting board state that Charizard is definitely going to Mega Evolve in just a moment, and wondering if it's going to actually try and do some things. Is it going to try to Heat Wave, or is it going to opt in for the Protect to kind of bait out what's going to actually happen on the field?
Yeah, I think King Gambit just applying so much pressure in a Gengar, and in the last game we actually saw Kyle make a crazy nice play, right, of going for the Sludge Bomb and doubling up into a Charizard, presumably, even in the face of a Sucker Punch, right? So Ragav here could lock Sucker Punch into Gengar, saying, look, this just means that you
Mega
guarantee
Char?
an attack off, or he could go for the same
Gengar protects here to
Sucker Punch, whether
to
or not
avoid
he
Sucker
waits
Punch
for Dragonite
maybe?
to
Or
take
Perish
Gengar's
Song, that would be
attack.
crazy
So,
though.
Crucially, let's see if Gengar protects this turn.
Yeah, and we're gonna go
Could
ahead
go
and
Perish.
see that it's gonna be a little bit
It's
sunny.
oh no
And
Sucker
Gengar's gonna
Punch.
go for the Sludge Bomb, taking that Charizard down to half HP.
No
Or
Sucker
possibly a
Punch.
Heat Wave onto
Big
Kyle,
damage.
taking the Gengar
The Gengar
really,
is
really low
out
and bringing
here,
the range
right?
to about half. From
Dragon
there,
Claw.
that the Dragonite is gonna go for the Dragonite
Nice.
and take out
Again.
the Charizard wide
Bro, Dragon
on
Fang,
that
Dragon
side.
Claw from Dragonite is doing so much work, but yeah. Oh wait! It's not into the Gengar! Dragonite survives on 2!
So Kyle once again says, look,
Damn.
I know I can Sucker Punch. I'm just gonna go for it anyway, and goes for the damage on a Charizard. And this Dragonite, not the Mega
That's the
Evolution,
Dactyl.
with that Dragon Fang, has that extra damage output to get the knockout. So Ragav now down.
Rockslide is good. Rockslide picks both knockouts here. And this Gengar I think it's slower than the Aerodactyl, I don't remember correctly.
Of course, being able to threaten
Sucker Punch is also available though.
Rockslide at the moment. So very tense situation here, but Charizard gets a little bit less than it probably would have hoped for. One other thing to think about is if you are Kyle and you can actually get one more knockout and conserve Gengar, you of course could end the game with a potential Perish Song, but it's kind of difficult to navigate to that board state. So Aerodactyl's such a good Pokemon
Protezione.
to have here.
So if Rockslide hits, Dragonite goes down. Extreme speed. Breaks Focus Sash.
Aerodactyl just a little bit. not too much damage, but
And
we
Rock
do
Slide.
know that a lot of damage is going to come from the Rock Slide.
Into the
Obviously,
D-Knight.
It's not going to hit that
GG.
Gengar, but is it going to hit that Dragonite?
Yeah.
It is, and it's going to take out.
And now we have the
Dragonite on
Sneasler and the
Kyle's
fourth
side.
one in the
Now,
back.
Different little bit of a board state. We do know that
Which
the Sneasler is
is...
still in the back.
Last
for
game it
Kyle
was
and
Ninetales.
still has that focus dash,
Does
but
Kyle
we
have
another
low
Pokemon
kick?
as well. Could be a Alolan Ninetales.
Yes.
Could be a
So it could be the
Citadel or
King
Gambit.
Gambit.
Definitely change it up a little bit more. Like you were saying though, Aaron, is that if Kyle's able to get rid of one of these Pokemon and keep their Mega Gengar alive, I'm sure, hey, I know you like concerts, I do as well, and we might be at one pretty soon.
Oh, I love that. I think what's interesting here is Aerodactyl crucially dropping that dual wing beat means that the Sneasler is actually way more protected than it normally would be into the Aerodactyl, right? So you could very much consider bringing in that Sneasler, of course, then threatening close combat immediately. The other thing I'm curious about is how the Mega Gengar is trained in terms of speed investment relative to the Aerodactyl here. And for Kyle, yeah, did you bring that Ninetales again right now? Because I actually do think a King Gambit would be more impressive.
No, it's a Ninetales though. Yeah.
So
No King
makes sense from
Gambit.
a weather control perspective. Blizzard obviously also an incredibly powerful move here. And
Yeah,
then
King Gambit
Rogoff
doesn't
not
have
running
Iron
out
Head, so you
on
feel
his
very
King Gambit
riskless
means that
bringing the Ninetales there.
could just KO the Aerodactyl. If you're Kyle, you could consider switching
But Dactyl
that
is
Gengar out
faster.
into the
Rock Slide
Sneasler
doesn't get the
back, go
knockout
for a
though.
Blizzard here, try to just get
On
the
Ninetales
knockout
because
on
of
the
snow.
Aerodactyl. If you're Rogoff, you threaten with that fast Rock Slide once again though, and of course flinches can always come out when you click that Rock Slide. And of course, Aerodactyl could go for that.
Oh,
Rock Slide
Gengar
as well, but
switch.
Kyle's gonna start off with the swap. Let us talk.
Sneasler.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and see that Sneasler re-enter the battlefield on Kyle's side.
Protectione.
And the Protect, just to make sure that it's gonna be safe this next turn around.
Rock Slide?
Now, we do see the Aerodactyl go for that Rock Slide, obviously. not
Sneasler
with
is
Ninetales,
Focus Sash,
but
so it's not
landed
broken.
onto that Sneasler, doing a bit of damage, but more importantly, breaking that Focus Sash. Now we're gonna go
And
ahead
the
and
Kowtow
see
into
that Kyle's
Sneasler.
lead from the King Gambit is going to go into that
Big
Sneasler
damage.
and take it down to
I may have
just a
found
little bit
myself
after
shiny Ninetales. Do you want one?
HP. So,
Yes.
a very
Yes.
interesting play.
Of
Sneasler
course.
is now not in the best position health-wise.
Thanks very much for the
he
offer.
sets Ninetales, which it doesn't mind too much.
Bro, these games are going
Yeah, I
crazy.
think
Better
Rogoff
watch to
is
learn.
in a really good spot right now because this time around he's conserved that Choice Scarf Basket Legion, and at this point, when you
Alrighty.
look at Kyle's team, he didn't bring King Gambit, he didn't bring Incineroar, and everything has taken a good bit of damage, right? And so
Yeah,
the
it-
way
it's
he
hard for
blast
Kyle.
can be really scary.
The King Gambit
So
from
if you're
Ragav
Rogoff,
is really
one thing
dominating
is,
here.
Okay, I know that Basket Legion's
I'll
really
trade
good,
trade with
but
you
I
on
need
Sword
it
and Shield
disabled, and if
later.
Choice Scarf
Okay.
Pokemon gets disabled, obviously that's a nightmare, but I think
Once
Rogoff's still in a
once
really
this game is
solid
over,
spot right now.
we can
Kyle
do
with
that
King
real
Gambit,
quickly.
with that Sneasler
Quickly
applies
now.
fake out pressure,
Quickly.
Right, so you could go for something like Fake Out plus Blizzard here, try to just get a knockout immediately.
Protezione.
Rogoff says, I don't want to lose my Aerodactyl. I'm just going to go for the safe Protect this turn.
And hey, I wouldn't want to lose
Blizzard.
my Aerodactyl either, as we do see the Ninetales go for that Blizzard. It's obviously not going to hit the Aerodactyl, but it is going to connect on that King Gambit,
Freeze?
doing just a little bit of damage. Hopefully, we'll see if there's a freeze
Nope.
or not. And no freeze.
Oh, oh wait, into the King Gambit.
As the King Gambit lands the Kowtow Cleave on the Sneasler, taking it out, leaving Kyle with just 2 Pokemon remaining.
That
Yeah,
Dire
Kyle may be
Claw.
feeling like I'm already behind in this game, so I'm hoping that you make a mistake.
Yeah.
Right now. I know I'm
Yeah.
applying Fake Out pressure
GG.
on both
Kyle goes
recognizes,
down
okay,
2-0.
I did not get that turn
Let's do the
right.
trade,
I'm
Melody.
just gonna forfeit here, knowing that there's
Melody,
Choice Scarf Basket Legion
Melody.
in the back.
That
So,
we made.
Rogoff is going to move on to top 8. Over 6,000 players joining this tournament. He is one of the final 8 players remaining. That first game was still so crazy, Courtney. Like, I'm still trying to process it even after that second match, but I think Rogoff making a really nice adaptation.
Is it in Sword and Shield, Melody? You were saying?
Game, and then I think Alolan Ninetales just not able to do what it does best, which is going for either Blizzards or Encore plus Disable when you're facing down the threat of Aerodactyl. I think had it been King Gambit over Alolan Ninetales in Game 2 might have been a difference maker, but yeah, Game 1, Rogoff's Pokemon just
Game 1 was
really loved it there.
crazy.
It was like almost like it was like we've had Oprah here of you get a critical hit, you get a critical hit, and unfortunately for Kyle is that those were just one too many critical hits for them to actually take from their side. Now that Charizard Y once again really showing its dominance in this actual meta, as it's still just so strong, even though it really wasn't hanging around that long during both of these matches, but still being such a dominant force. Now that Ninetales with its disable and its encore, disable and encore was definitely making me a little bit of nauseous, but
Yes.
really excited about that.
The
Yeah, and,
Encore.
this endgame once again just so crazy. Rogoff weaving in Wide Guard into Protect. And I mean, Kyle put himself into a winning position, right? If you don't get that Protect after Protect and Wide Guard, Then
So are the match not
because
over yet?
Close Combat got the one-hit knockout onto the King Gambit. It's exactly what Kyle needed. So put himself into a potentially winning position. Close Combat once again. It's just so crazy to see a move.
Okay,
knock
so
the first one
matches,
out,
yeah.
Even when it has that type resist
Going
barrier,
on,
but
okay.
King Gambit just falls. It's once again a testament to how powerful Adamant King, Adamant.
I'm
Caesar
connected
is
to the
versus
internet
King
on
Gambit.
Sword and Shield,
And then,
Melody.
Yeah, Rock Slide here in the end as Aerodactyl does not end up getting encored.
I'm really enjoying this tournament. Loving it. Loving it.
So much damage, but not getting that knockout, and then the double up in the face of Sucker Punch. Really impressive.
Yeah, honestly, such an incredible top 16 match between the two trainers, and I'm honestly just so excited to see, how far Raghav continues to go, but also to see a little bit more about Kyle's team, hopefully after this. Now, I do know that we have another team queued up and ready to go between Michael Durbasti and also Marth, so really excited to see that game actually play out a little bit more. Michael, as we all know him good and well, an incredible VGC player, really, really strong throughout the entirety of their entire time playing Pokemon. But Marth coming in really, really strong as well. Feels like, you know,
Oh, here we
I
go.
haven't faced this strong
This
of a Marth since
is-
I played Super Smash Bros. So really excited to see this happen.
What are those?
Yeah, I got to give credits to, of course, both players for making it this far. I see they're both playing from Europe as well. So, I mean, yesterday
Yeah.
must have been an absolute marathon for them, right? We were
It
playing
was
this
in
tournament
Europe. It was
like
crazy.
American Eastern time. And so by the time that day one ended, it was quite late over
It was
in
1
Europe.
a.m. in Portugal, so
Michael
2 a.m. in
literally
Europe.
Playing at regionals.
The rest of
He
Europe.
was playing Regulation I in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and then as soon as that tournament ended, this tournament basically started it. So he was like at the regionals playing, but it looks like we are already underway here as it's Mega Gengar and Alolan Ninetales against King Gambit and Garchomp. Gengar going for a Protect here. Every time I see Ninetales and Gengar, I'm immediately thinking like Encore Disable shenanigans.
Yeah.
Dragon Claw into the switch in.
Oh, Dragon Claw into
so well
Ninetales.
positioned here.
Yeah, and I think one thing that is a little bit interesting about Michael's Alolan
I'm
Ninetales
connecting
is
to
actually
the
not running
I'm connecting to the
Encore
internet.
and
It's taking
Freeze
some
Dry
time.
instead. So that Blizzard Freeze Dry Encore
Oh, there you go.
is going to be interesting next to it. And it's
Now,
also the focus
link
sash.
trade?
So now that that sash is broken, is leaving Ninetales a little bit more vulnerable.
Set
and that
link?
Gengar is running that Sludge Bomb.
I'll send
Shadow
you
Ball,
the link on the
Disable,
Discord.
Protect. So a little bit of different movesets, but
Okay.
still,
So
nonetheless,
people don't
really,
steal
really
my
insane position for this Ninetales.
don't steal my Ninetales.
Yeah, there's nothing more satisfying, I think, than getting a Ninetales out in front of a Garchomp. So King Gambit actually opting to Protect here, leaving it vulnerable to potential Encores or Disables afterwards. And yep, that's exactly what we see trying to double up into here. And I think Mark's saying, look, I think you have to go for that, so I know I can go for the Protect. I'll get the Earthquake off. For the fact that we saw Garchomp Earthquake in front of an Alolan Ninetales and actually get it
Big
off
them.
nuts, but also so
Gengar
vulnerable
survives.
because Garchomp is burned. Gengar hates
Because of the burn.
What a devastating
Was the Rotom
turn.
the one
I
burning
for
the
sure
Chomp?
thought that Garchomp was going to go ahead and knock out at least that Gengar, but that burn
I sent you the code through Discord already, so people don't steal the Ninetales.
I don't know if I would have been brave enough to leave my Garchomp out there face with an Alolan Ninetales, but now Alolan Ninetales seems to really like this position, especially being able to have that Blizzard or that Freeze Dry in tow with that Garchomp.
Protezione from Gengar.
On Michael's side, Protect, just to make sure it's safe for this next turn. And the King Gambit trying to go for the double Protect, but failing.
Encore?
Encore now
Nice.
coming out into the King Gambit, so it will be locked into the Protect.
That's bad. Rock Slide misses. No, Protect.
Can miss into
Okay.
the Alolan Ninetales. Does manage to connect, but it is burned.
Hello, Arley. Do you want any specific Pokemon?
I think Michael probably pretty happy about this position. That was a critical hit, and Ninetales still took that pretty well. So,
The snow
testament
really
to
boosting it.
The burn as well as Ninetales being pretty bulky once you set up that
I don't
snow, even
know.
if you don't really have
I don't
any
mind what you give
defense,
me.
but,
Okay.
yeah, this is kind of a scary position for Marth, right? Because now this King Gambit will essentially be useless for the next couple of turns. Garchomp here, of course, is just one Freeze Dry away from getting knocked out. So if you're Marth, maybe you go for a Protector on your Garchomp to stall out a turn of the Encore on the King Gambit. And crucially, the big question I have is,
Just
what
let me know
is
what
that
you're giving
final
me,
Pokemon
so I know
intact?
it's
Like,
you.
Michael still has
No,
all of his
yeah.
Pokemon intact, so in a good spot. And this is what's so deadly about being able to trap in a Pokemon.
I'ma
and
give
then
you a
encourage them,
Quillfish.
right? Like, you just can't do very much. And it
I'ma give
renders
you a
one slot
Quillfish.
useless, so essentially you're fighting
Yeah.
a
Oh,
2
let's
versus 1.
go.
So
I'm getting a
Marth
shiny
is really
Ninetales,
gonna try
chat.
to, get out of these
Look.
next couple of turns and to
Shiny
make something
Ninetales.
Bascu Legion as his form.
W
Yeah,
Quillfish.
and we're gonna have to wait and see as we see that Michael is going to opt out
Shiny
of that Mega Gengar
Ninetales.
instead to bring out their Aegis
Shiny
Slash. While Marth goes
Ninetales.
ahead and protects
Shiny
that Garchomp
Ninetales
just to
from
make sure that
Arley.
it
Thanks,
survives,
bro.
especially if a Blizzard is honing in on it. We're gonna see that King Gambit also protect on their side while that Ninetales goes for a Blizzard. So,
Oh, yeah.
really clean switch in for Michael.
It's Michael.
To take out that
You're
Gengar
talking about it.
for that Aegis
Bro,
Slash,
Challenge graphics
and
are so good
Garchomp
on the
still
Switch too.
taking that burn
Low
damage,
key, low
but
key.
healing up a little bit with a, a lunch, a citrus,
Heals up, but not sure that'll
Jump
help
healed,
for free,
but
right? I
burned.
really like that switch.
Have to do
Corey
damage
King
now.
might be
Thanks,
confused
man.
about why you'd want to break the trap when you have,
Yay, Shiny
all four King Gambit, but
Ninetales.
the idea is now
Gotta
Aegis
transfer
Slash
this to
has
Pokemon
Sacred
Home.
Sword, so it is applying offensive pressure immediately.
Thanks,
on
bro.
King Gambit, and you might want to read King Gambit switching out, right? Right now is the opening for Mart to potentially switch that King Gambit out into, say, that Basculegion in the back, potentially, or Sneasler. So if you're Michael, you could say, look, I'm going to freeze strike the Garchomp slot, and I'm just going to go for Poltergeist onto the King Gambit. You nail the switch, and it is Basculegion coming in.
Enjoy, thank you, bro.
Lights out here. So it is Basculegion. Let's see.
Oh, Bas comes in.
Call right.
Blizzard.
Gonna go ahead and see that, and Alolan Ninetales go for the Blizzard.
Chomp
take
goes
out that Garchomp,
down.
chip the Basculegion just a little bit, but are we going to see
Critical hit on the Basque.
from that Aegis Slash?
I'll make sure to put your Quillfish to good
hit,
use.
but doesn't matter.
Thanks, bro.
Pressure, not so much, but we do see that Aegis Slash changing its stance, getting ready for that Sacred Sword.
Oh, this is the effect of Basculegion. No way.
Hitting the Basculegion. Wow,
That's
interesting.
crazy.
That was an interesting turn. Well, first of all, definitely a nail biter out of that one.
Yeah, I think if you're Michael, it's like Sacred Sword is safe in the sense that, like, if, Mark decides I'm just going to stay in, you win the game on the spot there, right? Because it's then a 4v1. So that keeps Marth in the game, gets the defensive switch in. Now, I think Basculegion also the perfect fourth option for him, but you are still staring down Shadow Sneak from the opposing Aegis Slash.
Yeah,
right?
that
So
shouldn't get the knockout
question is,
because
do you think your
of the crit of the
Basculegion
Blizzard.
enough to survive a Shadow Sneak? King Gambit here, of course, is also applying pressure. Could go for just a Sucker Punch of its own, for example. And so, Michael's Pokemon are fairly low HP. It's always stressful, I think, when you are down Pokemon and you have to commit to an attack, locking into for the Basculegion here. So we'll see. I think either way, though, Marth keeps himself in this one, breaks out of the trap.
Because Marth already got game one.
Two new moves here.
Oh,
No worse
okay.
either, so Ninetales is going to pivot out to try to potentially reset that. And it's going to be the Rotom, which we did not see earlier, but that's how it got the burn onto the Garchomp. Oh, and it's Aqua Jet committing here. And
Aqua Jet, it gets a knockout on the Rotom, crazy.
With Aqua Jet could pull it off here in the end. Who moves first between Aegis Slash and King Gambit? Oh my gosh, it didn't go for the Sucker Punch, and it's just
No Sucker Punch, Poltergeist into Basculegion, that's insane damage.
Take out that Basculegion
And now
on
it's
Marth's side, and
2v1. No, yeah, because Gengar is still there. Oh, that's difficult,
We're gonna go ahead
man.
and see that King Gambit go for that Kowtow Cleave, but definitely wanted to see that Sucker Punch instead. It is going to land on the Aegis Slash, take it out, but unfortunately right now it is a King Gambit versus a Mega Gengar and a Alolan Ninetales that is going to reset up that snow.
Oh, that
Yeah.
turn was so
Good
hard,
play,
I
good
think,
play
for your
from
Marth, because,
Michael.
like, if you get it right, you might actually have a shot. And he probably didn't go for Sucker Punch, maybe anticipating that the Aegis Slash would either King Shield or go for a Shadow Sneak and thinking Aegis Slash might be faster than my King Gambit. So if I Sucker Punch into your Shadow Sneak, that doesn't work out for me. Now it is a 2v1, right? And both of these Pokemon are obviously quite low HP, but with the Ninetales and the Gengar combination, you do have Encore and you have Disable available to you, right? And so that obviously is a really tough combination to break. So King Gambit here, yeah, is going to get Encored.
Yeah.
It's so crucial here that Ninetales moves first because the Encore comes out and then the Disable just immediately follows up with it. King Gambit now
Nice.
just able to do anything.
Good play there.
What a
but-
devastating move for King Gambit.
Hey, game number 3, let's go, that's what we want.
You know, when you can't move, when you get hyped up during an encore, and then they say lights out, actually, come on, that's pretty devastating if I say so myself. But Marth now having to take this back and start thinking about what they want to do, maybe go back to their original strategy that they had in game 1 in which they won. We aren't sure exactly what happened there, but Michael now feeling that momentum to continue going. Both trainers 14 and 2 have played a long matches.
Yeah, long
as you said,
matches
Aaron, both
from
are
yesterday and today.
so really might be a little exhausted at this point.
It's already 11 p.m. in the rest of Europe. Portugal and the UK are 1 hour behind Europe.
It does survive with just over half HP.
Struggle.
And it's going to be the struggle coming. I mean, that actually does
Big
do
damn.
meaningful damage, but another Blizzard Shadow Ball combination will get the knockout there. So, King Gambit struggling. In my head, I was like, is there a world in which like the Gambit can actually pull it off here? But now another single target Blizzard and Shadow Ball can deliver the finishing blow. Man, I was wondering if like Shadow Ball ended up activating Defiant there by dropping special defense. That could have been a little bit spooky. But yeah, really, really back and forth game. And the
Good game, really good.
Are, like the Basket Legion switching in safely as we see a freeze, just adding insult to injury here. Reminder of how good Blizzard is as a move in this game, and King Gambit will fall here as we now see a 1-1. It's going to be a tied set.
Let's go, game 3. I love it.
Wow, that was so close. Like, man, if it were Sucker Punch into Aegis Slash, might have been a different game here, because I think then the Basket Legion with Aqua Jet could just KO either Pokemon.
Yeah, no, that was a really intense
Good
one.
casting,
I think
good
it's
casting.
really about making those calls and those really, really hard reads to say, hey, I'm going to try and do this. And sometimes it's going to pay off, sometimes it's not. I think one of the things that we have to keep in mind is that they did have Aerodactyl on Marth's side that did Mega Evolve, but went down before we actually saw
Yeah,
what
Mega
really happened
Dactyl
with
couldn't
that
do much.
Aerodactyl. So they are running Aerodactyl Mega and also a Mega Floette. Do you
Yeah,
think
we
the
see a team.
change-up in the
We've
Mega
seen a team with
evolutions will
3
help
megas.
Marth,
That was
or
crazy.
What do you think might be the best strategy to try and win Game 3?
Okay, our Shiny Ninetales is now at Pokemon Champions. Beautiful, we can use it tomorrow.
To bring into this matchup because you're staring down Aegis Slash and Gengar, right? And so it's like Gengar can Mega Evolve, trap you in, and then you feel really visible because then if you just have Gengar and Aegis Slash out on the field simultaneously, it's like good luck doing damage to me with Floette, right? Like I just resist Fairy type damage and then threaten you with Sludge Bomb as well. Whereas Aerodactyl has the speed advantage here, right? And being able to be faster than the majority of Michael's team, I think, is a really big deal. It's kind of tough though because it's not like
Alola Ninetales, really strong.
Right? It's not doing like the most amount
Very
of
good in
damage,
this
but
tournament,
Rock Slide
actually.
can still be valuable, and of course, one of the best things about Aerodactyl is the fact that
Speed.
it has the fastest Rock Slide in the game.
Speed.
And anytime you're in a pinch, that can be valuable. So it looks like Rotom was like a valuable early pick for Michael in that previous game, and it makes sense because Will-O-Wisp just so valuable into so much of Marth's team, right? You've got 5 physical attackers out of the 6, and if you think Floette's not going to come into the matchup, it can essentially burn everything.
Awesome. Yeah, well,
I want to use it, but I don't know how I can build around it. This entire team is pretty good.
So
Look, Ninetales fits in a lot of teams, actually. It's pretty
It
good.
looks like a hidden game too. You know, so we came in, the Garchomp was burnt already, and so well, we'll see. But yeah, I think you know, the last game, like we obviously don't have the full context of like game 1 and then like you know the first couple turns of game 2, but it looked really really close. And to me, it looked like Choice Scarf Basket Legion was a really powerful closer, but I needed a little bit more, you know, damage on Michael's end to feel confident being able to close out everything with it. But I mean, Basket Legion King Gambit as a combination does look really solid. So it's about how you position that. And King Gambit having Iron Head here actually a really big deal to threaten the Alolan Ninetales as well.
Yeah, and it looks like we got a quick update from our production.
Oh, that was
team.
game 3.
Is that was
Yeah, that was game 3.
So it seems like Michael.
So
is
Michael
going to
goes
go ahead and
through.
continue to advance into top 8.
Oh.
Marth, what an
Nice.
incredible
It wasn't game 2, it was game
by
3.
you, and also an incredible tournament as well. But now it's going to be very interesting to see how we continue to go on from here. I know, Aaron, you're going to have a lot of fun in top 8. I know I'm not going to be around for much longer, but is there another Pokemon that you want to see? I know for me, I'm rooting for Mega Frostlass.
Mega
Just
Frostlass?
because
I'm
I
rooting
think it's
for
more than
the
anything,
team with
but I
3
think it's
megas.
Such a sleeper pick going into this tournament.
I was gonna check to see if the Sableye is still in, and I think it is. I think it's in top 8 right now, so I'm rooting for that because I thought Sableye Chaldon was incredibly underplayed going into this tournament. And yeah, like I want to see someone do it justice, and so that's gonna be the one I'm rooting for. But so much fun Pokemon to be had.
Oh my gosh, well, so much more fun Pokemon to be had, but also so much fun casting with you, Aaron. So we're going to go ahead and sign off. We'll be back after a quick break, and thank you so much for watching the Grand Champions Festival. We'll see you in a second.
Quick break, quick break. What is Alex doing here? He's watching matches as well. The Italian stream. With 1,000, they have their own production. That's pretty cool. With 1,000 viewers over there. Yeah, this tournament was an insane success. So many people watching. So much people watching. It's insane. He's always watching the Alex stream. That's really funny. Guys, I'll go to the bathroom real quick. See you in a minute. Hi everybody, I'm back. Welcome, welcome. And visit. Okay. How we doing, everybody? Let's wait until we're back here. What is Alex doing though? Still waiting. Okay. We just wait as well. Bro, this tournament is being really good. You guys watching the tournament? What you guys thinking about the tournament? I'm really enjoying. I'm really enjoying the Ninetales being very present at the top of the top. Let's take a look at the pairings here. What team is Ninetales being used on? Let me show you. We have 3 Alolan Ninetales in top cut. And I think it's on the Mega Gengar team. It was on the Mega Gengar team. This one that we just see. Mega Gengar, Incineroar, King Gambit, Sneasler, Dragonite with Dragon Fang and Dragon Claw. Really good. And then on top cut list, we had the Ninetales on Mega Gengar team. It's the same team that we just seen. Then yeah, it's always with Mega Gengar, as you can see. But we see this one is a bit different with Incin, Rotom, and Aegislash. Nice. Also, Michael goes through. Good. So now we have Super Santi, we have Mega Gengar, another Mega Gengar. Look at this team, bro. The Mega Kangaskhan with Torkoal and Primarina went through. There is a Sableye Arcalodon. That's what Aaron was talking about, because it can do a Prankster Rain Dance and activate the Electro Shot from Arcalodon really quickly. But you also have the Pelipper there, and it's a Mega Venu team. Does the Sableye have Sunny Day as well? No, because you're gonna go Mega Venusaur, so you don't really need the sun. Nice. Okay. I like that. Mega Frostlass as well, and still going strong. Testing 800, still going strong with Mega Scovillain. Is that Wolfie? Maybe it's Wolfie. Wait, is that the only Mega Floette team? Yeah, there is one Mega Floette team together with Mega Charizard in top 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So yeah, one Mega Floette made it to top 8. And also only one Charizard made it to top 8. We have here Mega Dactyl, Mega Kangaskhan, Mega Venu, Mega Frosty, Mega Gengar, Mega Floette, and Mega... Bro, we have 8 different Megas, I think, in top 8. That's crazy. That's crazy.
We're going to be starting with Raghav versus... I can't believe I've been doing this again. We'll be doing Raghav versus Ilias. And then after their match is over, we'll be seeing Mikkel Dervest versus Santino Tarcunio. What happens after that? We'll just have to wait and see. Cedric, Aaron, you know what to do.
I think it's Maga versus... Oh, it's the Sableye team, I think. I think so.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I am now joined by Cedric, aka Talon VGC, and we are here to start the top 8 of this
top 8 with 8 different Megas. It's crazy.
And I am so happy to be here with Cedric.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be with you.
No,
as
we have
well,
it's
Aaron.
7 different
Always
megas
good
with
to be on
Mega
commentary
Gengar.
and on
2
the
Mega
YouTube side as
Gengars.
well, and you're now doing that full time. So
Nice.
for the few of you in the audience who might not already know Aaron, give him a subscription on the YouTube channel, putting out absolutely stellar battling content for you to improve and maybe get to this level of the top 8 at the Grand Champions Festival by ingesting some of that knowledge. But at this point, we are, of course, in the top 8. $500 guaranteed for all of the players, and the next one to make it in the top 4. If they win this match, it's another $500 in their pocket for a net $1,000
Nice.
payout. So it keeps up going up from there, so the stakes are getting higher and higher. The heat is turning up on the Grand
Winning
Champions.
$1,000 in a weekend, it's really good, but it's really hard.
By the way, guys, this was a free-to-play tournament. Like,
Yeah.
Imagine you're like, oh, I want to play some Pokemon. I'm gonna enter the largest like online tournament of all time. That's a grassroots organized event. And you come in and you are getting to win money from it, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's absolutely amazing by Scraw and the entire.
I love it. I love it. Shout out to them. Shout out to them, bro. Subscribe to Scroll on YouTube and Twitch.
Really smoothly. Limitless itself was like crashing, I think, at the
Yeah.
beginning of the day, but
Yeah.
after then it just kind of felt like
Limitless was
smooth
crashing.
sailing.
People couldn't
And
join the
for
tournament
like,
because it was
literally
crashing.
Thousands of players participating, like truly amazing job by the entire team to make it happen. From the production staff, even just like jumping on for commentary right now. I'm like, yeah, it feels like I'm just working at like a Pokemon regional. So truly kudos to everyone that's involved and to Scraw for making
Nice.
it happen. To everyone working behind the scenes, to the judges, to the commentators. I can't stress how impressive it is that an event of this scale can come together.
Yeah, I mean, I have some nightmares of like old 200 people live events in like what the Nugget Bridge Battlefy era. So like the fact that we're running 10,000 people, pared down to 6 by the time people were actually dropping out and being able to check in, but still just so massive. And the fact that, like you said, the judges, the production crew have been able to handle everything new that's come to them has been just like a magical experience to watch unfold.
Nice.
Thankfully, didn't have to be involved. In
Everybody's enjoying the tournament.
Dude, it's so incredible that the judges were able to deal with like 10,000 people, like so many people playing a tournament for their first
Thank
time.
you.
And now, yeah, not a lot of
Thank
beginners
you.
left at this point in the top 8 of the
Top
bracket.
8.
But
Let's go.
yeah, absolutely. If you participated in that tournament, in this tournament, thank you. We appreciate your time. And yeah, we're gonna move on to the top 8 now.
I want to ask you, Cedric. I mean, you've been commentating a lot of this event. You've seen what a lot of players are bringing. Have there been any surprises from kind of a team building perspective or like a Mega Evolution perspective?
Mega Gengar.
especially,
For
right
me,
now,
Mega
looking at
Gengar
the
with
top
Mega
8
Ninetales,
teams, and
with
it
the
seems
Mega
to be pretty
Ninetales,
varied
Alone
across the
Ninetales.
board in terms of Megas per team.
Yeah, I'd say honestly, a team that you had highlighted, the Sableye plus Archaladon combination was something I didn't have any eyes on coming into this tournament. I think everyone was really prepared for the Aerodactyl, Mega Floette plus the Basculin Legion, and then all the rest of the friends in the metagame doing pretty well. But there's definitely a couple of outliers like the Sableye, Archaladon, and then Mega Venusaur. You were saying
Mega
a
Venu!
similar combination to this tournament, but switched up to Mega Pokemon. So maybe you can speak a little bit more to that, just since it's a combo that I think most players and viewers don't have a whole lot of knowledge on.
Yeah, I think Sableye Archaladon is just incredibly underrated. Like, when we came into this format, thought Archaladon was like just gonna be so bad. I was like, oh,
No.
that was so bad. It doesn't have body press.
True.
Pokemon just
Big
can't
nerf.
function like how we used to see it play. But the way I've thought about it now is like it kind of can feel like Dondozo in the sense that sometimes it just gets to the point where it's too bulky to knock out.
Yeah.
In a format where it is so physically oriented.
The
It can be
stamina.
so hard once it's stacked up even.
That's
one
why I was
step
using
deeper,
Earth
right?
Power on Mega
Especially,
Meganium.
Self-target yourself as well.
Oh, here to go.
Bracket here. And so, yeah, lots of players from across the world competing in this. And
Nice.
I believe the
Top
player
8.
who is using that Archaladon is going to be Ilias, who's going to be going up
Yeah.
against Rogov. But we've got David
Ilias, Rofogalis, Liakos.
And then on the
Raghav is up here, yeah. Raghav is gonna play now. We watched already a lot of his games.
Incredible matchup here. Santino, for
Raghav Malvi, yeah.
It came online during the Sword and Shield online era. And
He's the guy who makes vids with the battle room now. Oh, I don't know.
All the best players in the world, basically, in this like invitation.
AKA Colin Higher. Ooh, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was
I don't
like
know.
8 or 16-person bracket organized by Pokemon.
But no, I think
officially.
Raghav is his
He,
real
like,
name.
really came into the scene and just showed how good he was. So I'm really excited to see him go up against MDB, of course, one of the game's best. And then on the bottom side, we've got Samuel T against IDC Zach.
Yeah, I'm a little bit less familiar with that bottom side of the bracket, but I do know that IDC Zach went 0-1 to start, and then I think won every match subsequently, or at least until they guaranteed their berth in the top cut. So absolutely incredible performance. Just a testament. Don't give up after you've lost your first. Always
Yeah.
keep it going. And a lot of interesting teams that we're seeing, like IDZ Zach running a Kangaskhan Trick Room team. Also,
That's the one I want to see.
Charizard as well. So just a wide diversity
7
of
different
Pokemon that we
megas
are
in top
seeing
8 is
in this
crazy.
bracket.
2
Incredibly
Mega
excited,
Gengars.
to see it progress.
Yeah, and it feels like the archetypes in top 8 are pretty varied, right? I was just talking about Saboy or Chaladon, and like, I think basically this duo is really good into like the Aerodactyl stuff that has been popping up, and so it's one of the reasons why I thought it was a pretty strong concept. But we see the rise of Alolan Ninetales and Gengar as a duo as well, right? There's 2 of those in top 8. I think Mega Gengar is probably one of the hardest Mega Evolutions to play well because inherently it is quite frail, even if you invest a lot in bulk. And when King Gambit is like the #1 Pokemon in the format, when Incineroar is common as well, when Garchomp's common as well, right? Like, these are all Pokemon that you don't do a lot of damage against, and then you can also take a lot of from. And so it is a Pokemon that I think takes exceptional pivoting.
Here we go.
To see really good players use it well.
That's the
not
team.
A surprise, but we're going to get into top 8 here, and I'm so happy.
Here we go, here we go. We want to see the Sableye today. What is the Sableye running? It's Roselli Berry to reduce damage from fairy type attacks. Will-O-Wisp, Brandes, Anchor, Disable. Then you have the Mega Vinu, which I think has great potential because it allows you to switch in and out a bit more easy than the other Megas. I think it's like we have a lot of Megas that are really frail. Even the Mega Floette is frail to physical attacks. Mega Charizard Y is frail. Mega Garde is frail. Mega Frostlass is frail. Even the Mega Scovillain, yes, it will burn you, but it's still frail to a poison type attack or to a wave crash. Mega Gengar is frail, but Mega Vinu actually loses its weakness because of the thick vat ability to fire and ice. And it's still really, really chunky. Like, it's very hard to take off the field. Then it can heal with Giga Drain, which is the case here. Sludge Bomb, Earth Power, Giga Drain. And here we go. Game number 1 is on the go. This is top 8 between Ragav Malvia and Elias Rofogalis Liakos. Typical Greek long name. And we have on the side of Ragav, we have Mega Charizard Y and Mega Floette. We see the Charizard Y coming in forwards, so maybe not Floette in the back, and I think it would make a lot of sense. We have Rain and Venusaur. Here the Charizard can Mega and can bring the Sun with it. I don't know if that will be the case. Actually, it's an easy switch. I don't have anything to switch the weather. There is the potential for a Rain Dance from the Sableye in the back, so maybe switch Pelipper into Sableye to then Rain to perturb the Mega Evolution of the Charizard here. Venusaur will be, I mean, it still take a lot of damage from Heat Wave in the Sun. Of course, being in the Rain will be its best option. It's a Mega Charizard that's going up. There is no switches from Elias, Liakos, Ragav, Megas is Charizard. They're gonna see a Sucker Punch or a Protect. King Gambit's pretty chill. No, this is Earth Power from Mega Vinu. Mega Vinu! Actually, if you don't Mega, you can still take advantage of the Sun, but no Sleep Powder on this Mega Vinu, so there is no really... I mean, you can still Earth Power the... It's Heat Wave in the Sun? Vinu, bro, see? Look at that! Vinu tank that like a boss. Earth Power? Bro, the Pelipper can Weather Ball the King Gambit. It's Tailwind! The King Gambit can knock out the Venusaur here. Could be a very better one for Elias Liakos. It's the Kowtow into the Peli! So he's expecting a Protect or a switch from the Vinu. Citrus Berry activates, Pelipper consumes it. It's not very healthy. But now there is the Tailwind. Venusaur will be faster than the Charizard. The Sludge Bomb was okay damage. Another Sludge Bomb does not get the knockout on the Charizard. Pelipper can go Weather Ball. Pelipper has Weather Ball? Yes, it does. So it can go Weather Ball into the King Gambit. The opponent King Gambit is rocking Choppleberry, so it should drop to a Weather Ball. I don't know. It depends on how built the Pelipper is. There is also King Gambit on this side of Elios, but this one is Iron Head, which is really good because there is a Mega Float on the other side. Sludge Bomb comes in. Charizard gets low, but not low enough. Weather Ball, it's the double up, and Charizard goes down. No, it survives only level HP because it resists the fire type damage and Pelipper is not that strong. Heat Wave comes in, it misses the Pelipper. So Venusaur will go down here. Unfortunately, did a great job, but not good enough because Pelipper is also Hurricane. Pelipper with Wide Guard. Maybe Kowtow live here, but maybe Wide Guard would be the better choice. I don't know, maybe the Kowtow still gets the knockout on the Vinu. And now less 2 Pokemon. Sableye or Caledon can still win this. To be honest, it's Sableye. Because Sableye can respond to the switches of the Charizard with Rain Dance, with Prankster Rain Dance. So that can be really good, because usually when your Mega is the one responsible for the weather, imagine if Elias had the Pelipper, only the Pelipper, now he couldn't never get the weather up. But Rain Dance you can. Even when the Charizard switches in, you can still click Rain Dance, because you don't need to switch in your Pokemon to activate the weather. Electro Shot into the Garchomp! Wait, no. Sorry. Into the King Gambit here. I guess it's too obvious to switch into the Chomp. Yeah, it's into the King Gambit. It's a +1 special attack. Good damage, more than half. And now Kowtow into the Sableye. Big damage, but not big enough. Sableye has Will-O-Wisp, also Anchor or Disable. But the Chomp is the problem here. Garchomp with Dragon Fang, Scale Shot, Earthquake and Stomping Tantrum. No Rock Slide from that Garchomp. That's really interesting, I have to say. Will-O-Wisp to the Garchomp, that's really good. It connects. That will make sure that the Arcaludon will survive for longer. It's stamina on the Arcaludon, so any attack into it will boost its defense. Electro Shot once again. No Protect from the King Gambit. This will pick the knockout. You know, it's +2 Arcaludon. That's exactly what Aaron was talking about, together with the Sableye. And I think it's GG now that the Garchomp is burnt. Now we have another Pokemon to reveal from Ragav's side. Stomping. Sableye survives, no way, because of the burn. Really good play here. Elias Liakos playing great. Tailwind is out though, so now the Chomp is faster, but it's burned. Charizard comes in. No, it's the Basque in the rain. This Basque Legion is Choice Scarf. Adaptability, no Swift Swim, of course. With Crash Last Respects, Aqua Jet Flip Turn is the moveset on the Basque. Last Respects here will be 100 base power. Maybe not enough, unless it's maybe it's Adamant. This Archidon still has taken no stamina boost. Interesting here. I don't know how can Ragav get rid of the Archaludon, because Charizard comes in and then Sableye just clicks. The Will-O-Wisp is so good. Sableye just clicks Rain Dance. So now the fish is... Now I'm sure it doesn't get the knockout unless it crates with Last Respect. It's Last Respect to the Sableye. Okay. And now it should be a Stomping Tantrum into the... Or Scale Shot? No, it's Earthquake. Oh wow, damaging its own Basque Legion. Giving a stamina boost to Archaludon. But the Charizard doesn't care about that. Okay, that is actually the way that Ragav can win. Is by making sure that there is no rain. So Charizard comes in. It's faster than Archaludon. It's in the sun. There is no rain to switch. And can the Archaludon actually touch the Garchomp? Archaludon has Dragon Pulse. +3 will get a knockout for sure. The Garchomp does have Protect. The Charizard also has Protect. But I guess here you ignore the Garchomp? It's so difficult because you're slower than the Charizard. And there is no more Pokemon for Elias. He played really well, but last turn was really good for Ragav. He did great work getting rid of the Sableye there to guarantee there is no rain possibly coming in to perturb. No, it's more, yeah, of course it perturbs the Charizard, but it's more enabling the Electro Shot. Protect on the Archaludon. Are they stalling out Sun? That will make Stopping Tantrum more powerful next turn as well. Because when it misses, it becomes more powerful. Or does it also count into Protect? Oh, it's to get some leftovers healing. Okay, Burn. And Heatwave Stopping Tantrum should get the knockout. Unless it's a really defensive bulky Archaludon. It's not super effective. It's still a dragon. So it will be neutral, the Heatwave. No, but Ragav is going for Weather Balls so they don't miss. Which I think it's the right move to do. Stomping, that should do a lot of damage. Actually not, because of the burn. So it's only if it misses, doesn't count Protect, I guess. Weather Ball, that should be the knockout. Yeah. Okay, I think Elias played well, but he really needs the Sableye alive. I think the Pelipper was perhaps not the best. It couldn't really deal with the Charizard. I actually thought Ragav would lose that one, but really well played to claw it out in the end.
To Weather Ball, if any of those secondary effects happen, a critical hit happens, the Charizard's down and the Archaladon basically should just sweep the battle. So I think even though Ilias didn't get either of those roles, it wasn't as it's an understandable game plan. I don't think the RNG went their way, but maybe in this next game they try and adjust to figure out something a little bit more consistent. Aaron, what do you think some adjustments that Ilias could make to try and get into a position to win the game too?
I was surprised not to see Sableye or Chaladon lead, which I think would have been pretty strong to Charizard King Gambit because you can just threaten Rain Dance Electroshot immediately. My guess is that Ilias was expecting Mega Floette over Charizard in this matchup, so he's saying, look, if you lead Mega Floette, my Venusaur catches you. If I knock out Floette as your special attacker, our Chaladon should win the game, right? So if you're in Ilias's shoes, what you want to do is knock out the special attacker. If you are able to knock out Charizard or the Floette, whichever one is...
Then the Archaladon is really hard to remove.
Then our Chaladon is incredible in the late game because it just gets to stack these stamina boosts, and you have Will-O-Wisp pressure from Sableye. So I think the game plan made sense from Ilias. So if I were in his shoes, I'd consider now maybe leading Sableye or Chaladon. And then if you're Ragav, you could say, look, I showed my Charizard trick in game 1. Maybe I bring Floette in game 2. The other thing I was thinking that he could theoretically do is actually bring both. That's not a very common suggestion, but I think if there's any time where regular Floette works, even if you don't Mega Evolve, it might be in this matchup where that special burst damage, even when not Mega Evolved, is still meaningful.
Yeah, I think the speed boost in that case could actually be important on the Mega, like the lack of it, just because of the Archaladon. Typically, they're going to be trained slow, but there's a potential.
Game number 2.
Eternal base form.
Sableye, Archaladon once again, not the lead, but once again, present for Ilias. This is very powerful, but Mega happens first. So Ilias has a really good chance here to bring the rain. Archaladon, wait, do we have low kick on that King Gambit? On the side of Ragav? Yes, there is low kick. And Archaladon is really heavy. That will be super effective. And without any stamina boost, it will be very difficult for Archaladon to take that well. Oh, Charizard goes away for the Chomp Chomp. So no Electro Shot in that slot. Rain Dance. But how do you deal with a King Gambit in this situation? That low kick will hurt. Electro Shot. Cool thing is that Archaladon is not an electric type, so it doesn't get stabbed. But that's why it's so powerful, like Terry Electric, Electro Shot. It's into the King Gambit once again, that does half, like we saw first game. That did more than half. So bigger roll. Kowtow into the Sableye. Yeah, the Sableye is really what you need to take care of, because it got burned and it kept bringing the rain. It was very difficult for the Charizard to deal with, for Ragav to deal with. So maybe here Ilias should conserve his Sableye. But you also want Dragon Pulse can come into the King Gambit, into the Sableye. Oh, misses. The Will-O-Wisp misses. Scale Shot. Yeah, great play from Ragav. He knows what he's doing. He needs to get rid of that Sableye. But the cool thing is that Ilias now might have his Pelipper in the back. Dragon Pulse or Electro? It's Electro Shot into the Protect. Really good play from Ragav. Still gives the special attack boost. That animation, just the concept of that move is so cool. I love it. And now the Garchomp is not burnt, so it will do insane damage. Unless the Basque Legion can do something about it. It's Choice Scarf in the rain. Charizard is not Mega, so it cannot bring the Sun as a switch in. So Charizard is not a good switch in here. I think the Chomp just keeps in and does big damage, or switches into the Basque. This is complicated. The Basque Legion presenting a lot of... Oh, but the King Gambit can just Sucker Punch. Yeah. So the Basque Legion itself is in danger. It cannot protect. So it's Mega Venusaur in the back. So no Pelipper. So Ragav can guarantee the Sun if it brings the Charizard in a good turn. No Sucker Punch. Oh no, Sucker Punch misses because of Aqua Jet. And now the King Gambit goes down. That was a really good play from Ilias. That was a really good play. But now Basque Legion is locked in into Aqua Jet, and the Charizard will come in and Mega, bringing the Sun. Unless Ilias maybe didn't brought the Venu and brought Pelipper to mess around with the Charizard's Sun. So do we bring Chari or do we bring the last one here on the Ragav? Ragav is playing this one really well. Both players playing really well. This is really the top of the tournament. Top of the town. Top of the tree. Harsh turn here. A lot of choices for Ragav. It's the Basque. Ooh, the Basque Legion itself. Yeah, because Charizard then would take an Electro Shot. Last Respect will be only 100 base power, but there is no stamina boost on the Arcaludon. Oh, and now who's faster? Which Basque Legion is faster? Basque Legion on the right is one more HP point, so that doesn't tell us anything. They can both be jolly. They can both be max speed. Basque Legion comes back into Vino? Is that the last? It's Pelipper! Wait! Elias! No! You need that rain around! It's a crit. Oh, it might go down. No, it's Citrus. Last Respect? So that shot comes into the Basque Legion. Yeah. Oh no, no more weather control. Oh no, it's Pelipper survives! It's 100, only quote-unquote 100 base power Basque. And now Basque Legion goes down. Plus 3 Electro Shot is insane. And now you can bring the Pelipper out on the next turn. Char is forced, but Char might delay its Mega. And then you knock out the... No, you can't knock out the Basque. Really good play from Elias. It was risky to bring in the Pelipper. Like if Garchomp gets the 5 skill shots, the Last Respect gets the knockout, Charizard comes out. Now, it can delay its Mega, because Pelipper should switch out here. Last turn of Rain, I'm pretty sure Pelipper switches. But Elias knows his opponent is really thinking about it. Because the next Pokemon... Oh, Charizard has Solar Beam, right? Yeah. So he can just Mega and Solar Beam the fish. Protezione. Good play. Earthquake. Delaying the Mega, the Charizard, I like that. This will do good damage to the Basque. Bleep. Oh, big damage! It was a crit! Holy moly! But that's Choice Scarf. Oh, he went Weather Ball, no Protect! Bro, if it wasn't a crit, the Basque Legion actually would survive that. Yeah. Actually, it would. And now it's perfect. Oh, it's so perfect. Because now Pelipper comes in, it brings the rain, but Charizard Megas and brings the sun. So no Electro Shot. Bro, Dragon Pulse will still do Giga damage, but the Pelipper has Wide Guard. Yeah, oh, but it's okay. You just go Weather Ball, Dragon Scales. Yeah, that crit was really unfortunate. Archaludon can protect, even Pelipper can protect, but it doesn't do much. No, Pelipper has no protect. No protect on the Pelipper. I've already consumed the Citrus Berry. Yeah, because without the crit, the Basque Legion survives there, and then it's way easier to control the weather on Elias' side. GG. Elias goes down 2-0. I don't think there is a way for him to come back. I don't think so, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think so. Megazard brings the sun. Scale Shot. Okay. Pelipper is down, and now Archaludon should be down to a Heat Wave. Or Weather Wall, yeah, for no miss. Yep. Archaludon survives. But... I mean, he can still do some protects to heal. It's just GG. Good play, bro. Good play. Elias was unlucky with the crit.
Feather Volley, calling the Archaludon Protect and winning the game. that is going to help him advance to the semifinals of this tournament. What a set.
Yeah, that was really impressive from both players, but I think, as you mentioned, that a really heads-up call from the Rogov, not just playing on rails and going for the Mega Evolution. As soon as the Charizard enters the field is the kind of forward thinking that you do need to have when you're playing these back-and-forth weather wars. Saw that the Pelipper was going to come in and was able to kind of mitigate its effectiveness by delaying that Mega. And we are just replaying through some of the early turns of the battle, looking at that Charizard's key survival in the early battle, or in, of Game 1 to actually take that Heat Wave KO, and that Will-O-Wisp miss, man.
So heartbreaking, yeah, because like a lot of the times with Archaladon, you're hoping to basically like neutralize one big threat, so at any given point there's only one Pokemon really threatening it. And the fact that Weather Ball's not a knockout onto Archaladon means that you do normally have to sequence your damage, but Skill Shot Garchomp was actually really clutch in this one.
Yeah,
well,
the Garchomp was really good.
Damage, and like you said, actually getting the speed boost to help outspeed later on against potential Scarf Basculegion was a big deal. And I think by bringing Scarf Basculegion, it was caught in a really awkward position, right? Where it kind of felt forced to Aqua Jet just to get around Sucker Punch. But then you're locked into Aqua Jet in the mid-game, kind of forced to switch afterwards.
Really good play.
Wow. Yeah, once again, this Weather Ball play. It's funny because I actually remember, seeing Charizard with Weather Ball winning in LAIC, piloted by Marco Fierro. But of course, that was a format with no Mega Evolution. To see Charizard once again not Mega Evolve, I think like that is an example of a really high-level play of how you don't always need to Mega Evolve and how it can be so crucial to hang on to your Mega Evolution in weather dynamics.
Yeah, absolutely. I almost wonder, if there's the opportunity on Ilias's side. You're playing a player of Rogov's caliber. We saw some pretty aggressive reads on exactly what's going to happen in the late game of the top 8 set, or the top 16 set. So maybe you could have gone really aggressive, Aqua Jet the Charizard even in range while it didn't protect. Maybe go for an Electro Shot, but I think that would have been an insanely hard call out to make, especially with all this money on the line and all the pride of making to the top 4 of the Grand Champions Festival. I believe we are going to toss over back to Scraw. So I'm not sure if I'll be back on the mic. Aaron, I'm not sure if you're back as well, but yeah, we'll be passing it back to our ringleader, Scraw, for our next segment.
What an absolutely insane game to see, to have Raghav Malavia advance to the top 4 of the Grand Champions Festival. Raghav, you're going to have to be a little patient while we show everybody our next top 8 match, a match that I probably be one of the top 10 matches I would want to see if you let me pick any players I want. Michael Kelsch versus Santino Tarcunio. We're done with our remote casters for the day. Cedric and Aaron, thank you so much. Now let's throw it over to Justin Karras and Joshua Lorsi for our second top 8 match.
Hello, welcome back to the top 8 of the Grand Champions Festival. That was quite the match we just got to witness.
That was a good match.
Ending up with the victory there, moving on to top 4. But we still have one more top 8 match to bring you between 2 people that have been playing absolutely incredible this entire tournament. Santino Tarquinio and Michael Kelsch. Man, I'm so excited for this one. This could go either way. We got a Gengar duel.
Right, we got a Gengar.
Gengar duel. Let's go.
Really important for the way the meta shifts, right? Dual type attacking Gengar with Sludge Bomb and Shadow Ball. A lot of players have just opted for maybe Shadow Ball and like Disable and or Substitute and Parent Song. So we're seeing that they both had a similar idea here, and they're both in the top 8. So that's great to see. I can see a lot of players adopting the similar play style after this tournament in any grassroots and other tournaments, regional level event. We do see that Michael DeBessie is rocking another ghost type, which is that Aegislash. You want to talk about that for a little bit?
So Aegislash does offer like a little bit of a different role here. And one of the cool things about it, I think, is that it gives you a little bit of extra pressure in the mirror into other Gengars. I think when you're playing your own Gengar, one of the worst things you have to deal with is whether or not you run max speed or maybe you're a little bit bulkier. And then you have to play against another Mega Gengar that potentially has the ability to knock you out with its own Shadow Ball. Mega Gengar has that massive base, I think 170 special attack stat, so that's part of like one of the annoyances. So getting speed control or having an option, especially in a priority bracket like with Aegislash's Shadow Sneak, can be one of the ways that you get around that. There are Choice Scarf Garchomp also in this matchup. That's a tool that people are also using to deal with Mega Gengar. And the way that I think this is going to shake up is we're kind of probably going to have to see these 2 players duel over their Megas. It's not necessarily that they're going to lean into a perish mode. Michael's team doesn't even have that option, but it does have a different tech move, as you mentioned, with the disable. That could be a huge factor with a lot of the pieces on Santi's team that do not match up favorably into Gengar because they underspeed it. You know, taking away a potential KO option from something like a King Gambit's Kowtow Cleave, or the Incineroar if it were to have a dark move or something like that. But on the Gengar side, you know, again, figuring out which Pokemon is going to be the faster of the two, whether it's a speed tie or not, it's going to be a big deal here. By this point in the tournament, something that happens as you go along in a long tournament, you know, people kind of share information.
Yeah.
They're watching the stream matches. Both of these
You know,
players
like
have
the
this,
spreads of certain
on stream.
attacks.
They're looking at HP numbers, and they may be telling their friends, hey, this Mega Gengar, it's a little bit slower than max speed Gengar, or it's a little bit bulkier, so maybe they take that risk in a turn 1 scenario or a game 1 scenario to check whether their Gengar is going to win that speed tie or just be naturally faster. It's going to be a big element in this first game, and I'd be excited to see how these players kind of navigate that.
Excited to see how these players navigate that. We are in the top 8 of the largest Pokemon tournament of all time. 2 strong trainers that have accomplished a lot in the grassroots setting and also in person as well, with these Mega Gengar, which is very interesting. I think the Choice Scarf on the Garchomp on Michael Best is going to be doing a lot of work, being able to outpace the majority of Santi's team on Debressi's side. And one Pokemon I would have to pick that could be a great MVP on the end of Santi's side is that King Gambit you mentioned, but it does have to avoid being...
Oh, it's Anquino again. And Michael Kelch. Nice. Nice. This is top 8 as well. So here you go. Michael Kelch versus Super Senti. Michael Kelch is running a Mega Gengar team with the Lone Ninetales, with Aegislash, with Colbur Berry, Sacred Sword, no Iron Head. Interesting, not afraid of the Mega Floette in here. I see. Choice Scarf Garchomp, okay. And we have Super Senti, Santiago, running a Mega Gengar team as well with Ninetales, but with King Gambit, and Dragon Claw, Dragon Fang, Dragonite. We have Rotom Wash on Michael's side, Hydro Pump, Volt Switch, Will Always Protect, and Aegislash. And no Garchomp on Santi's side. We have a switch. It's the Aegislash coming in. And here we go. Mega Gengar. Of course. In the face of now an Aegislash and the Gengar. So 2 ghost types. A lot of ghosts in this tournament top cut. And there you go. Mega Gengar on the other side as well. And we have a Rotovale. No, it's Shadow Ball. That Gengar is faster. The Gengar of Michael is faster. Gets the knockout. Oh no. The knockout. Mega Gengar goes down quickly. Blizzard. Respectable damage on the Gengar. Pitiful damage on the Aegislash. This is looking really rough now. Maybe Santino didn't knew his Gengar was faster. Intimidate on the Aegislash will help. It's a berry. It's Colbur Berry. I think to reduce fire type damage, to reduce ghost damage is Cassibi or something like that. I mean, he has a lot of weakness: weak to ghost, weak to dark, weak to ground, weak to fire, weak to fighting if you have Scrappy. If you think about it. Aegislash comes out to clean the Intimidate. Roto comes in. Okay. Fake out. Gengar Protect. And the fake... Oh no, you can't fake out the Ghost. So you just... Oh, Ice Queen goes for Protect. Interesting. And we see the parting shot into the Gengar that just protected. Now will the Rotom risk Hydro Pump? It's Citrus Berry. So that will not get locked into anything. Will we see the Hydro Pump? Will it connect? Connection. Protect. Oh, double protect. Oh no. So Sludge Bomb comes in, gets the knockout. Yeah. Bad game one for Santi. I mean, it's not over yet, but it's really close. You have an Incineroar and the last... Oh, Hydro Pump connects. Big damage. Big damage. Citrus Berry though, on the insane. Really good. Parting shot. So... I mean, if it's the King Gambit, it's not over yet. It is, okay. There is a small chance here for Santino Tarquinio. I'm joking. Santino Tarquinio. Insane is here. You can fake out the Rotom. It's also a very easy switch into the Egg Slash. It's a fake out into Rotom, no switch. And Sucker Punch! That's big damage, gets the knockout. Nice. Good play from Santino Tarquinio, making it easier for him. Now we have Aegislash, Rotom, and the fourth Pokemon for Michael. It's the Garchomp. Okay. It's pretty good. It's pretty good here. Earthquake does not affect the Rotom, and it does super effective damage to both the Pokemon of Santino. Garchomp is Choice Scarfed with Earthquake, so no problem at all here. Harder game here for Santino. Turn 1 was really bad, losing the Mega immediately. Protect on the Insane. Okay, Earthquake. Earthquake. Okay, Insane will stay alive. The King Abbott should survive this as well, I think. Big damage though, that's insane. And Will-O-Wisp. Oh, nice dodge. Kowtow Cleave into I don't know. I don't know if Sucker Punch is enough here to do the damage into Garchomp. He needs a crit. And then I know it's very difficult because then the Rotom can miss Hydro Pump. So crit into Garchomp, Hydro Pump miss. There, Sucker. Not enough. GG. Give it a run. Goes to Michael. Which the first turn was really good. So you guys think he knew the Gengar was faster or he took a risk? Because like the casters were saying, throughout the tournament, you talk with people, you start to notice, oh, that Gengar was slower than certain Pokemon, so it means that my Gengar is faster because my Gengar was faster than that Pokemon that I knew the set. It's a whole metagame. That's why people used to spy on Wolfie before it was open team shit as well. And they still do to check for the stat spreads.
Mirror match, or do you try to actively avoid it, seeing as though that it really comes down to a coin flip?
I don't know that either of them went just for the Shadow Ball into each other. If Santa maybe not chose to not even target, it feels like in some ways maybe they're trying to capitalize on what may look like an obvious double protect. But we're very late into a very long tournament where players have kind of been fine-tuning their ability to make plays like this. And in some cases, maybe you don't need to worry necessarily about losing your Gengar right away. It's more just about positioning for your Garchomp into the next board. And I think that the way the players right now are covering for those scenarios, it does make sense that it's not necessarily just that 50% chance and gambling the game on that potential speed tie turn 1. In some ways, it's taking the opportunity to check whether that's the case. They didn't really need to double protect in order to even scout things out. But also, you're right. It might have been Santee, in fact, going for a Shadow Ball as well. Who knows? Maybe one of these Gengars is also trained to be able to survive that attack. I don't know exactly how many EVs you need to do that. But you never know. I feel like with bulk, it can go like that.
Yeah, that's fair. I think now, if I'm Santee, though, I think I still actually leave my Gengar, but probably have like maybe a King Gambit leave to kind of deal with the opposing Gengar, just have maybe Sucker Punch pressure. We saw that on the end of Michael DeBesta, he decided to lead his Gengar, and I want to believe Rotom Wash. And I think if you're able to probably bring King Gambit, there's some games that you could play. You could probably double protect first turn and see if you could scout out or protect on the opposing Gengar's end, and then go for like a Sucker Punch Shadow Ball play into the opposing Gengar. I think that could be beneficial because it either forces you to go for disable or go for a switch. So I think I would like to see that maybe. But you know, these are the top 8 players currently. They know better than me. Let's see what they decide to pick here. We're going to see leads just in a moment. It's going to be Ninetales and Aegislash, a complete switch from Game 1. Michael Kush opting for that Ninetales and Aegislash, and we're going to see Gengar and King Gambit, like I mentioned, on the end of Santino. So great adjustment. This is exactly what I wanted to see. What's your thoughts so far, Justin?
Here we go.
So I think
Aegislash Ninetales for the lead of game number 2. Very interesting. Into King Gambit and Gengar. The Aegislash still weak to ghost type attacks, but the Ninetales here can do some shenanigans with Encore, and Protect. King Gambit, of course, Sucker Punching. Gengar can go for... I mean, no, he can go for the singing, for song, for Parry Song, because Aegislash being a ghost type ignores Shadow Tag. King's Shield to reduce the attack of any physical damage incoming, that makes contact. And there is the Blizzard, so no Sucker Punch here confirmed. Pitiful damage into both Pokemon of Santino, Tarquinino. Kowtow into the King's Shield, reducing the attack. But wait, that will boost competitive. Oh, Defiant, I mean. So +1 King Gambit now. Oh, lordy. And Aegislash with 1 attack stage decreased. So very good turn from Santino. Way better than game 2 where it lost its Mega immediately. This time around it switched the Gengar out for the Insane. Now, Ninetales Aegislash... Oh, Blizzard again. Okay, the damage is starting to accumulate. And now it's the Kowtow into the Aegislash. Colbur Berry reduces the damage. And on Shield Form, you totally... That's a crit. That has to be a crit. Wait. Oh, it's a +1 King Gambit, but bro, it was Shield Form Colbur Berry. Sacred Sword? What? Wait. No. Wait, how so? The King Gambit did so... Oh, it's an intimidated also Aegislash. Okay, bro, I was like, what? Because Shield Form Aegislash is really tanky, but it doesn't have a lot of HP. It's just very, very, very high defenses. Gengar is free to Mega here. Do we have Shadow Sneak on the Aegislash? No. Oh, yes. Sorry. Yes. But Michael can actually allow some mistakes here. He's up 1 game. He can actually, like, test. Oh, does Aegislash, the logo there, the symbol, does it changes as you change its form over here? Oh, I think it did. That's actually a good detail. Okay, Mega Gengar goes in strong. Sucker Punch into the Aegislash. That's a knockout because Sword Form Aegislash is really, 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 really frail. Blizzard? Bro, the King Gambit is going down slowly but surely, but not over yet. Freeze! And now, Gengar, Sludge Bomb. Bye-bye, Ninetales. Oh, Focus Sash. No poison? No poison. Oh my, that's so frustrating. The poison will take down the Ninetales. And Santino looking good. Wait, we still have to see the 2 last Pokemon from Michael, which will be Gengar. And please not Insane. If it's Insane, it will give another boost to the King Gambit. It's Roto. Okay, good into the Incineroar in the back. But King Gambit is frozen. Hold on. It's not over yet. Santino. And this Gengar is now healthier. But from last match, we know that the Gengar from Santino is slower than the Gengar from Michael. Okay. That means that it's a very bad position for Santino. He can switch into Insane. And he has a frozen King Gambit. He doesn't know if it's going to wake up or if it's going to thaw or not. Mega Gengar, of course, coming in. So who's the last Pokemon from Santino? Is it the Dragonite? Dragonite will be really good now, actually. Protect from Santino's Gengar. Okay, Sucker Punch. Oh, big damage. That's a plus. Oh, that's really good. He took the risk and paid off. Something with the Sucker Punch into Michael's Gengar. Hydro Pump connects. That's the end of King Gambit, but he did what he had to do. Knocked out Eggy Slash, knocked out Gengar. Oh, let's go. I like what I see. GG! Okay, it's 1-1. I love it. That King Gambit with a +1. Amazing. And just did so much damage to Eggy Slash Shield Form with Colbur Berry. Insane. I thought it was a crit.
Sludge Bomb poisons, but sometimes there's justice. That thaw happened very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's on Michael. The fact that he took that risk, that King Gambit would stay frozen. He didn't play around it. That's what happens. That Sucker Punch took his Gengar as a result.
Yeah, I was like I said, I was initially saying King Gambit to switch out, but I'm like, wait, you could just sack it instead and hopefully attack that turn. And Michael was gambling that the King Gambit would actually still be frozen, but it was able to attack, get rid of the Gengar, allowing his Gengar to now be in prime position to go for that parent song like you mentioned. I definitely want to talk about the adjustments. I think Santino had an amazing adjustment with that Gengar King Gambit lead because I think it just puts on a lot of pressure on the opposing King Gambit because we know that's a confirmed speed tie. So you're able to double protect first turn, probably fish out for a protect on the end of Michael Kels. And now you set up a board position where you could either go for, you just go for Sucker Punch and Shadow Ball, right? So you either punish the Gengar that's in front of you and punish whatever that's switched in with the Shadow Ball. And if it's Incineroar that comes into that slot, then that King Gambit gets an attack, a boost in an attack. And Rotom Wash is not really doing nothing besides a Will-O-Wisp. And I think in that matchup, you could actually take a Will-O-Wisp on King Gambit and still come out fairly fine within just trading damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, it's funny because that Will-O-Wisp is there. One of the few, I think, one of the few moves that will thaw you out if you are frozen. So at that opportunity, you can't go for it. Just take the KO on the King Gambit. But one thing I really want to point out there is that Santino had some excellent gameplay around that Aegislash. It may even be labeled somewhat closer of a mistake on Michael's side to have let that King Gambit go for a Kowtow Cleave there into the King Shield, because then it just put it in such a better position. But Santino able to position around that Aegislash lead.
Here you go, game 3.
Low, keep it at -2 attack after that part.
Here we go, here we go. Lead is Gengar King Gambit, that's really strong, into Rotom Garchomp. Ooh, that's a different lead from Michael. Michael just doesn't really have a good way to deal with the King Gambit, but the Garchomp. The Garchomp is really the key here. Because the King Gambit has been carrying for Tarquinio, sorry. So a Will-O-Wisp here can be really... Not a Will-O-Wisp. The Garchomp into the checkmate. The King Gambit can be really strong. Gengar can go Mega. Okay, he knows. Santino knows he needs the King Gambit, so he switches into Instinct, dropping the attack of the Garchomp. Really important. Mega Gengar comes out. Was it? Is he going for the Parry Song, maybe? What is he targeting? What Pokemon should it? Earthquake? That's be soon. Oh, okay, yeah. That's why it's so good, the Intimidate drop. Big damage on the Gengar anyway. And it's a Sludge Bomb into the Rotom. Big damage. Citrus, though. We have a Fake Out next turn. Hydro Pump connects! That's big damage. Incineroar. Oh, what a play. Really good from Michael. Because, yeah, even though the Incin comes in, Earthquake, Hydro Pump, if it hits on that slot, should get the knockout on the King Gambit as well. Okay, Ninetales. Ninetales is naturally faster than the Garchomp, right? Is Ninetales faster? Let me check. Than Garchomp. That might be what I need for my Charizard X team. I was really struggling versus... No, it's 100 base speed. No, wait, the Alolan Ninetales is 109 base speed. So it's literally just better than normal Ninetales. And Chomp... Nice turn. Ooh, another Earthquake, the Protect. Ninetales actually tanks that relatively well. Ninetales is faster than Garchomp. Max speed, Ninetales is faster than max speed Garchomp. But that Garchomp from Michael is scarfed. He's scarfed. And the Ninetales... Oh, Never Melt Ice! From Santino's Ninetales. So maybe there's a bit less special attack investment and a bit more bulk investment. Because then the Never Melt Ice makes Ice type attack stronger, so it covers for that. That could be a good build talk. Garchomp goes down, really important. But we still have the Mega Gengar in the back, together with the Roto. And we already know the last Pokemon for Santino, which is the King Gambit. Okay, Ninetales in troubles here versus the Aegislash. Aegislash does have the Iron Head on this set, right? No. Poltergeist will still be very good damage. So no problem there. Rotom, of course, it can do good damage with Hydro Pump, but it's always risky. It has Volt Switch, no Thunderbolt, just Volt Switch. Yikes. Gengar switches out for the King Gambit. Yeah, there is Sacred Sword on the other side, but it shouldn't be too problematic. Ninetales keeps spamming Blizzards. That can put things in range of the Sucker Punch. Yeah, Will-O-Wisp misses. Big. Cosplay. Michael Ketch now cosplaying as Iron Cybertron with the Heatwave miss. Poltergeist. No miss, so Ninetales is down. And now you have Gengar plus King Gambit versus Aegislash, Rotom, and then also Gengar, I'm pretty sure. And there is Shadow Sneak on, yeah. So it's a bit weird now because you have to protect Gengar on Santino's side and knock out the Aegislash because that Shadow Sneak will be faster than Sucker Punch. Because they have the same priority. I think they have the same priority. So, and the King Gambit is slower, of course. Oh, King's Shield, though. Trying to read a Sucker Punch? Yeah, it fails. Gengar goes for Sludge Bomb into the Rotom. Of course, it will make no sense to be into the Aegislash, because Steel type is not affected by poison. But now we have the Gengar versus Gengar matchup, and Michael's Gengar was faster. Could have been a speed tie, we don't know. But we have Shadow Sneak on Aegislash, we have Sucker Punch on King Gambit. What we doing? Here? Shadow Sneak should be faster. Now it's so many mind games. It's like, does Gengar... Oh no! Aegislash used King Shield last turn. So you can go... But the thing is, now if you go Sucker Punch, it goes into Shield form. Which... I mean, still should be a knockout. Now but now it's like, is the Gengar protecting on Michael's side? Who do you Sucker Punch? The Aegislash or the Gengar? Protect your own Gengar? The Sable! Big! But wait, that means there was no Sucker Punch, because the Sucker Punch could have come first. Oh, what a read from Santino! He reads the Disable, he goes for a Shadow Ball into Michael's Gengar, and it goes down. He might have game 3 on his hands. Kowtow? Cold Berry, it's not boosted this time around. Okay, respectable damage. What is the Aegislash doing here? Poltergeist can miss. Sacred Sword into Choppleberry. That is not a knockout. But Sucker Punch is disabled. Oh, I think Santino wins this one. That Disable, I think, cost Michael the game here. Because now you can only Shadow Sneak... No, you can even Shadow Sneak the King Gambit. So it's a Shadow Ball from Gengar and a Kowtow from King Gambit. Of course, King's Shield can play... No, King's Shield doesn't play a role here, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think Michael just lost. I think now will King's Shield try to reduce the attack of the King Gambit? Because King Gambit cannot shadow... Okay, GG. Michael lost. Oh, bro, that disable cost him the game. Very good games, though. Very good games.
Does take that KO onto the Aegis Slash, and this will be a 2-1.
GG, Michael. Played well.
Carquinio, and we are moving on to top 4. What a spectacular match.
Well, yeah, very spectacular, man. Great adjustments on the end of Santino. That Gengar King Gambit is what I wanted to see in that game, too. I think it was just super strong, and I think you have multiple options into Michael Kelch's team, and we've seen that, you know. Like, we're going to take a look at this instant replay here. We're going to see the Mega Gengar, Mega Evolve Gengar showing how strong it is in the biggest Pokemon tournament of all time. And I believe this is
good
the same
play, though,
that the speed tie occurred, where we saw the interaction of Santino's Gengar Mega Evolving first, but Michael Kelch's Gengar moving first. So good information to find out from these trainers. Kowtow Cleave going into that Aegis Slash, going to drop the attack by 1 stat, but going to raise the attack by 2. Sacred Sword going into this King Gambit. Choppleberry King Gambit has been proven time and time again why it's one of the best sets to use on King Gambit, and showing us in this top 8 setting. Sucker Punch going into that Aegis Slash. King Gambit being faster in this set was so powerful, Justin. So powerful, being able to move first, just basically nullifying everything that Aegis Slash wants to do. And that Blizzard getting that freeze onto this King Gambit, but not mattering too much because King Gambit was allowed to move the turn prior, and the turn next, and that was a big boost in Santino winning that game too.
Yeah, and I really got to give a hand there to Santino for the adjustments that they made. I think that Michael really played to their best outs in that game 3. However, in that last situation where you have Gengar v Gengar, King Gambit, and a Cobra Berry Aegis Slash, you know, the speed ties are a factor. The Sucker Punch
speed ties.
Are a factor. Everything can pretty much get knocked out, I would say, I guess, except for Aegis Slash and the King Gambit with the Cobra Berry intact. But it's so funny. Both Pokemon were carrying super effective move berries in that last game, and both of them came up. Had Michael actually gone for that Shadow Ball into the Mega Gengar
instead of the disable,
they might have had a chance to win that
they had.
game.
Yeah, totally.
I think it might have been a lot more favorable for them too. And it's just crazy that it all came down to that. So much was happening in that last, couple of turns, and it gets so crazy. And after a long day, I know, especially over on Michael's side, they're on the European end of things. I think it's midnight for them right now.
Michael Kelch also just played in Prague.
And played in Prague.
I'm pretty sure he's either playing on a train or in a car right now.
Yeah.
On his way back home. What a Pokemon master. What a Pokemon trainer.
What a
Pokemon master, yeah.
Honestly, we got to give a hand to them. What an incredible run. It's definitely no small feat to make top 8, one of the biggest Pokemon tournaments of all time. Santino, however, going to be moving on to top 4. We've seen some really big finishes from Santino in the past. I mean, this is somebody that went into a tournament of, world champions and incredibly talented players and came out on top, even beating the final boss that they had hidden at that invitational event. And let me tell you, Pennsylvania, it's got some really powerful Pokemon players.
Ain't nothing better than New York, my brother.
Or New Jersey. The tri-state area.
Tri-state is tough.
We can band together. We can agree that tri-state, very tough.
Yeah.
And honestly, I don't know that was the last player that was from that region. Actually, I think they may be. But Rogov over representing on the West Coast, going to be that top 4. We also see Samuel Thompson moving forward, and Corey.
I want to say Corey Corley, Samuel Thompson, Rogov Malvia, and Santino Tarquino, is how you pronounce it?
Tarquino.
If we're getting this wrong, Santi, please.
Santi.
DM us.
Santi
you can
for sure.
Lash us. I'm so sorry about this, and I'm sorry, man. Santino, what an incredible match. I like that we're going to see
played really well.
Santi play in that matchup
that's going to be a set to watch, man. Michael Kelch versus Santino was already great. Now we have Rogov.
Do you know where Corey is from?
No, I have no clue.
I don't recognize that name.
I don't know. Well,
I'm excited to find out. I mean, sometimes when we get these team sheets up, we can actually look at the flags, but some people also don't include them. So Corey Corley, not a name that I recognize, but excited to see that they made this top 4. I don't remember exactly what team they had either.
Yeah, that was just some good Pokemon there, man. I just love seeing great players make great plays and great adjustments as well. I really just want to just go back and piggyback on how Santi adjusted in that, just not wanting to play those Gengar games like I mentioned. You don't want your tournament line to just be on a 50% chance depending on who moves first. And I think that it was a mature decision to lead Gengar King Gambit. Very just seasoned player kind of thing. Like, okay, like I could play a game where you're forced to either lose your Gengar by turn 1 or 2 and or switch out. And I think that I was in agreement in the adjustment. I really like that a lot on the end of Santi.
All right, and I think right before we move into any of our top 4 matches, we are going to give you a quick little break here with Scraw. I think we're going to have to figure that one out. So we're just getting a little bit more information on our players. And before we go to, I think, Scraw, we are going to just kind of take a look here. I think we're figuring out which match. All right, Scraw, take it away, please.
Guys, what is going on in this tournament? The highs, the lows, the RNG, the masterful plays. This is so befitting of the largest VGC tournament ever. We just saw somebody who has beaten a bunch of world champions in a row, and a person who has gotten top 2 and top 4 at Worlds in a row fight it out. And that wasn't even our finals.
Yeah, true.
We have so much more to show you guys. But first, and I promise, last time, I want to talk to you guys about Surfshark VPN. I've been telling you guys how wonderful this service is for this entire tournament. And I'm not going to make another pitch to you guys. I'm just going to say this. There were a lot of people reached out to about this event, and the people that made it happen are Surfshark VPN.
GG.
I am so grateful that they were able to help us make this event as large as it is. Do I think they thought the event would be this big? Probably not. So I'm sure they're pretty happy about it as well. With that,
Nice.
all that being said, let's get into our first top 4 match of Corey versus Sam. Commentary, take it away, guys.
We are back with top 4. Long 2 days of yapping about Pokemon. But I'm happy to be here with my good friend, Justin Karras. We have Samuel T. and Mega Umbreon BGC top 4. I think they're guaranteed how much money? How much money these top 4 players guaranteed?
I don't know. It's a lot.
It's a lot of money.
And honestly, making it this far in the tournament itself is its reward on its own. I think that, watching these players climb over each other, do as well as they can. It's more not just for the money. A lot of it's for glory.
Yes.
I know that would be a lot more important to me to be the champion of this event, this massive tournament. Let me tell you, my friends would not hear the end of it. But the matchup that we're getting into here, just to give a little context, over on Samuel's side. Now, for those that remember, we saw them on stream. I think it was once or twice. They had a backup match at one point. They are running that Mega Floette composition with the White Herb Garchomp. Not necessarily the Pokemon that always carries that White Herb. We do see it a lot on this Sneasler right now. But Garchomp definitely a beneficiary from keeping its attack stat intact, and it has that awesome partner of Aerodactyl to go for the Tailwind, one of the fastest Tailwinders in the format. Aegislash making another appearance here. We did just see one fall to Santino, but Rotom Wash coming back as well. 2 of the pieces, obviously, that we saw on Michael's side. 3 pieces. Incineroar, Garchomp. This is 4 Pokemon that we just saw on Michael Kelch's side. However, just sporting a different Mega and kind of a different style with the Aerodactyl's Tailwind option.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of same Pokemon but different sets, right? This Garchomp has Swords Dance, Earthquake, and Dragon Claw. Being able to just boost your attack by 2 stages and going for those raw Earthquakes, and those Dragon Claws is really, really good on the offensive end from Samuel. We've seen that they've taken a more offensive approach with their style of team. And Incineroar with the Charcoal. Can we talk about that? Flare Blitz. That's different. That's not something that we see on the normal. So I do like the take on his team. We're just going to maximize as much damage output. We have Spell Tag on Aegislash. We have Charcoal on Incineroar. We have Swords Dance on Garchomp. And with our supporting cast of Rotom being able to whittle down physical attacks with that Will-O-Wisp, and that Speed Control with Aerodactyl being one of the fastest Pokemon to set up Tailwind. And then we have that 3-attack monster.
Yeah, Floette running the Light of Ruin is a big deal. Having that burst damage to be able to take a KO on something like potentially that King Gambit. Some of them don't have the bulk to actually tank attacks like that. You always get a guaranteed KO, I think, as well into the Scarf Basket Legions. But on this case, there is a little bit of protection against something like that. On Corey's side, that is the Mega Umbreon VGC. Excellent username, by the way. Umbreon, awesome Pokemon.
Mega Umbreon,
Basket Legion is going to carry that Focus Sash. So that makes a pretty big impact. You might end up being stuck with cleaning up that Basket Legion with a priority Shadow Sneak or having to pick it off with something like an Aerodactyl's Rock Slide. The way that this matchup, I think, is going to go down is we see that Milotic on the on Corey's team. Milotic is going to put a lot of pressure, especially with King Gambit, into that Incineroar. There are two different ways to prevent a Incineroar's Intimidate, but I don't necessarily know that you need to worry about reducing the attack. This looks more like the type of matchup where if you maintain a speed advantage and get off the damage that you're in need of firing off, you're going to be excellently positioned. I think an Aerodactyl Floette Garchomp combination could be awesome. You have a Rotom Wash that could potentially come in the back, you know, deal with a late game Milotic. It's also an excellent swap in for that Garchomp. On Corey's side, I think it'd be great to maybe get a leg up and figure out, you know, how am I going to position my Basculegion for maybe a late game opportunity. Dragonite having Tailwind and multi-scale there is also really huge. Dragonite not going to have that fast Tailwind option like Aerodactyl, but it would be able to do something like match a Tailwind or stagger a Tailwind, as we would say, where one player is going to go for their Tailwind first, maybe you stall a turn by protecting or by pivoting around, and then you go for your Tailwind, so that way you come out on the end of it with maybe one Tailwind one extra Tailwind turn at the end.
Yeah, so the team that Mega Umbreon BGC is using, Corey, is very similar to, I believe, what the Japanese player Anya has been using on their streams. That I've been watching actually a lot of Anya's streams, I believe, and they've been using this concept with Mega Frostlass with the Dragon Fang Dragonite. I think he popularized that item on it, and we were talking about it earlier. Dragon Fang Dragonite.
Yeah, Dragon Fang Dragonite with Dragon Claw does insane damage.
Really huge, and it could come up in this set, Justin.
Yeah, I think especially with multi-scale, you can kind of tank any damage that the Garchomp would throw at you. And as we see with the Swords Dance, this Garchomp does have Swords Dance and Dragon Claw. That could be dangerous, so multi-scale is going to be a very important thing to keep intact. And Dragon Fang, you know, being able to kind of counter and get that KO is a big deal. That's kind of where this Incineroar would come in most, I believe. I think that Incineroar being able to nerf that damage from Dragonite, prevent it from getting that one-hit KO, depending on the Garchomp's training, of course, would be huge. But it's scary to do that if there's Milotic or potentially a King Gambit in the back.
Two of the Intimidate deterrents are on the team, Corey. If I am Samuel, I'm very cautious about bringing in this Incineroar, especially in the game one setting. I know I'm not leading that thing. I know for sure one or the other is going to be led, but it's just a matter of
I'm liking the music in the background.
To bring here. I think both have merit, right? I think Milotic being able to Icy Wind and bring down the speed stats of Aerodactyl and others and friends, and taking away that White Hurt could be potentially really, really good. I do like Mega Frostlass here. Also to note, this is a singular Mega team on both ends, so it's going to be
no dual Mega
Frostlass on the end of Corey and Mega Floette on the end of Samuel. A lot of people were saying from the last VR results that Floette is done and Floette is not good.
Fraudulent.
You know, and I know that was never going to be the case for this Mega Pokemon here.
Absolutely not. No, I think that Pokemon has way too many stats for it to be bad, and I also think that with Fairyora, you know, it's just one of the more powerful abilities that Megas get access to. So I think that as players have figured out, you know, putting it into a Tailwind mode where you get to do your damage right away is kind of the more offensively potent option. Calm Mind setup, I know we've been used to our Calyrex Shadow Rider with Incineroar and Rillaboom in the past. We've had that with Goldengo as well. And I think right now, it's the time to kind of take the damage as it comes to you. Go for the Tailwind, go for your Dazzling Gleam, go for your Light of Ruin, get your damage, and then get out of there with the win.
Finally!
So we're in team preview here. I just want to highlight just one more thing on the end of Corey's side that I remembered from past
Momo? Can you please leave? Sorry. Just need to see the screen, okay? No, can you? Sorry, Momo. Sorry. Just need to see the screen. Okay. So it's Corey Corley. Wait. Is it Mega Umbreon versus Samuel Thompson versus Testing? I know Mega Umbreon beat Samuel. Mega Umbreon beat Testing, which is interesting. Testing was Seed 1. I think he only lost one match. Yeah. It's a Mega Frostlass team versus a Mega Floette team. Me gusta. Mega Frostlass with Protect, Blizzard, Shadow Ball, Aurora Veil. Sneasler on the other side is White Herb, Unburden, Classic, Protect, Close Combat, Direct Claw, Fake Out. Milotic, no Hypnosis set. Mega Frostlass comes in immediately. And then we have the Aerodactyl and the Floette on the lead. Floette should be able to take a Blizzard, no problem. We have no weather control on the side of Samuel. It's actually very cool that we see Mega Frostlass here in top 4. Really, really cool. Mega Floette evolves. Mega evolves in this case. Aerodactyl protects. And Mega Fake Out. Mega Fake Out. Oh, not into the Floette. Aurora Veil. Nice. I did experiment with that right when Champions came out, but it didn't work very well. Dazzle Salazzle. Good damage. Okay. Now Blizzard close. No, because Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl will be faster. So you can't really double up there. It will be faster than the Sneasler. That's why Cordy wanted the Fake Out on the Aerodactyl to break the Focus Sash. Yeah, it's Focus Sash, it's focused. I mean, Floette will still do big damage here. No Calm Mind on the Floette. It's Light of Ruin, Moonblast doesn't Gleam Protect. Light of Ruin misses or... Oh, big miss. Big miss. Ooh, Aerodactyl goes on to Focus. No freeze. Bro, that Light of Ruin miss was very, very important. Dire Claw into the Floette and Floette, she goes down. Damn, son. Bro, that miss was really bad. Poor Samuel there, but it's okay. It's not over yet. Go Roto. Yeah, we barely see any Rotom hit. Yeah, Tailwind turn. Now the Rotom is faster, but what can you really do? Will-O-Wisp the Sneasler. Rotom hit will be really good here. I mean, the overhit can't miss. I mean, actually it can, but it just will drop your special attack super low. Maybe you run White Herb. If the role of the Rotom is to go against Frostlass, which is not the case. Or to be a very specific case, I mean. Rotom has the Roto Thunderbolt, Hydro Pump. Oh, there is Thunderbolt. Oh, Frostlass is taking no damage from the Rock Slide because of Snow and Aurora Veil. Flinch, maybe? Hydro Pump connects into the Sneasler. Oh, but because of the Aurora Veil, that was very little damage. It is either a very bulky Sneasler or a very bulky Rotom with no special attack investment, or very little. That did no damage to the Sneasler. Unbelievable. Because Sneasler has actually very good base special defense. Sneasler flinched. Okay. A bit of luck here for Samuel. Insane. Intimidate plus flinch. Will we see? A Fake Out into Sneasler is very obvious. Maybe switch into Bask. And Rotom could read into a Thunderbolt there. In case that happens. Protect. Even easier. No Fake Out. Double Protect. Okay. And it's the last two of Samuel versus the first two of Corey. I don't think Rotom is really good in here. Like, I just don't see it doing much damage, especially in front of Aurora Veil. Close combat to the Insane. That's a knockout. Easy peasy. Yeah, the Light of Ruin miss was really problematic for Samuel. He needs to find another way around.
Going to knock it out.
I actually don't know that it attacked. I think that Sneasler was able to go first there.
My mind is all messed up with the speed interaction.
Unburden. It's throwing everything off.
It's because Incineroar used intimidated the Sneasler.
One silver lining here that is going for Samuel Thompson is that they were able to at least see maybe the third Pokemon that is going to hit the board here. In a best of 3 scenario, information especially is king. You know, you probably already know your team's matchup. You probably already know what your Pokemon are capable of doing, but you don't know exactly what your opponent is going to do into you. So, as I talked about, in that mid-game situation, going to the Rotom here does make a lot of sense to position for a late-game Basculegion if you had maybe a little bit of support from your other pieces. But unfortunately, we didn't see
GG game 1
Light of Ruin connect.
for Amethyst, for Corey. Well done. Really good.
Thrown all over the place, and that Sneasler survived a turn to be able to go for a Dire Claw. And once Floette was off the board, it was a lot more difficult for the Rotom Wash and Incineroar to close this game out. I want to say I don't know that I love the pieces that Samuel ended up bringing there. I can see the vision of having an Incineroar. As I mentioned, that Dragonite could be really, really dangerous in the mid-game. But basically all that ended up doing was leaving you with an Incineroar facing down a unburdened activated Sneasler. It hadn't gone for a close combat yet, so you couldn't get that Intimidate down. And it kind of benefited them in the mid-game.
Yeah, but you know what? I think it was just unfortunate situation for Samuel. The first turn was fire. Getting that call out, right? Maximizing that turn as much as possible was really great. Turn 2, the Light of Ruin missing really did damage.
Yeah, that was really bad.
The trajectory of the game, right? Not being able to get rid of the Frostless and just allowing Frostless to just go for attacks, bringing that Aerodactyl down to Sash was unfortunate. But let's take away the positives. We learned a lot of information. This Sneasler, if you paid attention to the interactions between
Game 2,
the Frostless went first, meaning Sneasler is probably heavily invested into maybe an HP or defense stat.
Yeah, I think it's special defense for the Sneasler. I think it's a special defense because it really took no damage from an Hydro Pump from the Roto. Nice here, we have the lead of Floette and Aegislash. I like what I see here. I truly do like what I see here. It's a good adaptation, I think, from what we had in game 1. The Aegislash here has Spell Tag, Poltergeist, Ironhead, King's Shield, Shadow Snake. Okay, Frosty goes Mega. Snowboarding, of course, more defense. So we have Sucker Punch from Eng-Pt that will hit into the shield form, unless there's a Shadow Snake from Aegislash. Shadow Sneak plus Dazzling Gleam or Moonblast should get the knockout. Eng-Pt protects. Oh. That leaves the Frosty really vulnerable. I mean, Cordy's 1 game up, so he can give some leeway, but still. Lot of Ruin Miss. I know, into the... Okay, I was like, not again. No, protect. Ooh, here we go. Sort of Poltergeist. 50% defense boost by the snow plus Aurora Veil? Doesn't matter. Get out of my house. Critical hit. Okay, it's to compensate the Light of Ruin miss last game, okay? It's the... Okay. That's alright. The RNG got smiling both ways. I like to see that. Now, Sneasler. Can't touch the Aegislash. Ghost is immune to fighting and still is immune to poison. So it's here to damage the Floette. Eng-Pt is here to take care of the Aegislash. Floette protects, nice. This will leave the Sneasler open to damage from the from the Aegislash. Yeah, protect, nice. And now Poltergeist into the Sneasler. No. Oh wait, I thought he said miss. Let's see the damage. I think that's a knockout. No, because no, even without a Veil, I think that wouldn't be a knockout. Ooh, yeah, sword form Aegislash is really weak. Goes down to a Kowtow Cliff. Okay. Chomp. Earthquake here no, Floette just protected. Switch into Rotom Earthquake or switch into Aerodactyl Earthquake. Could be a good play there. What we gonna see? Switch into Rotom? Yeah, and Earthquake. Okay, we could see a Protect. No, just clean Earthquake. Scarf. It's faster than the Sneasler there. Is it Scarf Chomp? No, it's... Wait, it's White Herb Chomp. So that Sneasler is really slow. Ooh. Okay, Kowtow Cleave. Bling! Big damage. I have the Rotom in. Yeah, the Sneasler is slower than White Herb Garchomp. That's crazy. Basculegion comes in for Corey, and that's a Focus Sash Basculegion. Okay, now Basculegion is Focus Sash. No Choice Scarf. So unless it's doubled up, there will be a big attack here. 150 base power. Last Respects. And then Rotom can just Thunderbolt. Rotom does have Thunderbolt. Bask takes good damage. It's a chunky Bask. Last Respect. Into the Rotom. Nice. Picks up the knockout. Really good. And now we have the Floetchi. And another Pokemon. No, just Floette and Garchomp versus King Gambit Basculegion. Floette can protect. Garchomp is still healthy. I don't know if it tanks a Sucker Punch. It took... No. If it took that damage from Kowtow Cleave, it's not going down for a Sucker Punch. Unless it crits. Nice protective move. I think it's too obvious though. So I think the fish here goes into the Garchomp. Sucker Punch. Doesn't pick the knockout. And Earthquake. That will get the knockout on the Gambit. Yes, but not on the fish. But it's okay, the Fletch will be faster next turn. And I think the Last Respect into the Protect. Okay, Corey loses game 2. Relay Plate from Samuel. The Garchomp kinda carrying here. But even if the... I mean, there is Aqua Jet on... but no, there is no... No. There is no way. Even if the Basculegion knocks out the Floette, it's slower. So the Floette will pick up the knockout consistently there.
See at home, which is what we want to see on the casting end of things. We want to see great playing Pokemon players playing great, and this is what we're seeing, right? Display of greatness. And I love the information that was shown to everybody. There's so much interactions that happen. Let's talk about it. I think game 2, I had mentioned that Sneasler seemed to be bulky, right?
Yeah.
But it was confirmed.
Yeah, it's very slow
between Garchomp and Sneasler, because Garchomp normally doesn't outpace a Sneasler. So can you highlight that? Can we talk about that for a little bit?
So that was very interesting. I want to say too that the Poltergeist crit early on prevented a late game Frostlass from being a factor, but the Sneasler being slower than that Garchomp at least took a couple things off the table. One, you don't have that damage in like a close combat or a Dire Claw, which really mattered. That King Gambit could have been able to take a Sucker Punch KO right there, and then you can leverage Basculegion's Focus Sash to go for that Last Respects into Floette. That would have been almost a guaranteed lock. Instead, Basculegion, instead the Sneasler was actually slower than Garchomp. You can't bank on all these Garchomps being adamant and bulky. It's really early in the meta. Some people just like to do that 252, or not 252 anymore, that 32 attack, 32 speed, go as fast as you can, abuse Garchomp's fast speed stat, and then that's where it really came up, that Sneasler ended up getting knocked out first.
And looking at the team sheet, right, you see Swords Dance. I want to say, like, it's kind of fair to run Jolly Garchomp, right? If you get boosting your attack stack with Swords Dance. So I think this is not a bad way to run Garchomp. Very interesting, and it's showing why it's very powerful in this set here. And we're going to go to a game 3. Both these trainers have to make their final decision. Their tournament run is on the line, Justin.
I know.
What do we do for leads? How do you circle? If you're Samuel, what do we do here?
So we saw in the game 1 that the Aerodactyl lead wasn't exactly the option.
Here we go, game
that would
3.
get you through. Sometimes you don't have enough.
Okay, Frostlass Sneasler, good lead. A/Floette. Nice, that worked out for Samuel. He repeats the lead. I think it's a very good lead for Samuel. Just needs to protect, not literally with a move, but protect to manage the HP of the Floette behind the... in front of the Snizzler, not behind. Then Aegislash, bro, Aegislash did a lot of damage with the Poltergeist. Floette goes Meg. The Frostlass is not megging here, so just to protect, to not burn a one turn of freeze. Yeah, protect their claw, maybe. Double protect. Light of Ruin into protect. And Poltergeist. Okay. A double protect, I think it's slowing too much time for Corey. He could totally get a Direct Claw here. That's what I thought it would happen, because I really thought the Floette wouldn't protect here, but it's okay. It's like now start of the game. I guess Slash is forced to King's Shield, unless if it doesn't, it will be knocked out, because it's really frail on Sword form. If you switch Slash on Sword form, does it come back in Sword form or in Shield form? Mega Frosty? I don't know, that's a good... Like, how do you deal with Aegislash? Shadow Ball? Or you predicting a Kingsguard? Aurora Veil? I mean, I don't know. You really need to take care of that Aegislash. Dire Claw. No protect. So Dire Claw. Plee. Floette survives. Sleep. Sleep! Let's go! Okay. Pulti. Doesn't miss. Big damage. That's a knockout. Oh. It wasn't. Wasn't it a knockout in the last game? Or was the Frostlass not at full HP? Because it does have a 50%... Was it a crit? I think it was a crit. Because 50% defense boost plus Aurora Veil. It's really, really good. Traders are choosing actions. Floette is asleep. That was really unlucky. Frostlass comes out for King Gambit. Good. It's safe because actually no. The Floette can wake up because he already spent one turn asleep. Close combat. Into the Floette to activate Unburden. To give the speed, double speed on the Snizzler. Okay. Because it wants to be faster than the Garchomp. Really smart from Corey. Because I'm pretty sure the Garchomp is in the back. It's very useful. Chomp! But now the Snizzler is faster. Still can't touch the Aegislash. The King Gambit can. What can the Snizzler do to the Garchomp? Close combat? I guess you can go for Dire Claws to get something. Protect on the Chompy. This is game 3. Protect on the Gambit. Oh, I think this is free damage into the Snizzler. Yeah, I think it's a Poltergeist into the Snizzler. Iron Head. Oh, Snizzler doesn't have an item. True big brain. I forgot about that. Snizzler, because Snizzler does not have an item, Aegislash cannot Poltergeist it. Poltergeist only works when the enemy has an item, so... Actually, not only... That play was so important for Corey. He gets the speed, and he loses the item. The King's Shield. I guess it's very obvious here. Will Corey get the read? Double up on the Chomp. Close combat on the Chomp. And no Sucker Punch. Where is the Earthquake? There is a Roto Veil though. That will really help. Let's see. Earthquake. Nice. Gambit survives. So now both players now lost the Pokemon. But Samuel lost its Mega. Kowtow. Blim. Garchomp is out. 2v3 now. In favor of Corey. What's the last one? Rotom? Corey has the Frostlass in the back. And another Pokemon. Roto. It's Basculegion. That's the fourth one for Corey. Which is not Choice Scarf, so it can be slower than the Rotom. Depending on how the Rotom is trained. The Aegislash is in Shield form. So if it doesn't go for Shadow Sneak, it will be taking a Sucker Punch in Shield form. Rotom has Will-O-Wisp here, so it can Will-O-Wisp the fish, and then make it very difficult for Basculegion to do damage, actually. So, no, the priority... It's difficult, because you don't want to get Will-O-Wisp, but you also don't want... Aegislash goes for the second King's Shield. Last Respect. Oh, really? Even in Shield form? I mean, 100 base power, super effective, stab adaptability, Thunderbolt into Big Fish. Because Shadow Sneak doesn't get the knockout. Yeah, I guess the Aegislash was always going down to a Last Respect. And now it's a 1v3. No more Aurora Veil. I think Corey goes to the final. With Mega Frostlass. I love to see it. Last Respecto. And there we go. We got our first finalist. It's Corey. Beating out Samuel Thompson in the end. Basculegion was really important. I think the King Gambit did like one attack. Right? Really good, really good.
Part of the game we play, Dire Claw is a very, very powerful move when it gets those secondary procs. But that was an excellent matchup. I think that they played phenomenally in pretty much every game. And, you know, as much as Samuel did to position smartly, they did get that critical hit that made a big difference in game 2. So RNG
the crit
kind of
there,
a
true.
circle of life moment there. I just have to throw my hat off to both of these players here. An excellent match. We got to see game 3 in a top 4 scenario. They're moving on to the finals, and you know we've talked all weekend about how powerful Frostlass has been and what a showing it has had at this tournament. I am not surprised to see it in the final here.
Not surprised to see it in the finals. It's been seeing great success in the ranked battles portion with a lot of Japanese players and a lot of American players as well, adopting it on their team, either with just a singular Mega or dual Mega. Corey has opted just for the singular Mega, and it's still showing why it's really good. I like the pacing from Corey game 3. Game 3 was really amazing on pacing. Turn 1, forcing that Aegislash into that, changing its stance and forcing it to be either knocked out or get damage off. Samuel did try to get damage off, but that Aurora Veil paid dividends, and we saw that Mega Frostlass withstand that hit pretty comfortably, right? And then switching into that King Gambit, setting up that pin where Aegislash can't even do much to King Gambit. King Gambit was sitting pretty comfortably, and Garchomp was the only way.
Didn't Aegislash had sword, Sacred Sword?
It just wasn't enough, Justin. It wasn't enough.
And you know, I like the sort of small bluff there that I'm going to be preserving my Frostlass in the late game for my Garchomp and drawing attention away from that late game check of being able to Blizzard and just taking in one. And then they took it kind of in that mid game scenario saying, I'm not going to use my Frostlass to get your Garchomp. I'm going to go for Kowtow, Cleave, and that I think the double up was close combat with Sizzler.
It was.
And in that situation, it was very interesting. Aurora Veil, being really, really powerful, affording all your Pokemon all this extra bulk. It's super valuable. And, even if it's not going for those super powerful special attack boosted, massive special attack blizzards, the Mega Frostlass showed that it still provided a ton of value. King
Really
Gambit
good.
looked especially powerful in that matchup, and the way that they utilized it, putting it in a position where it's threatening out Sucker Punch, the Basque Legion with the Focus Sash being able to kind of pin you down, saying you have to hit me, you have to take KOs on my partners, and now Last Respects is going to punish you in return.
Let's talk about how information is important here. We knew that the Garchomp was indeed faster than the Sneasler. One important turn I want to mention is the CC onto the Floette that was sleeping was very important for momentum, right?
Yes,
getting
that boost.
Getting that boost to be faster.
And also makes it immune to Poltergeist.
And that played a lot into it, right? Going for that, I think it was a CC into the Garchomp, bringing it down to about 70 health was really, really good. And that kind of changed the tide of the game. So very well positioning on the end of Corey, playing that Sneasler and King Gambit almost perfectly, and definitely slowing the game down turn 1 and forcing that Aegislash to change stances and going for the Aurora Veil for the next turn.
And I think also that is only one of 2 of the last Floettes that we are going to see in this tournament. Mega Floette has been talked about as one of these super powerful Pokemon, one of the best Mega options we have. On our other side of bracket, we're going to talk about whether or not that Floette even has a chance to make the final here. We're going to have a little bit of a quick break here. Tossing to Scraw here. Thank you so much. Please take it away.
Guys, we have our first finalist of the Grand Champions Festival, Corey Corley. What a name. Now, I just want to tell you guys something here. Whoever Corey faces will be somebody who has won huge major events. Raghav got 2nd place at the North American International Championships a few years ago, and I've told you guys about Santino's accolades a million times already this weekend. Right now, Corey's best result is top 64 at the Houston Regional Championships in March earlier this year. Getting to the finals of a 6,000 player tournament? A pretty big jump if you ask me.
Yeah.
It is amazing to see someone have such a great breakout performance at this tournament. But now, we need to figure out who they're going to be fighting in that last match. For the cruise, for the Joy-Cons, for $3,000.
$3K?
For that belt. Justin, Lurcy, let's see Santino Tarcunio versus Raghav Malavia.
Big match. No mic, no mic. No mic. Can't listen to everything. Okay, here we go.
On the other side of that matchup, instead is Mega Gengar, showing once again that it has been one of the biggest, baddest Megas.
Mega Gengar is
since the
strong,
beginning of
really
Mega
strong.
Evolution power, I guess the ability to even Mega Evolve has been introduced.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Raghav. Raghav's been part of the scene for centuries. He's also Unk status. That's really cool to see. And we have Subsanti, I think a newer player, been playing for about maybe 3-4 years. I want to say COVID. Did they start during COVID? I'm not too sure.
I think 6 or 7.
Oh wow! So yeah, I would say I would put it on that status. So
time
strong
moves
players.
very quickly.
Yeah, time does move pretty fast, Justin. But 2 strong players nonetheless. Regional champion level of quality play here from these 2 players. Mood High Man, also known as Raghav, is going to be running the Charizard Wire that we saw, and the Eternal Floette dual megas with Garchomp, that Dragon Fang, Scale Shot, Earthquake, and Stomping Tantrum. Very interesting set. King Gambit, we're just seeing King Gambit everywhere.
King Gambit's so strong.
Everywhere. Every strong team currently is running that King Gambit.
It's because it can control the end game with Sucker Punch.
That pesky Gengar with the 9 tails and Sneasler, Dragonite, Ensign. I love to see Incineroar. I'm so happy that Incineroar is having a very good tournament run. I thought that Incineroar, looking at the day 2 usage stats, I'm like, wow, it dropped a lot.
It did.
It did drop a lot, right?
It did. I think it's a very hostile meta for Incineroar. So this is, again, maybe its last chance to get in on the other side of the bracket. Again, I think that, Raghav's team is a little bit similar to what we just saw from Corey, barring the fact that it is a double mega team. Or not Corey, on the other side of that, sorry. Samuel's team. So, you know, maybe we might see a little bit of similar gameplay, a little bit of the same sequences here. The interaction between Sneasler and Basket Legion and King Gambit has been pretty much the core of what this metagame has looked like. And the Megas almost seem kind of like a sideshow in some cases. But the way that these players have both utilized their Megas all weekend, maybe we'll flip the script on that.
Yep. Funny enough, what do you think the Mega on Roghov's and what Mega of choice do you think? Or do you bring both? Because you could technically bring Eternal Floette. It still has decent stats outside of Mega. What do
I
you
think the best
That's
Mega
true.
in this matchup right now is Choice Scarf Basket Legion. Actually. As we know, Mega Gengar does not like to face down that faster last respects. The most complimentary piece, and you know what's funny, the reason I point out the Bask part is that you don't want to bring your Charizard in the matchups where your Basket Legion needs to shine. I believe that maybe is just a personal
Because of the
preference.
sun?
So if I had to make a guess, I would expect the Floette
Good
to be
insight.
the Mega of choice here. However, I don't know about the other pieces. We saw on Samuel's side last
Here you
game
go.
that the Aerodactyl mode could be pretty easily countered with Sneasler and a Snow option. But, you know, not being Aurora Veil, I don't know that that's exactly going to be the same exact game plan. Aerodactyl did get benched in that second game. If these players have any of the same ideas here, it may end up being a Basket Legion-led charge or end game with Floette maybe starting things off.
We're going to see our questions being answered here on Leads. Santino versus Roghov. Two strong level players duking it out here in the semifinals. Sneasler, King Gambit on the end of Santino, and King Gambit and Mega Basket Legion.
Mega Basket Legion.
No Aurora Veil,
Veil,
yeah, on the
Ninetales.
Ninetales.
Nightmares that maybe that's something that gets dropped in a DLC patch or something. But Basket Legion, one of the
Mega
coolest
Basket
things about
Legion
it, you
will
can
be
lead
crazy.
so comfortably.
It's
into
already
Sneasler
strong.
and not worry about it. The only problem is Sneasler bought its best buddy, acting as a bit of a wingman there. Sucker Punch offers a huge threat to Basket Legion, one of the better counters to this anti-Sneasler lead.
We're going to just see Fake Out into the King Gambit, not wanting King Gambit to move here. What does Basket Legion decide to go for? It's just going to be a raw flip turn into that. Sneasler doing well over half. Basket Legion's going to switch out on the end of Roghov here. Let's see what Pokemon he decides to go in. Is it going to be
Aerodactyl?
It is.
There you
Aerodactyl's
go.
going to come in. But is Aerodactyl going to lose its potential sash here?
Kowtow?
No, it's just going to be a Kowtow cleave. It's going to do over
Lost the Sage.
half as well. So, I don't know. Decent trades on both ends.
Yeah, I wonder if after getting that flip turn off, if Roghov was considering what the most effective piece to get in there. If there's something in the back, I mean, if there was a Floette, I think Floette would have been a pretty safe swap in. I don't see an Iron Head on Santi's side. Do I? Is there Iron Head? No, low kick. So there isn't an Iron Head. It would have been a pretty safe swap to go into the Floette there. However, you maybe don't want to put it into range of a Dire Claw.
Yeah.
Any chip may be valuable. So these are all things to consider. It's not necessarily the priority right now to decide what exactly the Mega option is to bring. Right now we have to worry about speed control and the potential for a King Gambit coming in with the speed advantage could be really
Sucker
dangerous
Punch
later.
into
Sucker Punch go
Sneasler?
into that
That's out.
Sneasler here, picking
Nice.
it up and knocking it out. Santino is going to lose
That's
one
good,
of the
that's good.
strongest Pokemon on their team.
And
Rookie
now
early in
Tailwind.
This match, Aerodactyl's going to go for that Tailwind. Let's see what the King Gambit decides to go for. I think it's going to be that low kick.
Kowtow.
Oh no, just that Kowtow cleave.
Into the
Get rid of
Aerodactyl.
this Tailwind setup. But if I'm wrong, I'm not mad. Set up the Tailwind, get the Pokemon out, and get a
Yeah.
free switch into one of your sweepers.
Yeah, getting the free switch there is interesting. Sometimes as a player, I find it scary to maybe take out the Tailwind setter, especially Aerodactyl, where it's not going to do that much damage.
True.
But
Because if you take the Tailwind setter, then the strong Pokemon come in next.
Your own Tailwind setter is going to be coming into the next board.
Oh, it's
Now,
a Zard.
Gambit on
Not the Flowey.
Roghov's side has been putting in a lot of work. For the fact that it was able to kind of take on this Sneasler is interesting, but I don't know that it's going to match up well into a Chople Berry and multi-scale right now.
So yeah, I think if I'm Roghov, I think this is a pretty fine position, right?
Protection,
Having your King Gambit out, being able to go for maybe a Kowtow cleave and maybe an attacking move onto onto the Dragonite is going to be fairly safe here. We're just going to see a double protect here.
Kowtow.
Not a double protect, a protect on the end of King Gambit.
Breaks
We're gonna see a Kowtow
the
cleave go into the Dragonite, breaking that
the multi-scale.
Dragon
Do we
Claw
have
into that
Dragon
Dragon
Pulse
here.
on this
Scouting out
on
for
this
protect on the
Charizard?
end of King Gambit. Now I'm putting
Nope.
pressure on the end of King Gambit. Roghov playing perfectly here that turn.
Yeah, and I really love the way that they drew attention to their Charizard. That was definitely the obvious play, I think. And the Protect on the King Gambit, it's fearing maybe a powerful attack from a Sun-boosted Fire-type move. And instead, You know, Rogov is going to leverage that pressure, get that protect off, and take the opportunity to chip that multi-scale. Now, King Gambit with Heat Wave and Kowtow probably would be able to get the KO on that Dragonite. This is an excellent way to utilize your last turn of Tailwind.
We're going to see the Charizard Y on the end of Rogov. Rogov is going to activate his Omni Ring, going to get and set up that Drought. Let's see what these trainers decide to go for. I could potentially just see a Heat Wave and Kowtow cleave into this King Gambit slot.
Extreme speed.
Extreme speed. Is this going to follow
Sucker
up with a
punch?
Sucker Punch? Are you
Yeah.
knocking out the Charizard here?
Okay,
this is going
no.
to be a bulky Charizard able to withstand
Big
both
damn.
pretty comfortably. Heat Wave is going to land on both targets.
Ooh,
KO
that's a
King
great.
Gambit. Are we going to see a follow-up on Kowtow cleave? Surely we do, and it's going to be a 3v1 situation.
No crit on the King
Yeah,
Gambit?
this was really, really beautifully played. It didn't look like Aerodactyl coming in there was
Wow.
great for the end game, but it turns out with
Big
Charizard
damage.
in Tailwind, you have just enough gas to get through pretty much all the pieces that Santi had put on the board. That 2-turn sequence
That
of
was a
protect,
very,
Heat
it's like
Wave, and then
5
Kowtow
minutes
Cleave
for
was
game
really,
1.
really beautiful. Also stalling the Mega Evolution so that way you don't have to worry about that Ninetales coming in.
Yeah.
If they do swap it in, you then kind of have that pressure of Mega Evolving on that turn. Now, it isn't over yet. This Ninetales does potentially have the ability to get some freezes. That is always a win condition that can turn things around. However, there might also need to be some critical hits thrown into that mix because I don't know that King Gambit would
GG.
even
That
need
game
more
1
than
was
3 turns
quick,
to
bro.
be able
5
to
minutes.
out and win the game. Instead, Charizard just going to pick up the KO and win that game 1.
Yeah, Rogov showing how strong. Every time we've seen Rogov on stream, they've been dominating in their sets, and I love to see that from a regional winner and an international finalist as Rogov. Like an amazing player, been playing for over years, and time again he shows why he's one of the top players in the BGC scene currently.
You know, Rogov has always been a player that's impressed me, you know, particularly when you mentioned that international finalist thing, because it's not just that they've made it to the finals of international, they've made it to the top 8 of multiple internationals. They've gotten top 4, I think twice, they've gotten to finals once, and that's just, you know, being able to show up at that international stage is really, really difficult. If you don't know, the people that go to internationals are really, really good, and they come from all over the world. So now in an online setting, you've made it all the way to the semifinals of this event. This is the time to kind of, you know, flex your experience. This is where you know what you're doing. Santi, of course, no slouch, has experience at that top level, playing against incredible players. Fortunately, though, I don't know that that plan that they came up with worked in game 1.
Yeah, what's also good about having Rogov showcasing his dominance and how strong he is the fact that he's a content creator as well. With the battle room, they showcase how well they, you know, their meta takes and you know, just ladder battles, and they're just expressing themselves, and you could learn from them as well through all the content that's out there. Very good play on the end of Rogov. We're going to go into this game too, though. Let's talk about the adjustments. If you're Santi, how do we capitalize on turns better?
I think that the Dragonite was a great idea in the mid-game, and unfortunately, there is no way to kind of guarantee that you aren't staring down the barrel of something like an Aerodactyl and a Floette. That may be a gamble that you take. Let's maybe start out with the Dragonite, try and get that speed control. I wouldn't think that that's a bad idea at all. But instead, we're just going to kind of use that pressure that we had in game 1 into this Basket Legion. Both players are revisiting these leads. Obviously, we've talked about
Here
it
we go.
before.
Game 3.
If it ain't broke, don't
Game
fix
2,
it.
I mean.
Let's see what people can do with the tools that are available to them.
Seeing Rogov lead this back makes me want to believe that it does probably live this Sucker Punch on the end of King Gambit. Just being able to flip turn so safely, in my opinion, or just going for it raw in game 1 makes me want to believe like I could withstand a Sucker Punch on the end of Rogov. But let's see what these trainers decide to go for. It's just going to repeat of game 1 with that fake out and flip turn. Let's see what these trainers decide to do. I'm very excited to see this game 2. Justin, Santino versus Rogov, turn 1 of game 2. These trainers are battling for
Basket
a
Legion
lot
switch
of
out.
money, but Basket Legion is going to hard switch out into that
Dactyl.
Yeah, when you take the initiative in game 1 to kind of make that read that they're not going to go for the Sucker Punch,
Was
in
Combat
this game,
Protect?
you're kind of trying to draw that attention to that Basket Legion, but they do not fall for it. Santino, even down a game, is not afraid of that pressure. The close
Big
combat
damn.
through that Chopa Berry, not enough to take out the King
That's
Gambit.
Adamant
Did
Snizzler.
Santino actually double target this King Gambit?
Let's see.
Yeah.
And they did. That's going to be a knockout immediately on one of the best pieces that they have. King
That's
Gambit
really
off
good.
The board.
This is why
That's
we
really
love to
good.
see high-level play. This was a lot of mind games turn 1. To get that call right correctly is actually amazing because Rogov could have just simply protected that turn and scouted out to see what Santino wanted to do, but Santino's like, no, I'm not falling for your games, Roghob. I could play just as well as you, and I'm going to show you here in this turn 1 and game 2. But Charizard does come in. Aerodactyl, Aerodactyl and Charizard are really two good Pokemon to see, but we're going to see that Incineroar come in on the end of Santino, being able to get that Intimidate off on the Aerodactyl here. Charizard protecting too, so a perfect time for Incin to come in.
And now this could be a very dangerous turn. I think that if this Sneasler is able to shrug off this Rock Slide and get a close combat or something into the Aerodactyl to have the speed advantage, Unburden will proc, and then there will be no chance for a Tailwind to happen. And instead, we're actually just going to see a Dire Claw. Dire Claw, a very powerful move, has tons of secondary bonuses that can really sway the game in your favor. But unfortunately, Rogov doesn't even let that happen.
I'm not too mad at that play on Santino's end. Keeping the Charizard honest here, because now you could go for a Fake Out and Dire Claw play, so you could just mimic that same turn and get a potential damage off here. Getting rid of the Kingambit means that any Pokemon on the end of Rogov's end in the back is going to get hit by that Dire Claw. So I'm not too mad at this play at all.
Yeah.
I think this is very safe.
I think that they maybe called out, too, that they weren't going to go for the Tailwind yet. We're also leveraging that because there's a Ninetales on that team sheet, you can't necessarily maybe go for the gas yet with your Charizard. And again, if you activate that Sun, you're taking away one of your more damaging tools in
On the Basket Legion, yeah.
How much damage it can do. You're basically resigning to the potential for a Last Respects endgame. Although here, I think giving the Sun boost to this Instinct could be a little dangerous. There is the potential that that Flare Blitz does activate, at that 1.5 clip. Aerodactyl going to get flinched here. Does Dire Claw get
Dire
any
Claw?
type of
Any
secondary
hacks?
effect?
Paralyze it?
We're going to see the paralysis onto the Charizard. Is Charizard
Heat
going
wave?
to move? Yes, it does. It's going to hit that Heat Wave.
Big
and
damage on the
KO
Sneasler?
and do a
Big.
sizable amount of chunk of damage to that Incineroar. So a pretty solid turn for Rockhoff, barring that paralysis on the end of Sneasler with that Dire Claw.
I don't know that it will matter too much yet because that
D-Knight?
paralysis is not.
So
gonna
wait,
get shrugged
no
off
Mega
by
Gengar
Tailwind.
here.
I think, the fact that Dragonite is the
Oh,
Pokemon that
interesting
comes
from
in
Santino.
that means that they don't have Ninetales. They're not going to be able to turn
And
off
Gengar.
this Sun at all. And I don't know that they're going to be able to prevent this Aerodactyl from clicking Tailwind. It may, though, however, be a more attractive option to go for a Rock Slide right now. Get that damage, break the multi-scale, potentially get some flinches, and with a double up from Zard, you may even get that Incineroar.
Yeah, but I will say the Kingambit is looking really good on the end of Santino as long as you could get rid of this Charizard, right? Because the Basket Legion on the end of Rockhoff can only go for one attacking move, and it has to be either Last Respects or Wave Crash, and you don't want to Wave Crash in the Sun. So if you can't Wave Crash in the Sun, your Kingambit is sitting pretty comfortably here. But we're just going to see the Rock Slide like you mentioned.
Very smart adjustment
Nice.
here. Instead of having to leave the Zard on the board, maybe Basket Legion can be a threat on this next turn. That Dragonite doesn't have access to Protect. So, with the flinch there, Aerodactyl being on the board, Basket Legion is actually
Big flinch.
potentially
Super
threatening
important.
a KO on this Dragonite. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see a reposition to that Kingambit. Is there something that Rogov can do to take advantage of that? Is it now the time that you maybe flip turn off the Incineroar, go for the Rock Slide, and then try and get your Zard into position against this Kingambit? I don't know that that will be enough. It might be in range of an E-Speed and a Sucker Punch.
Yes, Justin, but I think the Kingambit is looking way too good in this position of Santino. I mean, I think you could reset the Intimidate and or Fake Out on the end of Incineroar. Let this Kingambit come in for free and protect your... if you have Protect on the Dragonite, you can go for it, but if not, it's okay. Kingambit's going to come in, like I said, and the Dragonite's going to
Protezione.
Protect. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. Dragonite's going to go for Protect here. Flip turn on the end of
Ooh.
Rockhoff, wanted to get out of this position, knowing that it's not a very good position to be in. We're going to see that Charizard Y come in, but just to note, Charizard Y is paralyzed here. This is not a bad board position to be in if you're Santino. You could simply just go for that E-Speed and Sucker Punch and pretty much neuter that Charizard Y slot, right? This is going to be a lot of maneuvering pieces for Rockhoff to get past this Kingambit here.
Yeah, and again, we did mention really quickly that the Extreme Speed and Sucker Punch would probably pick up the KO on Charizard. I don't even know if it needs to go for it. Why take the risk if you can maybe even just go for a Tailwind yourself, get the speed advantage, and go for a Kowtow Cleave? However, if this Aerodactyl does go for a Tailwind, you maybe double back into the Basket Legion. You're once again going to get the initiative here, especially if you swap in second because of the paralysis, keeping your speed lower than Kingambit.
We're going to see Incineroar come in, intimidate Aerodactyl here, bringing that -1.
Protezione.
Is going to be able to move and protect here. Let's see what Dragonite decides to go for. Aerodactyl just going straight up for the Rock Slide. getting that damage off, but it's not going to be too much. Is Dragonite going to be able to move on Santino's end? And it does, but it's going to be just the Dragon Claw into the Charizard Y, keeping it honest. And this is the same turn that we had about 2-3 turns ago, where you could just go for the simple fake out and Dragon Claw into the Charizard Y that protected last turn.
One of the hallmarks of really talented King Gambit players is that they kind of don't rely on Sucker Punch. It's more of a tool that they have at their disposal. And right now we're seeing some excellent King Gambit play from Santino. They're kind of trying to set up for that as guaranteed of a win condition as they can. We do see that Citrus Berry finally proc because the Unnerve has left the field. Basculegion being able to come in here and then threaten potentially a last respects KO at least before King Gambit hits the board is going to be big. Charizard going down, however, I don't know that Rogov is going to have the ability to break this King Gambit in the end game.
Yeah, well maneuvering by Santino, realizing that King Gambit is my king of the
King Gambit is my king. Yes, sir.
Aerodactyl not being able to hit this King Gambit for very effective damage. Basculegion only being able to target with one move, and if any move, it would have to be Aqua Jet to get past that Sucker Punch on the end of King Gambit. So King Gambit is the high value piece. Santino played this game too perfectly. We're moving on to, I believe, game 3 of the semifinals of this tournament here.
Yeah, I think that this is a pretty easy sequence here where you just wait for your King Gambit to get thrown in. I think that even if this Aqua Jet does get the KO on Incineroar, it's just a matter of King Gambit having to break through maybe one Rock Slide flinch. You won't be able to get your Sucker Punch off into this Basculegion, but Aqua Jet into that massive HP stat and defense stat is not going to be able to break it in 2 turns.
So, oh no, we still have another one.
I think you can even deal with
Gambit.
2 Rock Slide flinches before it matters.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty much a safe turn for Santino to go for pretty much wherever he wants. The only win condition I could see is
King Gambit is really in a good position here.
But I don't know if they could. I don't think King Gambit's going to be able to be affected by that too much here. So I think game 3, we're just going to focus here on what to switch up on the end of Rogov here. Game 1 went really well for Rogov. Can he withstand this game 3 and go to the finals and meet the other trainer awaiting him for this grand
Rock Slide though.
Now Dragonite does end up getting knocked out. I might have been wrong about how
the
many
flinch
Rock
might be a
Slide
problem.
it takes. I think that actually if this is only one Rock Slide flinch, you might have enough. That Aqua Jet did way more than I
why did you
expected.
say that? Oh,
And
the
before we
flinch.
start talking about game 3, it looks like we still have a game to address. I wonder if the amount of Aqua Jet damage, I don't know if it did 40 HP, if that maybe was a high roll. Do you potentially go for the risk of a Sucker Punch? Do you have to get a Sucker Punch crit now? Did Rogov just top player Santino? Is that what just happened?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, this is
Big damn.
I think I spoke too soon here.
Yeah.
And I think that Santino might have just.
Santino is out.
But wait, Kowtow does go onto the basket.
Now you need a Sucker Punch crit.
Does Sucker Punch pick up the knockout on Rogov's Aerodactyl?
I selfishly want to see a game 3, so I'm hoping he can get there. I'm sorry to both of our players.
Great.
It's just been such awesome, maneuvering. It'd be cool to see how they do this last round of.
Aerodactyl doesn't have a lot of defense.
Checkmates. I don't know if King Gambit is going to be able to get there.
Yeah.
Also, there's always the chance too that Aerodactyl can stall out the Sucker Punches. You
can also miss Rock Slide.
Chances to do that. We did see a Sucker Punch, I think, already. So I wonder if it's.
You can go Tailwind Protect, Tailwind Protect, Tailwind Protect, Tailwind Protect, right?
I wouldn't be surprised to see it get the KO, but I wouldn't be surprised to see it miss.
Yeah, I don't think King Gambit went for any Sucker Punch. It should be at 7 currently. Let's see if Sucker Punch can land. It's going to be the Sucker Punch. It lands. Does Aerodactyl?
It's no!
3 hit points, but does the Rock Slide hit? And it,
and that's going to be it. And
Santi's out.
all it took
GG.
was one Rock Slide.
The flinch there, was important.
I think that was probably all it was going to take.
Time for the finals.
Time
for the finals.
Why it's one of the OG, most powerful, most broken moves ever. Dire Claw maybe trying to claim its throne, trying to show off in that last round, but Rock Slide not going to let its spotlight be stolen.
Man, Justin, I think I'm just too honest. I think flinches can't happen, and it does, and that just brings you back and win the set 2-0. I really thought that Santino pretty much had it, but when there's a Rock Slide, there is a way, and we saw the way there with that flinch.
And in plenty of different games, there are luck factors. Sometimes you have different damage rolls on, an FPS. In card games, we have top decking, which is a very common occurrence where, you know, oh, I have this one card out of maybe 40 that are left in my deck that will win me this game right here. So it's not uncommon for people to either draw luckily or roll their seeds better. So a Rock Slide Flinch, not out of the realm of possibility. It's one of the highest flinch chances left, barring a Serene Grace user. So unfortunate to see that be how Santino ends their run, but I am super hyped for Rogov. They have been an excellent player for the majority of their career. As we talked about, at that international level, they always bring it, and there has been a massive international cast in this event. So to see them make it into the finals, I am beyond not surprised. What's less than not surprised? Is there an inverse of flabbergasted?
He was supposed to make it here.
It was like he was destined.
Yeah, there you go. Destined.
He was destined.
Excellent. Yes.
Yeah. So shout outs to both trainers. Santi played remarkably.
Yes.
I think the adjustment game too was pretty fun, right? I think that, you know, playing very safely, getting that fake out, dire claw. They saw a safe end game, but it all got ended by that one flinch, Justin.
Yeah.
And
that's all it takes sometimes.
And we're going to see just an instant replay here. Sucker Punch, I'm thinking extreme speed into that Charizard. We're going to see the bulk on that Charizard, withstanding that hits and firing back a Heat Wave, picking up a knockout on the King Gambit and bringing down that Garchomp down to some half health here. And yeah, I think, wow, what a set, man. This was so good. I love great Pokemon. Sucker.
Great set, yeah.
Who's going to go into this Dragonite here on this replay and knock it out. I believe this was game 1. Charizard wise showing off its bulk there. Close combat. This was turn 1 of game 2. CC calling out the Basket Legion switch, not falling for it. Double targeting this King Gambit on the end of Roghav. Santi showing why he is supposed to be here with that top level play of calling out Roghav, one of the best Pokemon players currently in this BGC world. I think, like, both players, I'm just so happy for both players. I think that Santi showed that he, even though I don't think they're actively competing, but still showing that they're still strong at BGC, and Roghav just showing dominance and showing why he's one of the top players currently.
Yeah, no, definitely want to give the flowers out there to Santino. You have a very impressive resume, and it was awesome to see you make it this far into this tournament. Pennsylvania represent
good game, good game.
And honestly, again, it's tough to have to deal with that being the way that your tournament ends, but I'm sure throughout the course of this tournament there have been many situations where a Rock Slide Flinch could have been it, or a Dire Claw could have been it. And, you know, that's kind of just the game we play. I think that one of the cool things about this game is trying to find a way to kind of, you know, circumvent that. I guess, you know, the only negative externality there is that the best of the best are going to make it extremely difficult for you to work around a Rock Slide Flinch. And Roghav saw that opportunity, and they did not shy away from taking it.
Yeah, and sometimes you got to go for your best capabilities of winning the game, and Roghav saw it and took it and got it. So can't be mad at that. Both players played exceptionally well to get this far. Now, with that being said, we are at the finals of the Grand Champion Festival. Roghav versus Mega Umbreon VGC. This is it. We've played a whole bunch of
That's the final. Here we go.
last 2 days. 6,000 trainers competed, and we are at the final. We are at the summit of this championship festival. Justin, I've been having a great time casting and talking about this new game, Pokemon Champions Regulation MA, with you, with Chuppa, with all the great casters. Shout out to everybody that made this possible. We are here. We are at the final. Justin, how do you feel? This is crazy.
This is amazing, and honestly, it has been such a blessing to participate in such a cool event, such a spectacle. Big shout-outs to the production team, to the judges, to the community that participated, and especially to our host, Scraw. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm actually going to be swapping out here with our last commentary group. You and Chuppa doing an excellent job, and I want to see how you cast this final. This is going to be, you know, the final note of this tournament, and I can't wait to watch it. I'll be watching in the stands. I wish you luck, brother.
Thank you so much. All right. Yeah, and big shout out to the judges who able to judge a 6,000 person tournament is amazing. But now I want to give all the shout outs, but I can't give any more because we have to pass it to our host. Scrawl, take it from here.
Everyone, we have finally gotten to the finals of the Grand Champions
Finals!
But like I've said from the beginning, this isn't just for our competitors, for those who are trying as hard as they can to win. So let's get into who wins the best dressed team. The best dressed team is going to be awarded to 2 winners, both of which are going to receive custom artwork by the lovely Pseudogiri. Over 240 of our 6,000 competitors submitted their teams to be judged across 3 main categories: the rarity and circumstances of how each trainer first met their Pokemon, the journeys those Pokemon have been on since then, and the personal connections each trainer has formed with those Pokemon. There have been so many amazing stories shared over this weekend, from people's very first Pokemon, to ones captured with friends, and even some that have traveled across the world with their trainers. Before announcing our 2 finalists, let's look quickly at a couple of special honorable mentions.
Nice.
Seaside Pokemon shared the story of how Indiana, the loyal Houndoom, helped them pass the time during the COVID-19 pandemic. Skybro showed off a full mono bug team led by a shiny Mega Beedrill he caught all the way back in Pokemon Heart Gold. And JR Ninja told tales of walking Cloudburst, the Great League Go-Getter, far and wide as Pokemon Go pushed them to remain active during tough times. Every single submission showed that the connections our battlers have to their Pokemon can run so much deeper than just their damage calculations and stats spreads.
True.
But I like
Pokemon
that
is way
one.
more than that.
We saw Pokemon from across the franchise and reviewed over 1,000 individual Pokemon to find the teams that embodied just how special this game is. Without further ado, here they are. Our second place prize goes to Kiki. The theme of her team was Friends Made Along the Way, which she demonstrated with several Pokemon that are very special in many different ways. Ribbon, the Milotic on her team, originated from the New York Pokemon Center distribution. And
Really?
received an in-person trade at the Knoxville Regional Championships in 2024.
Great. 2024.
Traveling all the way up from Generation 3 on the Game Boy Advance to the Nintendo Switch, while also collecting every ribbon along the way in battle towers and Pokemon contests to earn the Ribbon Master. The next Pokemon is Spirit, a Raichu that came from one of the most unique
My
and
cat.
perhaps fitting games for what we saw today, Pokemon Battle Revolution.
Uh-huh.
This was a
Nice.
surfing Pikachu gift that she earned all the way back in 2008 by cleaning every Coliseum in the game.
Crazy.
And the personal crown jewel of Kiki's team was Frost Shard, the shiny Glaceon. Although this is just not any shiny. This Pokemon originated from a shiny Eevee that was given away in person at the Arlington Regional Championships all the way back in 2010, 16 years ago. It
2010.
was actually redeemed by our first place winner, who traded it to Kiki specifically so it could take part in the Grand Champions Festival after hearing about the best dressed competition.
Really?
Not only did Kiki assemble a team of incredibly special Pokemon, she absolutely knocked it out of the park
That's
on
amazing.
day 1 of our tournament. Frost Shard the Glaceon and Spirit the Raichu went on to be the top-ranked Pokemon of their species in the whole tournament, and earned Kiki a Day 2 placement with 7 wins in yesterday's Swiss rounds. And now, let's get into our winner. Taking our grand prize with a total of 98 out of a maximum 99 points in our rubric, and taking home a framed piece of artwork of their team, we have Venti and the Ribbon Masters who made history. Venti brought a team of their most cherished Ribbon Masters, including Fango the Mamoswine.
I love this part. It's so cool.
Who is the first ever shiny Shadow Piloswine recorded in history.
Really?
A shiny they hunted back in Pokemon Coliseum on the GameCube, along with two
Crazy.
Pokemon collected at some of the very first regional championships ever held in Pokemon VGC. Venti brought the brother to Kiki's Glaceon, a Pokemon that's been cherished since it was received at the Arlington Regionals all the way back in 2010, and waited all this time to show its grit as a Pixelate Sylveon. Sylveon was definitely the strongest evolution we saw in our event today. To help keep other Pokemon in check, they also featured a shiny Milotic from the first ever recorded VGC event all the way back in 2009. All
That's so
Pokemon they brought with
crazy.
them carried special memories with friends, and even special memories of their mom bringing them to events across the United States. Fenty, congratulations on winning the Best Dressed competition. Now, let's get into our grand finals. We had over 3,000 players in this competition. Now we are down to 2. We had 3,000 Sneaslers registered for this event. And now we are down to 2.
Let's go, GG.
These players are competing for $3,000, a trip across Spain and Italy, custom Joy-Cons, a custom-made championship belt. I do not think a grassroots game has ever had stakes quite as high as this. Chuppa, Lorsi, let's get into the grand finals of the Grand Champions Festival.
Let's get it. We are finally here. We are in the finals. Roghav versus Mega Umbreon VGC.
Final.
This is it.
Let's
6,000
go.
competitors, over 6,000. And now we're just down to 2. Down to 2. This is it. All the money, all the glory is on the line, Chuppa, of winning the biggest BGC tournament of all time. The clout that comes with this is crazy.
And Josh, you have to remember, this isn't just the money we're talking about. Jacob's last speech reminded me, it's not just the money, it's also the belt, it's the cruise.
The cruise, being qualified for the cruise is crazy.
Italian friends. I think there's really just so much on this. You know, it's incredible to get to finals of a tour like this, but you want to be able to say, I won the 6,000 person tour. Not I got second, not I had a good run. It's 1 out of 6,000 is what both of these players are trying to display on their resume after this next set.
All I gotta say is that YouTube video is going to hit. Whoever wins this tournament, Roghav or Mega Umbreon VGC, whoever decides to take this tournament.
Bro, great run from these two players. It's crazy.
Time on social media after this event. That's how much I'll say. But nonetheless, I'm so happy to be in the finals here, casting with you. I think that you are very knowledgeable. Let's take a
yes.
look at these two teams one last time, Chuppa. Let's talk about it. What megas do you like? What do you think is going to be brought on Mega on BGC side? What do you think is going to be brought on Roghav side? These trainers are 17-2 on the end of Mega on BGC, and Roghav is 18-1. 18-1.
18-1. It's crazy.
18-1. That. I think that's setting a record because there's not really anyone that's played this many rounds.
True. This is a very big tournament, yeah.
Records in play from both of these players. I think in like really for both of them, like I was in the other room watching.
We have I have to go to the bathroom before the final. Let me check the teams real quick.
Those top fours really earned their victories. And it's going to be interesting that this is another matchup where I feel like Roghav's Charizard is one of their absolute star pieces. You know, has potentially a good matchup against that Frostlass. However, it's going to be another matchup against this kind of Dragon Fang Dragonite, which can actually be a little bit difficult for that Charizard to get through. Actually, there's definitely a lot of the same faces that Roghav was fighting in the previous round on Mega Umbreon's team, isn't it?
Yeah, could you see the Eternal Floette being brought on the end of Roghav here in this matchup, barring that the only Pokemon that hits it for super effective damage is that Sneasler? Do you bring...
That's actually very tempting. I think in some ways it could be better than the Charizard. It's sort of just a question of like whether you want to give up Charizard's better matchup against Frostlass. Like, I'd say that's probably a better matchup for the big fire and flying type. But I think outside of that, yes, Floette is very tempting. I think this could actually be, that's a great call out. A Roghav really getting rewarded for that dual mega decision. I think both of them are absolutely viable. Like, let's say this goes to 3 games. I would be surprised if we didn't see both of those megas brought at least once. What about you? Do you think you'd give the edge to either player in this matchup?
Man, they're both been playing. To get to the finals alone is just amazing, right? I really like the way that Roghav has been playing so far. We've been streaming him a ton. I haven't seen any really crazy mistakes on the end of Roghav. I think he's playing almost perfectly, right? And also with Mega Umbreon VGC, they've been playing really, really well with that Frostlass here and that double water on the Basket Legions and the Milotic. I can't call it, Chuppa. I just can't call it. I just want to get into game 1. I want to hop in. I want to see these two trainers duke it out for the money, the ship, everything that was included by the end of Scrawl BGC. Just one big shout out to Scrawl BGC for hosting, taking the time to get this event started. Our judges for actively judging every round.
Let's check the teams before the players of the finals come in. It's the final of the biggest Pokemon tournament ever in the Grand Champions Festival. We have Mega Umbreon VGC, also known as Craig. I don't think it's Craig. It's Corby. With Mega Frostlass, Sneasler, King Gambit, Basket Legion, Milotic and Dragonite. And then we have Roghav
close combat and
with the Mega Charizard Y and Mega Floette dual team with Garchomp, Eng-Pt, Aerodactyl, and Basculegion. So on the side of Moody Man, Ragav, we have two of the strongest and the most used Megas so far, and on the side of Corey, we have not so used and a bit, people were doubting a bit Mega Frostlass, but it came all the way to the final. Let's take a deep dive to the teams here. We have Sneasler on the side of Corey, aka Mega Umbreon VGC. Sneasler with White Herb and Unburden, Protect, Close Combat, Dire Claw, Fake Out. Eng-Pt, Chobolberry, which will reduce the damage from fighting type attacks. Very important because it takes 4 times super effective damage from fighting. With the Defiant ability, of course, it gets intimidated, it will boost its stat. No, if it gets any drop, it will boost its attack by 2 stages. Protect, Kowtow Cleave, Low Kick, and Sucker Punch, so no Iron Head, so really no way to really attack that Mega Floette. Basculegion, Focus Sash, no Choice Scarf here with Adaptability. No Swift Seem to be faster in the rain. We have Protect, Liquidation, Master Specs, and Aquajet. Frostlass, it's our Mega here with Protect, Blizzard, Shadow Ball, Aurora Veil. Then we have Milo with a Citrus Berry and the competitive ability. Protect, Scald, Icy Wind, Life Dew, no Hypnosis, Coil Set, like they said at one Victory Road tournament 2 weeks ago. Then we have Dragonite with Dragon. This Dragonite has been really strong. Pay attention to it. Dragon Fang to boost the power of its Dragon type attacks with Dragon Claw, Extreme Speed, Low Kick, and Tailwind. On with the Man Charizard Y with Heat Wave, Weather Ball, Solar Beam, and Protect. Eternal Floette, Mega Floette, Dazzling Gleam, Moonblast, Light of Ruin, Protect. Garchomp with Dragon Fang, no Choice Scarf, no Citrus Berry, no Soft Sand, to boost also the power of its Dragon type attack, which is the Scale Shot. I think it's the only Garchomp, because I think there was a team like this, the exact same team, but besides those teams, there was no Scale Shot Garchomp. It will attack 2 to 5 times, reduce the defense, but boost the speed, because the Dragon gets rid of its scales, and here we go! It's game number 1 of the Grand Finals of the biggest Pokemon tournament ever, the Grand Champions Festival. Shout out to everybody organizing, and here we go. We have on the right side Corey, aka Umbreon VGC, with the lead of Sneasler and Mega Frostlass. Then you have Charizard Y, can be Mega Charizard Y, and Aerodactyl on the lead, so you can have a very free Tailwind here. That was very complicated, very complicated to know it's gonna Mega, because the weather control comes from the Mega evolutions, not from the Pelipper, not from the Torkoal. It's you Mega and then you bring the weather. So if there is Tailwind, no, the Megas happen before everything. So the Frostlass is faster, so the Frostlass goes for the Mega. If the Charizard also is Mega, Frostlass will lose the Snow. And usually Corey and the other Mega Frostlass useless have been going for Aurora Veil turn 1. There is no Mega for the Charizard, so can be a very strong Aurora Veil here. It's basically Light Screen and Reflect at the same time, will reduce the damage of both physical and special type attacks. And then in the Snow, Frostlass receives 50% defense boost, not special defense boost. There you go, it's Aurora Veil. That was an insane risk from Corey, because if the Charizard Mega is there, it brings the sun and there is no snow, and Aurora Veil only can be used in the snow. If the snow goes away, Aurora Veil still is there, but you can use it, you can create it with no snow. So it was a very risky play. Could have been, Sneasler had Fake Out over there, so it wasn't totally safe in Ragav's head to go for a Heat Wave here, but it could have been the case, and that Frostlass would be pretty much in the dirt, because it wouldn't be having time to set up the Aurora Veil. Now Frostlass comes out, it doesn't want to throw blizzards outside of the snow. The Dragonite comes in with a multi-scale ability. It means when at full HP it takes reduced damage from any attack that comes in. Same for Lugia, I think. And then we have Mega Charizard Y brings the sun, so bye-bye snow. But then Frostlass just needs to come back in to set up the snow again. Tailwind is here, so now Charizard is faster than everything on the field. Heat Wave comes in, big dam into both Pokemon. No, actually no, because Dragonite resists and it has Burn on Sneasler, that's really bad. But yeah, Dragonite with Comet, that's a cute name, with the multi-scale ability. The Close Combat still does almost half HP to their Aerodactyl, but the burn was really important. Sneasler with the White Herb will reduce the drop to its defense. It's now twice as fast because of the Unburden ability. When consuming an item, it doubles the speed of Sneasler. It's now faster than Charizard because this Charizard, I think this is the one that was able to tank a Rock Slide. So it's really, really bulky. I think it is from Ragav. I'm not sure. And I'm not sure if... No, I think it was Senti's Sneasler that was slow, not Corey's Sneasler. I don't remember. But now Sneasler doubling its speed. Tailwind does the same. Rock Slide comes in. Big damage into the Dragonite. Not big damage into the Sneasler. If there is no flinch, Sneasler should attack next. Close combat to Aerodactyl. That's not a knockout though. Because of the burn. Oh, bro, that burn was so unlucky to Corey. But it's okay. It's Pokemon. It's a part of the job. Heat waves come through. Doesn't miss anybody. Picks the knockout on the Sneasler. Dragonite still alive. Luckily, no burn for that. Because that Dragon Claw will do a lot of damage. Do we see a knockout into the Charizard? The Dragon Claw into the Charizard Y. And it does really good damage, but not the end of the HP bar. Now, the Frostlass can come in again. Since we have Aurora Veil and Snow Defense Boost, the Rock Slide will do minimal damage to the Frostlass, so no problem there. It's actually the Basque Legion in the... No, now we can switch the Dragonite for the Frostlass to bring Snow, which will make the Water type attacks even stronger. But you don't need to go Water type attack. You can go Last Respect, because from Corey, it's Focus Sash, not Choice Scarf, so it will not be locked in into an attack. You can change your attack, so here you can go Last Respect, so you don't need to change the weather. Aerodactyl comes back. Ragav wants to set up Tailwind further into the game. It's the Garchomp here, Chomp Chomp. This Garchomp, I think it's the one with no Rock Slide. Yeah, no Rock Slide. Skill Shot, Earthquake, Stomping Tantrum, Protect. It's a double switch. Aqua Jet into the Garchomp. Not a lot of damage. Dragon Claw into the Tailwind! Really good play from Corey, actually. Because the enemy Tailwind will run out first in his Tailwind. So it's... I think, well, yeah, last turn of Tailwind, and after that, all the Pokemon of Corey will be outspeeding. But also, at any given point, the Aerodactyl from Ragav can come in and set up the Tailwind again, but this Basque Legion is always looking at him and going into Aqua Jet to get the knockout. In the Sun, most likely gets the knockout. Yes, because Sneasler got 2 close combats on the Aerodactyl, so for sure the knockout comes out. After that, Aqua Jet. And then Garchomp can get it here. Bro, that... The Basque Legion does have Protect, because that Sucker Punch is threatening big time. There is a Aurora Veil though, so the Dragonite should be chilling. Scale Shot. Dragonite goes down to the first one. It's a crit! I think it doesn't matter, because you do at least two attacks with Dragon Scale. But now Garchomp loses defense. It gains speed. But it doesn't matter, because Tailwind runs out this turn. Kowtow Cliff goes into Protect, no problem. The Basque Legion is safe behind the Protect. So now, Aurora Veil goes out. There is actually a good idea here for Corey, which is to reset everything. Reset Snow and reset Aurora Veil. That will make you dodge the Sucker Punch, because Sucker Punch only works when you go for actually damaging moves. If you go for a Switch or a Protect, of course it doesn't work, or if you go for a status move, Sucker Punch will not work. Garchomp switches, afraid of Blizzard. It's the Charizard, brings the Sun, so no Aurora Veil for Corey. Hopefully they didn't click it. Aqua Jet to the Gambit to bypass the Blizzard hits, that's big, Charizard goes down, there you go. That Aqua Jet is really to bypass Sucker Punch. If Sucker Punch is not coming through, so somebody's taking big damage here because Aurora Veil is not up. Kowtow Cliff, Plea, Basque Legion goes down, big damage. And now it's really bad because Corey cannot bring the Snow again. And it's now Frosty versus the Sucker Punch. Oh no, it's a 3v1. Oh no, Ragav played this one really good, bro. 7 minutes, I think have passed. No, really well played. 3v1 in the grand finals. In game 1, really difficult. And yes, it is Tailwind, but this Frostlass will just go down to a... Maybe not 1, but for sure 2 Sucker Punches. It cannot touch the King Gambit. Might get a freeze. But actually, it needs to hit the Blizzards, which is less likely in the Sun. The Blizzards, and then it needs to hit the freezes after hitting the Blizzards. So I think it's very complicated for Frostlass. Not impossible. Everything is possible if you believe in all possibilities. And Frosty will go here. For Corey is taking its time to think about it. It's something important that you should do in tournaments. It's like even though you already lost, quote unquote, let the timer run down, think about your match. Blizzard gets blocked by Wild Guard. Good safe play from Ragav. Cut-All Cleave comes in, and that's game number 1 for Ragav. Really, really well played. I think the King Gambit was a big problem for Corey. I think he played really well actually, but losing the Weather War cost him here. But in the end of the day, without the Basque Legion, you can do damage into the King Gambit. The thing is, the sun was also up, so those wave crashes will do less damage. So I think Corey needs his own King Gambit here for low kick, or he needs to preserve its Snizzler, which... Oh, but the Snizzler got burned, right? Yeah, very unlucky burn on the heat wave. Very, very unlucky there. Because I don't think Corey played bad. Of course, Ragav played better. He still had all of his Pokemon alive, no? Garchomp was alive. No, Char went down, okay. So yeah, still had 3 Pokemon versus 1 of Corey. That was really, really interesting. The Dragonite wasn't able to do much there. Especially... I mean, it has low kick. So it is a good answer to the enemy King Gambit. Because King Gambit is really, really dangerous. Because Corey has 2 ghost types. The Frostlass and the Basque Legion, which are weak to that Sucker Punch. And I think Milotic, which is also in the team sheet for Corey, really has a good place here. There is nobody with Intimidate or not. Here we go, game number 2. Oh, the teams have already been selected. Here we go. Ragav Malavia versus Corey Corley. Dragonite Snizzler. Aero Char. So very free Mega for the Charizard here. But then next turn, Corey can bring Frostlass and Mega itself. But very hard to switch in front of a Charizard in the sun. Because it's not Mega yet, Frostlass, so it will not change the weather, only if it was already Mega'd. Aerodactyl comes back. So, there is still Luna the Dragonite. Mega. So hopefully here we don't see a burn on the Snizzler. There is no Air Slash, but the Weather Ball should get a knockout on the Snizzler. Fake out. Ooh, the King Gambit. Great play from Ragav. Unbelievable. Heat Wave is out to break multi-scale on Dragonite. Huge damage on the Sneasler. No burn this time around. Big. Tailwind from Dragonite. Big. But there is Sucker Punch. Dragonite has low kick. Multi-scale was broken though. But it still resists the Heat Wave. There is nothing that the Charizard can do here that really can threaten the Dragonite. No Dragon Pulse. Some Charizards run Dragon Pulse so they can answer the Garchomps better. Because this is open team shit, so Ragav knows that Dragonite has low kick. So maybe we can see a switch into the Basque Legion here. No switch, Snizzler protects. King Gambit protects, maybe. No, Charizard protects. Everybody protects. Yes! 3 protects. Okay. But it's a good play from Corey, because now he knows that the King Gambit can protect. I mean, they can. It's a very low chance. So here is that there is the Aerodactyl. I mean, Aerodactyl can take a low kick, actually, but you don't want its focus sash to be broken. So I think it's a very obvious switch into the Basque Legion. Yeah. And do you click low kick? It's Basque Legion. Here we go. There is low kick from Dragonite. Direct Claw into Chari. Big Dam. Do we have... Oh, it's a Paralysis again. Paralysis is the most mild problem here. Dragon Claw, he got to read it to the Charizard. Great damage from Corley. Beautiful Dragon Fang boosted, stab boosted Dragon Claw into the Charizard Y. Goes down, losing its Mega. And we still have Mega Frostlass chilling in the back. And this is perfect for Corey. He has speed control, but he still needs to take care of that King Gambit. That's the problem, because yeah, you can have all the blizzards in the world. If one against a steel type with Sucker Punch against your ice and ghost type, it's not the best option. Snizzler, though not burned, can do insane damage to the King Gambit. King Gambit is Chopple. No. King Gambit is Chopple Berry. Yes. So it will most likely. I mean, Adamant Snizzler has 50% chance to knock out the King Gambit there. So let's see, Sucker Punch into the Snizzler, that's a knockout, okay. I think here Corey feels safe in sacrificing his Snizzler. It's a crit, it doesn't really matter there. And now Dragonite goes Dragon Claw into the fish. Big damage, almost a knockout, but not. Last Respects does more damage. More Pokemon you have knocked out on your team. This is an 100 base power. Last Respects, he didn't get the knockout. Dragonite is there, but it should be faster. Is it in range of a Sucker Punch? I need to check the HP bar again. I don't know. There is Sucker Punch can crit. We have to see the HP from the Draggy, because the Dragonite is the one that needs to take care of the King Gambit. Unless Corey also has his own King Gambit, that could really work here. Who do you bring first? I think Frost is a bit dangerous, because it's Frostless though. There is a Last Respect on the fish, and there is still Aerodactyl. So Frostless is really in danger here, I think. Because what you're gonna do here, you can Aurora Veil to bypass a Sucker Punch, but you can't bypass the Last Respect. But Dragonite is faster. Oh, but Dragonite is totally in range of a Sucker Punch. Switch? Maybe? Protect Switch? It's Mega Frosty. You can still Mega, bring the Snow and Protect. Because the Last Respect, this is really Portuguese. The Last Respect should get the knockout. It's into the... Wait. It was faster than the Dragonite? Oh, it was so risky from Corey. He actually went Aurora Veil. But wait, is that... Oh, wait, maybe it's Choice Scarf. Big damage, Kautok. Oh my god, that Kautok Leaf. Oh yeah, it's Choice Scarf on the side of Ragav. I was confusing the Basque Legions. So it is Choice Scarf, yes. So, okay, that makes... Bro, it was so risky from Corey then. Like, he could have taken a Last Respect. Maybe it doesn't get the knockout, but it totally places it in range of the Sucker Punch next. And then, now it's really complicated, because the only way Corey can win here is if the King Gambit knocks out both the Basque Legion and the other King Gambit. Oh, but last Pokemon is the Basque itself, which is Focus Sash. It's not Choice Scarf, so it's gonna be slower than the other Basque Legion. This is really tough, really tough. There is Aurora Veil and 50% defense boost to the Frosty. King Gambit is threatening Sucker Punch. Basque Legion is fast as hell, boy. Aqua Jet. Not the knockout. No protect from Corey. Last GG. Yeah, Frost. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think Ragaf wins, because now Kautalf comes in and it gets the Basque, or really close. Yeah. Yeah, it's over. GG. Wow, bro, it was really fast. It was really fast. What was the misplay here for Corey? Was not getting rid of that King Gambit. It was really difficult. I think the Snizzler had to take care of it. I mean, like I was saying, it's difficult to have two Ghosts versus King Gambit, and the Choice Scarf Basque Legion was just giving a huge advantage to Ragav, because his Basque Legion can take care of the other Basque Legion, but Corey's Basque Legion can touch. It's a clean 2-0 for Ragav. Congratulations, the champion of the biggest Pokemon tournament ever in the newest, bestest Pokemon battling game, Pokemon Champions. Unbelievable, GG.
So many plays right in that second.
Great games.
Gambit, they knew all the right plays to make, not falling for like really very many of like the tricks that Corey was trying to set up, not whiffing any sucker punches, just efficiently getting knockout after knockout with that King Gambit.
I can't believe, wow, what a finals. I think that Roghob displayed absolute dominance in this top cut bracket. If you saw, well, we got
dominance
you guys here.
for sure.
Heatwave going onto the Sneasler and the Comet here. That burn mattering a lot because
The burn was really important in game 1.
Aerodactyl in the next turn. Kowtow Cleave going into that Frostlass here, KOing it because the sun is up and you can't get the Aurora Veil up. Dire Claw going into the Charizard and followed by a Dragon Claw on the end of Dragonite on Corey's end, being able to pick up the knockout here. Very good turns by Corey. What an amazing run by Corey as well. Being able to get the finals of a 6,000 plus tournament event is nothing to shy away from. You should
really good play from Corey as well.
Could have changed the tide of the match. We have to count that, figure that out, because that was unfortunate, because we do know that is a bulky Sneasler. Aqua Jet and last respect.
To Roghob, he got the burn, he got the crit into the Sneasler,
Legion. Basket Legion versus the world. Unfortunately, there are some situations that it could win, but not this one.
Yeah, because it was Focus Sash, not Try Scarf.
Maybe not using some of these Pokemon that both sides have in the mirror, like the King Gambit and the Basket
I think Corey needed the King Gambit.
Really displaying dominance.
It was really important.
Out a way to take a very clean game 2. You know, even after the start of that game, didn't necessarily look perfect for Roghob with things like the Charizard going down before. He was able to get a knockout, but Roghob finding a way to come back, especially with that Basket Legion. Sometimes a Pokemon that is happy for you to be the first side going down a Pokemon to actually
That's true. That's why I really like Basket Legion as well.
Showing that he is one of the best players here in the Grand Champion Festival.
Oh, he's the best player.
Just watching him just continue to play really, really well. Semifinals, the quarterfinals, like every play that he made was really, really good, really thought out. I think the set on the Aerodactyl was very interesting, not going for that dual wing beat and opting for that wide guard. I think wide guard comes up more often than not, and I think a lot of players will probably try to adopt it in team building because there's a lot of spread moves going on around Chuppa. So shout outs to Roghob winning an amazing run. I know the
really good tournament, bro. Really, really good.
Going to be hitting some unbelievable numbers after this event. I could already see the title. I don't know. What would you title a video of after you win a tournament like this? What would you title it?
I won the largest VGC tournament ever. What else is there to say? That you
I think I would say I dominated. I think I would say
I dominated.
And capital just the whole word dominated and go from there. But nonetheless, strong performance by Roghob.
But amazing tournament. The vibes were amazing.
Simple, like cookie cutter regulation MA team. I think Dual Mega, Garchomp, King Gambit, Aerodactyl, Basket Legion, top Pokemons, right?
I think in some ways not even too dissimilar, like in concept, from the team that won the Victory Road tournament last week. And again, sort of just the team with like Charizard, Y, and a lot of Pokemon that are not pulling any punches. Some of just like the established strongest Pokemon in the format with one of the Megas that we know to be the strongest. Sometimes early on, that is just the way to go. Lean into like some of the strongest Pokemon in the format. Don't hold anything back.
And we've seen that opting for the Charizard. A lot of people were saying that Charizard is on fraud watch. I don't know. I don't know, man. I log into the X app and I see something funny every day, Chubba. But Charizard showing dominance here in the top cut setting, doing its job. I mean, I think you were right. You hit it right on the money, right? Charizard was unbelievably like the best pick to pick in this final setting. Winning the weather.
Yeah, because the winner had the Charizard and the Floette.
Just going crazy in that matchup.
I think another thing about Charizard that's worth highlighting is its strong matchups against some of the other most used Megas. Things like, let's say, Frostlass, Floette. I think even Mega Gengar is something that's not incredible against Charizard.
True.
Or at least Roghob's team is tailored that way to the point that Santi wasn't even able to bring their Mega Gengar in top 4. I think Charizard's dominance over some of these Megas is definitely part of the story of Roghob's success, especially in this top 4, which, as you and Justin might have mentioned, every team had a unique Mega evolution, and Charizard Y was the one that came out on top.
Yeah, bulky Charizard
True.
Y. Would love to
in top 8, there was 7 different Megas.
It's been a blast to be able to cast with you, Justin, and others. Thank you for all the casting members on our side. And yeah, judges, I know you guys are tired. You guys did a phenomenal job. Kudos to you guys for handling all the issues of one of the largest online tournaments.
It was
And
really
this is
good.
the power of the BGC community, Chapo.
Yeah,
We
BGC
all
community
got
is
together here
strong.
for this tournament, whether it be playing, judging, casting, and we got the job done, and pretty comfortably too. No crazy
Yeah.
issues or problems.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
It's
really
great
enjoyed
vibes.
the experience of,
Super
Scrum
good
being
experience.
someone
Great
who
tournament. I really
represented,
enjoyed it.
Not only the casters, but also people like the judges and, of course, the players for seeing out, 6,000 players with one of the largest tournaments. Like, Raghav's final record is going to be, what, 19-1, including the
19-1?
finals?
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
like a buy round that doesn't
No
count, so
way.
that is, like, I think the most games that anyone has played. In
Yeah, it's 19-1. It's crazy.
Raghav is our champion. He'll be going
Moody,
on
man.
that cruise, that SSN. He will get the belt.
He'll go
He
to the
will
SSN.
get
Let's
the
go.
stuff that Scraw has for him. I'm so happy for Raghav. Been a part of our team for years now. I would consider him Unk status, right? I think Unks are winning. Shout out to Raghav.
I can't think of very many players for this tour, too. Like, Raghav is just such a sweet person.
Yeah.
I think just someone that, I don't know, I guess on the East Coast, you and I don't always get to play, like, the same majors that someone like Raghav does, but I hope this event is just another, title for them. Maybe motivates them to keep attending some more of these events, and I think someone that we are going to see it, hopefully some of these first Champions events like Indianapolis and New Orleans International soon. I am sure
Nice.
this is not the last success that we'll be seeing.
No, definitely.
No,
not.
no.
They're definitely probably going to. Oh, I don't think they got into NAIC actually. I think I saw something about that. That's kind of, I don't know what to say, but unfortunately, I mean, it happens. Like currently, I think that the NAIC issue is probably didn't expect that so many people would be into champions. Multiple factors probably led to that, but besides the point, Raghav is still a dominant player and probably qualified for Worlds if I'm not mistaken, more than likely, right?
I think it would also be really nice to highlight Mega Umbreon's success here. Just a player that I think before this, it sounds like they'd achieved something like maybe a top 64 at Houston.
Yeah,
Nationals
it
recently,
was.
something very respectable like that. I do not think that is on the scale of getting second in a tour.
Yes.
No. I think this is like
Yes.
in some ways a more breakout success for them than it is for Raghav. And again, a player that I'm sure this is not the last we'll see of them. I hope to see more participation in not only online events but live events, continued success. Whether that's going to be with Frostlass teams like this or anything else.
Yeah, the Frostlass team was good, bro.
If you're Mega Umbreon here, this is just like wow. If top 64 was your best accomplishment going into this is a confidence booster for any other event that you decide to go to, because you just got second at the largest BGC tournament. Whether it be online, no matter what, you got through an immense amount of games.
Yeah.
17.
So many games, bro.
Losing 3 times and winning 17 times in a regulation where people are saying like, oh, there's so much variance, there's so much clinching, there's so
that's
much
true.
hacks. I don't think this doesn't take skill to play this program, but it does take skill to go 17-3, and they displayed it here in this tournament. So.
Both of these players must have had to take down so many phenomenal opponents to get here, and that's part of why for both these players I'm just excited and optimistic to see more out of them in Champions. I think with that we are going to be tossing this stream over to our Grand Festival lead, Scraw.
Let's go. Amazing tournament. Shout out to Scraw. Subscribe to him on YouTube and Twitch.
6,000 players, 3,000 Sneaslers.
3,000 Sneaslers.
Winner. 0 Sneaslers.
Nice.
Congratulations to Raghav Malavia for winning the biggest competitive Pokemon tournament ever. Raghav has won $3,000.
$3K?
Across Spain and Italy.
What about Portugal?
Joy-Cons, a wrestling belt, and bragging rights that will be pretty hard to beat for a very
time, yeah.
Very long time. Give us just a few minutes while we set up an interview with our champ.
Oh, nice.
Stay tuned.
Interview. Nice. Always cool to see the interview. I think I already see him on the official broadcasts, but I don't really remember him. Big, really big win, bro. 6K players. Hey, I went 5-4. I went 5-4.
Guys, we're done. We have our winner, the winner of the largest competitive Pokemon tournament of all time. And
Big
if
W.
I were him, I'd have a lot to say. So let's get Raghav on the screen so we can talk to them about how they just won the Grand Champions Festival. Raghav, first of all,
Oh, hello.
congratulations. Second of all,
Can't see
how are you
anyone.
feeling? You just lost. You lost one match all weekend, isn't that right? Raghav. First of all, Raghav, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Okay,
Second,
perfect.
I can't hear you. This is great. This is great. Someone at the finish line. Second of all, so I'm just gonna ramp until we're told that you can hear me. All right, Raghav, we should be good now. Tell me, how are you feeling? You just won the biggest VGC tournament ever.
I can't even describe it. Honestly, I'm just so happy. I didn't feel like I was in a good place Pokemon wise. Like, you know, I was kind of down on myself, but I just feel like every round I was feeling more confident and stuff kept going my way. So dude, I can't believe it. Like, I skipped the cup for this and I'm glad I did.
Well, you know, the prize is a little bigger than a cup, unless the cups in California are different than what I'm used to. So let me ask you this next, Raghav. So we had two Pokemon on our radar to be the Mega Evolutions to beat. Mega Charizard Y and Mega Floette. Nobody in this tournament went into this weekend thinking they had a bad matchup into those two Pokemon. And yet, what are the two Mega Evolutions on your team but them? So why don't you talk to me about that? I mean, I'm sure you played multiple people whose whole goal was to beat those two Pokemon.
Yeah, so this is really first and foremost the Charizard team, and I feel like a lot of the answers in the current metagame are Rock Slide, right? Like Rock Slide's everywhere. So the idea was kind of that Wide Guard Aerodactyl paired with Charizard is honestly really, really hard to stop. And honestly, this format, even though it is like very centered around Mega Evolution, the other Pokemon on my team are just as good. Like,
True.
You're telling me Basculegion's not better than like 90% of the Megas? Like, that's
Yeah,
a real Mega, right?
it is, yeah,
and with
yeah.
Floette, no one can beat
Yeah,
Floette. Like,
that's
that
what's
guy's
cool
so
about
fun.
the Mega format is that
He was like
the
the
Megas
sixth Pokemon on the
don't
team,
change
honestly.
everything.
Fairy cover
They can
was
still
really,
be
really
knocked out.
important,
They
but
can still
really it was
not
just
get those important
everything
knockouts.
working together in unison, right? That Wide Guard, having just other options, enabling Basculegion, Garchomp, and Tailwind. Yeah.
Great, and now something I want to point out here, Raghav, is I feel like something people have been talking about a lot, especially folks that weren't used to Mega Evolution, is how, and I feel like there were very good players like trying to hammer this into people's heads, that there is not a reason to delay your Mega Evolution. And yet, with your Mega Charizard Y, there was multiple games where you were able to swing the tempo just by delaying that Mega Evolution by just one turn. Is that something you expected to be doing so often this weekend?
Definitely. I honestly think with the release of Champions, they're really emphasizing Weather Wars, and when you're
Yeah.
using a Mega that has a weather ability, you always have to be thinking about that. So delaying your Sun so you can set it up next turn. I actually got in the finals. I clicked Aurora Veil turn 1, and I was like, wow, okay. You've got some bravery, but yeah, I think it's a really important skill to have, understanding what the stakes are. If you Mega now, they could switch in their Pelipper. They could, they could delay their Mega. I played a lot of Tyranitar, and I had to make sure that I, preserve my Sun for the end game.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, and again, Tyranitar, a Pokemon whose job it is basically to beat Mega Charizard Y, and you did not let him. Now, something that you might not be aware of, I don't know how much of the coverage you were watching, is the metagame breakdown going into Top Cut. The Pokemon that has been climbing up and up and up and up and up on the usage charts, Sneasler, actually fell down to second place, and King Gambit was the most used Pokemon in our Top Cut. What do you have to say about that? Does that surprise you? Is that something you expect?
No,
It's not like super surprising. I think there's a pretty clear trio of best 3 Pokemon in Sneasler,
Yeah.
King Gambit, and Basculegion.
Yeah.
And it makes sense why you see them all on the same team a lot. It's kind of a roulette where like they all kind of beat each other. So I totally get it. King Gambit just defiant, makes Incineroar. It's not even top 3 in my opinion.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think it makes sense.
I agree.
And it's funny you mentioned that, because in the Top Cut we saw Incineroar go down to I'm sorry, I think in day 2 we saw Incineroar go down to the 6th most used Pokemon, all the way down from 3rd at the start of the. But even the fact that it was 3rd is not something people would have expected going into a low-power format where we knew Incineroar was legal. So I think this tournament is I mean, it's a lot of data.
It's a lot of data. So many matches, yeah.
And NAIC only 2 weeks later. So Raghav, I mean, are you going to those events? Are you going to be able to ride this momentum into another finish? Or is this kind of a, well, guess I'll wait till Worlds now situation?
So I haven't actually secured my Worlds invite yet, and I wasn't able to get into NAIC. I tried 2 times, and I couldn't get in, so a lot's riding on this indie trip. I am going to LA as well, but we don't have to talk about that, different format. But yeah, I'm going to be going to those 2 events, and honestly, I'm feeling a lot better now. I was getting really stressed, but this is a huge confidence booster.
It's going to be hard to think any kind of lack of confidence is anything but in your own head for a while after this result, especially once we get you those prizes. If you're going to Indy,
Oh,
I
yeah.
I'll do a little shoot out of it. I'll bring everything with me, and we'll just do it all in person. Now, Raghav, I want to tell you something in confidence. You know what the one thing about this event I really regret is?
Not sure, dude.
It's that after I announced this tournament, there were so many people that said how excited they were and how much they wished they could play, but that they didn't own a Switch and they were waiting for the mobile.
Yeah.
So I decided we need to do something about that.
No.
Look at this.
Oh, that's a good idea. Good idea. They'll make the tournament again when the game comes out for mobile. That's so smart.
Your title at the Grand Champions Festival Encore. Details to be announced as soon as we
That's
know when the
so
launch is
smart,
actually
bro.
happening. Once again, Raghav, congratulations, and now I think we're gonna try to close out this show. There are too many people to thank for what happened here today. This was a year of my life. The day I knew Pokemon Champions was coming out, or was a thing that existed, we started to work towards this event. Not to throw Chuppa under the bus, but he called me delusional, but I told him about it 9 months ago. And I think we had over 80 judges, a whole production crew, all sorts of casters, we had artists, we had animators, we had custom music. All the music you heard
Oh,
this
really?
weekend, that was not from Pokemon Champions, was composed by my editor, Maximilian Ixom.
Okay. Okay, I thought it was
So
from Champions,
everybody,
yeah.
With all of that being said, I think it is time for us to roll credits and put an end to this amazing weekend. Raghav, one more time, congratulations on winning the largest competitive Pokemon tournament ever held. Let's roll the credits.
Thank you so much.
Bro, that's a good idea to do the tournament for mobile launch. 26th of June, I think? Nice. Bro, really well played, really well played. Great tournament, had a lot of fun playing and watching. And they were really smart with the idea of doing it again for the mobile launch. I think that will go even crazier. They just need to do one thing, is to make sure that Limitless doesn't crash. Because a lot of people weren't able to play in this tournament because when the check-in for the tournament was going on, the website that they used to do the pairings and whatnot was crashing for them. So they have to fix that. And it's GG. Thank you for watching, guys. See you tomorrow or on the day after.